When a life is filled with too many losses, even if you gain much later, it's hard to ever truly make up for what was missed. Lin Xiao longed for rebirth more than anything. Lian Yi was his first love, the white moonlight of his heart, and also the dream girl of countless male classmates. From the very start of high school, Lin Xiao had been secretly in love with her. He never dared confess, but everyone knew how deeply he felt. Finally, on the night before National Day in 2001, also Lian Yi's birthday, during a class party, fueled by alcohol, he confessed in front of everyone. He gave her a gift. He had carefully prepared a castle made from paper boxes. Inside were chocolate knights wielding lollipop weapons, and seated on the throne was a white chocolate sculpture of Lian Yi herself. He had spent months thinking about this gift, working tirelessly through multiple failed attempts, spending 2 months' worth of living expenses just to complete it by hand. That moment became legendary among the class. 4 years after graduation, people would bring it up at reunions, initially as a joke, but after turning 30, it turned into a tale tinged with admiration. Of course, his confession didn't work out. Because he came from a rural village, grew up poor, performed poorly academically, and though handsome, was late to develop physically. Even in senior year, he was still thin and small, lacking presence or charisma. Lian Yi, on the other hand, was a city girl. Her father was a mid-level government official. Her mother was a department head at the city's top hospital. She was beautiful, smart, well-off, and excelled in her studies. After the college entrance exam got out, she entered Fudan University, pursued a master's degree, then went abroad for her PhD, eventually returning to become the youngest associate professor in the university's history. As for Lin Xiao, he didn't even get into a junior college. He dropped out early, struggled for years, endured untold hardships, and took countless detours. In 2013, Lian Yi suddenly resigned from Fudan and disappeared from public view. By 2018, now 30-something Lin Xiao had struck gold through overseas e-commerce, amassing a fortune worth tens of millions. With money came indulgence. He began chasing women obsessively, almost as an act of revenge against fate. In 2019, Lian Yi reappeared, returning to Fudan as a full professor. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xiao reignited his pursuit. She refused him until she contracted COVID-19 while doing research at Wuhan University. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao risked infection to care for her for over a month. Both fell ill, both recovered. Months later, they got married. At 36, Lin Xiao finally had the woman had loved for 20 years. But that wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of true pain. Love cannot be forged from gratitude. If there's no love, there's no love. Despite Lian Yi's efforts, she never truly loved him. One night, Lin Xiao heard her call out her ex-husband's name in her sleep. He confronted her. Now that I'm worth nearly 100 million, am I not good enough for you? She hugged him and cried, I'm sorry I met you too early. Yes. Back then, he was at his weakest, least impressive self. Though those few years were brief, they left a permanent mark on her memory. No matter how successful he became afterward, it couldn't erase that impression. Sometimes, first impressions are eternal. Lin Xiao whispered hoarsely, if I could do it all again, on the night before National Day in 2001, I would never have confessed to you. Then, he filed for divorce. Lian Yi moved overseas. Years later, when a nursing home was built in his hometown and he was invited to cut the ribbon, tragedy struck on his way back. A car accident left him alive but paralyzed, bedridden forever. His world plunged into absolute darkness. He became useless. He was rich beyond measure, but money meant nothing to a man who couldn't even stand. At that point, he could only dream, if only I could be reborn. And one day, while sleeping, he really did return to the night before National Day in 2001, the exact moment he had confessed to Lian Yi. At first, he truly believed he had been reborn. But soon, laughter and mockery pierced his ears. Eyes filled with ridicule stared at him. He woke up still lying in his special hospital bed. Though the dream felt real, it was just a dream. Still, something changed. An idea formed in his mind. What if I really could be reborn? Time stretched endlessly for a man confined to bed. Boredom ruled his days. All the great novels were read. The best movies and shows watched. Everything that once brought joy now felt dull. So he started playing again the rebirth game. If he were reborn, he would fix 3 regrets. First regret, his Gaca failure. This single failure led to a cascade of disasters, dragging his family into despair. Once a straight-A student, he had ranked highly in the middle school entrance exam, entering a prestigious provincial high school. He was the pride of his family, the pride of the entire village, the model child every parent wished their own could be. But once in high school, he lost focus. His mind wandered. Especially after falling for Lian Yi, his academic performance plummeted. He would never forget the look on his parents' and grandparents' faces when the Gaca results came back, stunned, heartbroken, disbelieving. From that day on, their spines seemed broken, never to straighten again. By his 30s, still unmarried, his family faced endless shame in the village. Only when he finally succeeded did he realize it was already too late. His grandparents had passed. His parents aged and frail. And because of his long string of failures, his father had developed depression. Second regret, he couldn't save one woman, his English teacher, Xiao Momao. She was a refined, sensual beauty, the object of desire for countless boys. Yet fate was cruel to her. He had 2 chances to save her and failed both times. The first time, he hesitated out of fear, leading to her ruin. The second time came years later, after he had become successful. By then, Xiao Momao was even more radiant, but her soul was shattered. 2 broken souls clung together, forming a fragile, imperfect relationship. But when Lian Yi returned to his life, he abandoned Xiao Momao to chase her again. Soon after, came the news Xiao Momao had taken her own life. It became the final straw in his marriage. Third regret, he couldn't repay the woman who changed his life. Xiao, the goddess of his world. If there was such a thing as a real-life goddess, it was her. Out of pure compassion and admiration, she pulled him from the mud and lifted him to the clouds, asking for nothing in return. Yet, she herself fell into an abyss, a vast, bottomless chasm. Even with tens of millions, Lin Xiao could barely touch the edge of that abyss. His wealth was like a drop in the ocean. Most white moonlights in the world are fake illusions crafted in the minds of men, unable to withstand time or reality. But Xiao was different. White moonlights inspire fantasies. With Xiao, most men wouldn't even dare to dream. Now bedridden, Lin Xiao immersed himself in this rebirth game. He gathered old textbooks, studied online courses, and threw himself into learning. He searched for information from over 20 years ago, seeking a path to success, route to wealth. His intense focus led to extraordinary efficiency. 2 years passed. He found the 2002 Gaca papers, timed himself, and completed them. He checked his answers, graded himself. Final score, 666 points. Not good enough. So he kept practicing. 6 months later, he tried the 2003 Gaca papers. This time, he scored 676. Then, he enrolled in computer science and economics courses online. Back in high school, besides being distracted by his obsession with Lian Yi, he had also fallen for the entrepreneurial myths of Jack Ma and Bill Gates, skipping classes to build websites in internet cafes. Even after dropping out, he wasted years building personal websites, hoping to strike gold. But all he got was debt and failure. Looking back, he saw how foolish it had all been, especially those amateurish websites. Wrong direction, wrong timing. Effort meant nothing. So Lin Xiao sank deeper into this game of rebirth. He wrote over 2 million words documenting potential paths to success, branching routes, failures, breakthroughs, challenges, solutions. It was like a simulation game, a highly realistic business simulation just in text form. Over the years, he relived dozens of rebirth dreams. Each time, it was the same, the night before National Day in 2001, standing before Lian Yi, confessing. Each time, after her rejection and the surrounding laughter and scorn, he would wake up. At first, he thought he had truly been reborn. But each time, he woke up at the same moment. Eventually, he stopped hoping. One day, a call came from his hometown. Bad news. He had no family left. Silent, he reached for the sleeping pills he had prepared long ago. He swallowed them all with a can of cola. Then, he waited quietly for the darkness. Slowly, he drifted off and once again, the familiar dream appeared. He stood again in the classroom the night before National Day 2001, the senior class party. The moment he finished confessing to Lian Yi. Holding flowers, 999 origami cranes, and the chocolate castle, he knelt on one knee. Lian Yi, somewhere in this world, we met by chance. That moment felt like time slowed down, just so I could gaze into your eyes. I never imagined that a simple glance could stir such powerful emotions inside me. Your smile is the first warm ray of morning light, lighting up my everyday. Your voice is like a mountain spring, cleansing the dust from my soul. Before this, I had no faith. Starting today, please be my faith. Okay? Shit, I'm late again. It's already over.
Chapter 2. The unconventional confession. If rebirth were indeed a reality, he would never confess his feelings to Lian Yi. He harbored an unsettling conviction that his misfortunes and personal disgrace commenced with that very confession. In that moment, the cacophony of cheers, jeers, and bizarre calls from the surrounding crowd enveloped him. The expressions of his classmates were peculiar, a blend of astonishment and mockery. Lian Yi was the belle of the class. Even the school's flower, hailing from a prosperous family and excelling academically, the dream of numerous boys. Yet, here was Lin Xiao, languishing at the bottom of the class. Lacking athletic prowess, and from a humble rural background, daring to declare his affections? He was the fool in this scenario. Lian Yi's reaction mirrored exactly that of over 20 years prior. Initially taken aback, she soon appeared flustered. Her delicate features, so exquisite they seemed fragile, flushed crimson, radiating an aura of unease. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of the depth of Lin Xiao's affection for her, recognizing its authenticity. Although she did not reciprocate his feelings, she could not bear to inflict pain upon him. A flicker of annoyance also surfaced. How dare he profess his love for her in public? Thank you, Lin Xiao. You are a wonderful person. You will surely meet a girl who truly belongs with you in the future. I must be honest and tell you that I do not share your feelings, so please do not waste your heart on me. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as if the world around him was sharpening into focus. The jeers from the boys grew more piercing, their derision unmistakable. Teacher Xiao is coming. Teacher Xiao is coming. A moment later, a fragrant breeze wafted in as the English teacher, Xiao Momao, entered the classroom. Many boys often shared a common fantasy object, namely, their English teacher. For reasons unknown, female English teachers are frequently alluring, captivating, and refined. Xiao Momao was no exception, standing at approximately 165 centimeters. She sported cascading waves and frequently donned stockings and short skirts. Her beauty was complemented by an alluring charm, especially her lips, which curled slightly upward like blooming petals. As if perpetually teasing, fond of makeup and blessed with an enviable figure, she consistently wore high heels that accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao often overheard boys calling out for Teacher Xiao in their dreams, accompanied by cries and tremors of excitement. Having graduated just 2 years prior, her arrival at the school had sparked a fervent pursuit from many male teachers. However, such an enchanting creature was clearly beyond the reach of high school male instructors. If memory serves, she was currently dating the son of the county's deputy head. Not long after, she would encounter a harrowing nightmare. That fateful evening, as she supervised the evening study session and made her way home, she was accosted by 3 drunken ruffians. The most dreadful events unfolded, and her boyfriend cowardly abandoned her in her time of need. When the incident came to light, the 3 miscreants were apprehended, but her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. In that moment, She reacted with fiery resolve, choosing to sever ties with the son of the county official, resigning from her position, and fleeing the school in disgrace. Subsequently, she opted to pursue further studies, seeking admission to East China Normal University in Shanghai for her graduate education. However, due to a series of setbacks she had previously endured, she failed to gain acceptance. From that moment on, she vanished from his life. When she and Lin Xiao reunited years later, a decade had passed. She remained stunningly beautiful, yet her spirit and heart were irrevocably shattered. Driven by a desire to fulfill the youthful dreams of his past and having achieved considerable wealth, Lin Xiao employed all his charm and skills to win her affection. Ultimately, he succeeded in rekindling their romance. Unbeknownst to him at the time, as he later reflected upon his paralysis, he realized the immense courage Xiao Momao mustered to embrace this relationship, despite her words being laced with a facade of cynicism. Not long after, Lian Yi reappeared. Lin Xiao abandoned Xiao Momao, fervently pursuing Lian Yi. Tragically, disaster struck, and Xiao Momao was lost to the world. Do not laugh. What is there to find amusing? Xiao Momao entered with a beautifully stern expression, her voice chilling. Yet, her naturally alluring tone, despite its severity, exuded an irresistible charm. Lin Xiao, rise, she gently instructed. Then go to bed. When you awaken tomorrow, forget this entirely. Her gaze towards him was filled with pity. Normally, at this hour, dreams would end. In previous dreams, he would awaken upon catching a whiff of her fragrance, hearing her admonitions against laughter, accompanied by the derisive jeers of their peers. This recurring scenario left him with a profound sense of regret, as he never beheld her face in those dreams. Yet this time, the dream persisted. He finally glimpsed Xiao Momo's visage once more. Her eyes sparkled with life, and her existence had not yet crumbled. She possessed an innate allure, her face particularly captivating with enchanting eyes that, despite her earnestness, conveyed an air of playful seduction. Consequently, many female teachers discreetly criticized her as being overly flirtatious. Lin Xiao turned to Lian Yi and inquired, "What was the last thing you just said?" Lian Yi glanced at the English teacher before replying, "I'm sorry, but I have no feelings for you. Please do not waste your time on me." Lin Xiao nodded seriously, understood. He then redirected the bouquet and the princess castle he held, still kneeling, presenting them to the English teacher, Xiao Momao. "Momo, I finally see you again. Even if it is within a dream. I apologize. If there is a next life, I shall unreservedly strive to rescue your destiny. Everyone harbors a dream of a princess. At least in this dream, you are that princess. This castle is for you." Instantaneously, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Those around him could scarcely believe what they had just witnessed. "Have you lost your mind? This is utterly astonishing. Lin Xiao, you already declared your feelings for Lian Yi, which was incredible enough, and now you confess to the English teacher. What on earth? How much false wine have you consumed? Even 2 decades hence, a high school student publicly confessing his feelings to a teacher would still be perceived as absurd, particularly in 2001, when such an act could be deemed downright rebellious. Yet for Lin Xiao, this was merely a dream, devoid of any significant consequence. After a considerable pause, the boys in the class erupted in admiration. "Xiao Gu is incredible. Absolutely remarkable." Xiao Momao gazed at Lin Xiao with deep concern, fearing that he might be suffering from the emotional turmoil of such a bold declaration. After a brief moment of chaos, she approached Lin Xiao, accepting his princess castle and flowers. "Thank you for your Teacher's Day gift. I wish you academic success and hope you gain admission to your ideal university." She then declared, "All right, everyone disperse. This matter is not to be discussed again, understood?" At this juncture, Xiao Momao ought to have declined the gift, as it might invite unwelcome gossip. However, unable to bear the thought of embarrassing Lin Xiao, she accepted it. Mentally calculating the cost of these items, planning to summon Lin Xiao to her office the following day to reimburse him. Just then, her phone rang. It was likely her boyfriend, inviting her to partake in the National Day celebrations in the county. "Li Zhongtian, please take Lin Xiao to the dormitory for a nap." Xiao Momao instructed as she walked away, phone in hand. Li Zhongtian was Lin Xiao's only close friend and classmate in high school. He was quite slender, with a prominent jawline that suggested a hormonal imbalance, a face riddled with acne, and an overall malnourished appearance. After Xiao Momao departed, a boy approached, wrapping his arm around Lin Xiao's neck and exclaiming, "Xiao Ge, may I interview you? How do you feel at this moment?" This was Wang Lei, another of Lian Yi's admirers. Though academically decent, he loved to be boisterous. Perhaps out of his own feelings of inadequacy, he delighted in belittling Lin Xiao, as if such actions would elevate his own status. What the hell are you doing? Li Zhongtian rushed over to pry Wang Lei away, wishing to spare Lin Xiao any embarrassment. Despite being more athletic and robust, Wang Lei did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. Trapping Li Zhongtian under his arm and laughed, Xiaogu, come on, tell us. Don't we all want to hear your thoughts? Yes, cheered a few boys present. Do you really want to hear? Lin Xiao inquired. Of course, Wang Lei replied eagerly. If you want to hear, could you possibly change your underwear and wash yourself first? Lin Xiao retorted. What? Wang Lei exclaimed, taken aback. Disgusting. Lin Xiao continued. You might be able to get away with not washing after your escapades. But not changing your underwear is truly repugnant. The boys caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor and, in an instant, Wang Lei fled in shame. Not long after, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian in the classroom, exchanging incredulous glances. Li Zhongtian continued to look at Lin Xiao in disbelief. He knew his friend well, often melancholic, fond of brooding and projecting an air of mystery, yet fundamentally timid. Mustering the courage to confess to Lian Yi had already been a monumental feat. Who could have anticipated that he would proceed to confess to the English teacher as well? What an audacious act. Moreover, this matter is of such magnitude that it will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire school by tomorrow, and it will be dealt with severely. Linshan No. 1 High School maintains a strict atmosphere. Even clandestine romances between male and female students are swiftly dismantled by teachers, who may even resort to contacting parents directly. A public confession of love to a female student will prompt intervention from the homeroom teacher, while a declaration to a teacher, especially from a student with poor academic performance, will escalate to involvement from the Academic Affairs Office and even the principal. Li Zhongtian earnestly remarked. Lin Xiao, you should not have confessed your feelings to Lian Yi. As students, our primary focus should be on our studies. Furthermore, girls like Lian Yi are beyond our reach. You are exceptionally intelligent. Your scores in the entrance examination surpassed mine. If you dedicate yourself to your studies, you will surely gain admission to a prestigious institution. Should this incident reach the principal's ears, it could result in a serious reprimand or even expulsion. Li Zhongtian's words echoed in Lin Xiao's mind, both resonating and distant. He observed his surroundings with solemnity, the slightly dilapidated classroom, where even the blackboard was black rather than green, conjured a sense of nostalgia. The classroom lacked air conditioning, 2 mere fans provided relief, and there was no water dispenser in sight. A 21-inch cathode ray television adorned the front of the room, perpetually broadcasting a Chinese odyssey with occasional screenings of Titanic. It was here, on that classroom television, that Lin Xiao had first encountered the allure of femininity, an experience steeped in surrealism. Involuntarily, Lin Xiao reached out to caress the desk, its worn surface marred by countless carvings. If this were a dream, he would have awakened long ago. Perhaps, it is not a dream at all. Could it be? Has he truly been reborn? The vividness of the sensations belied any notion of illusion. His hand instinctively roamed until it brushed against the underside of the tabletop. What are these little particles? Upon closer inspection, he discovered, much to his dismay, nasal mucus. Chapter 3. Has he always been like this? Damn. Who could be so disgusting? Lin Xiao hurriedly dashed out of the classroom, seeking the restroom to wash his hands, and impulsively slapped himself across the face. It hurt. This was no dream. Upon returning to the classroom, he approached his desk and retrieved a small mirror, no larger than the palm of his hand. As for why a man would have a mirror in his drawer, one could only attribute it to narcissism. Suddenly, a delicate and slender visage appeared in the mirror. He could certainly be considered handsome, even strikingly beautiful. However, he was currently too thin, with an outdated hairstyle and unremarkable clothing, the result of inadequate nutrition and late development, rendering him devoid of any masculine allure. It was a miracle anyone could possibly find him appealing. It wasn't until he neared 40, having accumulated considerable wealth, that he upgraded his aesthetic and physique, finally realizing his true handsomeness. Yet, crucially, in dreams, one cannot discern their appearance at 19. Now, however, the reflection was crystal clear, every detail evident. He was almost certain of one thing: he had truly been reborn. How splendid! His first thought was to rush home, to see his parents and grandparents. At this moment, his family remained blissfully unaware of Lin Xiao's decline in academics. They believed he was excelling, filled with pride, boasting daily in the village. It was only after the college entrance examination results were released, when he failed to even qualify for a diploma program, that despair engulfed them. From that point onward, his parents and grandparents never truly smiled again. A few years later, a minor illness took his grandfather, followed closely by his grandmother. In their final moments, they wept bitterly. lamenting that their beloved grandson had yet to marry, and their new house remained unbuilt, leaving them unable to depart in peace. Moreover, by the time he achieved success, his parents had nearly lost the capacity for happiness. It was akin to a cabbage that had frozen outside for too long, when finally brought into warmth. It would simply spoil. Lin Xiao, tomorrow morning you must plead with Teacher Xiao and class teacherly. You cannot afford to be expelled. Otherwise, your life will be over. Li Zhongtian said anxiously. It was then that Lin Xiao truly regarded his deskmate for the first time. He had never encountered anyone so diligent. Li Zhongtian came from an even poorer background. His entrance exam results mediocre, even among the lowest ranks. Yet now, his grades had soared to the top. Studying diligently until past midnight and rising at 6 each morning, his eyes sunken, his face marked with acne, one might mistakenly think he indulged excessively. Ironically, his living expenses were borrowed from Lin Xiao, leaving him to subsist on meager broth, nearly fainting from hunger. Lin Xiao's monthly allowance was 260 yuan, while Li Zhongtian had only 160. He was originally capable of gaining admission to a prestigious university. But an unexpected turn of events tarnished his reputation throughout the school, resulting in a poor performance on the college entrance exam, landing him in a second-tier institution. Nevertheless, he remained a steadfast friend to Lin Xiao as they ventured into the world beyond. Despite his own struggles, Lin Xiao found himself in a more precarious situation. Having borrowed money from Li Zhongtian countless times, Li Zhongtian, seemingly oblivious to the concept of refusal, was always willing to assist. Yet, when Lin Xiao eventually found success, Li Zhongtian had already endured a divorce, having been cast aside by his first wife, leaving him with nothing. It was only during his own dire circumstances that he approached Lin Xiao for a loan, requesting a mere 80,000 yuan. Reflecting on the past, Lin Xiao's gaze grew heavy, as if he wished to voice unspoken thoughts. At that moment, darkness enveloped the room as the classroom lights flickered out. As customary, Li Zhongtian lit a candle, continuing his routine of studying until past midnight. Feeling a surge of restlessness, Lin Xiao suggested a stroll. Should I join you? Li Zhongtian inquired with concern. Absolutely not. Lin Xiao swiftly replied, shivering at the thought of two boys wandering the campus under the night sky. The campus, both familiar and alien, stirred complex emotions within Lin Xiao. It was a source of pride, being a prestigious provincial high school he had entered through sheer determination. Yet, it was also the origin of his past torment. Here, he had ranked among the lowest academically, overlooked by teachers and ridiculed for his public confession to Lian Yi, becoming the subject of laughter for years. More significantly, the calamity brought upon his family due to his failure in the college entrance examination had also unfolded within these walls. After entering society, he had endured countless nightmares, always returning to the examination room, paralyzed by the realization that he had forgotten everything. Even after achieving success and wealth, he could not find solace. The absence of a university education had relegated him to the fringes of mainstream society. As he strolled past the library, the statue of Confucius, the Yinqing Pavilion, and the pond, a cool breeze brushed against him. Finally, he arrived at the playground, gazing up at the myriad stars. The distant buildings, modest in height, loomed softly in the night. In a county town of 2002, most structures were only 4 or 5 stories tall, their windows emanating a dim, yellowish glow. Overwhelmed by a mix of familiarity and strangeness, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself and shouted into the night. I have been reborn. I have been reborn. How wonderful, how marvelous. After his outburst, Lin Xiao remained exhilarated, though gradually he found a sense of calm. Yet, a pressing concern loomed. Not only had he publicly confessed to a female classmate, but he had also entertained the thought of confessing to his English teacher. Such an act was gravely serious, and the school would undoubtedly impose severe consequences. However, at that moment, he truly believed it was merely a dream. Otherwise, even with audacity, he would not have acted so recklessly. Nevertheless, the deed was done, and he resolved to find a way to address the situation. It was not insurmountable. To a youth, many matters may seem as if the sky is about to fall, yet to one seasoned by life, they are merely trivial. On the following morning, around 8 o'clock, Lin Xiao was roused from his slumber. After donning his attire, he accompanied me to the office. The homeroom teacher, Li Mingqiao, bore a countenance of frostiness and, having uttered his words, departed the dormitory without further ado. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and carelessly slipped on a shirt before descending from the upper bunk. As he exited the dormitory, he noticed that the homeroom teacher had yet to finish his cigarette, yet he still wore an impatient frown and walked away in silence. Lin Xiao trailed behind him, acutely aware of the disdain radiating from the teacher, who seemed to be exuding a palpable annoyance towards him. Wang Lei, you scoundrel. Did you report me to the homeroom teacher last night? Li Zhongtian inquired anxiously, directing his ire at Wang Lei. With a smirk of malice, Wang Lei retorted, Don't speak nonsense. Do you have any evidence? In truth, he had indeed made the call to report Lin Xiao, taking the trouble to use a public IC card telephone booth. In their previous life, this fool had bullied Lin Xiao mercilessly, as if such behavior could elevate his own standing. Throughout the journey, Li Mingxiao remained taciturn, merely advancing ahead, his silhouette imbued with an icy demeanor. Upon entering the administrative building, Lin Xiao realized they were not headed to Li Mingxiao's office but rather to the principal's office, indicating that matters had escalated significantly. Upon stepping into the principal's office, Lin Xiao found 3 individuals already seated: the principal, the vice principal, and the head of the academic affairs office. Principal Zhang Qizhou was a tall man with an elongated face, marked by deep furrows from habitual frowning, giving him an air of capriciousness. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival, he cast a cold glance but refrained from speaking. The head of the academic affairs office, Wang Tiangue, coldly addressed Lin Xiao. You are Lin Xiao, correct? What was your score on the last monthly exam? Lin Xiao lowered his head, rendered mute as if the score were a forbidden utterance. The score is 353. Li Mingxiao interjected. Wang Tiangue slammed his palm on the desk, his voice rising sharply. How do you even have the audacity to achieve such a score? We are a provincial key high school, where the majority of our students gain admission to prestigious universities. Your score falls woefully short, not even qualifying for a vocational college. If you are content to languish, you should not drag down your class or hinder our school's reputation. With such conduct, not only do you neglect your studies, but you also brazenly pursue female classmates and dare to misbehave towards female teachers? What grants you such gall? You may scorn yourself, but do not insult your classmates, nor our esteemed teacher Xiao, and certainly do not bring disgrace upon Linshan No. 1 High School. You have no shame. We still possess our dignity. In my many years of teaching, I have never encountered a student like you. Spare us your excuses. A lack of shame is beyond remedy. Wang Tiangue continued. What is your home telephone number? We shall contact your parents and advise them to take you home. Perhaps this education is not suited for you. A direct expulsion? This punishment seemed excessively harsh. The high school had a strict policy. Fighting would lead to expulsion, while public relationships typically warranted parental involvement. As for confessing feelings to a teacher, there had been no precedent. It was evident, however, that the administration intended to expel Lin Xiao. He cast a glance at his homeroom teacher, Li Mingxiao, who promptly averted his gaze, clearly unwilling to advocate on Lin Xiao's behalf. As the college entrance examination looms ever closer, Lin Xiao's performance suggests that even if he were to forego the exam, the impact would be negligible. His absence would likely elevate the class's average score significantly. Moreover, Lin Xiao's decision to relinquish his opportunity cannot be blamed on Li Mingxiao. Students from impoverished backgrounds with poor academic records inherently lack influence. Where is your family's contact number? Wang Tianwu inquired further. Have them come to collect your belongings and take you home. Throughout the conversation, Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze cast downward, emanating a profound somberness. Suddenly, he lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, and said, Principal, Director Wang, I am truly sorry. I have brought shame upon you, my parents, and the school. Wang Tianguo replied, Such words hold no significance now. Call your parents. Your education has lost its value. In a husky voice, Lin Xiao responded, I apologize. In my next life, I shall study diligently and bring honor to the school. Without warning, he rushed towards the window, flinging it open and swiftly attempting to climb out, as if determined to leap into the abyss. Instantly, everyone in the office was taken aback. Initially stunned, several individuals rushed forward, grasping Lin Xiao's body with all their might. No one anticipated that he would attempt to jump from the building without hesitation. Let me go? After being expelled, living holds no meaning for me. A leap would end it all. Lin Xiao struggled vehemently, intent on plunging downward. Both the principal and the director were rendered speechless. Casting a questioning glance at the homeroom teacher, Li Mingxiao, was this the demeanor the student had always exhibited? In Li Mingxiao's memory, Lin Xiao had indeed been reticent, lost in thought, and somewhat melancholic, embodying a character that seemed on the brink of despair, as though life had worn him down. Goodness! A student from a prestigious high school driven to the brink of suicide? Who would bear the responsibility for such a tragedy? Please, release me. Being expelled is preferable to living under these circumstances. Lin Xiao's voice was filled with hopelessness and despair. All right, We will not expel you. Nor will we encourage your withdrawal, the principal assured. At once, Lin Xiao ceased his struggle, retreating from the window, and a serene demeanor washed over him. He turned to the principal and bowed politely, saying, "Thank you, principal." Chapter 4. You are in a vacuum. Your sudden change of demeanor is quite astonishing. Just moments ago, you appeared despondent, yet now you wear a serene expression. Even if expulsion or admonition is not on the table, a significant demerit must be recorded, and a school-wide announcement will follow. During the flag-raising ceremony next Monday, you shall deliver a public apology to the entire school, intoned the stern director of education, Wang Tiangue. At that moment, the office door swung open, ushering in a waft of fragrance. A stunning woman entered, the fashionable and alluring Xiao Momao. The weather was slightly cool, and she donned a somewhat thick, oversized t-shirt. For an average woman, this garment would completely conceal her curves, but her remarkable physique, combined with her hurried strides, caused her form to sway enticingly, rendering it difficult to gaze directly upon her. I oppose the notion of a school-wide announcement and public apology, Xiao Momao declared as she approached Lin Xiao. He merely acted out of momentary confusion. Although Lin Xiao may not be the most diligent student, he is not disruptive, adheres to the rules, and is, in fact, a well-behaved individual. His gesture of offering me a gift was merely a lovely sentiment. The proposed punishment of a demerit and public shaming is excessive. Lin Xiao is inherently introverted, and such measures could irrevocably damage his future. Xiao Momo's voice, although lacking weight due to her status as a newly appointed teacher, bore an unexpected significance, given her connection as the girlfriend of the county magistrate's son, potentially destined to become the future daughter-in-law of the magistrate. Furthermore, her mother held a position within the Education Bureau, while her father was the deputy head of the county's Agricultural Bureau. A demerit is essential, and a public reprimand must also be issued, asserted Director Wang Tiangue. Without strict discipline, how can we effectively manage the school? This decision stands. After all, the magistrate's son's girlfriend was of lesser importance compared to the reputations of the principal and the director. Xiao Momao persisted. After the National Day holiday, the next round of monthly exams will commence. I hope the school-wide announcement can be postponed until after these exams, so as not to disrupt his state of mind. Li Xiao, standing nearby, silently scoffed at the notion that Lin Xiao's exam scores warranted any concern for his testing mentality. The principal and the director remained silent, leaving their stance ambiguous, whether in tacit agreement or reluctant to engage further. Lin Xiao, come with me, Xiao Momao instructed. I will take it upon myself to educate him. Upon entering another office, she found Lin Xiao hastily rising, his clothes askew. Without hesitation, she reached out to adjust his attire. Her hands were delicate, fair, and youthful, with a subtle roundness that complemented their elegant form. They mirrored her own figure, curvaceous yet exuding a sense of fullness, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. Her naturally melodic voice betrayed her. Lin Xiao, what does not kill us only serves to make us stronger. Although this may be a painful experience for you, it must be transformed into motivation for your studies. With 10 months remaining until the college entrance examination, and having scored 353 in the last monthly test, it is entirely feasible to elevate your score to around 500, provided you are willing to strive diligently. While a 150-point increase in 6 months is challenging, it is not without precedent. Recognizing one's shame is the first step towards courage. The teacher believes in your potential. With her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed upon Lin Xiao, the delicate petals of her lips glistened, exuding a fragrant aura as she spoke. Promise me that you will strive diligently, will you? Her voice softened with tenderness. All right, Lin Xiao replied. I promise you. Xiao Momao took a piece of paper and inscribed the number 500 upon it. 500 points. This would be the target for the college entrance examination, sufficient to gain admission to a respectable second-tier university. Let us aim for this score, she declared. You are always welcome to seek my assistance in English. I am eager to help you. They exchanged a high five, sealing their pact. Then she extended her hand. Long and snow-white, as delicate as a spring onion. Lin Xiao reached out, joining her in the vow. Suddenly, Xiao Momao noticed Lin Xiao's hesitance. What troubles you? Is there something you need my assistance with? She inquired. I am uncertain whether I should speak, Lin Xiao admitted, though I am your teacher. You may consider me a friend, Xiao Momao encouraged gently. Teacher, you seem unadorned, Lin Xiao remarked. Xiao Momao was taken aback, momentarily confused, before looking down at herself and hurriedly rushing to the mirror. Indeed, she had forgotten to wear a bra beneath her thick t-shirt, which still concealed her modesty. albeit with some awkwardness due to her earlier movements. A blush crept across her cheeks as she recalled that she had rushed over after receiving a distress call from Li Xiao, neglecting to don the necessary undergarment. Typically, at home, she found such items constricting and would forego them. Upon her return, Lin Xiao was already heading outside when Xiao Momao said, "Thank you for the reminder. You are still a child. There is no need to feel embarrassed about such matters. After the short holiday, the monthly exams will arrive, and your last score was 353. You have not been studying diligently lately, yet you must approach the exam seriously. Even a modest improvement of 3 to 5 points is commendable, don't you think?" The last 4 words flowed from her lips with a haunting gentleness. 3 to 5 points? How can I show my prowess if I don't improve by at least 200 points in this monthly exam? Lin Xiao thought as he exited Xiao Momo's office, only to be summoned by Li Xiao, whose expression was stern. "Do you know what Lian's father does? Are you aware of her mother's profession? I am familiar with your family's circumstances. Your parents have made sacrifices for your education. Children from impoverished families must mature sooner. Why, then, do you display such immaturity? In school, one might be under the illusion of equality, but once you step into society, you will grasp the vast disparities that exist. You will realize how absurd your actions were yesterday. The path to advancement is exceedingly narrow, particularly for rural children. The college entrance examination is nearly your sole avenue. When you first entered high school, you ranked among the top 20. And now, you find yourself at the bottom, and with your current grades, you may not even qualify for a vocational program. If you were truly dismissed, the acceptance rates for both first-tier and second-tier universities in our class would undoubtedly improve, and the average scores would rise significantly. However, adhering to the principle of healing rather than punishing, I have interceded on your behalf with the principal and the academic director. You still have a few months ahead. There remains a chance for redemption. Now that you are aware of your disgrace, it is time to mend your ways. Gaining admission to a vocational college is still within reach, even if it is merely Kiching normal school. Should you choose not to strive for improvement, no one can rescue you from your fate. Reflect on this, and refrain from making foolish choices in the future. You may leave now." In his previous life, when reprimanded by teachers, Lin Xiao felt nothing but trepidation and unease. Yet now, he ambled through the encounter with a sense of leisure, even finding it somewhat amusing. He not only comprehended the overt implications of the teacher's words, but also grasped the unspoken sentiments, even discerning the underlying psychological workings of the individual. In his past existence, he felt fortunate not to have had his parents summoned. This time, however, he fully recognized that having committed such a significant transgression without parental notification meant he belonged to the forsaken group. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. With dozens of students in a class, a teacher's energy is finite, inevitably focused on a select few, while the majority remain mere bystanders. At this moment, the mathematics teacher in the office remarked, "Mr. Su, Guanwen is set to participate in the new concept essay competition. Given his excellent writing skills and your guidance, he is sure to achieve remarkable results, isn't he?" Guanwen is considered the foremost talent at Linghai High School, belonging to the neighboring senior class, 7. His articles grace every issue of the school magazine, and he boasts numerous admirers, unlike Lin Xiao, who submitted works repeatedly yet never saw them published. In previous iterations of the new concept competition, many renowned authors emerged, such as Han Han and Gui Jingming, who gained exemption from entrance exams to prestigious universities, thereby attaining considerable fame. The sheer recognition of their names was staggering. Mr. Su replied, "It all depends on luck. How many participants are there in the national new concept competition? Certainly over several 100,000. Only a handful receive awards. It is more challenging than the ancient imperial examinations. Merely passing the preliminary round is already a significant achievement." He continued, "By the way, Teacher Li, wasn't that Lin Xiao also interested in writing? Perhaps you could mentor him and encourage him to join the new concept competition?" Li Xiao responded, "He is not capable. His writing lacks depth and is often pretentious, filled with baseless lamentations. You review the school magazine. You know very well how many times you have seen his work." If Lin Xiao were to hear this, he would undoubtedly give a resounding thumbs up. The homeroom teacher is indeed astute in their judgments, and their assessment is entirely accurate. The pieces he produced back then could scarcely elicit anything but derision. Li Xiao added, "Even if Guanwen manages to pass the preliminary round, it would still be a considerable honor for the school." Mr. Su remarked, "Let us hope he succeeds. But I have advised him not to harbor excessive expectations or invest too much energy, ensuring it does not impede his preparations for the college entrance examination." Only first-place winners are exempt from entrance exams to prestigious universities, and second-place winners gain merely 10 additional points. This is a national competition. The number of first and second-place awards combined is minuscule. Indeed, the crucial point remains that Guan Wan, through his achievements, stands a chance at a respectable first-tier university. Li Xiao quipped, unlike my student Lin Xiao, who cannot even gain admission to a vocational college. Alas, when parents lack education and are unable to guide their children, the responsibility falls upon the children to mature independently. Unfortunately, this particular child is devoid of understanding and revels in his own eccentricities. Not fitting the mold of a traditionally bad child, it is disheartening to witness his gradual descent into moral decay, while feeling utterly powerless to intervene. As educators, we cannot delve into the depths of his psyche. He must learn through the harsh realities of life, often only realizing the consequences after suffering painful setbacks. Li Ming remarked. Suffering painful setbacks? That is a luxury, as it indicates one still possesses the resources to confront challenges. Children from such disadvantaged backgrounds enter society, often finding themselves suppressed at the very bottom, gasping for breath under the weight of their circumstances. Chapter 5. You were truly shameless upon returning to the dormitory. Li Zhongtian immediately approached and inquired, how did it go? Lin Xiao replied, a major demerit. Is it that serious? Li Zhongtian exclaimed, for a well-behaved student like him. Receiving a major demerit felt akin to the sky collapsing. However, Lin Xiao remained nonchalant, believing that as long as he wasn't expelled, everything would be fine. Besides, the school might even decide to support him in the future. Are you going home? Lin Xiao asked. I'm not going home, Li Zhongtian replied. Why not? I have no money. Why do you have no money? He quickly ceased his inquiries, for it was evident to him why Li Zhongtian lacked funds. To confess his feelings to Lian Yi, he had borrowed 200 yuan from his living expenses. Lin Xiao thought to himself, you Lin Xiao are so impoverished yet willing to spend extravagantly on romance. Reflecting on his younger self, he realized how foolish he had been. It was no wonder he had squandered over a decade struggling in mediocrity. Children from poor families, without parental guidance, often take many wrong turns. Maturity often arrives only in one's 30s, by which time it may be too late for many to turn their lives around. Next, Lin Xiao discovered that he, too, had no money. After rummaging through his pockets, he found a mere 12 yuan, barely enough for a bus fare home. How much do you have left? Lin Xiao inquired. 23. Li Zhongtian answered. This is disastrous. Lin Xiao thought. Together, they had a mere 35 yuan, which would surely not last them long. They had to find a way to earn money quickly. Lin Xiao, who had experienced delayed growth, stood at under 7 meters tall. The next 2 to 3 years were crucial for his development. He needed to consume ample beef, drink plenty of milk, and engage in vigorous exercise. This was his golden period for growth, and missing it would mean irreversible consequences. In the future, he would need to spend thousands monthly, and his good friend Li Zhongtian, who was even less developed, also needed assistance. His family was struggling immensely. His parents were exhausted from supporting his education and could not provide any more financial aid. Previously, they had deemed him responsible and had given him several months' worth of living expenses all at once. Who would have known he had spent it on wooing girls? Leaving him now without even enough for meals? How could he earn money in such a short time? Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao. Come, let us go make some money, he declared. Li Zhongtian asked, how do we make money? Just follow me, Lin Xiao instructed. He then led Li Zhongtian to the rooftop of the teaching building. From now on, no matter what happens, remain silent and watch quietly, Lin Xiao said. Now go find Lian Yi and bring her to the rooftop to meet me. Why do you want her to come? Li Zhongtian queried. Just go and call her, quickly, Lin Xiao urged. Though puzzled, Li Zhongtian complied without hesitation, as he always did when Lin Xiao spoke. Lin Xiao perched on the edge of the rooftop, one leg dangling over the side, gazing into the distance. The view of the county from this vantage point was indeed quite charming. After a full 20 minutes, Li Zhongtian finally returned with Lian Yi. Lin Xiao, what on earth are you doing? Why did you bring me here? Lian Yi asked. Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at the girl once more, this time with earnestness. She was undeniably, breathtakingly beautiful, in terms of pure appearance. Even having encountered numerous individuals in his past life, few could rival her allure. Her face was exquisitely delicate, adorned with an air of haughtiness, a natural authority that demanded attention. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he was utterly captivated by her. However, the most pressing matter at hand was the pursuit of wealth. Taking a deep breath, he instantly donned the mask of performance. I've sobered up, Lin Xiao sighed, reflecting on the events of the previous night, feeling as if he had descended into the role of a complete fool. The school had summoned him for a discussion, imposing a serious reprimand and a public censure across the institution. Yet, the true wound was inflicted by her words, that she felt nothing for him. The depths of despair were profound. Nothing was more sorrowful than a heart resigned to hopelessness. Life seemed devoid of meaning. Thus, he stood here to bid her a final farewell, hoping for their paths to cross again in the next life. With that, Lin Xiao pretended to lean outward. This tactic was too effective to be used just once. After all, one must employ their skills wisely, mustn't they? Lian Yi was instantly struck with terror, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, don't jump, please don't jump." Lin Xiao replied, "I don't wish to leap. But I truly cannot continue living like this." Lian Yi cried, "I beg you, Lin Xiao, don't think this way, please." Lin Xiao countered, "Do you genuinely not want me to jump?" Lian Yi insisted, "Please, don't jump, or I shall carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime." Lin Xiao stated, "Then promise me one thing." Lian Yi asked, "What condition?" Lin Xiao responded, "You must agree first." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she felt profoundly wronged. "I agree. I agree." She suspected Lin Xiao intended to leverage his threat of jumping to compel her into confessing her feelings once more. She truly did not want to acquiesce. Her mother often cautioned her against dating during high school, emphasizing that it would not only distract her but also that it was unlikely to yield a suitable partner. Although this school boasted impressive academic achievements, most of the students hailed from ordinary families, starting from a low point with limited perspectives. Even if they were to achieve success, it would take years, and these were the most precious years of her life. If she were to pursue romance, it should be in a big city, seeking young men from affluent backgrounds. Such boys, regardless of their demeanor, confidence, or understanding, possessed a different trajectory for their futures. If she were to seek a partner among those nearby, the only one her mother deemed worthy was Zhu Hongbin, a scion of a wealthy family. Lian Yi often retorted, considering her mother too pragmatic and materialistic. Yet, deep down, she harbored a lingering belief that her mother was, in fact, correct. Thus, even when a senior from a prestigious school expressed his affections, she remained unmoved, and upon her mother's learning of it, she remarked, "So just because he got into a top school, he thinks he is worthy of pursuing our daughter? The journey ahead is long." However, the current predicament left her with no choice but to comply, as she truly could not bear the consequences. Consequently, she felt a profound sense of injustice, deeming Lin Xiao incredibly selfish for coercing her into agreeing to his pursuit in such a manner. "What is your condition? Speak up," Lian Yi exclaimed in frustration. Lin Xiao said, "Can you lend me some money?" "Ah." Lian Yi was instantly taken aback. "Are you, once again, attempting to confess your feelings by pressuring me into acceptance?" Lin Xiao replied, "In order to prepare a gift for you. I exhausted my living expenses for several months, and even borrowed from Li Zhongtian. Now we can hardly afford our meals. Is it wrong for me to ask you for money?" Lian Yi truly did not expect the request to be for money. This reserved and shy boy was actually asking her for a loan. Wasn't borrowing money a rather embarrassing affair for him? "How much do you need?" Lian Yi inquired. "How much do you have?" Lin Xiao responded. 800 yuan, she said. Lin Xiao raised his voice. "Aren't you a wealthy young lady? How is it that you only have 800 on you?" Lian Yi retorted angrily. "I apologize for disappointing you." Lin Xiao insisted. 800 it is. Just hand it over." Lian Yi replied, "You must come up first." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped away from the edge of the rooftop and approached Lian Yi. Extending his hand without reservation, Lian Yi retrieved her small wallet from her pocket and handed him the 800 yuan. Lin Xiao counted it once more and unceremoniously stuffed it into his pants pocket. Then he produced his remaining 12 yuan and said to Li Zhongtian, "Hey, you should also contribute your 23. Li Zhongtian, bewildered, took out the 23 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then shoved the 30 yuan into Lian Yi's hands, saying, "This is for your bus fare home." "Thank you, but it's not necessary," Lian Yi replied. "My father will pick me up at noon." She shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare, haughtily turning away as she left. After Lian Yi departed, Lin Xiao counted out 200 yuan from the 800 and handed it to Li Zhongtian, saying, "Here, you get 200. Isn't it fair to share?" Li Zhongtian, still in a daze, pondered aloud, "Isn't this a bit shameless?" Lin Xiao sighed. "Do you believe that in this school, in this world, no one loves Lian Yi more than I do? No one is more devoted than I am." As his best friend, Li Zhongtian understood well and nodded earnestly. "I believe you." Lin Xiao continued, "Thus, it merits more money. Is it wrong for me to borrow 800 given my profound feelings?" Did I ask for even a dime more? Li Zhongtian stood frozen in place, astonished. Had this shameless demeanor truly belonged to his best friend? Why did it seem that after last night, this friend had changed? Lin Xiao glanced at the 600 yuan in his hand. Realizing it was far from sufficient for his desires for beef and milk, he would need to earn some more. Come on, let's go online, Lin Xiao suggested. Let us take advantage of the National Day holiday to relax. Li Zhongtian replied, I'm not going, and neither should you. With merely 300 days remaining until the college entrance examination, it is imperative to seize every moment for study. I believe you should not relinquish hope. You still possess the potential to gain admission to a second-tier university. Upon encountering Li Zhongtian, who was about to chatter incessantly, Lin Xiao interjected candidly. I have discovered an intriguing website where foreign girls are scantily clad, quite indulgent. Li Zhongtian's eyes widened slightly, and he awkwardly replied, well, then perhaps we should go. A brief respite can be beneficial. I shall also take the opportunity to search for study materials. Thus, the two departed from the school, making their way to the upscale internet CAF. As they walked, Lin Xiao contemplated how to extract a second sum of money from the CAF. Chapter 6. How flamboyant you are. Walking through the streets of Linshan County in 2001 is a nostalgic experience. After a span of nearly 2 decades, buoyed by the real estate boom, many county towns have undergone remarkable transformations, becoming quite aesthetically pleasing. Urban areas have expanded repeatedly, resulting in sparsely populated districts, particularly in newly developed zones that resemble ghost towns. The county town of 2001 was perhaps the most vibrant it had ever been. The buildings lining the streets were predominantly 4 or 5 stories high, adorned with delicate white tiles, exuding a rustic charm. At that time, without the influence of real estate, many houses were privately constructed, featuring Western-style architecture topped with traditional Chinese glazed tiles, giving them an earthy appearance. The streets were not crowded with vehicles, however. Bicycles and motorcycles were plentiful, and the populace was even more abundant, dressed in simple attire. Rather than being considered dowdy, their fashion could be described as awkwardly pretentious. A curious blend of local and foreign styles. Vendors lined both sides of the road, selling inexpensive clothing, with a significant focus on men's suits. There were also stalls featuring air guns, lottery draws, chess games, and various street scams, all contributing to a lively atmosphere filled with the scent of life. In the center of the street stood a colossal tent, blaring raucous music, where it was said that exhilarating performances took place, though they were far from thrilling. Spectacular acts included a captivating snake woman and sensational dance performances, alongside astonishing magic tricks. A middle-aged man wielding a loudspeaker was fervently calling for customers, with tickets priced at a mere 2 yuan. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had ventured inside once, only to regret it immensely. There was not even a hint of revealing attire, let alone anything suggestive. The only memorable moment was when a rather attractive woman placed a small snake in her mouth, with its head emerging from one nostril and its tail from the other, a sight that left Lin Xiao feeling quite nauseated. Had he known, he would have opted for a visit to the video hall, where actual captivating shows awaited. Lost in memories of his past life, Lin Xiao found himself passing by a video hall. The title of the last film being screened, Watering Eyes, caught his attention, stirring his imagination. However, with the advent of internet cafes, the golden era of video halls had long since faded. Due to the holiday season, the streets were bustling with activity, with many restaurants setting up stalls outdoors, cooking fried rice and noodles over coal stoves, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. A sleek black Passat meandered gracefully through the crowd. This generation of Passats was indeed quite attractive, showcasing a classic design that resembled a luxury sedan. The surrounding crowd gazed at the vehicle with a mixture of awe and envy, keeping their distance, hesitant to touch it. Inside, in the backseat, Lian Yi animatedly shared her week's adventures with her father, Lian Xiao. Recently appointed to a significant government position, he had just acquired the Passat. With his handsome features and the charisma of a middle-aged man, he listened patiently and indulgently to his daughter's chatter. He had briefly been Lin Xiao's father-in-law, having retired from an esteemed position a few years prior. During that short span, he and Lin Xiao had scarcely crossed paths, maintaining a polite, yet distant relationship. It was evident that he had been quite dissatisfied with the marriage at the time. However, out of decorum, no unkind words were uttered. The interior of the car was infused with the fragrance of perfume, and the sound insulation was commendable, creating a serene atmosphere. Outside, the hustle and bustle thrived. A cacophony of myriad sensations, while within the vehicle, it felt as though 2 distinct worlds existed. Suddenly, Lian Yi fell silent. Outside on the road, Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian were arm in arm, making their way toward an internet CAF. Humph. Lian Yi let out a delicate huff and turned her gaze away. Lian Jinyao inquired, "Have you spotted a classmate? Shall we go greet them?" Lian Yi replied, "Absolutely not." Lin Xiao, that scoundrel, had just swindled 800 yuan from her. Moreover, the way he looked at her had also shifted. Thus, the Passat glided past Lin Xiao, who did not yield, prompting the driver to honk the horn. Lin Xiao, oblivious to Lian Yi's presence inside, muttered, "What else with the honking? Is having a car so impressive? Be careful, or I might just lie down in front of you." The Internet CAF stood as the second largest in the county, boasting nearly 70 computers. The largest, a commercial Internet CAF, had over 100 machines. Both proprietors emerged from dubious backgrounds. One prospered through river sand, while the other thrived on steel and concrete, both with unsavory foundations. In the current climate, Internet CAFs were flourishing, prompting their investment in this venture. In the future, these two owners would delve into real estate, constructing numerous shoddy buildings that would ultimately result in a plethora of abandoned projects, while they themselves would escape, leaving many in dire straits. The Internet CAF was not particularly well decorated, charging $2.50 per hour, slightly more affordable. Through the glass doors, the flickering screens inside beckoned, appearing to high school students as a tempting den of vice. Standing at the entrance, Li Zhongtian hesitated, expressing his trepidation. "Perhaps we should refrain from entering? If the teachers find out, we're finished." This moment mirrored the anxiety of lingering before entering a club for the first time. He had already visited an Internet CAF once before, spending half the night playing CS and Age of Empires alongside Lin Xiao. However, he had never ventured onto that notorious unclothed website. He had merely heard of it, filled with both longing and dread. Lin Xiao turned back, observing the acne-ridden face of Li Zhongtian. He was a fundamentally good person, adhering to a near-puritanical standard for himself. Such a soul could only find relaxation in an Internet CAF. How could it possibly lead to his downfall? He approached Li Zhongtian, slinging an arm around his shoulder earnestly. "Brother, today I shall disillusion you regarding women." "Disillusion? What do you mean?" Li Zhongtian asked. Lin Xiao replied, "It means I will show you that a woman's body is just that, merely a body. Every day, you must promise me one thing. No matter what happens, even if your curiosity runs rampant, you must never climb over the restroom partition to peek into the women's lavatory. Get lost." Li Zhongtian exclaimed, his face flushed, cursing as he dashed into the Internet CAF. Lin Xiao watched his retreating figure, laughing heartily before sighing. In a previous life, it was this very incident that tarnished Li Zhongtian's reputation as an exemplary student, leading to dismal results on the college entrance exam, and causing him to bear shame for many years. The teachers, however, were kind and helped him keep the incident under wraps. The crucial point is that he saw nothing. At that moment, the women's restroom was empty. However, Wang Lei, that fool, promised the teacher to keep it a secret, yet later, the incident became common knowledge throughout the entire school. Following the occurrence, many were astounded. Li Zhongtian was nearly the most honest and pure-hearted boy in the class, barely able to converse with girls, so how could he commit such an act? Yet, it is often the most honest individuals who engage in the most astonishing and bizarre affairs. Inside the Internet CAF, a haze of smoke lingered. Half of the patrons were chatting on QQ, while the other half were engrossed in games. As for those watching inappropriate websites, they were hardly considered human. After booting up two machines, Lin Xiao took a moment to adjust to the bulky monitors. Compared to the 4K LCD screens of his previous life, the 720p displays of this era seemed woefully inadequate. Lin Xiao had come to conduct serious business and earn money, but he decided to take his time, skillfully logging into his QQ account. The first order of business was to change his previously ridiculous nickname, Enjoying Solitude. After some contemplation, he settled on an even more absurd one. "Please call me Ergo." Next, he entered a familiar QQ number from memory, which displayed the nickname, Fallen Bubble. This belonged to his English teacher, Xiao Momao, who had consistently used this QQ account. The notion that a fallen bubble shatters, transforming into foam, was not lost on him. Furthermore, her QQ was specifically for adding strangers. To his surprise, he was accepted immediately, and she proactively sent him a message. "Fallen Bubble? Please call me Ergo. I am a fortune teller." "Fallen Bubble, I don't believe it. Please call me Ergo. If you don't believe me, write down a sentence of what you wish to express, and I will reveal everything about you." "Fallen Bubble, you're just boasting. Please call me Ergo. Write it down." "Fallen Bubble, a chicken rib. Please call me Ergo. Your current life is quite good. You enjoy some aspects, yet it is not what you truly desire. Fallen bubble. Then, she replied, continue. Please call me ergo. You have higher and further aspirations, but due to certain reasons, such as your parents, this bubble has been forced to land. For instance, you wish to move to a big city, but your parents do not want you to be far away. So you return to their side. Fallen bubble. Continue. Please call me ergo. You should have a respectable job and perhaps an enviable relationship. You enjoy certain parts of it, yet you feel reluctant. You wish to pursue higher goals, but are unwilling to part with what you currently have, leaving you at a loss. Fallen bubble. What do you do? Please call me ergo. Am I accurate? Fallen bubble. Somewhat accurate. What do you do? Please call me ergo. I work on websites. Fallen bubble. I thought you were studying psychology. What kind of website do you run? Please call me ergo. A website for adult content. Fallen bubble. I don't believe you. Give me the link. Please call me ergo. That's not possible. My website is only for men unless your boyfriend asks me for it. Fallen bubble. No need. He says he never watches such nonsense. Please call me ergo. From that statement, it is evident that you do not hold him in high regard. Falling bubble. Why do you say that? Please call me ergo. Every man is a lecher. Only when emotions run deep can one indulge freely. His pretense of propriety before you signifies the superficiality of your relationship, facing a bottleneck that you cannot transcend. A mere glance from a woman can compel a man to hastily reach into her trousers. Your demeanor forces him to maintain a facade of gentlemanliness, indicating that your feelings for him are not profound, thereby stalling his advances. Falling bubble. Are you really not a psychologist? Please call me ergo. Every lecher is a psychologist in his own right, and I am the demon among them. Falling bubble. Should I be afraid then? Please call me ergo. I cannot traverse the wires to strip away your outer garments, so there is no need for fear. However, I might peel away the layers of your psyche, confronting you with your bare self, which may indeed invoke fear. Falling bubble. You speak as if you are quite formidable. Please call me ergo. Let me continue my analysis. Should I be correct, you must grant me one request. Falling bubble. What request? Please call me ergo. From now on, you shall call me brother ergo. Falling bubble. I shall test you with my first question. Do you think I have ever been in a relationship during my university years? Please call me ergo. Assess your own appearance and figure objectively. Remember to be impartial and focus solely on physicality, devoid of any deeper meaning. Falling bubble. 8. 5 out of 10. Teacher Xiao, you are indeed modest. Please call me ergo. You have had a brief relationship during university, lasting no more than 6 months. Falling bubble. Please call me ergo. Is that accurate? Falling bubble. Why do you analyze me this way? Please call me ergo. By rating yourself an 8. 5. It indicates a degree of narcissism and attractiveness. A girl who is both self-admiring and charming inherently yearns for attention, suggesting a certain flirtatiousness. Beautiful yet slightly flirtatious girls inevitably find love in university. Falling bubble. Furious. Please call me ergo. However, most boys in undergraduate institutions are rather foolish. With your lofty ideals of love and a hint of depth, you soon realized your boyfriend's immaturity and lack of allure, resulting in a brief romance. The English teacher Xiao Momao, seated at her computer, was truly astonished. This university romance was indeed fleeting and conducted in secrecy, known to scarcely a soul. As for the process of the relationship and her inner thoughts, only she was privy to them. She never expected that ergo would unravel it all so accurately. Furthermore, all the contacts on her QQ account were strangers. Her friends, relatives, and colleagues in real life remained unaware of this identity. Falling bubble. I currently face 2 choices, neither of which I have divulged to anyone. Buried deep within my heart. If you can discern these 2 matters, I shall deem you impressive. Please call me ergo. I have deduced it. You shall call me brother ergo. Falling bubble. Please analyze first. Please call me ergo. The first matter involves your hesitation about whether to continue this current relationship. Falling bubble. What is the second matter? Please call me ergo. You are hesitating whether to pursue further studies. At that moment, Xiao Momao was truly astonished. This ergo was remarkably perceptive. The thought of resigning from her current job to pursue graduate studies was something she had never even confided in her parents or mentioned to anyone else. How could he possibly know? Moreover, she considered this impulse to be overly rash and immature, and thus had never dared to voice it. Falling bubble. How did you guess correctly? Please call me ergo. It is merely a simple psychological analysis. Falling bubble. I don't believe you. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Please call me ergo. Address me as brother ergo. Falling bubble. You must first explain how you analyzed it. Please call me ergo. I do not converse with those who lack integrity. I have work to attend to. Farewell. Falling bubble won't work. Please call me ergo. I create content for adult websites. With that, he abruptly logged off, his avatar fading away. Chapter 7. How awful. Subsequently, Lin Xiao did not access any inappropriate websites. Instead, he skillfully opened one. As a result, the computer emitted a series of creaks before freezing entirely. Lin Xiao understood that a mere reboot would rectify the situation. However, at that moment, how could he refrain from smashing the keyboard and cursing? Wasn't that the essence of his rebirth? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiao pounded the keyboard with practiced fervor, exclaiming, "What a wretched machine, a terrible contraption. Boss. The system has crashed." At that time, the Internet CAF was a veritable blue ocean, thriving with profitability, with most owners personally overseeing operations. Hearing the ruckus, the boss hurried over, expressing concern. "Don't smash it, don't smash it. Keep your voice down, keep your voice down." He then adeptly offered a cigarette to assist Lin Xiao in rebooting. Lin Xiao did not smoke. He merely held it between his lips to savor the aroma. "Lin Xiao, why are you making such a commotion?" "Others need to surf the web too," came a familiar voice from a corner of the CAF. It was Wang Lei. That foolish boy, seated in such a remote spot. What was he up to? Did he think Lin Xiao was oblivious? Lin Xiao remained silent, feigning submission, which only served to inflate Wang Lei's pride. Last night, he had called the homeroom teacher to complain, and today, he was spreading the tale to anyone who would listen. Seemingly eager to disseminate Lin Xiao's embarrassing confession throughout the school, fervently claiming that Lin Xiao would surely be expelled. His feelings toward Lin Xiao were not rooted in deep-seated hatred, but rather in disdain, relishing the opportunity to belittle him. Seizing a moment of distraction, Lin Xiao slipped away to purchase a carton of yogurt. After a while, Wang Lei, having surveyed the room, stealthily turned his monitor inward, obscuring its contents from others, and then opened that infamous website. Instantly, it felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Utterly captivated, his pulse racing, as one hand surreptitiously slipped into his pocket. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao had already positioned himself behind him. Suddenly, he shouted, "Boss, there's someone watching inappropriate content here. And it's all over the keyboard and screen." He then squeezed some yogurt onto the keyboard and the computer screen. Wang Lei, taken aback, nearly jumped out of his skin. Completely petrified. Eyes around the CAF turned toward him, and the boss rushed over in a frenzy. "I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Please don't misunderstand." Wang Lei stammered, panic-stricken. He pointed at the yogurt on the keyboard and screen, exclaiming, "That's not mine. Lin Xiao, you set me up." With that, he frantically wiped at the screen and keyboard with his sleeve. The boss looked on in disgust as he observed Wang Lei's raised posture. Noting the hand still lodged in his pocket, perhaps the pocket was tattered, allowing for easier access. Moreover, the stench was all too familiar, acrid, and overwhelming. "You high schoolers are truly revolting," the boss remarked. "You owe me $50. In the end, Wang Lei, thoroughly humiliated, grudgingly produced 30 yuan before being expelled from the CAF. The minor uproar came to a close. Li Zhongtian, his brow furrowed with concern, said, "Lin Xiao, that scoundrel Wang Lei might seek revenge. He's definitely going to report you to the homeroom teacher. What are you planning to do?" As Lin Xiao directly entered a website on his computer, a woman's posterior abruptly filled his view. This left Li Zhongtian in a state of shock, excitement, fear, and tension. Akin to a thief looking over his shoulder, instinctively wanting to shield the screen with his hand. Lin Xiao reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll keep watch." Upon restarting his computer, Lin Xiao adeptly logged into an obscure hacker forum, seeking potent computer viruses, particularly a worm capable of incapacitating the entire local area network. In his previous life, he had struggled academically, becoming engrossed in website creation and indoctrinated by the legendary tales of hackers, which convinced him of the allure of being a computer hacker. Thus, he dedicated several years to intense study, masquerading as an expert before novices, while in reality, he knew little. His skills extended only to utilizing Trojans and participating in a few DDoS attacks alongside seasoned hackers. Most of his time was spent within these niche hacker forums, endlessly daydreaming. In the internet cafes of that era, there were no professional network administrators, nor were there specialized systems, at most. There was a basic management system that even a novice could breach to access the internet for free. After a prolonged search, Lin Xiao selected a particularly vicious foreign virus. The experts on the forum provided a comprehensive solution along with the necessary tools, rendering the overall difficulty manageable. He downloaded the virus package but refrained from opening it immediately. A spark of inspiration led him to devise a more cunning plan. He first connected through a proxy IP, then registered a new QQ account. Adding a QQ number he had seen earlier, Wang Lei's number. The username, Lonely Heart Locking Love, was quite foolish. To his surprise, the individual was online, evidently having relocated to another internet CAF, likely a commercial one. This venue was larger and more expensive, charging 3 yuan per hour, with a more unscrupulous and unsanitary proprietor. At that time, the internet CAF market was not saturated. In fact, the small-town CAFs were pricier. Because Lin Xiao had registered as a female, the individual quickly accepted the friend request. Lonely Heart Locking Love. Hello, are you a girl? Lonely Night. Yes, would you like to see my pictures? The bait was straightforward enough to ensnare a fool. Lonely Heart Locking Love. Can I really? Lonely Night. Send me your email address. After a brief pause, the individual provided an email, Guxinsui Sohu. Calm, Lin Xiao casually searched online for a few alluring yet authentic images, attaching them to send. Progressively revealing more skin until the final image hinted at nudity and then abruptly ceased. Lonely Heart Locking Love. What else? What else? Lonely Night. Hold on. I'm packaging them for you. 30 images in total, most of which are quite revealing. Lonely Heart Locking Love. Okay. Lin Xiao then compressed the formidable worm virus, disguising it as a glamorous photo icon, and sent it along with the images. At that time, electronic mail lacked any filtering mechanisms, allowing any attachment to be downloaded, especially compressed files. Wang Lei, filled with impatience, hastily downloaded the attachment, deftly unzipped it, and eagerly opened the contained files. Suddenly, a computer virus was unleashed. It felt as if the entire computer had slipped from grasp. Nowadays, internet CAFs predominantly utilize diskless machines, with only the main unit possessing a hard drive, meaning that downloaded content predominantly resides on the main unit's south hard drive. Consequently, the virus directly infiltrated the main unit, swiftly corrupting vital files, including the management system of the CAF. Subsequently, the virus began to proliferate furiously throughout the local area network, rapidly infecting other computers. One by one, the machines succumbed to failure. Boss, the computer has crashed. I can't access the internet. What a piece of junk this computer is. Boss. After waiting for over an hour, Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian finally departed from the luxurious internet CAF. As they stepped outside, Li Zhongtian's face was flushed, and his gait somewhat peculiar. During that hour, he had truly unlocked the door to a new world. While experiencing immense satisfaction, he was also engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, he was eager to return to school to review his studies, attempting to mitigate his inner guilt. However, Lin Xiao did not head straight back to school. Instead, he disguised himself, donning a hat pulled low over his brow and, still feeling uneasy, added a mask to conceal his face before venturing to a commercial internet CAF. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with chaos, as many patrons erupted in furious exclamations. The CAF had been in disarray for 2 hours. First, the inexperienced network administrator attempted to intervene, but to no avail. Then the owner summoned a computer teacher from Lingshan High School in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. Yet, it proved fruitless. Lin Xiao was all too familiar with that computer teacher, knowing him to be utterly inept. Yet, the onlookers were unaware and regarded him as an authority on computers, assuming that his position at a key high school endowed him with expertise. Upon entering, Lin Xiao surveyed the room, failing to spot Wang Lei. That fool must have been clever enough to sense the impending trouble and fled early. Lin Xiao approached and spoke in a hushed tone. Boss, I'd like to use the internet. The CAF owner, visibly annoyed, replied, Can't you see there's a problem? Come back later. Lowering his voice further, he asked. Wu Lao, sure. How is it going? Can it be fixed? The computer teacher, drenched in sweat, ultimately shook his head and replied, I've tried every method and utilized all available antivirus software, but it's been futile. The CAF owner inquired, What should we do then? The teacher suggested, Perhaps formatting the hard drive and reinstalling the system. The owner exclaimed, Are you joking? A lot of my membership data is stored on that main computer. If I format the hard drive, all that data will be lost, and I'm losing hundreds of dollars every hour. I can't afford that. The teacher sighed. You might back up the important data first, but it seems too late. Your critical files appear to have been infected by the virus, and some have already been deleted. The internet CAF owner lamented helplessly. What can be done? What can be done? A few hours delay, or even a day or two. is inconsequential. It amounts to merely a few thousand yuan. However, should the membership system's data be lost, the repercussions would be catastrophic. He reflected on his own misjudgment, recalling how he had rejected offers from established companies promoting sophisticated internet CAF systems, deeming their fees exorbitant. Instead, he hastily sought assistance from a few individuals, resulting in the establishment of a rudimentary system. This system housed the membership data of thousands, along with recharge records, encompassing sums of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Now, both the primary server and the backup had fallen victim to infection. The CAF owner inquired, "Is there any other recourse?" The computer course instructor replied, "We ought to enlist the help of a professional. I know an expert from Hangzhou." The CAF owner asked, "How much would a professional from Hangzhou demand?" The instructor responded, "At least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan." At that moment, Lin Xiao, who had been quietly observing, spoke with a steely resolve. "Let me give it a try, for 1,000 yuan for 1 hour to resolve the issue." Chapter 8. Remarkable, truly impressive. "What do you do?" inquired the internet CAF owner. "I am a freshman at the Computer Science Department of the University of Science and Technology of China," Lin Xiao replied. "You must reach a decision swiftly. While you could certainly recruit professionals from Hangzhou to address this issue, there is one crucial point to consider. This virus is continuously erasing vital files from your hard drive and is incessantly overwriting them with junk data. After successfully eliminating the virus, you will also need to recover your files. If too much time elapses, many files may become irretrievable." Instantly, the CAF owner turned his gaze towards the computer course instructor. The instructor, recognizing the validity of Lin Xiao's statements, nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao continued, "Within an hour, I will help you completely resolve this issue. Not only will I eradicate the virus and recover essential data files, but I shall also restore your CAF's operations. Furthermore, payment will be due only upon successful completion." After a moment's contemplation, the CAF owner resolved to allow Lin Xiao a chance, considering there was a spare machine available. Should Lin Xiao fail, he could always employ a professional to recover data from the backup machine, which was already disconnected and powered down. "Very well, you may proceed." The owner conceded. Lin Xiao took his place before the main computer, confirming that the surrounding individuals were novices, particularly his computer course instructor, who was utterly inexperienced. Since they were oblivious to the intricacies at play, he felt emboldened to showcase his prowess. In truth, a comprehensive solution for this virus existed on an obscure hacker forum. However, that would lack the flair he desired. Lin Xiao launched the DOS system, maximizing the window to reveal a cascade of numbers and letters, exuding an air of sophistication. He then began to input various codes with increasing velocity, the computer screen transforming in a whirlwind of diverse English code. His fingers danced across the keyboard at such a speed that they became a blur. The screen was alive with a continuous flow of flashing and sliding English code. This visual display alone was undeniably impressive. It resembled the portrayals of expert hackers in American films. Utilizing tools to eliminate viruses seemed rather mundane. This was the epitome of mastery, making the owner feel that his investment was justified. The owner found himself inexplicably reassured, despite the youth of this boy. It was evident he possessed exceptional skills. Even the computer course instructor regarded him with admiration. In reality, however, Lin Xiao was merely feigning expertise. He swiftly navigated through various screens, downloading an array of tools at an astonishing pace. After launching the tools to run the antivirus, he promptly switched back to the maximized DOS interface, concealing the processes of the tools and the subsequent file recovery. Thus, it appeared as though he was engaged in an ongoing struggle against the virus, tirelessly salvaging the system and recovering hard drive files. It was extraordinarily sophisticated, truly impressive. After more than an hour, the antivirus process was complete, and using related software, he had largely restored the infected crucial files. Lin Xiao quickly deleted all tools from the DOS system. With a decisive keystroke, he exhaled deeply. All done. He then closed the DOS system. Returning to the refreshing computer desktop, the internet CAF owner exclaimed in disbelief, "Has it truly been resolved?" Lin Xiao replied, "Why not give it a try?" As the owner approached the computer and began to operate it, he was elated to discover that the issue had indeed been completely rectified. The computer was no longer sluggish. The chaotic clutter had vanished, and, most importantly, the membership database had been restored alongside the management system of the CAF. Subsequently, he opened the other computers in the CAF, all of which were functioning smoothly. A true expert, indeed. I am immensely grateful to you, young man. You are truly a distinguished talent from the Computer Science Department of the University of Science and Technology of China. Please leave me your phone number so we can stay in touch. Should you wish to use the internet in the future, do not hesitate to come to my CAF. I shall not charge you. The CAF owner enthusiastically shook Lin Xiao's hand, profoundly thankful, for he could only imagine the losses he would have incurred otherwise. Lin Xiao responded, "Thank you, but I am merely visiting relatives. I am not from around here and shall be leaving shortly." "Oh, I see," the CAF owner said. "I will fetch your payment immediately." Soon, he returned with a stack of money, presenting it to Lin Xiao. "Count it, young man. It is a full 4,000 yuan. Not a penny less. Today, you have truly saved me from significant losses. Please provide me with your contact information, so I may consult you should any issues arise in the future." Lin Xiao took out a pen and left a QQ number, the one associated with the name Second Dog. Pocketing the 4,000 yuan, he swiftly departed from the commercial internet CAF, never to return. From that day forth, the commercial internet CAF would remember his legend. Who could say that there are no skilled hackers in China? I have witnessed one myself. Perhaps he is even a luminary within the Red Hacker Alliance. He is from the youth class of the University of Science and Technology of China, which comprises nothing but top-tier geniuses. After Lin Xiao's departure, the owner sighed deeply and declared, "Everyone may continue to surf the web, but remember not to access any inappropriate content. If the computers suffer damage again, I shall make you pay dearly." Subsequently, the CAF owner stepped out and entered a room next door. Inside, 4 of his underlings surrounded a high school student who bore the marks of a recent beating. It was Wang Lei who had been caught. How on earth did they manage to capture him? The owner thought. It was indeed Wang Lei's own foolishness that had led to his predicament. After his computer became infected with a virus, instead of fleeing, he foolishly called for the owner, demanding a swift resolution. As a result, the virus spread from his machine, causing the entire CAF system to collapse. The CAF owner approached him and delivered several sharp slaps, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much I have lost?" 12,000. Wang Lei cried out, "I did nothing. I merely clicked on a Risku image, and suddenly my computer broke. It's not my fault." The owner slapped his face again, threatening, "Call your family and tell them to bring 1,000 yuan for your release. I have connections in both the underworld and the law. Do you dare not comply? Go ahead, try it." Crying? "You'll need to pay for that too." As Wang Lei wept, he dialed his home. Dad, please save me." After receiving the money, Lin Xiao first ventured to the supermarket to purchase several bags of milk powder for the elderly, then returned to the school dormitory to pack his belongings and head home. His yearning for his grandparents and parents was overwhelmingly intense. He simply could not endure such longing. Li Zhongtian remained engrossed in his studies when Lin Xiao greeted him. "You're going home tomorrow too? Also, prepare yourself. During the last 2 days of the National Day holiday, we will be renting a house, so get ready to move." Overwhelmed by his studies, Li Zhongtian looked up in confusion. "Huh? Why?" Ignoring him, Lin Xiao quickly tidied his belongings in the dormitory and made his way to the bus station, boarding an old minibus. After a journey of over 40 kilometers, the bus finally reached the town, where he transferred to a smaller shuttle for a 10-kilometer ride to the neighboring village. His home in Day Village was inaccessible by the shuttle, so the final 2 kilometers had to be traversed on foot. In 2001, the road from the town to the village was unpaved, merely a dirt path. Fortunately, it had not rained, thus avoiding mud. However, the vehicle often kicked up dust. The long-forgotten dirt road stirred memories of his childhood, evoking a complex mixture of emotions. It was hard to fathom that a young boy walking home would feel such nostalgia. The short distance of approximately 50 kilometers from school to home took over 3 hours. Hometown, I have returned. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, I am back. As he entered the village, it was already past 6 o'clock, and dusk was settling in. Familiar dirt roads lined with small houses greeted him, although Lin Xiao's home remained a mud brick structure. Along the way, many greeted him. "Lin Xiao is back. Enjoying the National Day holiday? Your parents said you wouldn't return and would be studying at school. Your mother was waiting at the village entrance this morning." This was Aihua, the neighbor's young wife, washing herself by the water tap, unabashedly bathing outdoors in shorts and a bra, the dark water cascading over her form. Previously, Lin Xiao had been too shy to look, but now he observed closely. Aihua, in her 30s and accustomed to labor, maintained a decent figure, her waist slim and her hips rounded, though her skin was tanned. Yet, the area around her groin remained notably fair. Aihua seemed entirely unconcerned by Lin Xiao's gaze, instead becoming even more amiable, causing the psychologically older Lin Xiao to falter. Since childhood, Lin Xiao had been a prominent figure in the village, a top student. In those days, few emerged through education. Only in later years would university students become commonplace, even those pursuing master's and doctoral degrees. However, the villagers remained unaware that Lin Xiao had now become one of the bottom-ranked students, a fact largely attributed to his father's incessant bragging about his academic achievements, which led to a disparity between reputation and reality, making him a source of village pride. Before reaching home, his parents and grandparents rushed to embrace him, with his mother abandoning her cooking to welcome him. The pride and hope of the entire family have returned home. Did they not say they would come back? Why have they returned so late, with the sky nearly darkening? Grandfather beams, revealing 4.5 remaining teeth. The parents and grandparents chide him for his tardiness, expressing concern for his safety on the road. Yet their joy is palpable and difficult to conceal. Go fetch some meat. Go fetch some meat. At this hour, where could one find meat? It will be a few days before anyone slaughters pigs. Then buy some ribboned fish or frozen fish from the store. Grandfather unceremoniously directs Lin Xiao's father to the shop for provisions. The family remains in dire straits, living in a mere 2 muddy brick rooms. Particularly, the western wall, adjacent to the pigsty, has been gouged out by the pigs, merely covered with a wooden board. The home lacks even a cement floor, consisting instead of a surface laid with lime, now riddled with pits and adorned with droppings from chickens and ducks. The sole electrical appliance in the household is a 17-inch black and white Jinli Pu television, while most families in the village have already upgraded to color sets. This replacement was necessitated by the previous 14-inch television succumbing to moisture from proximity to a urinal. A 30-watt bulb casts a particularly dim light. The family gathers joyfully around the dinner table, with all the sumptuous dishes laid out before Lin Xiao, while no one else dares to touch them. Beneath the table, a scruffy dog scuttles about. Meanwhile, a raucous flock of a dozen ducks, having played outside, finally deigns to return home, quacking as they traverse the house and enter the backyard. One of the ducks, with a crooked rear, squats and, plop, deposits a mess right at Lin Xiao's feet. Simultaneously, in a self-built 4-story villa in the county town, the atmosphere is warm and inviting. The decor is tastefully refined, a stark contrast to Lin Xiao's earthen abode. The stunning English teacher, Xiao Momao, idly scribbles on paper, dismissing her voluptuous curves by placing her ample bosom on the table. The computer before her, purchased for 16,000, represents nearly 2 years of Lin Xiao's family income. At this moment, please call me Ergo is offline. She wields a pen, doodling erratically, writing Ergo several times before striking through it vigorously. Her mother enters and says, "Darling, your father and I are off to Uncle Wu's for a banquet. Dinner is ready for you, and the milk has been warmed. Be sure to drink it. You're allowed only 1 piece of chocolate and 1 ice cream. I've marked them." Then, her mother adds, "Don't spend all your time on the computer. If someone knocks on the door, do not open it directly, understand?" I know. Xiao Momo replies, her tone a blend of impatience and sweetness. Her mother approaches and exclaims, "Oh dear, why aren't you wearing a bra again?" Xiao Momo retorts, "No one is watching, and it's uncomfortable. It's all your fault for giving birth to me so well endowed." Her mother responds, "Silly girl, others would envy you." As her mother prepares to leave, they share a tender moment, pressing their cheeks together. Her mother gazes at Xiao Momo's beautiful, radiant face, unable to take her eyes off her. Meanwhile, her father, Deputy Director Xiao, stands patiently beside a Santana sedan on the ground floor, instinctively reaching for a cigarette before awkwardly retracting his hand. Each time he indulges in a cigarette, his wife scolds him, while their beloved daughter, Xiao Momo, chimes in with her playful cries of "It stinks. It stinks." Within a splendid villa in the city, the lights blaze brightly. Although this residence belongs to the public, the Lian family occupies it as if it were their own. The decor can only be described as opulent. The grand living room features a piano that, in this era, could be deemed a luxury. Lian Yi, adorned in a beautiful dress that she would never wear to school, sits gracefully at the piano, skillfully playing Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, her form elegant and enchanting. Her exquisite face radiates pride and a competitive spirit. Beside her sits a middle-aged woman, a teacher from the Zhejiang Conservatory of Music, who has traveled from Hangzhou to instruct her in piano. Lian Zheng, her father, and Su Wan, her mother, watch their daughter with rapt attention. Lian Zheng's gaze is filled with affection, while Su Wan's expression, though serious, is also brimming with pride for their daughter. A short distance away, the dining table in the restaurant is already laden with delectable dishes and imported red wine. The aunt who prepared the meal approaches cautiously, hesitant to interrupt Lian Yi's performance, and patiently waits aside. Once Lian Yi concludes her playing, everyone erupts into enthusiastic applause. It is only then that the housekeeper speaks up. Secretary Lian, Director Su, dinner is ready. It is time to eat. As night falls, countless lights twinkle. Each a unique glow, each a different spark in the evening sky. Chapter 9. Such pride Xiao Xiao, with her remarkable academic prowess and striking appearance, seemed unparalleled among the girls in her vicinity. Even those from the city paled in comparison. Grandfather's praise knew no bounds. Lin Xiao, however, remained silent, merely grinning foolishly, relishing the moment. In that instant, the smiles of his grandparents and the pride of his parents felt like a rare luxury. Father, sipping on cheap liquor, inquired, "How have your recent grades been? Have you taken any exams?" "Yes, I sat for last month's monthly test and scored 353 points, ranking at the bottom of the class." "Quite commendable, a marked improvement from last time," Lin Xiao replied. "I scored 553 points." Grandfather asked, "Your great-grandfather was a scholar. Surely my grandson surpasses him. Can you secure a spot in a prestigious university?" "Grandfather, it's definitely within my reach." Due to the distance, the family lacked a telephone, and his parents felt a deep-seated inferiority, finding the county town overwhelmingly extravagant, which made them uneasy. Consequently, they seldom visited Lin Xiao's school and had never interacted with his teachers. The family unconditionally believed whatever Lin Xiao reported about his scores and rankings. Given his commendable performance in the high school entrance examination, they assumed he was excelling academically. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had concealed the truth until the revelation of his college entrance exam results shattered the illusion, plunging the family into despair. At that moment, a figure entered the room. Lin Shan, Lin Xiao's paternal cousin, who resided in a neighboring village and served as the village committee's accountant. His family had raised a second-tier university student, Lin Fei, Lin Xiao's cousin, thus elevating Lin Shan's status above that of Lin Xiao's father within the clan. Upon his arrival, grandfather and father warmly welcomed him to sit. "Come, let us dine together. A bit of wine, perhaps?" Mother promptly fetched new dishes and utensils. Lin Shan, with a smile that hinted at the family's subtle flattery, waited until the new tableware was set before raising his hand, saying, "I've already eaten and drunk at Yichu's place. We had Luzhou Laojiao." Yichu, the village secretary where Lin Xiao lived, was a figure of authority. "Then let us enjoy some tea." Mother busied herself preparing tea for her cousin. Lin Shan lifted the cup, blew on it several times, took a sip, and promptly spat out the tea leaves. He then began recounting tales of his son's university life, about joining the student council, how the teachers valued him, and how the girls in his class held affection for him. Such tales were familiar to Lin Xiao's family, having heard them countless times. Yet they indulged in the flattery once more. After sharing anecdotes about his son's university exploits, he proceeded to boast about his newly built 3.5-story house, completed last year. He detailed the thickness of the steel bars used, which surpassed those in other village homes, the craftsmanship of the tilers, and the total expenditure. "Do not underestimate a 3-story building. It cost me a total of 130,000 yuan, Lin Shan declared. "I used 12mm steel bars, while others made do with 8mm. I wonder why they save money on such essentials." Grandfather turned to Lin Xiao's parents, saying, Look, your third brother is quite capable. You should learn more from him." Despite the bitterness in his heart, father forced a smile and said, "Third brother has always been superior to me since childhood." Lin Shan glanced around, tapped the ground, and inquired, "Fifth brother, when will you build a new house? Is it comfortable living in this mud brick dwelling? I noticed that the wall of the pig pen next door has already been gouged by the pigs." The smile on father's face became somewhat strained. Yet he replied with a grin, "For now, we lack the means. Prioritizing Xiao Xiao's college education is essential." Lin Shan remarked, "You should build it anyway. More and more people in your village are constructing new homes. It's embarrassing for us brothers that you still reside in a mud brick house. If you lack funds, I can lend you some." In truth, he would never lend any. During the most challenging times in his previous life, when both grandparents fell ill and needed money, father had asked him for help, but he offered various excuses and did not lend the 8,000 yuan. Yet, he did visit the hospital and presented a 500 yuan red envelope. Even if a new house is not built, at least the ground could be leveled with cement. Your current lime floor is uneven and hard to clean. Father and mother had already lowered their heads, chuckling awkwardly, and ceased speaking. Grandfather interjected. Xiao Xiao's father wants to pour a cement floor, but I do not permit it. Everything must revolve around Xiao Xiao's college entrance examination. Nothing else is important. If Xiao Xiao is admitted to a prestigious university, everything will follow, and he can accompany your Lin Fei in the future. Since Xiao Xiao's birth, Lin Huili had been referred to as Xiao Xiao's father in grandfather's eyes. Lin Xiao chuckled, clearly reacting to the mention of a prestigious university. He then earnestly advised Lin Xiao. Xiao, one must be honest. He turned to grandfather and added, third uncle, my wife's relatives have a nephew named Zhang Lianping, who is also from the same high school and is in the same class as Lin Xiao. He has told me that Lin Xiao ranked last in the exam, scoring only 353 points last month, which is still over 100 points short of the vocational college line. Upon hearing this, the family's expressions shifted dramatically. Grandfather slammed his chopsticks onto the table, declaring, Lin Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you spreading rumors in my house? Father replied earnestly. Xiao has informed us that he scored 553 points in the last monthly exam, already surpassing the first-tier line. Third brother, your Lin Fei was admitted to the second-tier college. Our Xiao's scores can reach the first tier, so there is no need for you to be envious. Earlier, Lin Xiao had boasted about his son and his house, even subtly belittling grandfather and father's capabilities, while the family had continued to smile and flatter him. However, upon Lin Xiao's comments about Lin Xiao, he immediately struck a nerve with the family, leading to an abrupt turn in their demeanor, almost to the point of expulsion. Lin Xiao would not typically be so blunt, but having had too much to drink, coupled with the constant boasting from Xiao's father about his academic prowess, had long fostered resentment within him. Not only did my wife's nephew say this, but I also specifically inquired with Wu Xiaohua from our village, who was also from Lin Xiao High School. Sitting next to Lin Xiao, he said that Lin Xiao ranked last and would not even qualify for vocational school, spending his days in internet cafes watching inappropriate videos. Lin Xiao sneered. Grandfather retorted angrily, Lin Xiao, if you are drunk, do not speak nonsense in my house. Go home. Unable to endure any longer, grandfather expelled the intruder. Mother silently took the teacup from Lin Xiao's hand and unceremoniously tossed the remaining tea out the door. Though uneducated and not particularly loquacious, her temperament was straightforward, and her affection for Lin Xiao was fierce and unrestrained. Lin Xiao rose with a cold smirk, remarking, the truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehood be exposed. When the college entrance exam results are released, you shall see the embarrassment unfold. With that, he departed without further ado. Lin Xiao interjected, in a few days, the new monthly exam will take place. Third uncle, why not inquire with Wu Xiaohua or Zhong Lianping then, to ascertain my actual score? Zhong Lianping, the nephew of Lin Xiao's wife, was not only Lin Xiao's peer but also his dormitory mate, with whom he had previously contended for the upper bunk. In a moment of timidity, Lin Xiao had ultimately conceded, taking the upper bed. Zhong Lianping had once brazenly declared, what if I insult you? So what? After Lin Xiao's departure, the family remained indignant, yet their sentiments converged on a singular belief. They were resolutely convinced of Lin Xiao's integrity, attributing Lin Xiao's vitriol to envy. Grandmother suddenly interjected, when I visited the neighboring village, I heard rumors claiming that Xiao's grades have plummeted to the bottom. I immediately scolded those who spoke such nonsense. Grandfather scoffed, humph. There are plenty who envy Xiao's excellent grades. Who would dare to believe such slander? He has consistently excelled academically since childhood, achieving remarkable scores in the high school entrance examination. There are no secrets that remain concealed forever, and while Lin Xiao's village lacked a high school of its own, the neighboring village did, thus allowing whispers of his purported poor performance to circulate, though they were consistently rebuffed by his parents and grandfather. Observing their resolute demeanor, the gossips began to doubt their own assertions. It was not until the college entrance exam results were disclosed, with undeniable scores, that the family came to realize Lin Xiao had been deceiving them all along, casting them into despair. The clan was preparing to compile the family genealogy, and it just so happened that when Lin Xiao was accepted into a prestigious university, it coincided with this undertaking, bringing honor to the family name. Outside, Lin Xiao was eloquent and sharp-tongued, but within the confines of his home, he was obedient, sharing foolish laughter with his family, even as they lagged behind the times. In his youth, he had not comprehended, but as he approached his 20s, Lin Xiao understood that life requires an inner spiritual sustenance. Despite being situated in the poorest region of northwest Zhejiang province, many in the village had built new houses, as a substantial number had ventured out to work. However, Lin Xiao's father, somewhat timid and reluctant to leave his homeland, had not sought employment outside. Consequently, their economic situation remained dire, with their home still a mud brick structure, regarded as backward within the village. Lin Xiao had become the family's beacon of hope. The reason they refrained from constructing a new house was to nurture a student destined for a prestigious university, not due to inability. Thus, Lin Xiao had become a wager the family could not afford to lose. The following day, Lin Xiao's family owned several acres of land, with a portion lacking sufficient fertility and water, thus designated for a single season of rice cultivation. This period marked the time of harvest, and the entire family, including grandparents, set out to reap the rice. Lin Xiao donned his work attire, determined to join the rice harvesting. However, both his grandparents and parents vehemently opposed his involvement. "Your hands are not meant for labor. My grandson is a scholar, accustomed to wielding a pen. There is no need for you to toil. Focus on your studies at home," they insisted. Throughout his upbringing, this sentiment prevailed. Despite being born into a rural family, Lin Xiao had never engaged in agricultural work. Reluctantly yielding to his elders, he remained at home, retrieving paper and pen to commence his writing, drawing from memory. During the years he was incapacitated in his previous life, he immersed himself in rebirth games, meticulously plotting his path to success. He had simulated achieving an impressive score of 676 on the college entrance examination, a mark sufficient to gain admission into prestigious institutions, far exceeding his family's expectations. Yet, in pursuit of reputation, he devised a strategy for a new concept essay competition, envisioning how it might embellish his persona and generate discourse for his future entrepreneurial endeavors. After all, idleness was not an option. At that time, the new concept essay competition was at its zenith, featuring luminaries like Han Han and Gui Jingming, capturing national attention. This was the third iteration of the competition. Securing first prize would grant him admission to a top university without examination, while second prize would add 20 points to his entrance exam score. Victors would not only bring honor to themselves, but also to their high school. Lin Xiao aspired to deliver a stunning victory for his alma mater, Lin Xiao One High School. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had shamelessly participated, only to witness his submission sink into oblivion. The preliminary round allowed for unrestricted themes, granting him ample creative freedom. Drawing upon his recollections, he swiftly crafted his first essay, The Fracture of Time. This piece had once garnered acclaim online as a perfect score essay, showcasing exceptional quality. Although the theme was not particularly novel, advancing past the preliminary stage posed no difficulty. His second essay, The Second Moon, embodied the essence of the new concept, impeccably aligning with the competition's ethos. Even amidst the forthcoming decade submissions, it would undoubtedly stand out. He meticulously prepared 5 essays of this caliber, each more astonishing than the last. The subsequent 3 works were titled Dream of the Butterfly, Metaphor of the Sun, and Burning. His strategy hinged on a saturated submission approach, aiming to deliver a resonant impact on the judges. He had no intention of adhering to any particular writing style. The act of writing was trivial. He merely sought to seize the opportunity to elevate his prestige. Chapter 10. Caught in the Act? As the clock approached 11, Lin Xiao set down his pen and ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. In his previous life, he had not acquired many practical skills. Yet his culinary prowess was truly exceptional. In less than an hour, he not only steamed rice to perfection but also sought 4 exquisite dishes. When his mother and grandmother returned home early at 11:30, they were taken aback to find everything ready. "When did my child learn to cook?" they marveled, astonished by his newfound talent. Tasting a morsel with chopsticks, they were pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavors. His cooking rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his mother. The elders devoured the meal, showering him with praises, exclaiming how fortunate the girl would be who married into their family. No young woman within 10 miles could compare. His grandfather reiterated, lavishing compliments without restraint. During lunch, the family discussed the necessity of adding a small brick room to the side of their house. The existing space was far too cramped. Lin Xiao's sister, who worked away from home, had no room to stay when she returned for the new year, often forced to sleep on an improvised bed upstairs. This was not a proper apartment. The upper level of their earthen home was merely a storage area, poorly ventilated and lacking even a staircase, requiring one to ascend via a makeshift ladder. Thus, it was imperative to construct a small room to ensure that his sister had a private space during her visits. In this era, regulations were not overly stringent. Approval from the village sufficed, eliminating the need for permission from the town's land management office. After their meal, Lin Xiao's father, brimming with enthusiasm, visited the village secretary to extend an invitation for dinner that evening. He was confident the village leader would honor the invitation. especially since his son was on the path to a prestigious university. The secretary agreed, prompting Lin Xiao's grandmother and mother to conclude their farm work early and prepare the meal. By around 6 o'clock, the table was laden with a sumptuous feast, accompanied by a bottle of fine white wine and several beers. They earnestly invited the village secretary, Lin Xiao, once more. However, the secretary declined, citing the arrival of officials from the town whom he needed to host. In truth, no such officials were present. He simply did not wish to extend the courtesy. Consequently, despite the delectable fare, the family sat in silence during dinner. Gazing at the well-prepared dishes, Lin Xiao's grandfather grumbled, "What is he? Just a village secretary. If he cannot honor our family, we certainly do not care. When my grandson gets into a top university, he will see." Indeed, they chimed in. "Once Xiao excels in his studies, I suspect he will come knocking at our door." Lin Xiao chose not to correct his elders, joining in their laughter. "Grandfather, Dad, I will return to school tomorrow," Lin Xiao announced. "The monthly exams are approaching, and I need to dedicate time to my studies." "Dad, the results will be out on the 12th of this month. I will call you then and try to have my teacher speak with you as well." To be candid, the atmosphere at home filled him with warmth and happiness, yet it was undercut by a sense of discomfort. They were simply too poor. He could sense the unease lurking in the hearts of his grandfather and father. Despite their unwavering belief in Lin Xiao's words and the assumption that his academic performance was commendable, there lingered an unspoken apprehension that Lin Shan's claims were not mere fabrications. The whispers circulating in the neighboring village might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Thus, the previous life was not solely Lin Xiao's deception. They were, in some respects, deceiving themselves as well. Lin Xiao not only needed to validate his worth through the upcoming monthly examination results, thereby alleviating his family's concerns, but he also had an urgent need to amass wealth, substantial wealth, to radically transform the living conditions for himself and his family. The current state of their home was intolerable, particularly the dampness and mold, which posed a grave threat to his grandparents' health. Furthermore, his elder sister, who was 3 years his senior, was toiling away in the city, a rural girl navigating the uncertainties of urban life. As for the few bags of milk powder for seniors that he had secretly set aside, he could not disclose their existence to his family. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly insist he take them back to school for his own consumption. Early the next morning, amidst the heartfelt reluctance of his elders, Lin Xiao departed from home. While casually rummaging through his pockets, he discovered an unexpected addition of 200 yuan, most certainly a clandestine gift from his grandfather. These 200 yuan were of the older variety, somewhat worn and fuzzy, leaving him to ponder how long they had been stashed away. In the rural context, such currency held significant value, akin to 10 times its face value. In the courtyard before the villa, Lian Yi and her mother were already seated in the car, while the housekeeper stood at the doorway, bowing to bid them farewell. Lian Zheng was engaged in a phone call, receiving a call from Principal Zhang Qizhao of Linshan No. 1 High School. "Secretary Lian, please reprimand me. It is my failure to manage things properly that has caused distress to student Lian Yi. We have already imposed strict disciplinary measures on the male student, Lin Xiao." Lian Zheng responded, "It's not that serious. Youthful infatuation is a common phase. We have all experienced it. It's nothing to be overly concerned about." Zhang Qizhao replied, "Indeed, we must learn from our leaders, embracing an open mind and a broad perspective." Lian Zheng chuckled, "Let us leave it at that." He then ended the call and entered the Passat sedan. "Xiao Zhang, drive slowly and steadily," he instructed. Subsequently, Lian Zheng turned around to assist Lian Yi by turning on the reading light above her. The car gradually rolled out of the residential complex, heading towards Hangzhou. Their family was embarking on a brief excursion. Lin Xiao needed to make a trip to Hangzhou, urgently requiring a laptop to generate substantial income, a task that could not be undertaken in an internet CAF. Laptops were scarce in Kuching. Only in larger cities like Hangzhou could one be found. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xiao boarded the slow green train, inundated with the odors of feet and instant noodles. After a lengthy journey exceeding 4 hours, he finally arrived in Hangzhou. At this time, Hangzhou, while not nearly as prosperous as it would be 2 decades later, already exhibited signs of urban vibrancy. The streets were becoming increasingly populated with vehicles. Although they did not yet boast the luxury of BMWs and Mercedes that would fill the streets in the years to come, exotic sports cars were still a rarity. The crowds on the streets were beginning to adopt a hint of fashion, albeit still in the nascent stages of emulating the styles seen in films and television. Rather than making a beeline for the Yigao Digital Plaza on Wasan Street, Lin Xiao opted to visit Westlake. Due to the exorbitant prices of laptops in 2001, mainstream configurations exceeded 10,000 yuan, and even second-hand laptops cost around 4 to 5,000 yuan, unless one considered the unwanted foreign junk. He had approximately 4,700 yuan in his pocket, which was sufficient for purchasing a second-hand laptop. Yet he needed to consider his living expenses for the upcoming month. Thus, seizing the last moments available to him, he urgently sought to earn some additional money for his sustenance. Unintentionally, he wandered down a street adorned in shades of pink. In 2001, the young ladies had yet to take up residence in the Regal International Building. Instead, they energetically solicited patrons from the street-side hair salons. "Handsome, come in and play. 150 for one, 200 for two." A provocatively dressed young lady approached and grasped Lin Xiao's arm, but upon recognizing his face, she released him. "Go home and do your homework. Don't meander about this street." Her voice was sharp, reminiscent of an older sister encountering her younger brother from the countryside. Lin Xiao obediently inquired, "Sister, could you tell me how to get to Westlake?" This young lady, teetering in uncomfortable high heels, took Lin Xiao's hand and guided him to the intersection, meticulously directing him on the route. In truth, Lin Xiao knew how to get there. However, for someone like her, being able to assist another might have brought her a sense of joy. During the National Day holiday, Westlake was indeed teeming with tourists, including a considerable number of foreigners. Although Lin Xiao had never attended university, he had diligently mastered English through overseas e-commerce ventures and extensive study during his bedridden period, achieving a commendable proficiency. Many foreigners were likely visiting Westlake at this time, yet fluent, professional tour guides were scarce. Thus, offering his services to these tourists could potentially yield a good income. Unfortunately, most of these foreigners were part of group tours, accompanied by their guides. After a considerable effort, he finally spotted a pair of independent Caucasian travelers and promptly approached them. "Hello, do you require a tour guide? I am the most professional." His accent was quite standard for that era. The Caucasian man turned, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, but we don't need one." His enunciation was clear, and his Mandarin surpassed Lin Xiao's fluency. What a surprise, Lin Xiao thought, realizing that earning money was not as easy as he had presumed. Disheartened by his initial failure, Lin Xiao hesitated, then resolved to set aside his conscience. Carefully, he addressed the Caucasian man. "Do you require any special services? I know a place where the girls are exceptionally attractive." The Caucasian man looked at Lin Xiao, bewildered, as if to say, "Isn't this a socialist country? Are middle school students already engaging in such activities?" The woman beside him spoke with a deadly tone. "Boy, then please recommend a good hospital, so he can have his shattered testicles treated." Fuming, Lin Xiao departed, incredulous at the state of affairs. What era is this? It's only 2001. Why does everyone expect the world to speak Chinese? Subsequently, Lin Xiao continued to stroll through the scenic area of Westlake, on the lookout for solitary wealthy foreigners. A mere few minutes later, he once again seized upon a target, a solitary middle-aged Caucasian woman, voluptuous, with a curvaceous figure and a slightly broader waist, yet exuding an undeniable charm. It seemed that middle-aged Caucasian women were particularly fond of his slender and delicate demeanor. As if they were drawn to him with an overwhelming affection, he promptly approached her, speaking in a sweet and endearing tone. "Hello, do you require a tour guide? I am the most professional." The woman, taking a moment to admire Lin Xiao, remarked, "Wow, what a beautiful little boy." She then shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Why not? Thus, he secured the deal. Following this, the middle-aged woman, with keen interest, accompanied him on a meandering journey around Westlake, occasionally glancing at his refined features and slender physique. She would often applaud and express astonishment at his impromptu explanations, providing ample emotional gratification. For over an hour, he spoke until his throat was parched, weaving tales entirely from his imagination. As she applauded, she exclaimed, "Oh, my God." This broken bridge was where the white snake discovered her husband in an affair with the green snake, leading to her heartache and eventual calcification. What a tragic love story. Finally, after circling the lake, Lin Xiao concluded his fabricated narratives. As the service came to an end, he gazed at the woman with a hopeful expression. "You are truly delightful. Your imagination surpasses mine," he remarked. The woman leaned in and kissed his lips before placing 500 yuan in his hand, her voluptuous figure twisting as she entered a taxi, speaking in English. Lin Xiao stood momentarily stunned, unable to discern how much of that 500 was earned through his guiding and how much was a reward for his youthful allure. This foreign woman was indeed generous. He stepped forward, eager to discover more. "Would you like any special services?" I know a place where the young men are exceptionally charming. He jested. Of course, not meaning that literally. Such a notion was far too crass. May I have your name, please? He inquired. Marina, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Not expecting Lin Xiao to compliment her beauty and sensuality in such a sophisticated manner. Marina, reminiscent of the enchanting protagonist from Mal Na, portrayed by the stunning Monica Bellucci, tells the tale of a young boy, Ronaldo, infatuated with the mature and alluring Marina. The boy in the film was of similar age to Lin Xiao. The scene mirrored their current encounter perfectly. I am Miranda, the intriguingly beautiful Ronaldo, the middle-aged woman responded, playfully pinching Lin Xiao's cheek. She then produced a pen and paper, scribbling down a phone number. You are the most fascinating Chinese person I have ever met. Here is my number. If you have more intriguing tales, feel free to call me. With that, the taxi drove away. Beneath the paper inscribed with a telephone number, an additional 200 yuan lay concealed. In a mere 2 hours, a profit of 700 yuan was attained, an unexpectedly lucrative endeavor. The next objective crystallized: solitary, lonely, middle-aged Caucasian women. Consequently, Lin Xiao commenced his search for the next target amid the throngs of people. It was then that he sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Curiosity compelled him to glance over, revealing a pair of beautiful, large eyes. Upon further inspection, the exquisite and striking visage stood out even in the bustling crowd, making her appear like a swan among ducks. Yet, upon closer examination of her face, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Could it be Lian Yi? What was she doing here? Had she witnessed the middle-aged Caucasian woman affectionately placing 800 yuan into his hand? But even if she had, what of it? The absurdity of being caught in such a predicament was inexplicable. What was this? Had he encountered an acquaintance? Meanwhile, another figure approached, carrying 2 ice creams, gently inquiring of his daughter. Chapter 11. Meeting the father-in-law? It was nothing. Lian Yi averted her gaze. It was entirely normal for him to accompany his parents to Hangzhou during the National Day holiday, but encountering Lin Xiao here was decidedly unusual. She could not fathom the circumstances under which that foreign woman had kissed Lin Xiao and given him money. Ever since the failed confession, Lin Xiao seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, rendering her utterly unrecognizable to him. As she was lost in thought, Lin Xiao sensed a hand stealthily reaching into his pocket. A thief. In this day and age, with no WeChat or Alipay, cash was carried on one's person, and the public safety was not particularly reassuring. With dusk approaching, the streets were rife with thieves. However, did he think he could steal from me? What a delusion. My money is cleverly concealed in the soles of my shoes. As night fell, he found himself still short of the amount he wished to earn. How could he rapidly procure some additional funds? Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao. He seized the thief's wrist, and as the thief struggled, his expression turned cold, feigning the motion of drawing a knife. Yet, in truth, he was unarmed, for that would alter the nature of the encounter. He was merely a petty thief. Brother, please don't steal from me. I have no money, Lin Xiao quickly implored. Do you see that handsome middle-aged man beside the beautiful girl? He is wearing Ralph Lauren, an American brand. He must have money tucked in that bag under his arm. He is holding 2 ice creams. Go and rob him instead. The thief, following Lin Xiao's guidance, immediately recognized the true target. Thanks, brother. You're a good sport, he murmured, and stealthily approached Lian Zheng's side. Employing a deft technique, he unzipped Lian Zheng's bag and skillfully pilfered the wallet inside. After completing the theft, he cast a grateful glance at Lin Xiao and swiftly fled, aiming to blend into the crowd. Suddenly, Lin Xiao extended his foot. Ah! The thief yelped as he stumbled and fell, confusion etched on his face. Why did you do this to me? Lin Xiao then lunged forward, pinning the thief down. Help! Thief! Thief! At that moment, Lian Zheng realized his bag had been unzipped and hastily searched, only to discover that his wallet was missing. Soon, several individuals came forward to restrain the thief on the ground. Lin Xiao snatched the wallet from the thief's hand, wiped it with his clothing, and blew away the non-existent dust. He then approached Lian Zheng, presenting the wallet with a polite demeanor. Uncle, here is your wallet. Do check if anything is missing. Lian Zheng received the wallet and opened it, not bothering with the cash inside, but anxiously searching for 3 identification cards. Upon finding them intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young student, said the elegantly beautiful middle-aged woman beside him, Lian Yi's mother, Lin Xiao's former mother-in-law. Lian Zheng turned to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Lin Xiao. It's good to see you again. Lin Xiao was taken aback. You know me? When did you see me? Upon hearing the name Lin Xiao, Lian Yi's mother immediately changed her expression, turning cold. How dare you publicly declare your affection for my precious daughter, a penniless rural boy? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Lin Xiao then inquired, Uncle Lian, has there been any reduction in the money within your wallet? Lian Jing replied, none at all. Lin Xiao continued, while the money is of little consequence, the identity card is crucial. Please be vigilant not to misplace it. As he spoke, Lin Xiao covered his arm, grimacing as if in pain. Indeed, his clothing was torn, and his skin had sustained some abrasions. Are you injured? Is it serious? Lian Jing asked. We truly owe you a great deal. We must express our gratitude to you properly. Lin Xiao replied, it is merely my duty. Lian Jing insisted, no. We must thank you. What is your request? Since you mention it, there is indeed something I would like to ask Uncle Lian for assistance with, Lin Xiao stated. Please. Do not hesitate to voice your request, Lian Jing encouraged. The woman nearby grew increasingly cold in demeanor, fearing that Lin Xiao might make an inappropriate demand, such as asking for permission to pursue Lian Yi. Lian Yi herself appeared tense and cautioned Lin Xiao, do not speak recklessly in front of my parents. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Xiao might profess his feelings before her father and mother, which would leave her utterly embarrassed. In the purest tone, Lin Xiao requested, Uncle, could you lend me 2,500 yuan? The moment these words escaped his lips, Lian Yi was taken aback, and her mother was equally stunned. Lian Jing, too, was momentarily bewildered. Everyone had anticipated that after helping them so significantly, Lin Xiao would take the opportunity to express his affection for Lian Yi. They imagined he would say something like, I dare not ask for your permission to pursue Lian Yi, but at the very least, grant me an opportunity to prove myself. After all, such sentiments seemed characteristic of a high school student. Lian Jing had already prepared a tactful way to decline any advances. Yet this young man had taken an unexpected turn. Lian Yi felt a surge of indignation. What was Lin Xiao thinking? Was borrowing 800 not sufficient? Now he sought money from my father? Lian Jing found the situation amusing and refrained from responding directly, instead gazing at Lin Xiao with intrigue. This script is all wrong. You were supposed to hand me over 2,000 yuan without a word and depart without looking back. Thus, Lin Xiao hastily added, rest assured. I promise not to disturb Lian Yi in the future. Must one be so humble upon rebirth? Others flaunt millions, demanding I keep my daughter at bay. Yet you cannot even part with 2,000? 2,005, is it? Very well. Lian Jing chuckled as he counted out 25 bills from his wallet, asking, where do you reside? Shall I escort you home? No need, no need. Thank you, Uncle Lian, Lin Xiao replied, quickly turning to leave. After Lin Xiao had departed, Lian Yi's mother remarked, he hardly resembles a high school student. He is nothing short of a rogue. Lian Yi, keep your distance from him. And should he dare to harass you again, inform me immediately. I shall call your principal without hesitation. Lian Jing inquired, how are Lin Xiao's academic results? Lian Yi replied, not good, quite poor. Lian Jing further asked, is he weak in certain subjects? What about his literary depth? Lian Yi responded, his Chinese is lacking as well. His writing is superficial, merely empty lamentations. Lian Jing remarked, what a pity, he is quite intelligent. However, without a cultural foundation to support him, mere cleverness will yield little achievement, and he will merely skim the surface of society. Grateful for Secretary Lian's sponsorship, Lin Xiao swiftly earned the necessary funds, sparing him from selling smiles by Westlake. I apologize for meeting you in this manner, esteemed former father-in-law. The next day, Lin Xiao ventured to Yigao Digital Plaza. Selecting a Dell laptop, relatively new and equipped with last year's mainstream specifications, costing a total of 4,600 yuan. At last, he possessed a computer, finally able to undertake significant endeavors and earn substantial income. After purchasing the laptop, he had over 2,000 yuan remaining, which would serve as his living expenses and rent. Although Hangzhou is wonderful, it is ill-suited for one with merely 2,000 yuan. Lin Xiao shouldered the computer and headed to Hangzhou Station to purchase a ticket back to Linshan No. 1 High School. Along the way, he passed through the Pink Street once more and encountered the young lady again. Fresh bruises adorned her face and legs as she silently sat at the entrance, tears streaming down her cheeks, instinctively wanting to evade Lin Xiao upon seeing him. He approached and offered her a napkin. Are you going home? Where is home? She asked. Lin Xiao replied, yes, Linshan. The young lady lamented, I wish I could return home, but alas, I cannot. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao scribbled down his QQ number, saying, if in the future you wish to leave this line of work, feel free to contact me. I might be able to offer you a decent job. He then continued on his way. Beyond the Pink Street lay a library, where a banner announced a lecture by a professor from the School of Literature at Peking University. by Wan Qing, it seemed, was one of the chief judges for the new concept composition contest. With 2 hours until the train's departure, Lin Xiao entered to listen for a while. Professor Bai was discussing Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude. As the lecture neared its conclusion, the professor asked, "Who among you would like to share a few words or a poem on the theme of solitude? Most of you are master's and doctoral students from Zhejiang University's School of Literature. You have just critiqued my level, and now I wish to gauge yours. This young student with the bag and luggage, would you care to come up?" Lin Xiao was taken aback but nonetheless approached. "Are you an undergraduate from Zhejiang University's School of Literature?" Professor Bai queried. Lin Xiao answered, "I am Lin Xiao, a senior from Linshan No. 1 High School." "Oh, only a high school student? Do you wish to sit down or write a few lines?" Professor Bai inquired. Lin Xiao replied, "I must catch my train." "Regarding solitude, yes?" Professor Bai affirmed. Lin Xiao set down his luggage, pondered for 2 minutes, then took chalk and inscribed a few lines on the blackboard. "I do not wish to form connections, for ultimately, we must part. Solitude breeds overthinking, and overthinking fosters solitude. Better to disappoint the sun than to miss the stars. Rather than being mere counterparts in this world, it is far more fulfilling to cultivate one's own universe." Chapter 12. Absolutely stunning. Upon completing his writing, Lin Xiao picked up his luggage and said, "I must hurry to catch my train, so I shall take my leave now." Professor Bai Wanqing remained engrossed in the few lines of poetry, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Xiao's words. "Oh, very well, Lin." With that, Lin Xiao hurriedly departed for the train station. Professor Bai Wanqing gazed at the master's and doctoral students of the Chinese department below and inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and write?" The group of students promptly shook their heads, and those who had previously stood up retook their seats. Initially eager, they now felt that any further attempts would only result in embarrassment. Professor Bai remarked, "Wasn't that astonishing?" The students below nodded in agreement. She continued, "Surely, none of you could produce such verses, could you? He is merely a high school student." The students nodded in unison. Bai added, "Neither can I. While modern poetry imposes far less structural constraint than classical poetry, it presents its own challenges. Emotion, for instance, either exists or it does not. Moreover, articulating one's inner feelings with the most exquisite words is exceedingly difficult. The craft of writing is indeed profoundly reliant on innate talent, unfettered by age, and can be quite unforgiving." Before boarding the train, Lin Xiao casually purchased a newspaper. With the National Day holiday in full swing, the carriage was extremely crowded. Lin Xiao refrained from taking out his laptop to entertain himself. For one, he had no internet access, and there was little of interest to engage with. Moreover, at that time, laptops were still rare, and pulling one out would likely attract the wrong kind of attention. He opened the newspaper and began to peruse it absently. Suddenly, a name seized his attention, etched in his memory. The first prodigy of Peking University declared bankrupt, soul lost in the internet. Xiaoshi. In his previous life, she was the one who, with the slightest gesture, had pulled Lin Xiao from the abyss and elevated him to the clouds. He even remained unaware of the reasons behind her benevolence. As for her origins, Lin Xiao was entirely in the dark. She was an enigma. Rumored to hail from a prestigious family, though he could not ascertain the truth. He knew only that by her 30s, she had already become a shareholder in a certain international conglomerate. Without her timely assistance in his past life, Lin Xiao would have met a dismal end. At that time, he had exhausted all his resources, accrued substantial debt, and placed all his bets on an uncertain venture. Within less than a year, his financial lifeline had snapped. Ironically, he had caught a glimpse of victory on the horizon, only to falter just before dawn. In those moments, he saw no other escape but to ascend to the rooftop. Not only had he lost his initial investment, but the mountain of debt was insurmountable. He had indeed found himself on that rooftop, though he lacked the courage to leap. Just when despair enveloped him entirely, Xiaoshi appeared like an angel, extending her hand to rescue him. She effortlessly lifted Lin Xiao from his predicament and subsequently provided him with a surge of opportunities, allowing his career to flourish and ultimately leading to his success. Lin Xiao had only encountered her 3 times, each meeting more breathtaking than the last, as if she were perched upon the clouds, forever out of reach. He never anticipated seeing her name in the newspaper, especially in the context of a failure. This news article offers a brief glimpse into the extraordinary life of Xiaoshi. A prodigious talent, she clinched the first prize at the National Olympiad and secured a silver medal at the International Olympiad. At the tender age of 15, she was granted direct admission to Tsinghua University, and by 24, she had completed her doctorate at Peking University. During her university years, she ventured into entrepreneurship twice, amassing millions. However, After graduating with her doctorate, she immersed herself in the internet startup world, incurring losses in the tens of millions and ultimately facing utter failure. The overall tone of the article resonates with a sense of lament akin to that of Shang Zhongyong. Xiaxi, perhaps in this lifetime. We are destined to uplift one another. In a prior existence, you rescued me from the depths of despair. In this life, I hope to elevate you from your current trough. Perhaps only when we stand together on the precipice of success will I truly grasp the essence of who you are. Would you like some beer, peanuts, or instant noodles? The train attendant inquired as he wheeled his cart down the aisle. Oh, no thank you. That evening, Lian Zheng probed Lian Yi with numerous questions about Lin Xiao. Originally, the family intended to linger in Hangzhou for a couple more days before returning home. But Lian Zheng slightly altered their plans, taking the family to Shanghai to visit an old acquaintance, the Associate Dean of the Chinese Language and Literature College at Aurora University. Shirin. Lian Zheng himself was an alumnus of the same department, and he and Shirin were classmates. In the heart of Shanghai, within the Aurora University staff quarters. The ambience was steeped in antiquity, with the interior elegantly curated and imbued with a sense of history. Vice Dean Shi, Lian Zheng greeted. Lian District Chief, oh no. I mean, Secretary Lian, Shirin responded, followed by a hearty laugh as the two embraced warmly. Lian Yi, come over and meet Uncle Shi, Lian Zheng called. Lian Yi approached, her sparkling eyes fixed on Shirin as she respectfully bowed. Hello, Uncle Shi. So this is little Waterdrop? She has grown so beautiful. I have a son, Shirin remarked. Never mind, he is unworthy. Little Waterdrop is the affectionate nickname for Lian Yi. The group settled down as Shirin waved away the nanny, brewed tea for everyone, and retrieved a bottle of purified water for Lian Yi from the fridge. I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion, Shirin noted. The excitement has faded. Now it's merely a matter of diligence, Lian Zheng replied. So, what brings you here? Shirin continued. I know you well. You wouldn't visit me without a reason. I wish for little Waterdrop to apply to the economics department at Aurora University, yet her passion lies in literature. However, we both understand that literature has little promise. Lian Zheng confessed. Indeed, at least in this era, literature lacks prospects. The future may or may not hold opportunities, Shirin responded. Both men, positioned in high ranks, would never voice such sentiments publicly, yet their close relationship allowed for candor. Shirin added, I have read little Waterdrop's writings. They are quite impressive. I called you recently to encourage her to participate in the new concept writing competition, but you declined. Lian Zheng acknowledged, yes. I want her to focus entirely on the college entrance examination, and her grades are satisfactory. However, a small incident yesterday made me reconsider my stance. Oh, what happened? Shirin inquired. Lian Zheng recounted his encounter with Lin Xiao from the previous day. He seems to be quite an interesting young man, Shirin remarked. Lian Zhengdao lamented the unfortunate reality that his academic performance was lacking, as was his literary cultivation. Devoid of substantial depth, his reliance on mere cleverness appeared rather insubstantial. This inevitably led me to think of Lian Yi, who has a passion for literature, while her mother and I have deliberately sought to channel her focus towards the sciences, particularly economics. Economics, with its incessant engagement with numbers, embodies a different kind of tedium. If one were to interact solely with numbers, would not life itself become rather insipid? The crux lies in the excessive preoccupation with numerical data, which may constrict one's thinking, sharpening it to a point yet depriving it of breadth. Shirin Dao remarked. You are indeed correct in your thoughts. In today's world, economics reigns supreme, GDP is paramount, and money has become the essence of narratives, leading society to lose its romantic charm. Lian Zhengdao mused that even a small drop of water requires a harmonious blend of the humanities and sciences. We must not stifle her interests and talents in this area, thus I brought her along. Lian Yi possesses remarkable aptitude in this regard. Her academic performance is nothing short of exemplary, and her proficiency in language is astonishing. After leaving school in her previous life, she rekindled her passion during her spare time, publishing several novels, one of which was even shortlisted for the Liu Award. By then, she had already become an associate professor at Zhenduin University. Shirin Dao inquired. Little Waterdrop, have you brought your article? Lian Yi produced a manuscript from her bag and handed it over with both hands. She is quite astute during exams. She excels in standardized essay formats, consistently achieving high scores. However, the piece she prepared this time was whimsical and brimming with imagination. After reviewing it attentively, Shi nodded in approval. Excellent, truly impressive. He was genuinely surprised. It exceeded expectations. I shall submit this to the organizing committee of the new concept competition tomorrow. A manuscript delivered personally by the Vice Dean of Jinduan University carries significant weight. Of course, Lian Xiao did not intend to pursue this shortcut, however. Should Lian Yi choose to enter the competition without informing Shi, it might jeopardize their camaraderie. Being needed can indeed strike a chord, especially as both individuals occupy esteemed positions. Such simple human interactions are most conducive to fostering deeper connections. Little water drop, Uncle will take you for a tour of Jinduan University's campus, and in the evening, I'll introduce you to the committee members of the competition. With enthusiasm, Shi Yindao led Lian Xiao and Lian Yi on a leisurely stroll through the campus of Jinduan University. Meanwhile, in front of the office building of Lin Xiao, one high school, the teachers of the senior Chinese language department were engaged in a ceremonial gathering. The most renowned talent of Lin Xiao No. 1, Guan, had finalized his submission for the new concept writing competition. This essay had been reviewed by nearly all the Chinese teachers at the school, receiving unanimous praise. Holding the email in his hand, Guan felt the weight of the collective hopes of both faculty and students. After all, he had previously represented the school in numerous writing competitions, garnering multiple accolades. Guan, we wish you a resounding success, said the homeroom teacher of Class 7. With great solemnity, Guan placed the email into the mailbox. Behind him, the applause of a dozen teachers erupted. Guan, may you triumph and bring further honor to the school. Upon disembarking from the train, Lin Xiao promptly returned to his classroom. Retrieving paper and pen to fervently transcribe his thoughts, he meticulously rewrote 5 essays intended for the new concept writing competition: The Fracture of Time, The Second Moon, Butterfly Dream, Metaphor of the Sun, and Burning. The final piece, Burning, could be regarded as his original work, though it drew heavily from various illustrious sources, including The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, Shame, a classic by Nobel laureate J.M. Coetzee, and The Crowd, a study of the popular mind. These works primarily delve into humanity's self-destructive tendencies embedded in our genetics, alongside the irreversible nature of entropy. While it could be deemed a modest representation of his own creativity, it unashamedly quoted numerous renowned phrases, atmospheres, and theories. Lin Xiao commenced his task by meticulously handwriting the essays, ensuring each character was perfectly inscribed. After dedicating an entire afternoon to this endeavor, he completed the transcription. He then diligently filled out the registration form, ultimately placing it into a large envelope. With the manuscripts in hand, he made his way to the school office, seeking his homeroom teacher, Li Xiao. Teacher Li, I have written an essay and wish to participate in the new concept writing competition. Could you kindly review it and offer some guidance? Lin Xiao earnestly inquired. Li Xiao, preoccupied with tidying up after class, responded, just set it down. I'll look at it when I have time. By the way, have you finished writing your public self-critique? Have you reviewed your coursework? The monthly exam is in 2 days. Have you prepared to confront your true academic performance and face your parents? After gathering his belongings, Li Xiao exited the office without further acknowledgement of Lin Xiao. Ultimately, Lin Xiao refrained from leaving his essays on the teacher's desk. His inquiry had merely been a matter of social decorum. Moments later, he departed the now empty office and headed to the post office. Hello. I would like to send a parcel, he stated. 27 yuan, replied the postal clerk without lifting her gaze. Lin Xiao, grasping the hefty envelope, paused for several seconds before handing it over. A short while later, Lin Xiao emerged from the post office as the sun began to set. The 5 essays had been dispatched. To be honest, his motivation was merely to enhance his reputation, with no intention of eliciting tears from Lian Yi. Chapter 13. Quite incredible. With merely 2 days remaining before the commencement of school, Lin Xiao diligently sought out accommodation. Ultimately, he discovered a residence within a kilometer of the institution. It was a modest 2-story building, constructed with great effort by the couple's parents in the county town. The interior was simply adorned. The husband operated a vehicle outside, while the wife ran a breakfast shop and convenience store on the ground floor. The young couple resided on the 2nd floor, and Lin Xiao rented the entire 3rd floor, which comprised 2 rooms, a bathroom, and a small living area for a mere 300 yuan per month. Indeed, 300 yuan for an entire floor of approximately 100 square meters was not particularly inexpensive. Although the decor was somewhat basic, it was equipped with essential furnishings. The young wife exhibited a hint of pretentiousness, perceiving herself as quite remarkable for being a county resident with a 3-story building. She insisted that the furniture be cherished, cleanliness maintained, and the bathroom regularly flushed to avoid any unpleasant odors. She firmly stated that undesirable guests were unwelcome, threatening eviction at any moment, as the prime location ensured a steady stream of potential tenants. Women from small counties represent a somewhat unique demographic, straddling the line between rural and urban life. Possessing a primal feminine allure coupled with a degree of fashion sensibility. They are neither as coarse as their rural counterparts nor as refined as those from grand cities, which lends them a distinctive charm. The woman before him, Bai Xiaoping, hailed from the town and possessed a certain beauty, with a pleasing figure that had led her to marry into a respectable family in the county, currently reveling in the joy of her new environment. When Lin Xiao retrieved his laptop from his backpack, the young wife was momentarily taken aback, her air of superiority diminished. In 2001, a laptop was still quite a rare commodity. Never mind, I won't charge you extra for electricity. It will still be 15 yuan per month, she said. Please pay 2 months' rent and utility fees up front. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao handed over 630 yuan, leaving him with just over 1,000 yuan to his name. The absence of a significant amount of money left him feeling rather uneasy. The acquisition of the computer underscored the urgency of earning money. This is the key to the main door, and this one is for your room, the young wife instructed. When you return in the evening, please be mindful of the noise. Thus, the rental agreement was finalized. A few hours later, he moved his scant belongings into the new space. The next day, as Li Zhongtian returned to the dormitory, Lin Xiao approached him to gather his bedding. Let us go, we're moving to the new place. You really rented a house? Li Zhongtian inquired. Yes, Lin Xiao replied. The rent has been paid, so hurry up and pack your things, don't dawdle. Without allowing for a response, Lin Xiao grabbed a few of Li Zhongtian's belongings and headed outside. Wait, let me finish packing, Li Zhongtian exclaimed, hurriedly gathering his meager possessions, just a mat, a thin blanket, and a few articles of clothing. Once they settled into the new room, Li Zhongtian began to feel apprehensive. Is the room this large? The conditions are so good? How much is this going to cost for a month? 150 yuan, Lin Xiao reassured him. Li Zhongtian yearned to offer financial assistance. Yet he found himself unable to do so, as his monthly living expenses amounted to a mere 160. Consider it a debt. Repay me once you enter university, Lin Xiao remarked. In such a spacious room, we could easily share it, Li Zhongtian suggested. Enough of that. You may not require privacy. But I certainly do, Lin Xiao replied, before proceeding to tidy up and announce his departure for work. After Lin Xiao left, Li Zhongtian vacillated between sitting on the bed and the chair, occasionally gazing out of the aluminum-framed window, his mind flooded with a euphoric rush of dopamine. The conditions were splendid: a private desk, a comfortable chair, and a bed significantly larger than those in the dormitory. Most importantly, the lighting was bright, eliminating the need for candles in the classroom. This living arrangement surpassed both the dormitory and the mud brick house he called home. Owning such a place would be a dream come true. He anticipated lingering in this blissful state for quite some time. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was fervently typing away in his room, consumed by the fear of forgetting crucial code as time slipped away since his rebirth. This was his first substantial fortune. A significant sum indeed. At that moment, Li Zhongtian, unable to contain his excitement and struggling to focus on his studies, wandered into Lin Xiao's room. Upon seeing the laptop, he paused in astonishment. Where did you acquire this laptop? I bought it. How much did it cost? For 1,650. Li Zhongtian could hardly believe his ears. For him, this was an astronomical amount. I borrowed it from Lian Yi's father, Lin Xiao replied. What? Li Zhongtian was utterly perplexed. How could one borrow such a sum from Lian Yi's father? His best friend seemed to have transformed significantly. Li Zhongtian then settled beside Lin Xiao, observing him as he deftly typed code, though he could not comprehend it. Knowing that Lin Xiao often visited internet cafes to create personal websites, he inquired, Are you working on a personal website? No. Are you writing software? He considered this endeavor rather sophisticated, one Lin Xiao could not possibly manage. No, Lin Xiao clarified. I am writing a virus, computer virus. What? Li Zhongtian was aware of what computer viruses entailed, but when had his best friend learned to create one? It sounded both sinister and advanced. Why are you writing computer viruses? He asked. To make money, Lin Xiao continued to type rapidly, responding casually. Make money? How does a computer virus generate income? Lin Xiao replied. How did I profit from Lian Yi last time? After a moment's hesitation, Li Zhongtian mused. It feels like extortion. You feigned suicide, exploiting Lian Yi's kindness to deceive her out of 800. This time is somewhat similar, but instead of extorting Lian Yi, I plan to target those prominent antivirus software companies. Li Zhongtian felt his scalp prickle in alarm. How much do you intend to extort? Lin Xiao turned his head and smiled. Can you believe that our residence costs so much? Li Zhongtian shook his head in disbelief. Lin Xiao chuckled and then paused slightly. Gazing earnestly at Li Zhangtian, listen carefully to what I am about to say. You have the potential to gain admission to a prestigious university, and your future hinges on this. My decision to have you move out is solely to facilitate your studies, enabling you to make a final push for a better university. Therefore, do not allow my circumstances to distract you or disturb your emotions. Starting tomorrow, continue to study diligently as you have been. Occasionally, I will take you to the internet CAF to play games or visit some leisure sites to unwind. I too will devote myself to my studies. However, my responsibilities will be numerous and may involve matters you cannot comprehend. But you need not concern yourself with that. Just focus on your studies, all right? Li Zhangtian felt a surge of emotion and replied, okay. He then rose and walked towards his room, unable to resist saying, Lin Xiao, you are the best friend I have ever had. Thank you. Upon returning to his room, Li Zhangtian continued his relentless pursuit of knowledge. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found it difficult to concentrate. In the classroom, with the dim candlelight and uncomfortable chairs, he could study effectively. However, with the bright lights and comfortable seat now, he was unable to focus. Thus, he retrieved a worn diary, half filled with his writings. Flipping to the latest page, he solemnly inscribed, Lin Xiao is the best friend I will ever have. He then added, today, I owe Lin Xiao 300 yuan. After completing this, he finally found peace of mind and immersed himself in his studies. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to fervently write code. Around 11 o'clock, he paused, hesitated for a moment, and renamed the folder containing the virus code to Panda Burning Incense. Indeed, it was the infamous worm virus from the previous life, merely 30,000 bytes in size. Perhaps it was not the most powerful virus, but it was certainly among the most notorious, renowned for its destructive capability over the past 2 decades. Remarkably, this virus was created by a computer enthusiast from a vocational school, wielding immense power that rendered nearly all antivirus software of the time ineffective, instilling fear in users and leaving few computers unscathed. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had a passion for web development, had attended programming courses, and had worked at a webgame company, yet his skills were insufficient to create such a virus. Nevertheless, the code for the Panda Burning Incense virus was fully public in his past life, allowing for straightforward replication, while creating and earning through constructive means was a slow process. Destruction and profit came swiftly. At 11:30, Lin Xiao left with his laptop, heading to an internet CAF, while next door, Li Zhangtian continued his relentless quest to prepare for the upcoming monthly examination, making a final push to excel. In the stillness of the night, the air was filled with the serenade of crickets. Not far away, within a nearby building, the interior of a certain residence had undergone a remarkable transformation. The exterior tiles of the building exhibited a refined taste, elevating its aesthetic appeal to an entirely new echelon. A meticulously dressed middle-aged woman ascended the staircase. Arriving at the door of a pink-hued room, she gently knocked and called out, Darling, it's time for bed. Please refrain from playing on the computer. Be careful not to get any blemishes on your face. From within the room, a sweet, melodious voice responded, Got it. The middle-aged woman lingered outside her daughter's room for a while, her gaze fixed on the charming plush toy hanging from the doorknob, her heart brimming with affection. Time seemed to slip away like a fleeting shadow. Her precious daughter, who not long ago was merely babbling in her early years, had now blossomed into a young woman and even taken on the role of an English teacher. It was hard to fathom how such an adorable, endearing, and tender daughter could adopt a serious demeanor in front of her students. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Xiao Momao curled up in her chair. Her enchanting figure accentuated as she donned a pair of glasses, her captivating eyes fixated on the computer screen. She was engrossed in a chat window with Please Call Me Ergo, and the message she had prepared was ready to be sent. Brother Ergo, please tell me how you deduce my desire to pursue graduate studies. And how did you know I am dissatisfied with my current relationship? What do you think I should do? After much hesitation, 2 or 3 days of it, she finally pressed the enter key, dispatching her message. She truly needed the insight of this astute individual. As soon as she sent the message, a wave of shyness washed over her. She had indeed called him Brother Ergo. The profile picture on the other end was gray, but her entire face flushed crimson, prompting her to cover her charming cheeks with her hands and shield her eyes. Xiao Momao, you are quite shameless, she thought, acknowledging Ergo's words that she might have been a tad flirtatious. Just then, the QQ notification for Please Call Me Ergo lit up. Chapter 14. Whimsical Conversations. Lin Xiao opened QQ and discovered that Falling Bubble was online, having sent a message calling him Brother Ergo. Teacher Xiao, you seem a bit cheeky today. Falling Bubble, Ergo, please respond. Falling Bubble, You can now explain how you discern my dissatisfaction with this relationship and why I desire to pursue graduate studies, right? Please call me Ergo. Your parents adore you and have protected you throughout your life. They have dictated your choice of university, major, career, and even your boyfriend. Your family is happy and your parents have respectable jobs. Falling bubble, indeed. Please call me Ergo. Excessively sweet affection can become suffocating. Once entangled, it is difficult to extricate oneself. Falling bubble. So, do you think I should pursue graduate studies? Please call me Ergo. Do you enjoy your current job? Falling bubble. I find it quite enjoyable, yet I feel a sense of dissatisfaction. It is too mundane, providing a glimpse into what life might look like decades from now. Please call me Ergo. Would you like to hear an honest opinion? Falling bubble. Yes, please. Please call me Ergo. You yearn to pursue graduate studies and venture into a bustling city, unwilling to remain confined within a greenhouse. This is a path not yet traversed by you, yet do not overly romanticize the road you have not taken. Please call me Ergo. Are you simply bored? Or do you genuinely aspire to strive for more? It is essential to discern between the two. Falling bubble. Please call me Ergo. Do you possess any unique talents? Falling bubble. Being beautiful and having a good figure. Does that count? Please call me Ergo. Absolutely. What are your aspirations? Falling bubble. If I share this, you must not laugh at me. I adore films. I wish to be accepted into a graduate program in drama. After a moment, she sent another message. Upon reflection, it seems that these are not my true aspirations, merely fantasies. I find this job quite cool. Please call me Ergo. I believe you have a natural talent for film. Falling bubble. Why do you think so? We haven't even discussed films yet. Please call me Ergo. A person with a pure and beautiful heart possesses an innate sensitivity to aesthetics. Xiao Momao felt flattered and quickly shifted the topic. In truth, my genuine aspiration is to have a splendid home, an exceptionally handsome husband, and 2 beautiful children. Then she sent another message. What are your aspirations? Please call me Ergo. To be able to openly marry 2 wives. Falling bubble. Scoundrel. Shortly thereafter, she sent another message. What do you think of my relationship? Please analyze. Please call me Ergo. You lack any genuine feelings for him. However, he is precisely the son-in-law your parents desire, providing you with considerable vanity. From a societal perspective, he appears to be the best choice. Please call me Ergo. In your heart, what attributes do you value most in a man? Please list 2, in order of priority. Falling bubble. Looks and temperament. Please call me Ergo. And what about character and personality? Falling bubble. You only asked for 2 points. There's no room for more. Teacher Xiao, it seems you have a penchant for attracting scoundrels. Nonetheless, a quality scoundrel surpasses 10 mediocre men. Please call me Ergo. What do you value most about your current boyfriend, and what do you dislike the most about him? Falling bubble. He is the son of a leader. I appreciate the prestige that comes with his status, yet I find his demeanor rather off-putting. It is a rather indescribable quality, too mundane, too commonplace. Please call me Ergo. It exudes a strong sense of being tamed, looking down upon subordinates with disdain, while exhibiting an ingrained servility towards superiors, replete with an air of paternal condescension and pretentiousness. Falling bubble. You are remarkably perceptive, although we have never met. Your description is astoundingly accurate. Then she added, what 2 qualities do you prioritize when choosing a woman? Please call me Ergo. Sensuality and purity. Falling bubble. Purity? Do you mean simplicity? Please call me Ergo. No, I mean purity. For instance, if someone is aloof, they must be purely aloof. If someone is flirtatious, they should be purely flirtatious. If someone is simple, they ought to be purely simple. Falling bubble. I chose to date him. Do you think I am materialistic? Please call me Ergo. No, you are not materialistic. You possess a kind of cleverness that belies an ostensibly vacuous exterior, a certain naive allure, a brave yet timid disposition. Falling bubble. Although I feel as if you are insulting me, I must admit you are correct. Please call me Ergo. You probably have yet to kiss a man, yet your mind often indulges in the most lascivious fantasies. Falling bubble. Stop, stop, stop. My mind is starting to conjure images. Subsequently, she messaged again. My mother is calling me to sleep. We can chat for 5 more minutes. Please call me Ergo. 5 minutes is quite lengthy. Falling bubble. Don't assume I am oblivious. Do you really think you can marry 2 wives? Hurry and give me advice. Should I continue this relationship? Should I resign from my job to pursue further studies? Please call me Ergo. Do you want the honest truth? Falling bubble. Of course. Please call me Ergo. You are quite intelligent, yet overly sheltered, hence your seemingly vacuous exterior. In the right environment, your intellect can be fully unleashed. Your inner self is pure and untainted, Yet there exists a latent allure within you. Only the right person can unveil the beauty of that allure. You have not faced any significant setbacks, which is why your courage remains somewhat fragile. Your intrinsic motivation is insufficient to instigate profound change. Only a formidable external force can propel you to transformation. Please call me ergo. Thus, your inquiries are somewhat futile. Merely a matter of idle curiosity. Whether you resign from your job or sever this relationship, you lack the requisite courage. Please call me ergo. Seek out that external force, and you will transcend, evolving into a woman far beyond your own imagination. Should that force be inadequate, then any forced change may lead to a more detrimental path. Falling bubble. What is this external force? Please call me ergo. You know this better than anyone. If one were to characterize this external force, it would likely be something that brings you to tears. Falling bubble. Why? Please call me ergo. You have grown accustomed to happiness and laughter, rendering you immune. Only through tears can you experience something profound. You lack the catharsis of crying. Falling bubble. Pa. It is you who lacks the essence of pa. Falling bubble. Ergo. Do you have a woman you admire? Please call me ergo. Yes. Please call me pow. What kind of woman is she? Please call me ergo. She has ample bosom and a shapely figure. Please call me pow. How vulgar and lowly. Then she added, I am about to log off. What final words would you like to share with me? Please call me ergo. Just one sentence. Floating bubble. Yes, just one sentence. Please call me ergo. From the heart? Floating bubble. Indeed, from the heart. Please call me ergo. Let us see your chest. Floating bubble. Go away, you're annoying. Xiao Momao logged off QQ, turned off the screen, and returned to her bed to sleep. After a while, she heard her mother's footsteps leaving. Her parents had pampered her excessively since childhood, guarding every inch of her being, treating even the slightest cough as a grave concern. She felt fortunate, but at times also sensed a degree of constraint. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her conversation with ergo had stirred a hint of excitement within her, igniting a creative impulse. Thus, she tiptoed out to listen. Ensuring her parents were sound asleep before once again powering on her computer, cautiously and stealthily composing a blog post, flowing eloquently over 2,000 words. It was a review of 2001, A Space Odyssey. In this era, it was considered a refined, niche film. This blog was her secret domain, known to no one. Once she finished, a sense of satisfaction enveloped her. She believed her writing was exceptional, and riding this wave of inspiration, along with a previous review of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, she submitted them to 4 film magazines in one go. Then, she fantasized about her articles appearing in prestigious magazines, feeling quite pleased. I, Xiao Momao, possess depth. I am not merely the big-breasted, brainless girl you claim. Yet, she found the term big-breasted and brainless rather endearing and rushed to the mirror to admire herself. She postured, puffing out her chest, then jutting out her rear. If having ample bosom and a shapely figure was deemed lowly, then perhaps she was beyond redemption. After indulging in her vanity, she realized it was already 2:30 in the morning. Oh no, tomorrow I'll have breakouts. She hurried back to bed, shut her eyes tightly. As if sleeping 1 second earlier would absolve her of staying up late. The next morning, Li Zhangtian was summoned to the office by his homeroom teacher, Lin Xiao. Have you moved out? You are renting a place with Lin Xiao? Li Zhangtian nodded and replied, yes, teacher Li. Li Xiao's face revealed a trace of anger as he said, you are being foolish. Li Zhangtian, you are a good student. With the potential to attend a prestigious university, there are only a few months left until the college entrance examination, and you cannot afford any distractions. Do you really want to live with him? Lin Xiao has given up on the college entrance exam. He copies your homework every day and often stays out all night on the internet. Can you be like him? Li Zhangtian, what I am saying may seem harsh, but it is the truth. You may cherish your friendship from high school dearly, especially since you sit together with Lin Xiao and both have rather solitary personalities, thus forming a strong bond. However, this friendship is a mere serendipity, and once one enters society, such camaraderie often dissipates due to the disparities in status. To utter a harsh truth, today's friendship may become tomorrow's burden. Let us ponder this. Should you ascend to the position of an official, or become an elite in a foreign enterprise, or a physician in a prestigious hospital, while Lin Xiao toils away on a factory assembly line or becomes a migrant worker? What then becomes of your friendship? To speak even more bluntly, should you choose to dwell with him outside, neglecting your studies and thereby forfeiting the opportunity to attend a renowned university, settling instead for an ordinary institution, who will bear the consequences of such a decision? Will he shoulder that burden? No, it will rest solely upon your shoulders. You are a diligent student. I cannot bear to watch you stray from the righteous path. In an instant, Li Zhangtian's eyes brimmed with tears. No, teacher Li, Lin Xiao's words differ from yours. Li Mingxiao replied sternly, you must return at once, or I shall summon your parents to the school and have them assist you in relocating back to the dormitory. As for Lin Xiao, Li Mingxiao had already resigned himself to his fate, indifferent to his renting a place outside. Li Zhangtian found himself at a loss, in truth. Whether he returned or not was not of paramount importance to him. Yet, returning would signify a betrayal of Lin Xiao, a notion he was loath to entertain. However, the pressure from his homeroom teacher was nearly unbearable. The thought of involving his parents was even more daunting, considering his father's deep-seated insecurities and his mother's grave illness. In a moment of desperation, a clever idea struck him. Teacher Li, I ranked 7th in the last monthly exam. If I experience a decline in my performance, I shall return immediately. If my performance improves, I shall continue living with Lin Xiao. Is that acceptable? Li Zhongtian implored. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, having never encountered such immense pressure before. Do you think I would acquiesce to that? Do you have a phone at home? Li Mingxiao maintained his imposing gaze, his tone growing even more severe. Suddenly, Li Zhangtian's knees weakened, and he nearly knelt before his homeroom teacher. Please, don't do this. Li Mingxiao quickly supported him. In that moment, it was difficult to ascertain whether to label Li Zhangtian as timid or resolute. To call him timid would imply that he preferred kneeling to betraying Lin Xiao. To label him resolute, however, would acknowledge that he could hardly endure the pressure from his teacher, instinctively seeking to resolve it through submission. Yet, Li Mingxiao could not allow him to kneel, for such an act would instill a lasting resentment within the student. The shadow of this kneeling would linger, and who could say how many successes would be needed in the future to alleviate its weight? The teacher acts in your best interest, yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Li Mingxiao lamented. Remember your words. Tomorrow is the new monthly exam, and should your grades decline, you will return immediately. Now, go. Li Zhongtian felt as though a great weight had been lifted and hastily fled from Li Mingxiao's office, stopping only at a considerable distance. Tears streaming down his cheeks for reasons he could not comprehend. Chapter 15. The Competition. At this moment, he observed Zhu Hongbin and Lian Yi returning to the classroom, and a wave of bittersweet emotions washed over him. To be precise, Zhu Hongbin had encountered Lian Yi midway and was now walking alongside her. He was acutely aware that Zhu Hongbin's father was a successful businessman, thus affording them considerable wealth. While he typically perceived little difference between himself and those from affluent backgrounds, he now felt the chasm between them widening. Observing their carefree stride, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. As for Li Zhongtian, he only felt at ease in the presence of Lin Xiao. Otherwise, he was perpetually constrained. He pondered whether, had the homeroom teacher pressured Lian Yi or Zhu Hongbin instead, they would instinctively resort to begging for leniency. Certainly not. In that instant, Li Zhongtian was overwhelmed by self-loathing for his own timidity. Although school officially commenced the next day, most students had already arrived on campus, diligently returning to their classrooms for self-study in the afternoon. During their high school years, it was common to encounter such prodigious individuals, those with excellent family backgrounds, commendable academic performance, striking appearances, athletic prowess, and towering heights, coupled with remarkable emotional intelligence. Such young men often became the knights in shining armor for many girls. Zhu Hongbin epitomized this archetype, a prince of the small town. His mother was a civil servant, and his father was a businessman. At this time, there were no restrictions against family members engaging in commerce. The extent of their wealth was unknown to classmates. Yet teachers were well aware. Aside from the English teacher, all the main subject instructors would utilize their spare time to offer him extra lessons and frequently invited him to their homes for meals. He was not made class monitor, as the responsibilities would detract from his studies, but he was appointed as the Youth League secretary. Remarkably, Zhu Hongbin maintained excellent relationships with his classmates, emerging as a small leader among the boys. In the eyes of many, he and Lian Yi were a perfectly matched pair, a sentiment Zhu Hongbin himself shared. Lian Yi quickened her pace, striving to distance herself from Zhu Hongbin as she ascended the staircase first. Zhu Hongbin, understanding her intent, deliberately fell back a few steps to avoid watching her ascend. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao approached from behind. Zhu Hongbin chose to linger even further behind, aligning himself with Lin Xiao, and remarked, "I heard you moved out?" Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. Zhu Hongbin continued, "When you have time, I'd love to visit your new place." Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Sure." Regarding Lin Xiao's public declaration of affection for Lian Yi, Zhu Hongbin could not claim to be entirely unperturbed, though his expression remained nonchalant. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Lian Yi turned sharply, casting him a fierce glare before hastening her pace to return to the classroom. By the time Zhu Hongbin and Lin Xiao entered, Lian Yi was already seated at her desk, in that fixed space beneath the doorframe. It was evident that Zhu Hongbin towered over Lin Xiao by a good half a head, his physique robust and upright. In that moment, Zhu Hongbin made a concerted effort to stand tall, epitomizing the characteristics of a high-quality male. Despite Lin Xiao's more delicate features, he was acutely aware of Zhu Hongbin's subtle competition but remained unfazed. At this moment, both Zhu Hongbin and Lian Yi's mental states seemed utterly transparent to him. He felt an urgent need to consume milk and beef, to jump rope fervently, striving to grow taller and stronger. Just look at Zhu Hongbin, from a well-off family, well-nourished, standing tall and proud. Many children from impoverished backgrounds must spend their entire lives compensating for their youthful shortcomings. Only a rare few manage to make up for it, while the majority find themselves unable to recover even after a lifetime of effort. Returning to his seat, he noticed Li Zhongtian immersed in his studies, his eyes red-rimmed. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao inquired. "It's nothing," Li Zhongtian replied, adding, "Lin Xiao, we are lifelong friends. We must strive hard, absolutely." "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "Since you are so sensible, I will let you watch an extra hour of a movie tonight." "Get lost," Li Zhongtian retorted, then returned to his studies. On October 8th, the National Day holiday came to an end, and school resumed. The monthly exams spanned today and tomorrow. For the third-year students, these monthly assessments were of paramount importance, often resembling mock college entrance examinations, with difficulty levels comparable to the actual exam. In their rental apartment, Li Zhongtian gazed at the milk, beef buns, and eggs on the table, hesitant to partake. "How much does this breakfast cost?" he asked. 20 yuan, Lin Xiao replied. Li Zhongtian was incredulous. His daily food budget was less than 5 yuan, and now breakfast for one person cost 10? Even if it was due to the monthly exam. Such extravagance seemed unnecessary, he timidly expressed. "It's not just for the exam. This is how we'll eat every day from now on," Lin Xiao declared impatiently. "Just eat. This is your last chance. If you miss out on nutrition now, you won't be able to make up for it later. A full stomach is essential for taking exams." Promptly, Li Zhongtian ceased his protests and began to eat heartily. After all, he had made a pact with his teacher. He had to show improvement in this month's exam, or he would have to move back into the school dormitory. After finishing their meal, the two set off for school. At the school gate, they encountered their English teacher, Xiao Momao, who was carrying a large cardboard box. Almost everyone slowed their pace, their gazes drawn to this rare fashionable lady. Today, Xiao Momao was once again clad in high heels and tight jeans, which accentuated her alluring figure. Her batwing top draped elegantly, revealing a truly captivating silhouette. Moreover, her unique walking style further enhanced her already enticing curves. Upon seeing her, Li Zhongtian instinctively arched his back slightly. The boy was undoubtedly smitten. Many female teachers at the school disapproved of Xiao Momo's attire, and even Lin Xiao in his earlier years believed women should not be so flamboyant. Yet now, he found her beauty refreshing. What was wrong with a girl who was attractive, had a good figure, and enjoyed dressing up? It was a celebration of beauty, a manifestation of grace. Furthermore, Xiao Momo's fashionable and sexy appearance remained tastefully modest. "Lin Xiao, come here." Upon encountering Lin Xiao, Xiao Momo halted her steps and waved at him. I will head to the classroom first," Li Zhongtian quickly interjected, hesitant to approach Xiao Momo. Lin Xiao approached her, noticing that the English teacher adorned a pair of purple, thin-framed glasses, enhancing her already exquisite features, rendering them even more three-dimensional. A charming spectacle wearer indeed. Do not feel pressured. Focus on performing well in this month's examination. Any slight improvement is a success. Last time you scored 353. Let us aim for 380 this time, shall we? Xiao Momo earnestly conveyed with a serious yet warm demeanor. "I heard you participated in the new concept composition competition?" she inquired. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have already submitted it." Xiao Momo replied, "That's wonderful. But since it has been sent off, do not let it distract you. Concentrate on your studies moving forward, understood? You are quite intelligent. And as long as you focus on your education, you will undoubtedly see significant improvements in your grades. Let us not forget our agreement. The goal for the college entrance examination is 500 points. She then bent down to lift a cardboard box at her feet, revealing several bags of imported milk powder, a box of Lego, and an abundance of beef jerky, all contained within a large box. "Thank you for the Teacher's Day gift. I want to calculate its monetary value. You need nutrition. so take these home. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that this entire collection was meant for him. Stop dawdling. Quickly take it. It's quite heavy, Xiao Momao urged. Perhaps due to her long-standing habit of interacting with her parents, she unconsciously adopted a tone of endearment while speaking, only to immediately shift back to seriousness upon realization. Lin Xiao hastily accepted the large box, inadvertently brushing against Xiao Momo's fingers, feeling a sudden softness. Xiao Momao intended to shake her hand due to the weight of the box, which had made her wrists ache, but fearing that Lin Xiao might overthink the accidental contact, she ceased the movement, merely rubbing her wrist instead. All right, you may go in now. Focus on your examination, do you hear? She maintained her serious facade. Lin Xiao entered the school gate, cradling the large box. Momo, a male voice resonated behind her, filled with affection and adoration. This was likely her rumored boyfriend, the son of the county magistrate. Lin Xiao turned to see a young man, approximately 176 centimeters tall, though the high-heeled shoes made him appear closer to 180 centimeters. He had an attractive appearance, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Is this the student who confessed to you in public? He inquired, gazing at Lin Xiao. Xiao Momo interjected, do not exacerbate the situation. He is merely a child. The young man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, locking eyes with Xiao Momo, and softly smiled, in my eyes, you two are but a child. Xiao Momo averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. The young man watched Lin Xiao's petite figure vanish beyond the school gates and couldn't help but chuckle. I truly envy his confidence. So ordinary, yet so self-assured. Xiao Momo found such remarks displeasing, feeling condescended to, and directly stated, I must go in now. The man said, I will pick you up for lunch at noon. Friends from the province are coming, and I would like to introduce you to them. Xiao Momo replied, I do not wish to go. The man insisted earnestly. They are not ordinary individuals. It would be beneficial for you to meet them. Please, you must come. Upon hearing this, Xiao Momo furrowed her brows slightly and quickened her pace as she entered the school gate, for she had duties as an invigilator today. Chapter 16. The monthly exam, so easy. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xiao noticed that Li Zhongtian had yet to arrive, while Zhong Lianping occupied his seat. This was the nephew of his aunt, the very one who had contended with Lin Xiao for the upper bunk. He hailed from Chia Town, where his father held a position as a local official, reportedly the director of the party and government office. Lin Xiao, you scored 353 on the last monthly exam. Yet I heard you told your family you achieved 553? Now your parents, and indeed everyone in your village, believe you can gain admission to a prestigious university? Zhang Lianping inquired with feigned curiosity. Lin Xiao gazed at Zhang Lianping for a moment before shifting his attention to Yudingting. Although her looks paled in comparison to Lian Yi's, she had matured early and enjoyed playful interactions with the boys. Her attire was often quite revealing, frequently bending over to pick up items, inadvertently exposing herself. It seemed every class had such an early maturing girl, who left a memorable impression in high school, only to later fade into the background. Yu Tingting, Zhang Lianping was hiding under the covers in the dormitory, calling your name, Lin Xiao remarked. Yu Tingting's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Zhang Lianping, exclaiming, you shameless wretch. I shall inform the teacher. She then dramatically lay her head on the desk, pretending to weep, her performance somewhat over the top. Zhang Lianping quickly waved his hands, declaring, I didn't. Yu Tingting, don't listen to his nonsense. He then cast a fierce glare at Lin Xiao, questioning, what do you mean by spreading rumors about me? Lin Xiao stepped forward, seizing Zhang Lianping by the hair, lifting him up, and commanded, return to your seat. Ah! Zhang Lianping cried out in pain. He was incredulous, having never anticipated that the usually timid Lin Xiao would dare to resort to violence. Instantly, he swung his fist in retaliation. The school has a zero-tolerance policy for fighting, leading to expulsion. I've already received a major demerit. I have nothing to lose, Lin Xiao chuckled. Are you truly someone who aspires to attend a prestigious university and still wish to engage in a brawl with me? Lian Yi rushed over, coldly stating, Zhang Lianping, dare you to make a move? She then turned to Lin Xiao, admonishing, you are not to engage in fighting, do you understand? Zhang Lianping, visibly intimidated, replied, I am a delicate porcelain. I shall not clash with your rough stone. However, I intend to inform certain individuals that what is false cannot be made true, and what is true cannot be fabricated. In a huff, he returned to his seat, increasingly agitated by his earlier performance. Feeling he had lost face in front of his classmates, acutely aware of a perceived decline in his standing within the class. After a while, the homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhao, entered, followed by Li Zhongtian, whose eyes were red from what was evidently another session of admonishment in the teacher's office. Upon entering the classroom, Li Mingzhao's gaze lingered on Lin Xiao for a considerable time before sweeping across the entire class. A few days ago, certain incidents transpired during the class gathering that I do not wish to revisit. I merely wish to remind some individuals to refrain from seeking attention through ostentation. As students, the only persuasive argument lies in your academic performance. If you have no desire to study, feel free to stay home and rest, but do not disrupt others, nor hinder the progress of the class. The following 2 days would usher in the second monthly exam for the senior class, with a difficulty level comparable to that of the college entrance examination. How have you been learning lately? In the face of examinations, there is nowhere to hide. It is essential to reflect upon oneself, and even those who have achieved commendable results should not become overly complacent. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Li Zhangtian. Scores do not deceive. Now, let us rearrange our seats, one per person. The examination commences. Subsequently, the entire class began to shift their seats, once clustered together, now scattered apart. Li Mingxiao personally moved Li Zhangtian's seat far away from Lin Xiao. The distribution of the examination papers began, and the monthly assessment was officially underway. Upon receiving the paper, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Novels necessitate logic, yet life often does not. Let this be a small shock for the teachers. It had been a long time since he had seen a Chinese language test paper. In his previous life, Lin Xiao's performance had been abysmal. He barely managed a passing grade in Chinese, achieving around 90 out of 150, which was evidently insufficient. Furthermore, when aspiring to enter prestigious schools, proficiency in Chinese became crucial. If everyone's scores were relatively low, even a slight advantage could allow one to outpace numerous competitors. Moreover, after being bedridden, returning to study Chinese brought an entirely different flavor and understanding. The things that eluded the youth were readily comprehensible in middle age, providing profound insights. Lin Xiao immersed himself profoundly in the task, to the point of losing himself in it. During his previous life, while confined to bed, engaging in short videos, gaming, or binge-watching series had only led to frustration. Yet, once he began the rebirth game and tackled the examination papers, tranquility enveloped him. The Chinese examination lasted a total of 150 minutes. Lin Xiao's answering speed was not swift. He utilized around 135 minutes to complete all questions. He then dedicated the final 15 minutes to review. Although it was merely a monthly assessment, cheating was entirely impossible, with 3 teachers vigilantly overseeing the examination room. The homeroom teacher stated plainly, if you manage to cheat during the college entrance examination, that is your skill. But for monthly tests, midterms, and finals, should you dare to cheat, I will not let you off. Ding, ding, ding. Time is up. The examination has concluded. Li Mingxiao declared sternly, everyone stand up. Do not move. Should anyone dare to continue answering, your results will be nullified. Following this, the remaining 2 teachers approached to collect the papers. The students surged out of the classroom. As usual, Li Zhangtian headed to the school cafeteria for a meal. But Lin Xiao seized him and suggested dining at an outside restaurant. This was not merely Lin Xiao's criticism of the school cafeteria, which was indeed quite dismal, with meat dishes often consisting of chicken carcasses, leaving little flesh. Consequently, many students from affluent backgrounds had their parents rent accommodation for them, opting to avoid the school's meals. Those with even better circumstances sometimes ordered meals from fine restaurants. Suddenly, Wang Lei appeared before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, was that lonely night you? Did you cause my misfortune? Wang Lei murmured. Lin Xiao, taken aback, responded, what are you talking about? Wang Lei continued. You frequently skip evening study sessions to go to internet cafes, boasting about creating a personal website, which indicates you possess some knowledge of computers. On that fateful day at the lavish internet CAF, you had just ensnared me in your trap when that solitary night led you to add me on QQ, subsequently transmitting a virus to my device. It was quite an achievement for him to deduce this. Yet the subsequent revelation of a brilliant student from the Computer Science Department of the University of Science and Technology of China, who aided the CAF owner in restoring the entire computer system, was entirely beyond Wang Lei's imagination, especially concerning Lin Xiao. He could not fathom that Lin Xiao possessed such remarkable skills to rectify the chaos of the CAF. The expertise of that individual from the university was undeniably genuine. Feigning ignorance, Lin Xiao earnestly inquired, please tell me what transpired. Was it truly not you? Wang Lei responded. Lin Xiao retorted, I have no idea what happened. If you suspect me, then so be it. With that, he disregarded Wang Lei entirely and left with Li Zhongtian for a meal. Meanwhile, Zhong Lianping unexpectedly approached and asked, Wang Lei, what is the matter? How has Lin Xiao wronged you? Wang Lei felt a sense of embarrassment regarding the incident and was reluctant to share. Zhong Lianping added, I possess some knowledge of computers. Perhaps I could assist you if you confide in me. After much hesitation, Wang Lei finally divulged the details to Zhong Lianping. It must be Lin Xiao. It has to be him, he asserted. Zhong Lianping replied, he is the master of deceit, you know? He has managed to fool his parents and the entire village into believing he is an academic prodigy, capable of gaining admission to a prestigious university. Furthermore, determining whether the solitary knight was indeed Lin Xiao is a simple task. By downloading a specific QQ application, one can reveal the IP address of QQ friends. If the IP address corresponds to Linshan County, it is undoubtedly Lin Xiao. Wang Lei seethed. If he has caused me such distress, and it indeed is him, I will inform the CAF owner. That man is a rogue who will not spare Lin Xiao. He will make him pay and ensure he receives a sound thrashing. Zhong Lianping sighed. It is unfortunate that the teacher remains unaware of Lin Xiao's alterations to his report cards to deceive his parents. I truly pity his family. Wang Lei remained silent, prompting Zhong Lianping to suggest, you ought to report this to the teacher. Why do you not do it yourself? Do you think me a fool? Wang Lei retorted, sensing a cunning nature in Zhong Lianping. Nevertheless, after enduring several minutes of internal conflict, Wang Lei could no longer restrain himself and made his way to the teacher's office. Mr. Li, I have something to report. Lin Xiao consistently alters his report card to deceive his parents. During the last monthly exam, he scored only 353 points. Yet he misled them into believing he achieved 553 points. I believe it is wholly inappropriate to deceive one's parents. His actions are a profound disservice to both his teachers and his family. Li Mingxiao appeared somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend why a high school student would still revel in tattling. I understand. You may leave now, he instructed. Wang Lei lingered, hesitant to depart immediately. Li Mingxiao remarked, your timing in reporting this is commendable. I shall inform Lin Xiao's parents as I see fit. Additionally, what happened to your face? Your scores suggest you have sufficient merit for a second-tier university, yet you are still falling short of a first tier. Should you not strive to improve? All day long. Seeking the teacher's intervention, do you think you are still in elementary school? Once you enter society, who will you turn to for help? In an instant, Wang Lei fled the scene. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 could not help but remark, his penchant for reporting will surely lead him to trouble in the real world. However, that Lin Xiao from your class, altering his report cards to deceive his parents, is indeed rather juvenile. Can one truly manipulate their examination results? Li Mingxiao sighed. Indeed. Now that the results of the monthly exam are out, I suppose I should call his parents. I hope the impact on them won't be too severe. Chapter 17. Remarkable. The afternoon exam was mathematics, a subject most conducive to score manipulation. Lin Xiao remained calm and composed as he completed the test paper. When the bell rang, he submitted it without haste. Although he appeared indifferent, he kept a watchful eye on Wang Lei. As anticipated, after evening study, Zhong Lianping conversed with Wang Lei, who then stealthily exited the school grounds, most likely heading towards an internet CAF. Should Wang Lei indeed accuse Lin Xiao of deliberately sending him a virus that caused the internet CAF to crash, the proprietor of the internet CAF, known for his unscrupulous demeanor, would undoubtedly take action against Lin Xiao. If he were to discover that Lin Xiao was the very computer expert who had resolved his issues, the situation would escalate perilously. The owner of the commercial internet CAF was no benevolent soul. He was a notorious figure involved in dubious dealings and had a cadre of accomplices under his command. This minor crisis must be resolved discreetly. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao returned to his rented apartment with an unruffled demeanor, then departed with his laptop to a small internet CAF, Blue Moon Internet CAF, nestled within a residential building. It was a rather clandestine establishment, lacking even a proper internet CAF system and frequented by only a handful of patrons. Boss, may I use your internet connection? I shall pay the standard rate, Lin Xiao inquired. Sure, the owner nonchalantly agreed, continuing his culinary endeavors in the kitchen. Lin Xiao connected a network cable and settled in the farthest corner. He began by downloading a modified version of QQ, a software created by enthusiasts that added extra functionalities, most notably the ability to check if users were invisible and to view their IP addresses. Subsequently, he downloaded proxy software to alter his browsing IP to that of Hefei, the capital of Anhui Province, specifically that of the University of Science and Technology of China. Once accomplished, he logged into his QQ account. Lone Wolf. This was the proprietor of the commercial internet CAF, with whom Lin Xiao had connected on QQ a few days prior at a digital city in Hangzhou. 2 days earlier, he had sent a message. Lone Wolf, skilled one, are you interested in collaborating for some extra cash? Lin Xiao responded with a simple, Lone Wolf, I will provide you with an IP address. Can you incapacitate it entirely? Lin Xiao thought, how direct you are on QQ, as if eager to leave evidence. Yet, this was typical. The current era was rife with such audacity, and more significant crimes were discussed on QQ. Moreover, at this time, QQ had not yet implemented real name registration. Lin Xiao chose to ignore the message. Lone Wolf, 6,000 yuan, are you in? 6,000 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. A tempting windfall. However, Lin Xiao remained silent. Lone Wolf, I understand the difficulty is substantial, especially being distant, but if you can accomplish it within 10 days, I would be thoroughly impressed. Then, Lone Wolf sent over an IP address, which, if Lin Xiao's suspicions were correct, belonged to the prestigious internet CAF, one of the 2 largest in the county, representing a significant competitive rivalry. Furthermore, the owner of this CAF was no innocent player. His reputation was equally tarnished. Lin Xiao directly logged off from this QQ account, then switched to a proxy server in Hong Kong before logging into another QQ account. In the solitude of the night, upon opening the application, he discovered that Lonely Heart had indeed come online. It was that fool, Wang Lei. Moreover, he had sent a barrage of messages. Lin Xiao, I know it's you. You are definitely the one causing me trouble. I will inform the owner of the internet CAF. He is involved in shady dealings and will not spare you. Just wait and see. I will ensure you face the consequences, and your family will pay dearly for this. You'll be left half dead. Lonely Night? Upon seeing Lonely Night come online at the prestigious internet CAF, Wang Lei was overjoyed. Finally, having tracked him down, thanks to the guidance of Zhang Lianping, he had installed a QQ version that could detect IP addresses. As soon as he confirmed it was an IP from Linshan County, he would rush to report it to the CAF owner to ensure Lin Xiao received a severe beating. Indeed, the chat window of Lonely Night displayed an IP address, although he was unaware of its location. However, he was savvy enough to use Yahoo. A quick search revealed that the IP was actually from Hong Kong. What? Not Linshan, but Hong Kong? Could it truly not be Lin Xiao? At that moment, Lin Xiao was also checking the IP of Wang Lei's QQ, which belonged to the prestigious internet CAF. He had just seen it moments ago. As for the proxy IP, Wang Lei was completely oblivious. Lonely Night. Who is Lin Xiao? Lonely Heart. Who are you? Why are you impersonating a woman to harm me? We have no grievances against each other. Lonely Night. Am I harming you? How have I wronged you? Lonely Heart. A few days ago, you sent me a picture that contained a virus, causing my family's computer to crash. Wang Lei, you vain fool. Claiming it was your own computer when it was clearly a CAF computer. Lonely Night. Aren't you the one harming me? My computer also crashed and got infected. I spent 2,000 Hong Kong dollars to have it repaired. Lonely Heart, do you think I would believe you? You are not a woman. You are a man masquerading as one to cause trouble. Lonely Night, what do I gain from deceiving you? If you don't believe me, let us have a video call. Is your QQ a beta version? It can support video chatting. Then, Lin Xiao directly invited the other party for a video chat. Wang Lei, taken aback, instinctively clicked to accept. To his astonishment, the video revealed a stunning beauty, the same woman he had seen in alluring photos before. Of course, this was a pre-recorded video that Lin Xiao had prepared, complete with a full set of images and clips, which he played during the chat. Then, a sultry female voice echoed through Wang Lei's headset. Hello, brother. I am Lonely Night. Lin Xiao had used a voice changer, selecting the most alluring and seductive female tone. The CAF owner, busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but glance over at Lin Xiao. Wang Lei, oblivious to the deception, was ecstatic. Believing he was truly speaking to a woman, the enchanting voice and captivating video perfectly matched as the beautiful woman waved at him in greeting. Now do you believe me? The alluring voice inquired. Continuing, Lin Xiao promptly terminated the video call and opted for a voice chat instead. Lonely Heart, are you really in Hong Kong? Solitary Night, with a sultry voice, replied, Yes, I reside in Central. Lonely Heart, your Mandarin is quite impressive. Solitary Night, I'm from the mainland, specifically Fujian. Lonely Heart, that's remarkable, managing to live in Hong Kong. Solitary Night, well, I'm actually the mistress of a wealthy man from the mainland. He made a fortune and arranged for me to stay here in Hong Kong. Lonely Heart, is he a government official? Solitary Night, you need not inquire further. He has been in a bit of danger lately and has accompanied me for some time. I feel so lonely. Lonely Heart, what happened that day? When I tried to open your photo, my computer crashed. Was it truly not your doing? Solitary night. How should I know? My computer crashed too. I hardly understand technology. If you don't believe me, so be it. Perhaps it's best to unfriend me. How could Wang Lei let go of a lonely, beautiful online acquaintance? Lonely heart. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Then, cautiously, Wang Lei asked, can we continue the video? Could you show me? Solitary night. What do you wish to see? Wang Lei hesitated for a moment before typing, trembling. I find you incredibly beautiful and alluring. I wish to see your body. May I? Solitary night. Fine. Since you are my fifth friend on QQ. Then Lin Xiao resumed the video chat, playing a suggestive clip while providing a rather provocative voiceover. Hearing the sounds. The owner of the internet CAF, busy cooking, glanced over, feeling a bit uneasy. While many patrons indulged in raucous online chats, a man so audaciously flirtatious was a rarity. However, he feigned ignorance, as this particular CAF allowed all sorts of activities, including flirtation. Meanwhile, Wang Lei was utterly captivated. At his tender age, he had never encountered such an experience. Although he had seen numerous adult websites, they were primarily images. He had watched several short films. Yet this direct video chat with a real person was an entirely different thrill. Just as the moment intensified, when the cup was about to be removed, the video abruptly cut off. Lonely heart. What happened? Solitary night. I have no idea. It shut off by itself. Lonely heart. Please restart it. Soon, the video resumed, with the woman continuing to sway and beginning to unfasten her cup. Just as his eyes were about to widen in disbelief, the video vanished once more. Wang Lei felt he might go mad. Just when it was getting exhilarating, it disappeared. Solitary night. It shut off again on its own. I don't understand why. Let it be. Lonely heart. I believe I know the reason. QQ software detected inappropriate content and shut it off automatically. You mentioned I'm your fifth friend. Have you had similar video chats with others before? Solitary night. Yes. Lonely heart. Then, when you remove your clothing, will the video function normally? Lonely night. It's possible. Heart locked in solitude. What software are you using? Lonely night. Those individuals are from Hong Kong, as well as Singapore. I am using a different chat application. Heart locked in solitude. Does that application forcefully shut down Guelyao? Lonely night. Anyway, it has never been shut down before. Heart locked in solitude. Which software? Lonely night. Let me find it. Moments later, Lonely night sent a link. Wang Lei eagerly downloaded it and discovered the application was named Adult ICQ. The name itself sounded rather dubious, precisely what I sought. However, a hint of trepidation lingered in his mind. He hesitated momentarily before clicking it. Could it possibly lead to another predicament? Yet, after a fleeting moment of doubt, the youthful exuberance consumed by curiosity prevailed. Surely, this was merely a lonely beauty residing in Hong Kong. Her speech and appearance during the video call were entirely consistent. How could it be a fade? I, Wang Lei, am merely an ordinary high school student who would take pleasure in tormenting me daily. Thus, just a second later, he decisively opened the application. With a sudden jolt, a familiar yet alien scene unfolded. Familiar, as the computer lost control and began to crash. Alien, for this time, the manner of the crash was distinct. The computer incessantly displayed pop-up windows, all filled with scorn and derision. Subsequently, the computer initiated an automatic countdown, spiraling into an uncontrollable shutdown. The first, second, third devices, after all. The entire luxurious internet CAF operated on diskless machines, with all data stored on the main server. Once the server crashed, the entire system of the opulent internet CAF collapsed. This was a far more vicious virus from years past, designed to forcibly shut down computers. Hence, the spectacle became even more extravagant and terrifying. Wang Lei felt utterly shattered, trembling and icy all over, unable to move. Why? Why was one instance not sufficient? Why target him alone? At that moment, a subordinate of the internet CAF owner had just received orders to remain undercover at the opulent CAF for the next 10 days. He had enlisted a formidable expert, tasked with causing the CAF's collapse within that time frame. Yet, having barely been at the CAF for 5 minutes, he witnessed this scene unfold. Was it not supposed to take 10 days? How could it be resolved in 5 minutes? The subordinate was immediately seized by a chilling fear, unable to comprehend. I can't believe it. Stepping outside, he trembled as he picked up his phone, nervously reporting to his boss. Chapter 18. The examination concludes. Boss. I have something to tell you. The young assistant stammered. What is it? Why are you trembling? The proprietor of the internet CAF inquired. No one recognizes you. Just sit inside and surf the web. What is there to fear? The assistant moved to a secluded corner outside and whispered, "Boss, the expert you sought is truly remarkable. He has already accomplished the task." You cannot fathom the scene. One computer after another began a countdown, then shut down abruptly. The internet CAF owner was utterly incredulous. This only transpired in less than 10 minutes, right? And it is already resolved? What extraordinary skill must this entail? It is beyond comprehension. I had already considered you to be exceptionally talented, yet you have surpassed my expectations. At that moment, the owner was overwhelmed with a sense of reverence. Such formidable experts truly exist in this world. The rival internet CAF, which offered lower prices and frequently launched campaigns against him, had siphoned off much of his business and even engaged in price wars that left him exasperated. He yearned for retaliation, yet the adversary had substantial backing, monopolizing a segment of the construction materials trade. Recently, they had intercepted a large truck on the highway, leaving the driver severely beaten, rendering him too fearful to transport goods for the competitor. Thus, he tentatively extended an invitation to the expert from the University of Science and Technology of China. Though he received no response, he merely forwarded the IP address of the rival CAF, harboring little hope. Providing an IP address for direct assault would lead to the CAF's collapse. To his astonishment, within a mere 10 minutes, the task was accomplished. I was completely stunned. It was just like a scene from a movie. Absolutely incredible. The two individuals envisioned a top-tier hacker, skillfully typing an array of codes within the depths of a clandestine system. In an instant, dozens of computers, hundreds of miles away, crashed. Who says China lacks elite hackers? I know one, they mused, unaware that this so-called hacker had achieved his ends through flirtatious antics on video chat. Lin Xiao exited the solitary QQ account of the night and switched to a proxy IP from Hefei, logging into a different QQ account. To his surprise, a message from the lone wolf arrived. Has the proprietor of the commercial city reacted so swiftly? It has barely been a few minutes since you received the news. Lone wolf, expert, you are truly remarkable, immensely powerful. I am in awe. Are you affiliated with the Red Hacker Alliance? Have you participated in the Sino-American hacker battles? Your skills are astonishing. I can scarcely comprehend how, from Hefei, you managed to incapacitate dozens, even hundreds, of computers in an instant. Please call me Ergo. What are you saying? I do not understand. I did nothing. The CAF owner was taken aback and quickly typed, Yes. We did nothing at all. By the way, expert, how shall I compensate you? Please call me Ergo. No reward without merit. I have not rendered you any service. Thus there is no reason to request payment. Subsequently, an additional statement was made. However, if you are inclined to engage in charitable acts, I am willing to provide you with a charitable account. The proprietor of the commercial establishment felt an even deeper admiration. Indeed, a master is a master, conducting affairs with meticulous precision, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao sent a peculiar account, which turned out to be an email address. Lonely Wolf, Master. This is merely an email address. It cannot receive funds. Please call me Ergo. This is a PayPal account, into which money can be deposited. PayPal is currently the world's largest electronic payment platform, founded by Elon Musk. Yes, that very Musk. This payment platform is set to be listed on NASDAQ next year and will be acquired by eBay. Lin Xiao would certainly not divulge his bank account, as that would violate strict real name regulations. Lonely Wolf, Master, I do not comprehend this. Please call me Ergo, if one is willing to understand. Then understanding is achievable. There is no true ignorance in this world, only the pretense of ignorance. Of course, since this pertains to charitable donations, it is not obligatory. You may choose not to contribute. Farewell, I will log off now. After this, Lin Xiao ceased to respond. The proprietor of the internet CAF thought to himself, I would indeed prefer not to contribute, but how could I dare? With such extraordinary hacking skills. If I refuse to pay, it is my CAF that may face ruin next. In his mind, Ergo's abilities were unfathomable. With just a slight exertion, he could potentially wreak havoc upon his establishment. Lonely Wolf, rest assured, Master, I will make an effort to understand PayPal and ensure the funds reach you within a week. Every penny intact. I genuinely wish to befriend you. This time, Wang Lei exhibited remarkable cunning, refraining from drawing attention to himself, even avoiding the spectacle entirely, and instead seizing the opportunity to escape the internet CAF amidst the chaos. He ran continuously for 2 to 3 kilometers before feeling a sense of safety. Then, he sat directly on the ground. Should he be caught again, he would undoubtedly face another beating and be liable for a substantial sum. Although his family was relatively well off in town, if his parents were summoned to bail him out once more, his father would assuredly beat him upon their return home. Panting heavily, when he got back on his feet, his legs felt weak. However, due to the anxiety and fear causing a pressing need to relieve himself, he hastened his pace, clutching his stomach as he jogged. Returning to the school dormitory was no longer an option. He would have to squeeze into the rental accommodation of Zhang Lianping. Zhang Lianping's parents, eager for their son to succeed, had rented a place for him and frequently visited to provide support. Arriving at Zhang Lianping's rented apartment well past 11 o'clock, he found him engrossed in his studies. This cunning individual, though devious, was nonetheless diligent in his academic pursuits, displaying a strong drive for progress. Upon seeing Wang Lei enter, Zhang Lianping immediately set aside his books and inquired, "How did it go? Did Lin Xiao cause you trouble? Was it an IP address from Linshan County? Did you inform the owner of the internet CAF?" Without uttering a word, Wang Lei dashed into the restroom, where sounds reminiscent of a tempest soon echoed from within. After a considerable time, he finally emerged. Zhang Lianping, pinching his nose, asked, "Was it Lin Xiao? Did the owner of the internet CAF attempt to apprehend him?" Wang Lei shook his head and replied, "It is not him. It is an IP from Hong Kong, a woman from Hong Kong. We even had a video chat." Zhang Lianping's eyes lit up. "A woman from Hong Kong? Is she a hacker?" Wang Lei responded, "No, she is a victim as well." Zhang Lianping inquired, "Is she beautiful?" Wang Lei remarked, "She is a mistress supported by someone, very beautiful, very lonely, and quite flirtatious. Give me her QQ number." Zhang Lianping coaxed, "Aren't you fond of Yudingting?" Wang Lei shot him a glance. Zhang Lianping retorted, "That's different. It's entirely different." Then, a look of bliss illuminated Zhang Lianping's face. "Don't you think Yudingting likes me? She often gazes at me during class, sending me signals, and on 2 occasions, she deliberately dropped her pen, bending down to pick it up. I feel as if I caught a glimpse of her figure." Wang Lei turned away in silence, for he believed that Yu Tingting's affections were directed towards him, as she frequently looked at him in class and had even asked him for water once. Although he was also infatuated with Lian Yi, the campus belle seemed unattainable. Thus, he thought that settling for Yudingting was also a fine choice. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, feeling that he had matured and become more cunning. Once more, he glanced at Zhang Lianping, inexplicably feeling a sense of superiority. On October 9th, the exams continued, with English and comprehensive subjects scheduled for the day. Everything was rather unremarkable, save for the English teacher, Xiao Momao, whose eyes were red, stifling a yawn midway and quickly covering her mouth. She must have stayed up late once again. During the exam, she leaned over next to Lin Xiao. Perhaps due to the special confession that night, she had developed a bit more concern, sympathy, and compassion for him. The fragrance of her perfume, combined with her natural scent, was utterly intoxicating. Most notably, when she bent over to check Lin Xiao's paper, the curves of her waist and hips became even more alluring, causing the boys behind to breathe heavily, utterly distracted from their exams. The homeroom teacher, Lian Xiao, cleared his throat. Only then did Xiao Momao realize her surroundings and hurriedly retreat to the back of the classroom, fearful of wandering around, as her presence attracted many gazes. In the afternoon, they had the integrated science exam, which concluded after 2.5 hours, with all papers collected. The homeroom teacher, Lian Xiao, intended to address the class directly, but hesitated slightly before saying, "Lin Xiao, come to my office." Instantly, Zhang Lianping cast a triumphant glance at Wang Lei, who, at this moment, appeared dispirited and somewhat absent-minded. In the office, Lian Xiao confronted Lin Xiao. "Did you lie to your parents and alter your report card? Last month's exam, you deceived them into believing you scored 553? "Yes," Lin Xiao replied. Lian Xiao, furious, exclaimed, "Are you deceiving them? Are you deceiving yourself? When the college entrance examination results come out, can you alter your report card then?" Lin Xiao responded, "Teacher Li, I truly scored higher than that." Lian Xiao retorted, "So by your reasoning, you intentionally scored 353? Then he waved his hand and said, "Do not speak nonsense. Just provide me with your family's phone number." Lin Xiao replied, "We do not have a phone at home, only my neighbor's aunt's number." Lian Xiao insisted, "Give me the number. Once the results of the monthly exam are released, I will personally call your parents to inform them of your true scores. Additionally, prepare yourself, as the school will issue a formal reprimand regarding this matter." Lin Xiao responded, "A formal reprimand is acceptable, but I hope this incident remains untold to my parents." Lian Xiao remarked, "So now you feel for your parents and are afraid, huh? Where was this concern before? Fine, I will not inform your parents about the reprimand. but I believe there is no greater blow than scoring just over 300 points. Chapter 19. Lin Xiao's performance upon exiting the office. Lin Xiao encountered his English teacher, Xiao Momao. Lin Xiao, I reviewed your English exam. Although it only covered the listening section and the multiple-choice questions, I perceive a significant improvement in your abilities, Xiao Momao remarked. Have you been secretly studying? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes. And for how long have you been diligently applying yourself? She inquired. Over 3 months, Lin Xiao replied. Is it to prove something to Lian Yi? Not quite. My current desire is to make her weep. However, Lian Yi serves as a rather convenient excuse, doesn't she? Don't be foolish. You must strive for yourself and your family, understand? Xiao Momao advised. Do you believe you can achieve a score of 400 this time? Lin Xiao nodded again. I can. Very well. Remember our agreement. Your goal for the college entrance examination is 500. As for the rest, I will assist you. With that, she resolutely made her way toward the principal's office. Clearly, she was intent on persuading the school to retract the public reprimand against Lin Xiao, as she felt it would be too severe a blow for a young man. Initially, the reprimand was set to occur on the first day of school, but Xiao Momao had advocated for it to be postponed until after the monthly exam. Inside the principal's office, her voice could be heard arguing her case with increasing fervor. When she finally emerged from the office, her eyes were red-rimmed, tears nearly spilling over. It was evident she had not succeeded. The principal, in a bid to uphold his authority, had chosen to maintain the original decision. Unwilling to accept defeat, Xiao Momao took out her phone and dialed her boyfriend's number. He was evidently surprised, as Xiao Momao rarely initiated contact. Could you do me a favor? She asked. Of course, he replied eagerly. After a brief pause, he added with a hint of restraint, I will certainly do what I can. This was a product of his upbringing, instilling in him the importance of composure and moderation in speech at all times. Do you remember my student? His name is Lin Xiao, she said. The one who confessed to you? He asked. That hardly counts as a confession. The school intends to publicly reprimand him, which I believe is far too damaging for a young man. I argued with the principal to rescind the reprimand, but he refused. My voice carries little weight. Could you perhaps call the principal and plead for Lin Xiao? Though anger simmered within him, he responded softly. What can I do? No problem. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, she said gratefully. Mo, may I come see you? Shall we have dinner together tonight? He proposed. Though her heart hesitated, she nodded. All right. Later. At an exquisite restaurant, the two dined together. In front of Xiao Momao, the county chief's son dialed the principal's number to advocate on behalf of Lin Xiao. Principal Zhang. After all, he is still just a child. We must adhere to the philosophy of healing and saving lives. Do you not agree? The son of the county magistrate, now holding a position at the municipal level, converses with the principal in a rather pompous manner. Xiao Momao, overhearing this, felt elated. After hanging up the phone, the young magistrate turned gently to Xiao Momao and said, Are you satisfied now? Look at you, your eyes are red from exhaustion over such trivial matters. You may not feel concerned, but I do. He then reached out, intending to caress the corner of her eye. Instinctively, Xiao Momao recoiled and quickly placed a piece of food in her boyfriend's bowl, urging, You should eat more. The man felt a surge of anger but immediately transformed his expression into a softer smile. Upon returning home, the young magistrate casually recounted the incident to his mother, the county magistrate's wife. Instantly, the official lady erupted in anger, promptly making a call to the principal of Linshan No. 1 High School. The following day, during the morning exercise, the voice of the director, Wang Tiangue, echoed through the loudspeaker. There will be no morning exercises today. We have an urgent matter to address. On the evening of September 30th, something significant occurred in Class 8 of the senior grade. The actions of Lin Xiao were exceedingly deplorable and shocking. Initially, he was to be expelled, but in the spirit of healing and saving, the school is willing to grant him another chance. I also advise all students, your primary duty is to study, study, study. Should anyone be found in romantic involvement, parents will be notified immediately. Now, we will publicly reprimand Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, please come forward and make a public self-criticism in front of the entire school. At that moment, Xiao Momao could hardly believe her ears. She clasped her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming from her eyes. Why did this happen? Her boyfriend had pleaded with the principal right in front of her. Overwhelmed, she ran away, unable to bear witnessing the sensitive and introverted boy make a public self-criticism. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students, Lin Xiao slowly approached the podium, his eyes scanning the audience. He cleared his throat twice and gradually took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The school leaders felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene unfolding before them. Lin Xiao spoke softly, adopting a tone reminiscent of a broadcaster. Hello, teachers and fellow students. Regarding the events of the evening of September 30th in Class 8, I believe you have all heard about it. My actions were utterly despicable and foolish, truly shocking. Months ago, I vowed to devote myself to studying diligently, with the aim of attending the same university as her. To this end, I rented an apartment and secretly studied late into the night every day. I aspired to create a miracle, to elevate my scores by 200 points in just a few months, and by 300 points by the time of the college entrance examination. I yearned to astonish everyone, especially her. To this end, I even conceived a grand confession ceremony, spending several months' worth of living expenses to prepare a chocolate castle, lollipop warriors, a chocolate princess, and 999 origami cranes. I aspired for this confession ceremony to become a symbol of my rise. Quite touching, isn't it? Some brothers have even contemplated emulating my endeavor, haven't they? Brothers, look at me, so emaciated, so malnourished. Though undeniably handsome, I still bear a rather unremarkable appearance. Many boys present hail from rural backgrounds, sharing the same impoverished circumstances. You may dream that through diligent study and admission to a prestigious university, you will earn the right to pursue a wealthy and beautiful partner. Do not be foolish. Do not indulge in such fantasies. Perhaps 10 or 20 years from now, you may be remarkable and capable of attracting many suitors. But not now. In this world, many girls mature faster than boys. They possess a clearer understanding of their desires. Do not blame them, for they have excelled within their own life circumstances. Those whom you cherish are indeed wonderful, are they not? The first encounter is eternal. Remember your current state of despair and inadequacy, for they shall not forget. This visage will linger in their hearts for a long time, even forever. The occasional dishevelment of the elevated may endear them to others, however. The disarray of the downtrodden invites ridicule. Of course, you may argue it is pity. But remember, to be pitied is far more tragic than to be mocked. What? A public reflection so profound, so compelling? At this moment, the entire playground fell into a profound silence. Everyone listened intently, as if this were not a mere public reflection, but a grand oration. Every word from Lin Xiao seemed to resonate deeply within many of the boys present, and numerous teachers paused to listen. If fate allows, do not confess your feelings to an exceptional girl in your most unremarkable moments. Never allow your heart to stir when you are in a state of decline. One may be poor, but one must not remain impoverished for too long. Do not allow feelings of inferiority and desolation to etch themselves into your very bones, into your soul. Do not let your courage become the subject of others' derision. As for happiness, we shall not speak of it for now. However, suffering is ever present. If you are already burdened with such pain, do not seek to inflict further suffering upon yourself. Strive. Endeavor. Be worthy of the man you will become in 10 or 20 years. More importantly, in 20 years. Do not allow your son to stand in the same position I occupy now. As Lin Xiao uttered this phrase, he pointed emphatically at himself, causing many boys present to shudder, profoundly stirred. Every generation must toil, and it is best that this generation of laborers be you. Otherwise, you may have no next generation. To all my quietly striving classmates, let us encourage one another. Thank you, everyone. Upon concluding, Lin Xiao tucked the reflection close to his heart. His performance finished as he descended from the podium. The audience remained in utter silence, and after a considerable pause, a thunderous applause erupted. Chapter 20. A resounding wake-up call. The recent reflection session held by the entire school resonated deeply with many individuals. That evening, Lin Xiao opted not to attend the evening study session, and remarkably, the homeroom teacher, Lian Xiao, refrained from commenting. Standing before the entire faculty and student body to reflect upon my actions, exposing the raw wounds of my soul. It is only natural to retreat to my room to tend to my scars. One cannot classify this as truancy. In reality, Lin Xiao had taken his computer to an internet CAF. The message from Fallen Bubble illuminated the screen. What are you doing? I feel utterly miserable today. I have cried for an eternity. Call me ergo. I am working on a website. What transpired? Subsequently, Xiao Momao recounted the entire incident in detail, omitting her own name, the name of the school, and Lin Xiao's name, simply referring to him as her student. Fallen Bubble. I cannot fathom the extent of the internal turmoil that such a young soul must endure. I am even afraid to confront him. Call me ergo. This is quite normal. There is a saying that aptly describes the dynamics between men and women. Fallen Bubble. What saying? Call me ergo. Either one selects others at the dining table, or one is chosen from the menu. Fallen Bubble. Your perspective is excessively pragmatic and materialistic. Is there truly no such thing as genuine love? Call me ergo. What constitutes true love? Fallen bubble. It is the mutual attraction of genes. It is an essence. A flavor. Call me ergo. The genetic attraction and essence you speak of are essentially derived from appearance and temperament. The former relies on the excellent genes of one's parents, complemented by nutrition, exercise, and sound lifestyle habits, as well as a refined sense of fashion. The latter, temperament, requires substantial material conditions and the passage of time to cultivate. Fallen bubble. If we adhere to your reasoning, shall we then categorize everyone according to their familial circumstances and economic disparities? Call me ergo. Indeed, 95 of individuals exist within such parameters. Humanity exhibits striking similarity. Nearly every seemingly unique individual has a plethora of comparable counterparts. Fallen bubble. I find it difficult to refute your claims, yet I am not fond of your perspective. Call me ergo. Humanity possesses 99 similarity, with merely one distinction, or even less. It is precisely this one that imbues individuals with allure. Fallen bubble. Do ordinary individuals, then, have no path forward? Are they destined for a life of obscurity? Call me ergo. Ordinary people who find a true partner become irreplaceable in each other's eyes. That is sufficient. Together, they become the protagonists of their own world. Fallen bubble. Your words are truly beautiful. She continued, however. One matter perplexes me greatly. My boyfriend clearly pleaded with the principal on my behalf, and the principal acquiesced. Why then did circumstances shift so drastically? Not only was the decision to publicly reprimand my student upheld, but he was also compelled to reflect before the entire school, without even awaiting next Monday, as the physical education class was abruptly canceled. Call me ergo. It is highly likely that he pleaded with the principal in your presence. Upon returning home, he recounted the incident to his parents, who promptly contacted the principal to express their indignation. Luwadi's bubble. Is he truly so shameless? Please call me ergo. It's not a matter of shamelessness, but rather, banality. Luwadi's bubble. Am I banal then? Please call me ergo. You are not banal. Luwadi's bubble. Are you banal? Please call me ergo. I am not banal. I am libertine. Luwadi's bubble. Where are you? Please call me ergo. In the magic city. Luwadi's bubble. Are you handsome? Please call me ergo. Extremely, exceedingly handsome. Luwadi's bubble. I don't believe you. Please call me ergo. When you muster enough courage, I can meet you and show you just how handsome I truly am. Luwadi's bubble. What kind of website are you running? Please call me ergo. As I mentioned before, an adult website. Luwadi's bubble. I don't believe it. Unless you send me the link for me to see. Please call me ergo. An exchange of milk for milk, an exchange of hips for hips, an exchange of sprouts for sprouts. Luwadi's bubble. You are truly shameless, disgraceful, and vulgar. Please call me ergo. Next time, please share something I do not already know. Thank you. Subsequently, Xiao Momao ignored ergo for an extended period. He had a mere dozen friends on QQ, but he found them all rather tedious and banal. This ergo was intriguing and profound, albeit annoyingly flirtatious. Luwadi's bubble. There is a secret that I have not shared with anyone. I am hesitant about whether to reveal it to you. Please call me ergo. Then do show it to me. Luwadi's bubble. Why? On what grounds? Please call me ergo. When you hesitate about whether to reveal something, it is a clear indication that you should. Luwadi's bubble. Do you enjoy films? Please call me ergo. Indeed. Luwadi's bubble. Have you seen 2001, A Space Odyssey? Please call me ergo. I have. Luwadi's bubble. I have written 2 film reviews. One on 2001, A Space Odyssey, and another on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I believe they are well written and have submitted them to several film magazines. Would you like to read them? Please call me ergo. Send them over. Luwadi's bubble emailed the 2 articles. Soon, Lin Xiao completed the analysis of both 2001, A Space Odyssey, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Please call me ergo. I have finished reading. Luwadi's bubble. What do you think? Lin Xiao remained silent for a few minutes. Luwadi's bubble. Speak up. Please call me ergo. I believe you will not pass. Your submissions will be rejected. Luwadi's bubble. Humph. I wrote them exceptionally well, with great confidence. Please call me ergo. In 3 days, I will provide you with feedback and assist in revisions, ensuring your acceptance, perhaps even attracting multiple magazines vying for your work. Luwadi's bubble. You're just posturing. Pretending to be impressive. It angers me. Luwadi's bubble. I'm done chatting. I am logging off now. With that, she abruptly logged out of QQ, grabbed her soft pillow, and, fuming, sat on her bed, delivering 2 hard punches to the pillow. Damn ergo, that scoundrel. I shared these 2 articles with only one person, hoping for a compliment. But instead, you suggested I would undoubtedly face rejection. Once the film magazine approves my submission, I shall return to prove you wrong. It is infuriating. Lin Xiao promptly shut off QQ and resumed his work. He is indeed creating a certain type of website, albeit entirely legal. His ambition is to accumulate wealth, seeking to amass as much initial capital as possible. The virus known as Panda Burning Incense is nearing completion. Though it promises a substantial sum, it is a one-time endeavor. He must explore additional revenue streams, ceaseless avenues of income, for in this world, the funds from LSPs are the most easily acquired. He aspires to establish a legitimate, highly profitable, and superior pseudo-adult website, marking the commencement of his illustrious career. Upon checking the time, he noted it was already past 11. Next, Lin Xiao engaged in the final and most crucial task of the evening. He composed an email, the essence of which was as follows. I inadvertently discovered a USB drive containing a rather formidable virus, which has rendered Kingsoft, Jiangmin, and Rising antivirus software utterly ineffective. With Kaspersky, Norton, and McAfee not faring any better, I harbor a profound disdain for this computer virus. In pursuit of a pure online environment, I wish to eradicate this threat before it can manifest. I hold your company as professionalism in high regard, as well as your determination and courage in safeguarding the digital assets of the populace. Thus, I wish to entrust this virus to you. If convenient, I would appreciate the opportunity to visit and present the virus I found. The signature was that of an unsuspecting computer novice. He dispatched this email to 6 antivirus companies, both domestic and international, directly addressing their relevant representatives. While appearing courteous, his underlying intention was to extort protection fees from the antivirus firms. Naturally, if the virus proved sufficiently formidable, the recipients would be delighted to pay, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Conversely, if the virus was weak, Lin Xiao's request for protection fees would merely be a jest. Why not send the virus directly? That was out of the question, given the expertise of the recipients. Direct transmission would lead to thorough analysis. Furthermore, although he was nearing completion, the virus had yet to be tested. Subsequently, Lin Xiao accessed his PayPal account, only to find a surprising sum of $800 awaiting him. It was evidently a transfer from the owner of the Commercial City Internet Cafe, demonstrating their eagerness. Despite his lack of understanding regarding PayPal, he was determined to comprehend it within 2 days, successfully registering an account and receiving the funds, though a modest amount. It provided him with a newfound sense of financial ease, albeit the withdrawal process proved somewhat cumbersome and time-consuming. Ultimately, it was merely a small sum. The true fortune lay in selling viruses, and if all proceeded smoothly, he would not need to worry about finances for an extended period. By the time Lin Xiao returned to his rented apartment, it was already past midnight. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiao was startled to find Li Zhongtian sitting upright within. Why are you still awake? Are you cultivating immortality? Lin Xiao inquired. Li Zhongtian replied, I simply cannot find sleep. Tomorrow, the results of the monthly exam will be released. He had promised the homeroom teacher that should his grades decline or his rank fall, he would have to return to the school dormitory. Your words this morning resonated deeply with me, Li Zhongtian continued. It felt as though each phrase was meticulously tailored for my understanding, evoking a profound sense of awakening. And many classmates were similarly inspired. Lin Xiao took a seat and responded earnestly, Zhongtian, forget what I said today. Li Zhongtian was taken aback. Why? Were your words not true? Were they not heartfelt? Lin Xiao affirmed, what I said was indeed correct, aligning with universally accepted standards. Then why should I forget it? Li Zhongtian pressed. Lin Xiao explained that which adheres to correct standards signifies that many abide by them. When a multitude follows a path deemed correct, it suggests there is no shortcut. Many delineate a proper path solely to allow a select few to take shortcuts, when the majority adheres to the rules. Those few who do not can reap considerable rewards. The truth of this world is that only the brave can truly enjoy it. Should one toil in silence until they achieve excellence before pursuing their desires? By then, the opportunity may have long passed. What should be done is to regard all these challenges as opportunities for growth. Be it women, work, or career, when you can afford the emotional costs, dare to try. If you do not venture forth, how can you discern which path is more favorable? Without making repeated attempts, how can you gauge the right balance? Why did my words during the school-wide reflection resonate with you? Because they epitomized a mindset of the weak. There are too many weak individuals in this world. And I merely catered to that psychology. In this world, those who are foolish often seize control. When every word spoken by someone strikes a chord within you, that person is likely a scoundrel. For a moment, Li Zhongtian was left speechless. So, are you a scoundrel? He suddenly asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. I am not. I understand everything. I just cannot implement it. Now, go to sleep. Returning to his room, Li Zhongtian tossed and turned, unable to find rest. This was partly due to the profound impact of Lin Xiao's words, and partly from the anxiety of the impending exam results, fearing that he might indeed falter. Chapter 21. The Announcement of Grades. The following day, within the senior year cohort, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 remarked, Lin Xiao possesses a profound understanding of the issues at hand. His reflections during yesterday's public review were commendable. Li Mingxiao interjected, indeed. They resonated with many students from rural backgrounds, yet one could argue he is merely being clever. At this age, what truly matters is performance, grades, grades, grades. Without them, all else is but an illusion. Wang Tiangue, the director of education and also the mathematics teacher for the senior year, immediately chimed in after hearing Li Mingxiao's comments. Such sentiments could not be more accurate. I have a particular disdain for students who are glib and manipulative. It is precisely because they expend their efforts on such trivialities that their academic performance falters. Furthermore, did you catch his insinuation? He intended to make a remarkable impression in this month's examination, but due to the rejection of his affections and subsequent disciplinary action from the school, he faltered. The scores have yet to be released, and he is already seeking excuses. Is this the demeanor of a diligent student? Li Laosher, he continued. Once the results of this month's examination are published, please contact Lin Xiao's parents and request their presence at the school. What kind of parents are they? So oblivious to their child's academic struggles, remaining blissfully unaware? This would also afford his parents an opportunity to witness the true caliber of their son. Subsequently, the teachers within the cohort methodically began to unseal the examination papers and record the scores. Although it was merely a monthly test, the process was conducted with utmost formality. Each paper was bound and named, followed by a thorough cross-evaluation. Xiao Momao remained silent, diligently unsealing papers while specifically searching for Lin Xiao's examination. She first sought the English test and, after a few moments of searching, finally located Lin Xiao's paper. In the previous monthly examination, Lin Xiao had scored a total of 353 points, 101 in Chinese, 53 in mathematics, 65 in English, and 134 in comprehensive subjects. Lin Xiao had claimed to have devoted months to his studies, aiming to impress Lian Yi with an extraordinary performance. While others remained skeptical, Xiao Momao believed in him. Certainly, his assertion of a 200-point increase was somewhat exaggerated. However, a 100-point improvement would suffice for him to petition the school once more to lift Lin Xiao's disciplinary record, which would otherwise remain on his permanent file. She had estimated that with over 100 days of relentless study, a 30-point increase in English was feasible. Thus, if Lin Xiao surpassed 95 points in English, it would signify a monumental advancement. Before long, she discovered Lin Xiao's paper. English, 128 points. She was momentarily taken aback. Such an impressive score. Admittedly, it was not exceptionally high, as 4 students in her class had exceeded 140 points. Nevertheless, considering Lin Xiao had only scored 65 points in the previous monthly examination, this improvement was astonishing. The magnitude of this surprise was overwhelming, and Xiao Momao felt an exhilarating shift in her mood. With renewed vigor, she stood and called out, Li Mingxiao. Quickly find out how many points Lin Xiao scored in Chinese. Li Mingxiao, perplexed by Xiao Momo's sudden excitement, glanced at the name on the paper while recording the scores. I haven't reached him yet. What is the matter? He continued to leisurely sift through the examination papers when a score caught his eye. 130 points? Such a high score in Chinese. Who could it be? Lian Yi? Zhu Hongbin? Or perhaps Xiaolin? Upon glancing at the name, he was taken aback to discover it was Lin Xiao. This. He was momentarily stunned, and his spirits soared instantly. Li Mingxiao quickly adjusted his glasses, pulled out the test paper, and meticulously examined it once more, wondering if perhaps the grading teacher had made an error. After a thorough review, he found no mistakes. It was indeed 130 points. The grading had been stringent, with no discrepancies whatsoever. What had Lin Xiao scored in the last monthly exam for Chinese? He hurriedly searched through the records and found it to be 101 points. In Chinese, he had improved by a staggering 29 points. This was somewhat alarming. Xiao Momao stepped forward and took Lin Xiao's Chinese test paper, her eyes widening at the glaring 130 points, even higher in Chinese. Without delay, she dashed to the math teacher, Peng Jiaxuan, exclaiming, "Teacher Peng, please check Lin Xiao's math score." The math teacher, a kind-hearted individual, was not put off by Xiao Momo's request. He cheerfully paused his record-keeping and began to search for Lin Xiao's paper. 110 points, not bad. His lack of astonishment stemmed from his complete immersion in teaching, as he rarely remembered names or scores apart from a select few students. Xiao Momo then turned to the physics teacher, asking, "What about the comprehensive science score?" Before she could finish, the physics teacher had already begun to search through Lin Xiao's exam paper. 208 points. At that moment, everyone present began to silently tally the total score. Soon, the numbers were revealed, 576 points. The entire faculty fell into a hushed silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Lin Xiao had claimed in the school assembly that he aimed to raise his score by over 200 points. And he had indeed increased it by a full 223 points. Suddenly, all the teachers from the grade group gathered around, abandoning their other tasks. They meticulously examined each of Lin Xiao's papers, scrutinizing every question, repeating the process over and over. There was no error. It was a genuine 576 points. This was indeed astonishing, a rise of over 200 points. Although 576 points was merely an average score at their school, the magnitude of the improvement was sufficiently alarming. Have you ever encountered such a student in your teaching career? The director of education, Wang Tianhua, inquired, "Is there a possibility he cheated?" Li Mingxiao replied, "There is no possibility. I monitored him throughout the entire examination." Wang Tianhua continued, "Could it be that he had access to the exam papers beforehand?" Xiao Momo interjected, "Teacher Wang, how can you suspect our student like that?" Wang Tianhua frowned, noting her failure to even address him properly as Director Wang, indicating her disregard for his authority as the Director of Education. Li Mingxiao remarked, "While such a possibility is nearly non-existent, the extent of this improvement is indeed perplexing." Another teacher added, "In fact, there have been instances of exam paper theft in the past." Xiao Momo retorted, "Could it not be that he has truly made such remarkable progress? Why must there be such malicious speculation?" Teacher Li, please do not be upset. It is not that we doubt the students. It is simply that this level of improvement is astonishing. Li Mingxiao believed it was imperative to curtail the discussion. He firmly stated, "Truth cannot disguise itself, nor can falsehood become reality. The midterm examination is next month, and it will utilize a standardized paper across the city. Whether the progress is indeed as significant will soon be revealed. We must refrain from exaggerating or making any assumptions." In the final class of the afternoon, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Originally, the monthly examination results were scheduled for release tomorrow, but due to the unique circumstances, Li Mingxiao had announced earlier that the scores would be disclosed before evening self-study. Li Zhongtian was anxious about a potential decline in his grades, fearing he might have to return to the school dormitory, thus betraying Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, many were eager to see Lin Xiao's score, especially after his declaration during yesterday's school assembly, where he confessed to working tirelessly for months to achieve a breakthrough, aiming to prove himself to Lian Yi. Is he a horse or a mule? Let us see if he can elevate his score by 100 points. That would be impressive. Lian Yi's emotions were quite complex. Lin Xiao's public confession had stirred considerable commotion throughout the school, revealing his infatuation with her. Now she was even more famous, drawing playful jests from numerous girls. Yet, deep down, Lian Yi hoped that Lin Xiao's claims were genuine and that he had indeed made progress. Even a rise of 50 or 60 points, followed by continued improvement, could pave the way for him to secure a place in a second-tier university during the college entrance examination. Lin Xiao, how many points do you plan to deceive your parents into believing you scored? Zhang Lianping suddenly inquired. Lin Xiao retorted, Zhang Lianping, I'm going to smear excrement on your mouth shortly. Enough. The class monitor, Zhu Hongbin, interjected loudly. Noticing Zhang Lianping was about to retaliate, Zhu Hongbin asserted, Zhang Lianping, be quiet. Instantly, Zhang Lianping fell silent, for Zhu Hongbin was regarded as a minor leader among the boys, wielding considerable authority. Internally, he also disapproved of Lin Xiao's remarks from yesterday, as they had placed Lian Yi under undue scrutiny, leading to many jokes about their relationship. Furthermore, he genuinely disliked such attempts to gain attention, proclaiming grand aspirations of a 200-point improvement within 3 months to impress Lian Yi. What was the point of making such boastful statements in public? A man should speak only after achieving something. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Mingxiao, entered. He glanced at Lin Xiao and then announced, We will now disclose the monthly examination scores. The results were as follows. First place, Lian Yi, 676 points. Second place, Zhu Hongbin, 673 points. Third place, Xiao 638 points. Fourth place, Li Xinjin, 629 points. Fifth place, Zhang Qinju, 625 points. Sixth place, Li Zhongtian, 618 points. Upon hearing the rankings and scores, Li Zhongtian exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained from the tension he had been holding. This time, I made a remarkable progress of 7 points, and my rank has ascended by 1 position. At long last, I need not return to the school dormitory, for I can reside alongside Lin Xiao. Our homeroom teacher, with an inscrutable expression, recited the scores and rankings. Upon reaching the 26th position, there was a brief pause as he lifted his gaze. 26th place, Lin Xiao, with a score of 576. Instantly, the entire class erupted in astonishment. Chapter 22. An exaggeration. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed upon Lin Xiao. Had there been a misunderstanding? Or had the homeroom teacher misread the results? Wang Lei voiced his confusion directly. Mr. Li, did you perhaps make a mistake? Li Mingxiao cast a brief glance at him, remaining silent as he continued to announce the scores. 27th place, Zhong Lianping, with a score of 573. It was evident that the homeroom teacher had not erred. However, the rest of the class lost all patience to hear the subsequent scores, utterly bewildered by Lin Xiao's remarkable rank and score. An increase of over 200 points compared to the last monthly exam? Well, Lin Xiao claimed to have secretly dedicated himself for more than 3 months. But this was still astonishing. Was the magic of love truly that powerful? What was even more incredulous was Li Zhongtian's reaction. Lin Xiao asserted that he had put in 3 months of effort. Others might be oblivious, but surely he was not. Where had Lin Xiao truly exerted himself? Each day was spent either creating a website, crafting gifts, or daydreaming. Yet he was entirely convinced that Lin Xiao had not cheated. The crowd's eyes shifted back to Lin Xiao, then to Lian Yi, eager to witness her reaction. Lian Yi's exquisitely beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Lin Xiao was indeed speaking the truth. She had thought he was merely boasting. In an instant, Lin Xiao's figure took on an air of mystery in her eyes. 47th place, Wang Lei, with a score of 523. As soon as this score was announced, Wang Lei appeared utterly dejected. Compared to the previous monthly exam, he had dropped a full 20 points. What had once been a score just shy of a first-tier university was now teetering on the brink of barely passing. Once the homeroom teacher concluded the announcements, his expression turned stern. Wang Lei, what is going on? A drop of over 20 points? At this rate, do not even think about getting into a second-tier university. You seem to be lost in your own world. Call your father and have him come to the school. Instantly, Wang Lei's complexion shifted from pale to a sickly green. Then, Li Mingxiao softened his tone. Students who did not perform well should not be disheartened. The midterm exam next month is an opportunity for redemption. Those who did well should not become complacent. Grades are a fickle mistress. If you do not advance, you will inevitably regress. And with that, school is dismissed. With that, Li Mingxiao departed. The classroom erupted into chaos, with students approaching Lin Xiao, inquiring how he had managed to achieve such a remarkable leap of over 200 points. Although they praised him, their expressions were tinged with skepticism. This improvement was simply too extraordinary to be rational. Lin Xiao offered no explanations. He knew that as long as his scores continued to rise, all doubt would dissipate. Furthermore, this achievement held little significance for him personally or for his classmates. It was primarily of immense importance to his family. It would grant them peace of mind, allowing them to take pride in him without the constant worry about his academic performance. Meanwhile, a portion of the class began to tease Lian Yi, remarking on the astonishing power of love. The class representative, Zhu Hongbin, frowned and approached Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao, shall we step outside to have a chat? Upon arriving at the corridor outside the classroom, Zhu Hongbin remarked, Congratulations. Your remarkable performance has taken everyone by surprise, including myself. Lin Xiao replied, Let us get straight to the point. We are all aware of it, but previous pleasantries hold no value. Zhu Hongbin continued, Lin Xiao, Lian Yi did not attend evening self-study yesterday. She was in tears. During the school-wide review, you morally coerced her. Do you realize that? First, although you did not state it explicitly, it would lead everyone to believe that if you perform poorly in this month's exam, it is entirely due to her rejection of your affections. Second, despite having no relationship with her, your outburst has caused well-meaning individuals to associate you both, which is highly detrimental to Lian Yi. I cannot fathom the reasons behind your sudden academic improvement, nor do I wish to question it, as it does not concern me. But please refrain from exploiting Lian Yi for your own gain. Furthermore, as a fellow student. I sincerely advise you to exercise restraint in your actions and avoid seeking attention unnecessarily. I wish you success in your midterm examinations next month. After speaking, Zhu Hongbin returned to the classroom, casually smoothing his hair under the doorframe to enhance his appearance. Once seated, he elegantly nodded towards Lian Yi. After a moment of hesitation, Lian Yi approached Lin Xiao and asked, "Can we step outside to talk?" Lin Xiao, taken aback, thought, "I just sat down." But he nodded nonetheless and followed Lian Yi into the corridor. The classroom erupted into a chorus of excitement. "I am genuinely happy for your significant improvement," Lian Yi expressed. Lin Xiao responded, "Are you truly happy, or is it feigned?" Lian Yi insisted, "Of course, I am genuinely happy." Lin Xiao continued, "After studying tirelessly for you and raising my score by over 200 points, do you not think I deserve some form of reward?" Lian Yi regretted asking him to speak, suddenly feeling defensive. "Are you, once again, seeking a loan?" "No need for money. I am quite comfortable now," Lin Xiao replied. "Do you have a USB drive at home?" "Yes," Lian Yi confirmed. "Do you own a laptop?" "Yes," she answered again. "May I borrow it this weekend?" he asked, quickly adding, "It's a genuine request. I will only need it for 2 days and will return it." He intended to utilize it for testing the efficacy of the panda burning incense virus, as he was reluctant to risk his own computer filled with invaluable data for such potentially system reinstalling experiments. "All right, I will lend it to you," Lian Yi said with a stern expression. "But there is something you said that I find quite irritating." "What is it?" Lin Xiao inquired. Lian Yi turned her delicate face away, her demeanor somewhat haughty. "During the school-wide review yesterday, your remarks made me very uncomfortable." It was more than discomfort. Upon returning home, she had secretly cried for over half an hour, causing her parents to call multiple times, concerned that she had been bullied. Lian Yi earnestly stated, "In your words, I felt as though I had transformed into a mercenary woman. It appears that my disdain for you is akin to a judgment of your humble origins and financial status." Lin Xiao scoffed. "Isn't that the case?" Lian Yi replied, "Certainly not. I am not a superficial person." Lin Xiao retorted, "If my family were affluent, my academic performance exceptional, and I were tall and robust, would you not be drawn to me? Your association with Zhu Hongbin is undoubtedly due to his wealth, allowing for an advantageous union with your family. You are merely a woman of materialistic inclinations." Lian Yi's eyes reddened, and she cried, "Do not speak such nonsense. I have not been involved with him. I am not a shallow woman, nor do I harbor any affection for him." Lin Xiao said, "What are you pretending for? With his wealth, how could you not find him appealing?" Lian Yi, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "You are speaking ill. I have stated I do not like him, and that is my truth." "Very well, I understand." Lin Xiao nodded seriously before returning to the classroom. Lian Yi was taken aback, unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Xiao called out to Zhu Hongbin, "Zhu Hongbin, step outside for a moment." Zhu Hongbin, bewildered, thought, "What does this have to do with me?" Yet, he reluctantly complied. Lin Xiao addressed Lian Yi, "You just claimed you do not fancy Zhu Hongbin, correct? Are you brave enough to stand by your words?" Lian Yi was equally perplexed. How did the conversation shift to this point? Their families were quite familiar with each other, and it was common for them to jest about the two. Additionally, Zhu Hongbin was academically gifted and handsome, regarded as the campus heartthrob, attracting many admirers. Yet he only had eyes for her. Lin Xiao sighed. Some individuals are indeed hypocritical. Previous statements become as inconsequential as a mere puff of air. Lian Yi retorted, "Indeed. I have declared my feelings. I do not like him." Fuming, she stormed back to the classroom, leaving Zhu Hongbin in a state of disbelief. Lin Xiao approached Zhu Hongbin, placing a hand on his shoulder. "My friend, you are exceptionally handsome, academically accomplished, principled, and wealthy. I find it hard not to admire you. It is truly unfortunate that Lian Yi claims she does not like you. Her judgment seems clouded." Lin Xiao continued earnestly, "I have seen through Lian Yi. What about you?" Then, Lin Xiao returned to the classroom, leaving the dashing Zhu Hongbin in a whirlwind of emotions. His heart sank, for Lian Yi had explicitly stated her lack of affection for him. Taking deep breaths, he reassured himself, "I must not be doing enough. Do not worry, Lian Yi. I shall strive to improve, and one day you will come to like me." Back in the office, the homeroom teacher, Li Ming, found himself compelled to pick up the phone, searching for the number Lin Xiao had provided to contact his parents. Yet, halfway through dialing, he hesitated and set the phone down. As a teacher, he naturally wished for Lin Xiao's academic achievements to be genuine. Who would not want their students to excel? However, he could not ascertain how Lin Xiao had obtained such scores. Thus, he resolved against making the call. Chapter 23. Achievements, a family uplifted. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xiao was met with a sharp glare from Lian Yi, who promptly turned her head away. The proud young lady would never succumb to tears at her desk. If she were to cry, it would be in the privacy of her own residence. Her parents had arranged a finely decorated two-bedroom apartment for her, employing a dedicated cook. Occasionally, her grandmother would visit, and at times, her mother would drop by when her schedule permitted. Furthermore, she would occasionally stay in the dormitory to avoid drawing attention to herself, especially considering her father was about to assume a significant position in the stock market. Earlier, Teacher Li had not uttered a word of praise regarding someone's academic improvement, indicating that there were issues concerning the results. Suddenly, Zhang Lianping remarked sarcastically, "Didn't we have an incident with stolen exam papers a couple of years ago?" His grades had always been commendable, while Lin Xiao had typically languished at the bottom. This time, however, he found himself surpassed by Lin Xiao, much to his displeasure. Lin Xiao retorted, "Zhang Lianping, do you recall what I just said?" To which Zhang Lianping replied, "I did not mention your name, and frankly, who cares what you said?" Someone nearby chimed in. "Lin Xiao just said he would feed you excrement." Having just returned to the classroom, Lin Xiao abruptly turned and exited towards the restroom. Inside, he retrieved a bar of chocolate, Golden Monkey brand. In this small county, even Dove chocolate was a rarity. Golden Monkey was considered a luxury. He crushed the chocolate and mixed it with water, applying it to his fingers, transforming it into a substance reminiscent of feces. Concealing his hand behind his back, he re-entered the classroom and approached Zhang Lianping directly. "Repeat what you just said," Lin Xiao demanded. Zhang Lianping sensed the pressure but was reluctant to show weakness before Lin Xiao, having previously bullied him. "I'll say it. Am I afraid?" He scoffed. But the last word was cut short by a gasp of shock, as Lin Xiao smeared the chocolate mixture onto his mouth. Gasps filled the room, with some girls even expressing their disgust. Initially horrified, Zhang Lianping thought he had ingested excrement, but soon realized the sweet taste was quite delightful. "It's not feces. It's chocolate," he exclaimed in a flurry, but the damage was done. The label of having eaten excrement would haunt him for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in the school office, Dean Wang Tiangui was on the verge of madness due to Xiao Momo's relentless pleas. "Do you think this school is yours to run? Do you believe the institution can forego its authority? You, a sheltered girl, are overly sympathetic." She had spent over an hour in the administrative office, advocating for the cancellation of Lin Xiao's serious disciplinary record. "Dean Wang, put yourself in my shoes. What if it were your child?" she implored. A serious reprimand will be recorded in his file, affecting Lin Xiao's future. His recent score improvement of over 200 points indicates he is on track for a top-tier university. Surely, the school can show some leniency? Dean Wang was left speechless. For the crux of the matter was that Lin Xiao was not his child. Moreover, what significance does a mere score hold? Let us discuss this matter once you have gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Xiao Momo, you have been excessively sheltered. Your father holds the esteemed position of Deputy Director in the Agricultural Bureau. Your mother is a chief officer in the Education Bureau. And your boyfriend is the son of the county magistrate. Otherwise, given your appearance and your beguiling demeanor, do you truly believe you would evade the harsh realities of society? How many gaze upon you with yearning? They simply refrain from acting upon it. Wang Tiangui sighed, saying, "Teacher Xiao, please do not squander my time." Lin Xiao's record of disciplinary action will undoubtedly remain unchanged. Seeking my assistance is futile. Even approaching the principal would yield no results. Meanwhile, in Lin Xiao's hometown, Day Village, his paternal aunt was celebrating her 60th birthday. His parents were present to assist with the banquet, accompanied by numerous cousins and their families. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Xiao's father and grandfather would have boasted about his exemplary academic performance among relatives. Although many would feign disinterest, most would still offer their agreement. However, ever since Lin Shan, his paternal uncle, visited the family and vehemently declared Lin Xiao's dismal grades, the father and grandfather had lost their confidence to boast before their relatives. Lin Xiao had mentioned that the results of the exam would be released on the 12th, which was today. His father, however, seemed to be avoiding the day. If Lin Xiao had truly deceived him, he secretly wished the charade could continue indefinitely, never to be exposed. Yet, while his father and grandfather remained silent, some relatives could not resist broaching the subject. "Your Xiao Xiao has such excellent grades. Surely he will secure a spot in a prestigious university next year," one remarked. Lin Xiao's grandfather replied, "Absolutely, there is no doubt. He has expressed his aspirations for Hangzhou University of Electronic Science and Technology or Nanshan University." Nanchang University. Being a 211 institution is quite impressive indeed. Your Lin Xiao truly has a promising future. The relatives began to offer their insincere praises. Little Fei has only just managed to get into a second-tier university, another added, sowing discord. Lin Shan, initially tolerant, could not help but scoff as he heard them laud Lin Xiao, while disparaging his own son, Lin Fei. He merely chuckled coldly, choosing to remain silent. However, his wife could not contain herself and exclaimed, "Indeed, Lin Xiao's grades are remarkable. He claimed to have scored 553, when in fact, he only achieved 353, inflating his score by 200 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's grandfather and father visibly paled. Lin Shan's wife retorted, "Clarify your statements and refrain from spreading rumors." My Lin Xiao did indeed score 553, surpassing the threshold for prestigious universities. Lin Shan's wife countered, "My nephew, Zhang Lianping, is in the same class as Lin Xiao. And even Wu Xiaohua from our village can attest to this. Lin Xiao consistently ranks at the bottom. His last score was 353, leaving him 100 points shy of even a vocational college, and he dreams of attending a top university? What a fantasy." Lin Xiao's grandparents and parents trembled with rage. Consequently, the two families began to hurl insults at one another in front of their many relatives. The argument intensified, with harsh words exchanged. Finally, Lin Shan slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Old Wu, didn't Lin Xiao say that the results of the monthly exam would be available on the 12th? My son also graduated from Lingshan No. 1 High School. I possess the phone number of their academic office. Why not simply call to inquire about Lin Xiao's score? Truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehoods be made real. In any case, my sister's family has a phone. Why not make the call?" Uncle Lin Shan approached the telephone, picked it up, and handed it to Lin Xiao's father, Lin Huili. For a moment, Lin Huili felt a surge of trepidation, hesitant to answer the call. "If you are too afraid to dial, I shall do it," Lin Shan declared. He then retrieved a small telephone directory and dialed the academic office of Lingshan No. 1 High School. The phone rang for a considerable time before someone finally answered. "Hello? Who is this?" In an instant, the countenance of Lin Xiao's father and grandfather turned pale, for Lin Shan had put the call on speakerphone, allowing everyone present to hear. Lin Shan made an effort to speak in clear Mandarin. "Hello, I am the parent of Lin Xiao. May I ask if the results of the recent monthly examination for the senior class have been released?" The person on the line was none other than the academic director, Wang Tianghua. Though he was responsible for teaching, he was not from Lin Xiao's class and would ordinarily not know who Lin Xiao was. However, this name had left a significant impression on him, as Xiao Momao had tormented him with it for quite some time. "They are out," Wang Tianghua replied, his tone laced with impatience. Lin Shan continued, "Could you please tell me how many points Lin Xiao scored?" 576 points. Wang Tianhua's voice grew even more irritable. Lin Shan, taken aback, asked, "What? 576? 576? 576? Do you hear me clearly?" After delivering his message, the academic director promptly hung up. The relatives and everyone present clearly heard the score, 576 points. This represented a remarkable improvement of over 20 points from the previous score of 553. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao's grandfather had felt as though he could hardly breathe. Now, he seemed revitalized, his eyes glimmering with life. "I told you so, I told you so. Our Xiao Xiao is so well behaved. How could he possibly deceive us?" A wave of immense joy enveloped them entirely. Compared to the last monthly examination score of 553 points, this was indeed a substantial leap, surpassing the threshold for first-tier universities and even opening the door to elite institutions. "Lin Shan, did you hear that? 576 points." The grandfather abruptly stood up, pointing at his nephew and exclaiming loudly, "This is the phone number of Lingshan No. 1 High School's academic office. It surely cannot be false. Will you continue to spread rumors? You and Huili are cousins. I am brothers with your father. Why do you take such pleasure in our family's misfortune?" At once, numerous relatives began to voice their disapproval of Lin Shan, chastising him for a grown man who would harbor resentment towards a child, spreading malicious rumors out of jealousy over Lin Xiao's achievements. They then proceeded to praise Lin Huili's family, declaring them fortunate to have such a promising son, suggesting they would soon enjoy the fruits of his success. Meanwhile, Lin Shan's face flushed with embarrassment, his heart filled with rage. Those two little brats, Zhang Lianping and Wu Xiaohua, had deceived him, causing him to lose face in front of his relatives. Chapter 24. Ergo, we are too ambiguous. Xiao Momao returned home, her weary body dragging behind her. After the results were released, she should have sought out Lin Xiao for a conversation. But the inability to assist him in overturning his severe disciplinary action left her hesitant to face him. She felt a sense of responsibility to protect this sensitive young man from humble beginnings. After all, he had presented her with a meticulously prepared gift that fateful night. Back home, after much contemplation, she finally dialed her boyfriend's number. "Hello, may I discuss something with you?" she inquired. "Go ahead," he replied. "Do you remember my student Lin Xiao? He has improved by over 200 points in the recent monthly exam and is an exceptionally rare talent. However, he has received a serious disciplinary record from the school that will follow him for life. Could you accompany me to speak with the principal to help rescind this punishment?" Lin Xiao, once again Lin Xiao. Why should I care if he is talented? He is merely a poor student from the countryside. The man's breath quickened slightly, revealing his displeasure. "I'm sorry, Momo," he said. "As the child of a leader, it is inappropriate for me to interfere with the normal order of your school. I cannot use my father's name to intervene." "I understand," Xiao Momo replied, her tone heavy with disappointment as she ended the call. On the other end, the man, listening to the dial tone, resolved to visit Hangzhou soon to buy her a designer handbag as a means to comfort her. His affection for Xiao Momo was profound. It was truly rare to encounter someone so beautiful, so alluring, yet with such a kind and gentle heart, and she was exceptionally intelligent. She had been sheltered and flawless from childhood. He was certain that if he let her slip away, he would never find another like her. Yet, he also understood that one must not be overly accommodating to women. Xiao Momo felt engulfed in a gray gloom as she opened her computer in a state of ennui. A few days prior, she had pinned 2 film reviews, one for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and another for 2001, A Space Odyssey, convinced that her writing was commendable. Thus, she not only published them on her blog but also submitted them to several film magazines. She believed that she possessed a certain talent in this area and aspired to pursue graduate studies in drama, or perhaps in textile studies at Donghua University. For her, this felt like a key to escape her small county. However, Ergo claimed her writing was subpar and would surely be rejected. What does Ergo know? Xiao Momo, excel in this field. With confidence, she submitted her pieces to the magazines, even fantasizing about which publication she would choose if all of them accepted her work. Submitting to multiple magazines, Xiao Momo, you sly one. Filled with anticipation, she opened her email only to find several new messages, each titled with the names of film magazines. She held her breath and clicked on the emails. Rejection, rejection, rejection. All of them were rejections, from Popular Cinema, Film Watch, and Global Screen. Every single one returned. Regarding the Journal of Beijing Film Academy, she felt somewhat intimidated by its prestige, thus refraining from submitting her work. Not only did all the film magazines reject her submissions, but even her 2 reviews were returned. In that moment, a shroud of despair enveloped her surroundings. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to tears. Her sorrow was so profound that her plump figure quivered with each sob. Fortunately, her parents had social engagements that evening. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would surely have broken their hearts. After weeping for quite some time, she wiped her tears away and sat up. Feeling the constriction of her brow was burdensome. With a fierce motion, she unfastened it and flung the fragrant garment onto her bed. Then she settled before her computer, clicked on the QQ avatar of Call Me Ergo, and sent a message. "I'm feeling really down today. Truly I am. Call me Ergo, what happened?" Falling bubble. "Well, you went invisible without telling me." Even through text, one could almost sense the charming lilt in her voice, an unintentional quality. Subsequently, she recounted the events of the day to the stranger known as Ergo. Falling bubble. "The adult world is not at all enjoyable. Those people are utterly detestable. When my mother returns, I'll ask her to call the principal and get that student's severe reprimand revoked. Call me Ergo. Trust me, it won't help." Falling bubble. "My mother is an official in the Education Bureau. Call me Ergo. Typically, the school would show your mother some respect. But this time, they certainly won't, as it would defy the county chief's wife." Falling bubble. "What does that have to do with her?" Call me Ergo. "If you don't believe me, you can certainly try, but the outcome will align with my assessment." Falling bubble. "Did I write poorly on the reviews for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and 2001, A Space Odyssey?" Call me Ergo. Rejected. Falling bubble. "I submitted to 3 magazines, Popular Cinema, Global Screen, and Movie Watching, and all of them turned me down." Call me Ergo. "Why not submit to the Journal of Beijing Film Academy?" Falling bubble. "It's far too prestigious, far too authoritative. I daren't submit." "Why do you ask? Do you think I would succeed there?" Call me Ergo. "No, but that would mean you'd have records of 4 rejections. Falling bubble. You're so annoying. I'm in deep distress here. Call me ergo. Do you want to be published in the Journal of Beijing Film Academy? Falling bubble. Of course I do, but it's exceedingly difficult. Even professional filmmakers might not get published. Call me ergo. I've read your 2 reviews carefully, and they're quite ordinary. The perspectives lack brilliance. With my guidance, you could easily get accepted by the journal. Falling bubble. You're just boasting. Don't just talk the talk. Call me ergo. When discussing 2001, A Space Odyssey, avoid mentioning science fiction or speculative thoughts. The film aims to explore the philosophical trinity. Who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? This film endeavors to interpret the philosophical triad of questions from a broader spatial, temporal, and dimensional perspective. It does not claim to be astonishing, nor does it present itself as particularly intricate, and it certainly does not offer unequivocal answers. However, this very quality may well be its greatest virtue, rendering the film a question mark rather than a period. Thus, the essence of its critique lies in this distinction. Upon viewing, Xiao Momao was profoundly struck and felt an overwhelming urge to revisit the film. 2001, A Space Odyssey, upon its release in 2001, was undeniably obscure, profound, niche, and sophisticated, presenting a considerable barrier to entry for audiences. After several viewings, Xiao Momao believed she had grasped the film well enough. Little did she anticipate that Ergo's commentary would pierce through to the heart of the matter, analyzing the film from a higher dimension. Ergo, as for Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, it is even more straightforward. This film pales in comparison to Lee's other work, Eat, Drink, Man, Woman. In terms of naturalness and seamlessness, it possesses an artisanal quality. Your critique should focus on the point that the reason Li Mubai and Yu Shulin do not unite is not solely due to the fraternal bond, but rather a deficiency in passion and desire. The crux of the matter lies in Li Mubai's, played by Chow Yun-fat, illicit yearning for his student, Yu Jialong, played by Zhang Zi. Yu Jialong senses this desire and experiences fear, yet is simultaneously drawn to it. Do not be distracted by Ang Lee's enigmatic atmosphere. Instead, write about this aspect, taboos and desire. The relationship between Li Mubai and Yu Shulin is merely superficial, the first layer. The forbidden longing between Li Mubai and Yu Jialong reveals the deeper truth. Ang Lee, as a director, delights in guiding audiences to gaze into the abyss of their inner darkness, instilling a sense of lurking awareness that remains unacknowledged. In that moment, Xiao Momao felt a shiver run down her spine. For viewers of this era, Lin Xiao's perspective was razor-sharp and profoundly insightful, even evoking a chilling sensation. After a considerable pause, she typed a query. What exactly do you do? Ergo, as I mentioned, I operate a website of an adult nature. Falling bubble, I beg you, could you let me see your website? Ergo, I implore you, show me your teddy bear, would you? Xiao Momao could not help but pull her loose t-shirt nightgown, glancing down at her ample curves. Approximately a D cup, her skin was as fair as snow, full and pert, with an exquisite shape. Most striking was the crimson tip, reminiscent of blood, yet only slightly larger than a red bean. Releasing her grip, she felt a mixture of pride and disdain. What do these men find so appealing? Falling bubble, we have been discussing desire. Do you think the words exchanged in conversation can evoke desire? Ergo, undoubtedly, for words are a reflection of humanity's other visage, a mirror to our souls. Falling bubble hesitated, crafting a message that she felt embarrassed to send. She wrote and deleted and wrote again, ultimately deciding to send it. Ergo, do you have any desire for my words? Please call me Ergo. Yes. Instantly, Xiao Momao couldn't help but cover her beautiful face. Xiao Momao, stop. This is too ambiguous. You have a boyfriend. Don't be so shameless. Yet, Xiao Momao couldn't resist asking, why? Her heart began to anticipate Ergo's answer, conjuring several flattering responses about herself. Please call me Ergo, because you possess a certain Navi allure. Fallen bubble. Anger. Please call me Ergo. This is a compliment. Fallen bubble. Nonsense. You are clearly calling me foolish. Please call me Ergo. Humanity is often under the illusion of control. Li Mubai, with his profound martial arts and extensive experience, believes he can completely dominate the young and Navi Yu Jialong, thus inadvertently stirring forbidden desires. I have analyzed you thoroughly. Before me, you are almost entirely transparent, which fosters a foolish sense of control within me. If a glass is entirely transparent, countless insects may rush towards it and meet their demise. If a pool of water appears deep, one tends to be cautious. However, if that water is exceedingly clear, revealing its depths, It may entice someone to plunge in and drown. Once one feels a sense of control, it can lead to a desire for dominance, which ultimately transforms into possessiveness, drawing one closer to the brink of ruin. Thus, this is your Navi allure, a sophisticated form of seduction, transparent yet lethal. Chapter 25. Our Agreement. 20 years later. A trend emerged suggesting that expressing desire for women equated to being a sycophant. However, this notion is somewhat misguided. It is indeed appropriate to exhibit one's desire in a sophisticated manner. Women are often drawn to those who affirm their allure. Pretending to be aloof is rather foolish. While there are women who actively pursue men, the majority tend to select from among those who express affection towards them. Xiao Momao found herself in a state of uncertainty, her body tingling with anticipation as she awaited a reply that took a considerable time to arrive. The other party, however, had not confessed their feelings. They merely praised her charm and sensuality, evoking a profound resonance. Authenticity and sincerity are indeed potent weapons. After a few minutes, Xiao Momao finally responded, "Actually, I have a question I wish to ask you, yet I have not done so." This sidestepped the ambiguous advances of ergo. Yet she was reluctant to conclude the conversation, opting for a brief detour. "Please call me ergo. Are you contemplating whether you should break up with your boyfriend?" Falling bubble. "Are you a worm in my belly? Do you know what I am thinking? So should I break up? Please call me ergo." "No, you should not." Xiao Momao was taken aback, genuinely surprised by the decisiveness of the response. Falling bubble. "Why not? Please call me ergo." "Because your resolve is insufficient. If you were truly determined, you would have asked me this question at the outset. The fact that you only posed it now indicates that it is not the main concern, but merely an addition. Additions lack value." Falling bubble. "I feel utterly transparent before you, as if I have been stripped bare and displayed in a glass vessel for observation. Please call me ergo. Does that make you uncomfortable?" Falling bubble. "It's strange. One would expect to feel discomfort under scrutiny, yet I do not. Please call me ergo. It is because your inner beauty matches your outer charm, and you are aware of your own magnificence. Beautiful things are always eager to be admired." Falling bubble. "You must cease this alluring talk. My will is quite fragile. Please call me ergo. Remember to revisit those 2 films through my perspective and write 2 reviews. Do not show them to me. Simply submit them to the Journal of Beijing Film Academy, if you please." Falling bubble. "What if they are accepted? I shall credit you and share the remuneration. Please call me ergo. There is no need for that. Use your own name, if you truly wish to pursue a graduate degree in film studies. These 2 pieces will be immensely beneficial to you. Please call me ergo. Should they be accepted, I have a small request." Falling bubble. "Do tell." Please call me ergo. On the evening of November 11th, please do not attend school. Take leave to stay home and chat with me online, will you? Falling bubble. "Why that particular day?" Please call me ergo, because that day is my birthday. The true reason, however, remained unspoken. It was the same day in a past life when Xiao Momao, returning home from evening classes, encountered 3 inebriated ruffians and suffered devastating harm. In the midst of her struggles, she accidentally sustained several stab wounds and bore a scar across her face. After undergoing countless surgeries, the scars eventually faded. Yet she forever lost the right to embrace motherhood. Most significantly, rumors circulated claiming she had been violated by a scoundrel, and regardless of her attempts to clarify, she remained unable to absolve herself of these allegations. Consequently, she resigned in fury and departed from Lin Xiao. "Please, call me ergo," she implored. "Will you promise me?" "Of course," came the answer. When her mother returned, she found Xiao Momao sitting obediently on the sofa, her large, watery eyes gazing up at her. Instantly, Li Fangfang sensed trouble. Her daughter was both obedient and mischievous. While she listened attentively in significant matters, she loved to contradict in trivial ones. The moment she adopted such a docile demeanor, it was certain she had an unreasonable request. "My little ancestor, don't pour tea or offer a back rub." Li Fangfang remarked, "Your demands are too extravagant. I fear I cannot afford them. Just tell me what you want. If it's within my power, I shall certainly assist. If not, you may blame me for my inadequacy." Xiao Momao stepped closer, affectionately wrapping her arms around her mother's neck, and sweetly said, "Mother, do you remember the student Lin Xiao I mentioned? His scores improved by over 200 points this month. He is an exceptional talent. Due to a minor infraction, the school intends to record a major demerit against him, which will permanently affect his record and his future. You are acquainted with our principal, and as an official in the Education Bureau, our school relies on you. Could you please call the principal and have Lin Xiao's demerit revoked?" Upon finishing her plea, Xiao Momao looked at her mother with the most pitiful expression. What mother could withstand such endearment? With a soft sigh, Li Fangfang found herself unable to explain her reservations to her daughter. How precious is human connection. It should not be squandered on such matters. They had raised their daughter to be exceptionally kind and pure-hearted. To make such a call for a student seemed utterly foolish. Nevertheless, Li Fangfang could not refuse. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the phone and dialed the principal of Lin Xiao No. 1 High School to discuss the matter. Principal Zhang Qijiao listened politely, though the tension pulsed at his temples. Xiao Momao, is this too much? I've been avoiding you, yet you still have your mother make this call? And Li Fangfang, is this your first day as a civil servant? You are asking me to intervene for a trivial matter concerning an inconsequential student? While Li Fangfang's intention was to plead for leniency, any unreasonable request could be perceived as pressure, especially given her position in the Education Bureau. Although Zhang Qijiao held a higher rank, who would willingly offend someone from the Education Bureau? Director Li, how about this? I will hold a brief meeting tomorrow and report back to you. Li Fangfang replied, I wouldn't dare. It would be too much trouble for you. After hanging up, Principal Zhang Qijiao dialed another number, the county mayor's wife. Who is this? Came the voice on the other end. It's me, Zhang Qijiao from Lin Xiao No. 1 High School. Oh, what is the matter? Zhang Qijiao spoke. There is something I must report to you. Previously, I mentioned the student Lin Xiao to you. We have imposed a serious penalty on him, but now Li Fangfang from the Education Bureau is demanding that I rescind the punishment. What do you think? The other party's voice suddenly grew stern. Are you seeking my input on this matter? Do you require my intervention in a student issue at your school? I am the chairman of the county's labor union, not the president of your student council. Yes, it was my mistake, Zhang Qijiao continuously apologized. At that time, the county chief's son, in a bid to curry favor with Xiao Momao, had called the principal on Lin Xiao's behalf, and then relayed the matter to his mother, inciting her wrath and resulting in a fierce reprimand directed at Zhang Qijiao. This led to Lin Xiao's public self-criticism before the entire school. The other party's tone softened slightly. However, as an official of the Education Bureau, it is inappropriate for you to meddle in the affairs of your school. This warrants strong criticism and must be strictly curtailed. Zhang Qijiao replied, Understood, sister, I will take note. The next day, Zhang Qijiao briefly mentioned this incident at a meeting before decisively making a decision. He then called Li Fangfang. I apologize, Director Li. It is not my intention to undermine your authority. Unfortunately, Sister Lu personally intervened in this matter, leaving me powerless. Li Fangfang bitterly replied, I understand. I have caused you trouble, Principal Zhang. The weight of power falls heavily upon the shoulders of ordinary individuals, akin to a great mountain. Although Lin Xiao is the center of this minor storm, he remains untouched by its repercussions. As a mere high school student, neither the county chief's wife nor the principal would impose difficulties upon him. In fact, during discussions, his name was never even mentioned. The greatest victim of this upheaval was, paradoxically, Li Fangfang. In the eyes of the county chief's wife, Xiao Momao had yet to become her daughter-in-law, yet Li Fangfang was already eager to leverage her influence. Meanwhile, the seemingly insignificant Lin Xiao had significant matters to attend to. A few days prior, he had sent emails to several major antivirus software companies, initially believing that they would dismiss his inquiries as typical corporate indifference. To his surprise, he received responses within just a few days. Kingsoft, Rising, and Jiangmin replied in succession, each within a day of the other. Conversely, foreign companies like Norton, Kaspersky, and McAfee exhibited a typical air of arrogance, completely ignoring his emails. The replies from the 3 domestic antivirus companies were quite similar. We greatly admire your spirit of online justice, and our goals for cybersecurity align with yours. We welcome you to visit our company and bring along the viruses you've collected. If they prove to be valuable, we will ensure your trip is worthwhile. Their responses were rather cautious, clearly indicating a lack of seriousness regarding the viruses Lin Xiao possessed, suggesting that their expectations were not particularly high. However, Lin Xiao was confident that the panda-burning incense virus would teach them a lesson. The previous earnings of thousands of yuan had been painfully slow to accumulate. How long would it take to amass a significant sum? This time, he aimed for a substantial gain. Thus, Lin Xiao, for once, stayed up late to complete the remaining lines of code. Subsequently, he adorned it with a familiar icon. Consequently, the virus that had instilled terror in countless individuals made its premature appearance on computers several years ahead of schedule. Next, it was time to assess its formidable power. I hope it will deliver a modest shock to the antivirus software companies. I shall make it known how willingly they will part with their money. Chapter 26. Call Me Daddy. Limitless power. Lin Xiao was reluctant to test on his own computer, so he sought out Lian Yi. It was the weekend, and she could either be in her dormitory or at her house. Lin Xiao arrived at the girls' dormitory, cupping his hands to amplify his voice, and called out, "Lian Yi! Lian Yi!" His voice echoed through the entire building. Soon, a delicate yet irritated face appeared. "What is it?" Lin Xiao replied. "You promised to lend me your computer and USB drive. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "Wait a moment." Lian Yi responded as she retreated into the dormitory. After a short while, she emerged carrying her computer bag. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, her face brightened and she exclaimed, "Daddy." Lin Xiao stepped back, waving his hands. "You needn't be so formal." Just then, a cough interrupted from behind. It was Lian Zhang, here to pick up his daughter. "Uncle Lian, when did you arrive?" The atmosphere grew awkward, and Lin Xiao scratched his head. "Hello, uncle." Lian Zhang replied. "Hello, Lin Xiao." Even with Lian Zhang's cultivated demeanor, his greeting lacked enthusiasm. "You little rascal, taking advantage of Lian Yi in front of me?" Lin Xiao stammered. I've been a bit tight on funds lately. So the 2,500 I owe you will need to wait." Lian Zhang's handsome face twitched slightly, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to say, "No rush." Lin shouted at the computer bag and inquired, "Are there any important documents inside?" "No," Lian Yi retorted, turning her head away in a huff. Lin Xiao quickly departed. "Goodbye." "Uncle." Xiao Momao had just received a call from her mother. The principal was unwilling to grant her the favor of rescinding Lin Xiao's severe penalty. She then went to the classroom in search of Lin Xiao, only to find him absent. Upon encountering the polite Zhu Hongbin, she couldn't help but think, what if Zhu Hongbin were the one in trouble? Surely, he wouldn't have faced the same treatment as Lin Xiao. Thus, high school was not truly an ivory tower. As she exited the academic building, she finally spotted Lin Xiao. Xiao Momo approached him, calling out, "Lin Xiao." He looked up, immediately captivated by her striking visage. How could she only rate herself an 8.5? When he was ergo, she had been utterly unrestrained. Now, as Lin Xiao, he adhered to decorum, even managing to avert his gaze from Xiao Momo's figure. "Forgive me, Lin Xiao, the teacher couldn't accomplish what she intended. I could not have your severe penalty rescinded," she said, masking her sorrow with the teacher's earnest tone. "You mustn't despair. This is merely a minor blemish. Moreover, though some may not voice their doubts, they do not believe that 576 is your true score. Thus, you must strive even harder to prove them wrong, understand?" Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "Understood, Teacher Xiao. Do you have enough for your living expenses?" she asked. "Yes, I do," Lin Xiao replied. Xiao Momo remarked, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek the teacher's assistance, understood?" Lin Xiao replied. "Then you should focus on your studies." With a wave of her hand, Xiao Momo departed from the school. Once she was beyond Lin Xiao's gaze, her facade of strength crumbled, revealing a face adorned with dejection. Once again, the words of that ergo rang true, as he had suggested that it was likely the county chief's wife who was obstructing matters. Was there any truth to this? Upon returning home, Xiao Momo remained despondent. She retrieved some DVDs and nestled herself on the sofa, immersing in films. She watched Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and 2001, A Space Odyssey. This time, she approached the films through the lens of Ergo's perspective, and she discovered he was indeed correct. Each director, while crafting a film, seemed to navigate a labyrinth, concealing the truths they wished to express deeply, yet simultaneously yearning for others to uncover them, revealing their intentions in a rather sly manner. Particularly the relationship between Li Mubai and Yu Jiaolong, which undeniably bore an element of forbidden desire. Thus, Xiao Momo ascended the stairs barefoot, fueled by her emotional state, and seamlessly penned 2 film critiques. 2001, A Space Odyssey is a question mark, not a period, and The Forbidden Desire of Li Mubai and Yu Jiaolong. Upon completion, she refrained from sharing them with Ergo, nor did she make any revisions, instead submitting them directly to the Journal of Beijing Film Academy. "Ergo, I wonder if you are truly capable. I have written according to the approach you suggested." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao took Lian Yi's laptop to an internet CAF, eager to uncover any hidden secrets. After a thorough search, he found almost nothing. Perhaps anything of substance had been deleted. Subsequently, he downloaded all the mainstream antivirus software available, ensuring to acquire the latest versions. In this era, obtaining cracked antivirus software required a certain degree of skill, as nearly all were paid services and rather costly at that. Before long, Lian Yi's laptop was burdened with 6 antivirus applications, causing significant lag. However, at this juncture, the antivirus programs had yet to engage in fierce competition. Thus they did not uninstall one another, making Lian Yi's laptop seemingly fortified against threats. Lin Xiao confidently returned Lian Yi's computer to his room. He then retrieved a USB drive and copied the Panda burning incense virus from his computer onto Lian Yi's device. The mainstream antivirus programs failed to react. Even the evolved antivirus software of 2006 would have been powerless against Panda burning incense. After returning to his room, while secrets remained elusive, he did find some significant data, which he copied to his computer using the USB drive. He then transferred the prepared Panda burning incense virus onto the USB drive and executed it on Lian Yi's laptop. In an instant, the entire computer was compromised. It began to rapidly infect all executable files, including exe, com, pif, src, html, asp, and more, terminating all antivirus processes and even deleting files with the Xiao extension. The entire process unfolded without any means of prevention. He could only watch helplessly as his computer succumbed to the infection. Even shutting it down proved futile, for once powered on, it would resume its rapid assault. In no time, all the exe files on his laptop morphed into the ominous emblem of the Panda burning incense virus. Indeed, it remained as menacing as ever. Lin Xiao understood that despite his extensive preparations in his previous life, it was impossible to replicate the virus exactly. As long as the functionality was consistent, that sufficed. There is a well-known adage, if a piece of code is effective, one should refrain from altering it. This was not an article that could improve with revisions. Fixing one flaw might give rise to 3 or 4 new ones. Consequently, Lin Xiao made his way to the adjacent room. Zhang Tian. I need to venture far for a while. Please assist me in acquiring a 3-day sick leave from our homeroom teacher. He handed the sick leave form to Li Zhongtian. The document was even issued by the local health clinic, albeit forged. Li Zhongtian exclaimed excitedly, Lin Xiao. Have you completed that virus? Are you going to sell it? Indeed, Lin Xiao replied. Can it truly fetch enough to build a house back in our hometown? Li Zhongtian inquired. I hope so, Lin Xiao responded, though Zhongtian found it hard to comprehend, let alone believe. Yet, deep down, he genuinely wished for Lin Xiao's success. Despite his excellent academic performance, his life was shrouded in gloom, with an uncertain future ahead whenever he closed his eyes. He envisioned his aging father, his ailing mother, and their impoverished earthen home. Should Lin Xiao succeed, it would illuminate Li Zhongtian's dreary existence like a ray of hope. For Lin Xiao, the sentiment was mutual. This represented his true first pot of gold, a moment to validate his reincarnation in this game of life. Over an hour later, he donned his backpack, containing a couple of changes of clothes, and boarded the train bound for the capital, with less than 1,000 yuan remaining to his name. Chapter 27. The Beautiful Assault. Confrontation with the poisonous overlord. At this moment, the train was exceedingly slow. Lin Xiao sat in discomfort, his posterior nearly stiff from the prolonged journey. Even aboard the T-Series train, it had taken a grueling 10 hours. How he longed for the high-speed trains of the future. Those who have traveled extensively know that the most unbearable discomfort does not stem from sore backs, but rather the oppressive sensation in the rear. With so many passengers aboard, one is reluctant to pass gas, forcing it back in, leaving the belly bloated after such a long journey. The following morning, Lin Xiao appeared at the West Railway Station in the capital, wearied and fatigued. The West Station was vast. The sky over the city was shrouded in a gray haze. Smog, dust, sandstorms. Regardless, it was still a long-awaited metropolis, particularly the bustling Gumao area in the Third Ring Road, which even in 2001 exuded an impressive grandeur. The atmosphere here was more lively than in Hangzhou, with a true sense of bustling traffic and the air thick with acrid exhaust fumes. Lin Xiao's first appointment was with Jinshan, the largest company around. However, it was set for 3 in the afternoon, leaving him with some time to spare. Relying on his memory, he made his way to a certain residential complex on Jichuan Road, entering a particular building. This was the first home of Xiaoxi. Even after many years, despite her considerable wealth allowing her to own villas and expansive apartments in both Shanghai and Beijing, she often resided in this modest 140-square-meter apartment on Jichuan Road. Lin Xiao could not quite fathom the reason. Perhaps it was a sense of nostalgia. He had visited this apartment once before, during which he had brought gifts to express his gratitude to Xiaoxi. He had offered gifts 11 times, all of which she declined. It was only on the 12th attempt, when he mentioned dried vegetables prepared by his mother, that she finally provided her address, this very place on Jichuan Road. Lin Xiao had been astonished. How could someone of her stature live in such a small abode? Yet, he was uncertain whether she still resided there, or indeed if the apartment belonged to her. He was merely taking a chance. After mingling with a resident to bypass the electronic locks of the security door, he arrived at the door of apartment 301 and gently knocked. After a considerable duration of knocking with no response, he was on the verge of giving up when he suddenly heard the sound of lazy footsteps, followed by the door being opened. The interior of the apartment was lavishly decorated but in disarray. Out stepped a woman who was extraordinarily abstract in appearance, clad in pajamas. Her hair disheveled and eyes bleary, she bore a look of utter despondency, her eyes red and lips chapped. Yet, despite her disheveled state, her beauty remained strikingly formidable. Xiaoshi swore to herself that if it were not for a matter of great importance, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the person knocking at her door. Following her recent entrepreneurial failure, she had been plagued by insomnia, and after finally managing to fall asleep with the aid of sleeping pills, she had been disturbed less than an hour later by this incessant knocking. Who on earth could it be? Speak, the woman snapped, her impatience evident as she appeared ready to slam the door shut. Lin Xiao replied, I heard about your entrepreneurial misfortune, that you lost millions. I wish to assist you in making a comeback. Upon hearing this, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. He abruptly shut the door, exclaiming, What a lunatic. You, a mere high school student, are hardly taller than I am, yet you presume to assist me in my resurgence. Lin Xiao called out from behind the door. Do you comprehend where your entrepreneurial venture faltered? It faltered in your hubris, in your lofty aspirations that overshadowed reality, in your fixation on the most dazzling projects while neglecting the path beneath your feet. However, there was no response from within. Xiaoshi had already retreated to her room to sleep once more. She intended to seize the moment of drowsiness, for once that weariness dissipated. Who knew when it would return? As for the reasons behind her entrepreneurial failure, she was acutely aware, needing no external confirmation. She knew she had not only lost all her assets, but also accumulated debts, with only this apartment remaining, having exhausted the trust her family had placed in her. Numerous newspapers were now publishing articles on her entrepreneurial downfall, mocking her as the new generation's tragic figure. With a heavy heart, the woman curled up. Mother, she silently pleaded, I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep. Will you not help me find slumber? Alas, her mother could no longer respond. She was utterly alone. Though she had a home, it felt emptier than having none. This was her moment of utmost despair. She had always been the favored child, never once desiring assistance from others. Yet now, she found herself yearning for someone to extend a hand in her time of need. In the future, when I regain my strength, if I encounter another in despair, I shall surely reach out to save them. Lin Xiao departed from Xiaoshi's residence, seeking another opportunity. At 3 in the afternoon, he had arranged to meet Director Li of Jinshan Duba, necessitating a good mental state. This was to be his first venture into wealth, his inaugural battle. Thus, Lin Xiao sought refuge in a hotel to recuperate and gather his strength. To avoid being disturbed by unsolicited calls, he even disconnected the telephone line. After approximately 5 hours of rest, he arose, freshened up, showered, donned his attire, and set out towards a CAF in Zhongguancun, carrying his laptop. Simultaneously, Xiaoshi was also in the midst of her shower, changing into fresh clothes. She opted for minimal makeup, merely applying a touch of lipstick. However, even her casual ensemble bore a hefty price tag. Today, she chose a Burberry trench coat, exuding a gender-neutral charm. Her senior, Li Xiao, aware of her somber mood, suggested an intriguing meeting and insisted on accompanying her. Though Xiaoshi was reluctant to attend, she could not withstand the barrage of phone calls that followed. Hence, after a brief tidying up, she hailed a taxi and ventured out. Meeting at 3 o'clock, Lin Xiao arrived at the CAF at 2:15, already awaiting his appointment with a cup of coffee in hand. Around 2:45, 2 women entered. One was attractive yet appeared lackluster, overshadowed by the astonishing beauty of the other. What a serendipitous encounter! It was Xiaoshi, an uncanny coincidence indeed. Li Xiao, upon seeing Lin Xiao, was taken aback, momentarily believing he might have occupied the wrong seat. However, the attire was indeed as described over the phone. Are you Mr. Lin? Lin Xiao rose and replied, Yes, I am Mr. Lin. Are you Director Li from Duba? It is I, Li Xiao responded. I did not expect you to be so young, Lin Xiao remarked. I too did not anticipate such a swift response to my email. Li Xiao continued. We remain quite humble and perceptive. At this juncture, the antivirus software market is fiercely competitive, and none of these companies are large corporations. Upon meeting Lin Xiao, Li Xiao felt certain that her journey would be in vain. This was not her first venture into such business discussions, yet they were typically with individuals embodying the quintessential traits of a tech-savvy male, usually in their 20s. The individual before her appeared merely as a high school student. Of course, there are indeed prodigious computer talents among high school students, but they often reside in legendary tales, predominantly featuring Americans. In China, most high school students exhibit a youthful innocence, their eyes clear yet naive. Li Xiao stated, "I have heard you discovered a virus." Lin Xiao affirmed, "Yes, its potency is quite astonishing. I am concerned it may adversely affect our cybersecurity. Hence I have come to present it to your esteemed company and discuss strategies to safeguard our cyber environment." Li Xiao inquired, "What expectations do you hold regarding this virus you found?" Lin Xiao jested with a smile. "I jokingly told my friends that it is worth a house in the county." Li Xiao responded, "Surely, you jest. For those adept at creating viruses, antivirus software typically offers bounties akin to a peace offering. Several tens of thousands is already considered a substantial amount." Lin Xiao countered, "Perhaps you could assess it after reviewing? Do you possess knowledge of computers?" Li Xiao admitted, "I have a basic understanding, but I have brought along a technical expert, Engineer Cheng." A bespectacled man stepped forward. Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Oh, have you been here all along? How did I not notice you? Do you possess the art of invisibility?" Xiao radiated an overwhelming brilliance, rendering those around her oblivious. Even in her current state of slight dishevelment, merely cradling a cup of coffee in contemplation, she exuded an undeniable allure. Some women, even in the most unrefined moments, possess an extraordinary beauty. Naturally, she did not recognize Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao inquired, "Have you brought a computer?" The bespectacled man affirmed, "Indeed. And it is equipped with mainstream antivirus software and firewalls, impenetrable fortresses." Subsequently, he extended his hand to Lin Xiao, demonstrating a familiarity with the procedure. Lin Xiao handed over the USB drive. The virus contained within is a slightly different version. The one previously tested on Lian Yi's computer required activation. This version, however, infects upon insertion. Panda burning incense, an intriguing name. The bespectacled man remarked dismissively, his heart brimming with contempt. The computer was his weapon. Without it, he felt listless, as if he were nothing. In the presence of more than 3 people, he often went unnoticed. Yet, once the computer was in his grasp, it felt as though he wielded a sword, his spirit invigorated, embodying the prowess of a true master ready for battle. Gazing at the excessively youthful Lin Xiao, his eyes seemed to convey a singular message. How audacious to brandish one's skills at such a tender age. Has he truly indulged in too many tales of hackers, believing that anyone can craft a virus or a Trojan? With a faint smile, the bespectacled man inserted the USB drive into his computer. Chapter 28. Astonishing. Utterly ruthless. Next. The bespectacled man, Engineer Cheng, was about to click the mouse to execute the Panda burning incense program. However, it was unnecessary. The program activated autonomously, ferocious and incisive. Despite the computer being equipped with a firewall and 8 mainstream antivirus software, it exhibited no resistance and succumbed immediately. There was no way to halt its progression or regain control. One antivirus program after another crashed, processes were terminated in succession. Engineer Cheng desperately attempted to salvage the situation, but his efforts were in vain. All executable files within the computer and every icon on the desktop morphed into the same entity, Panda burning incense. Unwilling to concede defeat, he exerted every ounce of strength for one final attempt. Yet, such endeavors proved futile. The tools at his disposal were relics from 2001. While this virus had been born in 2006, the instruments and antivirus solutions of that era were ineffective, let alone in the present day. It was like trying to wield a Ming Dynasty sword to slay a Qing Dynasty official. Before long, the engineer's computer was utterly compromised. The majority of exe files transformed entirely into Panda burning incense. The most straightforward solution was to format the hard drive using the optical drive, followed by a complete system reinstallation. Generations of descendants would be spared from this plight. Of course, there were alternative methods for recovery, but he could not discern them in the short term. Witnessing this scene, Engineer Cheng was momentarily stunned. Such a vicious virus, originating from the hands of a mere youth? The technical prowess was astounding. Lin Xiao remarked, "It spreads automatically within the local area network at an incredibly rapid pace." Back in 2006, it infected millions of computers, causing entire local networks to succumb en masse. At this moment, Engineer Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, "I know a place to test this." Since the company was nearby, he led Lin Xiao to an independent server room containing a dozen computers forming a separate local network. He inserted the USB drive into one of the computers. Once again, a familiar and splendid scene unfolded. Multiple mainstream antivirus software collapsed as the virus swiftly permeated every computer in the local network. Before long, all the computers in the testing room were compromised. The destructive power and the capacity to spread were astonishing. Engineer Chung gazed at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Could such a prodigious young talent truly exist in the country? It was well known that high school students in the country had limited exposure to computers, and even fewer encountered programming. Typically, it was the domain of undergraduates, graduates, or even doctoral students with extensive experience. In this era, computer programming represented a high level of technical expertise. The legendary young genius hackers were stories confined to America. Little did he expect that one would manifest right before his eyes. This was truly disheartening. The two returned to the CAF once more. Li Xiao inquired, "How did it go?" Engineer Cheng replied, "Our team has assessed it as S-Class, undoubtedly S-Class. Currently, all mainstream antivirus software is utterly powerless against it. Its lethality is classified as S-grade, and its infectivity is also S-grade." Li Xiao inquired, "What does that signify?" The bespectacled man responded, "Are you familiar with the resume virus?" Li Xiao acknowledged, "Of course, it's quite notorious." The man continued, "Do you know about the red code?" Li Xiao replied, "In the past 2 to 3 years, it has been a fearsome virus that has struck terror within the industry." The man elaborated, "According to our assessment, this virus may possess even greater destructive potential than both the red code and the resume virus." At this moment, Li Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation entirely. The resume virus and the red code virus are both products of foreign origins, renowned worldwide. Thus, many have mocked China's computer technology as being significantly inferior to that of other nations, believing that even computer viruses are far behind. Yet, the bespectacled man claimed that the computer virus brought by this young boy is even more vicious than those two. Director Li Xiao now regarded Lin Xiao with newfound seriousness. "Such a young computer prodigy? What year are you in?" he asked. Lin Xiao replied, "I'm in my 3rd year of high school." Li Xiao remarked, "To have created such a terrifying virus at that age is truly remarkable." Lin Xiao clarified, "I must emphasize, I merely found it." "Indeed," Li Xiao said, "and yet, in your 3rd year of high school, you stumbled upon such a formidable virus?" Lin Xiao smiled in silence. "Name your price," Li Xiao urged. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao stated, 200,000. Li Xiao retorted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you have any idea how much we earn annually?" While they are a leading antivirus giant, their annual revenue is indeed modest. 50,000, he declared, offering his own price. "This is already exceedingly generous, indeed the highest offer I can make. You must understand, this is essentially a bribe, and it will not yield us significant profit. Regardless of how much we pay, it will be a loss." Lin Xiao countered, "What about Jiaomin? What about Ruixing?" Li Xiao replied, "Do you believe they would offer more? Their prices would only be lower than mine, never higher. 50,000 is already exceedingly high, equivalent to over a year's salary for a white-collar worker in the capital." He then lifted his coffee cup, exuding an air of complete unyieldingness, even suggesting that Lin Xiao could walk away if he wished. "If you wish to negotiate with Jiaomin or Ruixing, feel free." At that moment, Xiaoshi glanced over, curious to see how Lin Xiao would respond. After all, the ability to write code is one thing, but commercial negotiation is another. No matter how skilled a coder one is, without additional capabilities, one risks remaining merely a programmer for life. Observing the calm and resolute demeanor of the other party, one might feel intimidated. Moreover, to a certain extent, Li Xiao's assertions held truth. Although several antivirus companies are competitors, there exists a tacit understanding among them. Lin Xiao toyed with the USB drive in his hand, his voice exceptionally tranquil. "Director Li, the value of this virus in my possession is worth 200,000. However, in your hands, it could be worth several million, perhaps even tens of millions." Director Li remarked, "Lin, you assert that the devastation wrought by this virus, should it proliferate, could entail losses amounting to tens of millions, if not more. However, one cannot quantify value solely based on destructive capacity, to be blunt. It is countless computer users who bear these losses, rather than our antivirus software." Lin Xiao retorted, "If your antivirus solutions are powerless against this virus, does that not render you ineffective?" Li Xiao interjected, "If we are all ineffective together, then it is as though we are not ineffective at all." Lin Xiao continued, "What if, hypothetically, a company were to invest 200,000 to acquire my virus code, subsequently enhancing their antivirus software accordingly? If, by misfortune, they were to inadvertently release the virus, rendering all other antivirus solutions impotent while theirs remains effective, How significantly could their reputation and market share rise? What value lies within that scenario? Lin Xiao struck a chord. It is indeed a rather amusing phenomenon that when antivirus software is monetized, computer viruses and malware proliferate abundantly. Periodically, computers endure assaults. Yet, with the advent of free solutions like 360, it seems as though computer viruses have vanished from the sight of the average user. The reasons for this are well understood by those in the know. Lin Xiao added, "Furthermore, I am not fond of haggling. You are fully aware of my strong moral principles. Were I otherwise, I would have sold this virus to 10 or even 100 individuals, allowing them to execute highly destructive acts, thereby reaping greater profits. The previous owner of this virus operated precisely in that manner. My intention in selling to you is to ensure it does not wreak havoc in the community. This represents my initial fortune, which I intend to utilize for greater endeavors. Therefore, my demands are modest, and I will not lower my price. Your posture suggests that I may negotiate with Jiangmin or Ruishing, akin to a game between a shopkeeper and a customer in a marketplace. I detest such bargaining. This is not a commercial negotiation, but rather a tranquil conversation devoid of any tug-of-war. Should you decline, I shall indeed approach Jiangmin. If Jiangmin refuses, I will seek out the next option, until someone offers 200,000. If no one meets that price, then I shall not sell. For me, the principle of honor in my word may outweigh even 200,000. I am not a merchant, nor do I aspire to be one. My reputation holds more weight than any monetary sum, at least more than 200,000. A person easily swayed by price will find themselves subject to endless bargaining in the future. I am myself, while you are merely directorly, spending funds that are not your own." After conveying his thoughts, Lin Xiao fell silent. His tone was calm and measured, yet imbued with a persuasive strength. He made no motion to rise and exit. Sincerity and authenticity are indeed his trump cards. Director Li Xiaoqin responded, "Please hold for a moment. I shall report this." Then, she picked up her phone and stepped outside the CAF to report to her superior. Lin Xiao sat inside, sipping his coffee, patiently awaiting a response. At that moment, Xiaoxi suddenly remarked, "Haven't we met before?" Lin Xiao replied, "Indeed, I visited your home this morning." Xiaoxi responded, "So it was you." Chapter 29. The money is in hand. After a considerable amount of time, Director Li Xiaoqin entered, stating, "The higher-ups have approved it. Cash in exchange for the code. Please provide me with an account, and I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds." Lin Xiao handed over a card, freshly acquired from Hangzhou not long ago. Although it would typically be prudent to conduct transactions via PayPal, it was entirely unnecessary in this case. The funds should have arrived. Please check, Li Xiaoqin added. To everyone's surprise, instead of retrieving his phone to verify the bank notification, Lin Xiao dashed out with the bank card in hand, making his way to the nearest ATM. How impoverished this adept truly is, lacking even a mobile device. He inserted the card into the machine, entered his password, and checked his balance. A staggering 200,010. 200,000 had arrived, entirely tax-free. What a delight. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Lin Xiao felt a thrill that left his scalp tingling. 200,000, an astonishing sum. 20 times the annual income of his family. His first bucket of gold, finally in hand. Upon returning to the CAF, he found the bespectacled man inspecting the virus code. "How is it?" Li Xiaoqin inquired. The man adjusted his glasses and replied, "It's rather crude, quite rough around the edges." "Isn't that poor quality?" Li Xiaoqin pressed. "No. It's quite brilliant," the man countered. "Writing code is akin to composing literature. It requires innate talent. We, as trained code monkeys, cannot produce such work. Only a free-spirited wild dog like him can create it." "And what about this business?" Li Xiaoqin asked. "Extremely lucrative. This is a monumental virus," the man declared. "It could even be recorded in history. The profit we could extract depends solely on how low our moral standards are." As Lin Xiao settled back into his seat, Li Xiaoqin suddenly remarked, "Lin, would you be interested in joining us at Kingsoft after graduation?" "Thank you," Lin Xiao replied succinctly, his refusal more decisive than mere politeness. "Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future." Director Li Xiaoqin extended her hand, and Lin Xiao reciprocated. Subsequently, she and the bespectacled engineer, Cheng, prepared to depart. Suddenly, Lin Xiao asked, "I don't know your name, but could I have your QQ number?" With a hint of resignation, the engineer replied, "My name is Cheng Hai." He then scribbled his phone number on a napkin. Noticing that Xiaoxi remained seated and unperturbed, Li Xiaoqin remarked, "Are you in a daze?" "Let's go," Xiaoxi replied. "You all go ahead. I would like to speak with him for a moment." Li Xiaoqin was taken aback, asking, What could you possibly have to discuss with him? Despite her entrepreneurial setbacks, Xiaoxi was undeniably a woman of exceptional stature. Li Xiaoqin understood the pride and lofty standards she held for her circle. Were it not for serendipity, having shared a dormitory for over half a year, along with Li Xiaoqin's astute efforts to endear herself, they might not have formed this friendship. In truth, Xiaoxi had very few friends. "Shall I accompany you?" Li Xiaoqin inquired. Xiaoxi shook her head and replied, "There is no need." Moments later, only Lin Xiao and Xiaoxi remained in their seats. "What did you say was the reason for my entrepreneurial failure when you stood outside my door this morning?" Lin Xiao responded, "Ambition without ability. Lofty aspirations paired with meager talent. The moment you chose to pursue a portal website as your entrepreneurial direction, you sealed your fate. You intended to establish a local portal site in the capital, did you not? Engaging in such an endeavor is a guaranteed path to failure." Xiaoxi frowned slightly, instinctively leaning back. It was evident that her posture was a mix of offense and defense. At that moment, portal websites were akin to the expressway of the internet. With Yahoo basking in the zenith of its glory, Zhang Qiaoyang was regarded as the godfather of China's internet, a formidable figure far surpassing the likes of Ma Huading. NetEase initially carved its niche through email services, transitioning to a portal model 3 years ago, and went public on Nasdaq last year. China.com, established in less than a year, also made its debut on Nasdaq. On the global stage, Google remained a mere younger sibling. While Yahoo reigned supreme as the king of the internet, at the pinnacle of its power, one could assert that portal websites represented an undeniable trend. Even the Li family in Chengdu rushed towards this avenue, founding Tom. "You believe your entrepreneurial failure stemmed solely from the local governments reneging on their promises, retracting certain entry points that were initially assured to you, such as educational examinations, driver's licenses, and medical appointments. Those functional entry points were never intended for you. It was merely your partners, possessing some background, who deluded themselves into believing they could secure them, indulging in wild fantasies." Xiaoxi interjected, "Share something I am unaware of." Lin Xiao continued, "However, none of these factors constitute the true reason for your failure. There is but one reason. Portal websites have no future. Do not think that your intended local portal site lacks promise. Even the currently thriving portals, such as Sohu, Sina, and NetEase face a bleak future if they do not adapt. Even the towering giant Yahoo has no future." Lin Xiao's words resonated powerfully, striking a chord. Xiaoxi, holding her coffee, gradually straightened. "We are currently in the era of Web 1.0, where those who control portals dominate the landscape. Internet users passively consume the content provided by websites, unable to engage. Yet, how much content can website editors truly produce? Can they genuinely cater to the vast appetites of internet users? They cannot. Thus, we are on the brink of entering the era of Web 2.0. This so-called 2.0 represents a time when countless internet users actively participate in content creation, leading to a genuine explosion of content on the internet. Moreover, various types of websites will become increasingly specialized and vertical. For instance, those providing video services will exclusively focus on video, game developers will concentrate solely on games, and platforms for opinionated discourse will dedicate themselves to that realm. Portal websites, being broad yet unfocused, embody a mindset reminiscent of the traditional print media era rather than a true internet philosophy. If they do not falter, who will? The first generation of the internet was dominated by those who controlled portals. The second generation belongs to the realm of specialized verticals. The 2.5 generation heralds the reign of platforms. Listening to Lin Xiao's vision for the future of the internet, Xiaoxi felt a stir of emotion and inquired, "Among all the domains, which do you hold in highest regard? Gaming, video, e-commerce, and so forth?" Lin Xiao replied, "Social media. For social interactions give rise to everything." The two fell into a momentary silence, with Xiaoxi seemingly accustomed to listening rather than expressing herself. After a considerable pause, she raised her head and said, "This morning, you mentioned wanting to help me make a comeback?" Lin Xiao affirmed, "Indeed." Xiaoxi asked, "Why? We have never been acquainted." "Ah." Lin Xiao, Xiaoxi continued, "Is the reason too difficult to articulate?" Lin Xiao responded, "Yes. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have simply walked away. Yet, being a prodigy." Xiaoxi found the reason somewhat acceptable. Xiaoxi then posed a question. "If given the opportunity to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, what would you choose to pursue? In this grand and tumultuous age of the internet, what path would you take?" Lin Xiao sipped his coffee, sitting up straight, and replied earnestly, "I would engage in yellow." At that moment, Xiaoxi nearly spat out her coffee. You speak of grandeur and ambition, pointing to the horizon, yet when it comes to action, you propose yellow? Lin Xiao explained, what else can I do? I only have 200,000 at my disposal, with no substantial background. What about you? How much do you have? Xiaoxi lamented, I am heavily in debt, having lost all my previous earnings. Now, those who once knew me avoid me, and I lack both connections and support. Lin Xiao remarked, the newspapers claim you lost millions. Is that true? False, Xiaoxi retorted. I only lost a few 100,000, much of which belonged to my investors. They were drawn by my former reputation as a genius, but now that the allure has faded, they regard me with disdain. Moreover, she continued, this year marks the demise of the first generation of the internet bubble, a time of great trepidation. After the Nasdaq peaked last year, it began to plummet. Countless websites shut down daily, and even those that survive fail to discern a path to profitability. The seemingly prosperous sites have never been truly profitable. Once they exhaust the investors' funds, they face inevitable closure. This signifies the first winter of the internet. Lin Xiao stated, without substantial capital or a robust background, we should refrain from engaging in grand narratives. You, with the title of genius, have squandered all your savings and burned through millions of investor funds. What has become of your so-called portal? It has vanished without a trace. We, as humble ants, possess a mere few 100,000. We cannot afford to burn through investor money, thus our endeavors must be grounded and profitable. We cannot take risks. We must select projects that offer near-certain returns. Profit. Such a foreign concept, Xiaoxi mused. Is there any internet venture currently generating profit? Aren't they merely spinning tales to attract investors and carve out territory? Currently, the vast majority of internet enterprises have yet to turn a profit, with many never having witnessed revenue flow. Yet, Lin Xiao boldly claims that he intends to plunge into the internet realm with a capital of several 100,000, aspiring to achieve profitability. Is this not somewhat fantastical? Share your thoughts, Xiaoxi remarked. Chapter 30, Truly a Genius. Lin Xiao inquired, what is currently the most accessible website for traffic? Xiaoxi responded, adult content. Lin Xiao elaborated, however, due to legal constraints, it is impossible to engage in explicit content. One can only delve into pseudo-adult material. Xiaoxi asked, what constitutes pseudo-adult? Lin Xiao explained, are you familiar with artistic nude photography? Under the guise of art, one can reveal nudity, even boldly on certain mainstream websites. Xiaoxi acknowledged. I am aware. Lin Xiao continued, nude art represents the first category of pseudo-adult. The second category comprises genuine wardrobe malfunctions. For instance, when Sophie Marceau accidentally had her dress slip while walking the red carpet, revealing her assets. Similarly, a female athlete might inadvertently expose herself when her shorts failed during a high kick, hinting at a glimpse of red and purple. Moreover, snapshots of female wrestlers or fighters in Japan and America, capturing the instant their attire tears, are prime examples. Do you believe that those who seek such imagery desire overtly explicit pictures? No, that is a misconception. In reality, it is these authentic wardrobe malfunctions that captivate them the most. Thus, genuine wardrobe malfunctions represent the second category of pseudo-adult. Yet, due to their authenticity, such images are quite rare. Nonetheless, we can create these genuine wardrobe malfunction images. The third category is purely artistic photography, which remains underdeveloped domestically. While Europe and Japan thrive in this realm, many Japanese actresses have released alluring photo collections. In the West, whether it's the girl next door or Playboy, they have gained immense acclaim. In truth, the photography from Japan often lacks depth. It either leans too far towards explicitness or portrays actresses in an overly innocent light. Videos, being dynamic, can embody both purity and sensuality simultaneously. In contrast, photographs are static, demanding a powerful allure through expressions and poses. Lin Xiao directly connected to the internet and accessed two of the most renowned websites at that moment, one for nude art and another for Japanese photography. Both boasted high traffic, yet their resources were rather limited and far from the profound realm Lin Xiao envisioned, failing to resonate with the depths of LSP's soul. In the coming decade, the pinnacle of photographic excellence is likely to emerge from the Taiwanese series, which has pushed the boundaries of feminine sensuality to their extremes. Even specializing in the sale of photographic sets, reaping substantial profits. Their images, even when not overtly revealing, possess an unmatched allure. The poses, the gazes, the attire far surpass the professionalism found in typical Japanese photography. However, they still do not reach the heights Lin Xiao spoke of. The later Taiwanese photographs were overly simplistic. What truly captivates LSP is the tantalizing ambiguity of partially obscured allure, a glimpse through the gaps in lingerie that suggest visibility yet remains elusive. For example, the slight loosening of swimwear revealing folds that imply visibility without fully disclosing. In that moment, Xiao was taken aback. Is this a high school student? Just then, the CAF owner approached, placing a cup of coffee before Lin Xiao, saying, "Young man, this coffee is on the house. Your words resonate deeply with me. This is precisely what I wish to see. May I ask, where might one find such websites?" The internet creates an illusion of an abundance of resources, seemingly limitless. However, this perception is fundamentally misleading. Even in 20 years, while the breadth of internet resources may expand, their depth remains shallow. This was particularly true in the year 2001. Upon visiting a website, especially countless personal sites, one might feel that there is a plethora of content available. Yet, the information is neither professional nor profound, revealing a startling scarcity. Particularly in the case of the extremely specialized pseudo-academic websites mentioned by Lin Xiao, the void is even more pronounced. Perhaps a few exist, but their resources are meager and superficial. Xiao inquired, "Can you find these photographs?" Lin Xiao replied, "Of course, they are scattered across the internet, particularly on overseas sites or forums. Moreover, at a certain point, we could take our own photographs, which would enhance professionalism." He posed a question. "Once such a website is established, will it attract traffic?" Xiao responded, "There will be traffic, but it won't generate substantial revenue or attract investors with compelling narratives." This is indeed the case, as the era lacked the emergence of advertising networks, although mobile service providers were beginning to flourish. In the ensuing years, mobile service providers would become the primary source of income for personal website owners, sustaining a multitude of individual sites. Some high-traffic personal websites could even earn over $100,000 a month. Before the rise of advertising networks, the Asian Dating Center was a significant player in advertising during this time. However, their advertising fees were stringent, only compensating registered and genuine users, yet the payouts were considerable. Thus, according to Lin Xiao's estimation, relying on mobile service providers and banner ads, the website could potentially become profitable. Xiao remarked, "Your website is essentially a low-end personal site, lacking adequate business logic, and will never gain prominence." Lin Xiao agreed, "You are absolutely right. However, it merely serves as a gateway for traffic. The real profit lies in another website, one that narrates a compelling business story, capturing the industry's attention and elevating our company to new heights." Xiao asked, "What software are you referring to?" Lin Xiao explained, "We have developed our own software, a subscription-based live streaming platform featuring provocative content, albeit at a high price." Live streaming, Xiao exclaimed. In this era, that term feels utterly foreign. Even video platforms would not emerge until 2005. Presently, websites cannot even directly open videos due to a critical technological barrier, the Adobe Flash Player. It was only with the upgraded Adobe Flash Player 8 that videos could be streamed smoothly on web pages, marking a revolutionary breakthrough and leading to a proliferation of video platforms. Thus, the concept of a video live streaming room in 2001 was exceedingly unfamiliar. Are there any similar products available now? Yes, there is Lian Yi, which debuted in May 2000 in Wuhan. This is truly the progenitor of live streaming rooms, as well as the pioneer for those internet celebrities engaging in eccentric antics. Presently, Lian can be regarded as the sovereign of the chat room industry, reigning supreme in the realm of video chatting. Its largest chat room accommodates up to 200 users, all witnessing the interactions of one or two individuals engaged in video conversations. Is this not, in essence, another dimension of video broadcasting? However, it remains oblivious to this fact, merely perceiving itself as a platform for video chatting and socializing. It is on the verge of amassing 1 million registered users. Lin Xiao opened Lian, showcasing it to Xiao. "Do you believe it has potential?" Xiao replied, "It is currently thriving, virtually monopolizing the video chat room market, possessing a compelling narrative and attracting considerable investor interest." Lin Xiao remarked, "Within 6 months, we shall surpass it. Although it is flourishing, it is fundamentally a flawed product. Its DNA is impure, merging social networking with video chatting, lacking direction. While it draws a multitude of registered users, it struggles to monetize them. In contrast, our software possesses an exceptionally pure essence, focused solely on live streaming." Lin Xiao continued, "Once our pseudo-adult site garners a steady flow of traffic, we shall launch our own photo collections, ensuring they are legal, professional, explosive, and exquisitely alluring. We aim to cultivate a cadre of professional models, each developing a dedicated male fan base, becoming their idealized goddesses. Subsequently, we will have them perform live broadcasts. Concurrently, we will have these models participate in the television program Waterworld, where they might inadvertently lose their bikinis, revealing what should not be exposed, thus igniting online buzz. We shall invest in having select individuals appear on Mango TV's dating show Roses Have an Appointment, where they will utter statements akin to "I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle," stimulating the nerves of netizens and generating publicity. After elevating one or two models to internet celebrity status, we will release their photo collections and feature them in our live streaming rooms to promote our software. The concept of internet celebrities was, in this realm, nearly first proposed by Lin Xiao. Do you think there is potential in this approach? Certainly, there is immense potential. It will undoubtedly explode. This is no jest. Even in this era, suggestive voice chats attract numerous eager participants, yielding substantial profits. In 2001, when sultry goddesses heed your commands, delivering provocative dialogues and striking various poses during live performances, fulfilling the requests of the gentleman, do you not perceive a market for this? Many video platforms will struggle to survive in the future, such as Q6 and 56, which have sustained themselves for years, even profiting significantly in the short term. Although current bandwidth conditions may not support numerous viewers simultaneously, it is not essential to have a large audience. Xiaoshi posed two questions. First, how will users make payments? In 2001, there was no Alipay or WeChat. We cannot expect them to use PayPal, can we? Lin Xiao remarked. It is quite simple. We can integrate mobile top-up payments. Users can purchase prepaid cards and then recharge through our website system. Subsequently, an increasing number of websites will adopt this method, which is a component of mobile service providers. Xiaoshi expressed skepticism regarding the prospects of paid services and the size of the user base. Most internet users today are in internet CAFS, lacking sufficient disposable income and likely feeling embarrassed to view such live performances in that environment. To engage in the kind of video streaming payment you mentioned, one requires a personal computer and a decent bandwidth connection, which is a rarity among household users in the country. Lin Xiao countered, this is precisely an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Our model is specialized and vertical, allowing for silent profit without the need for a massive user base. Those who own a computer and have broadband are indicative of financial capability, making them our target audience. The impoverished individuals frequenting internet CAFS are not our focus. Xiaoshi inquired about the sourcing of professional models. Lin Xiao responded, we seek those unique individuals, eager to transition to a different path for various reasons. They are both professional and passionate. Xiaoshi cautioned, once this escalates, it will undoubtedly face repercussions and struggle to sustain itself. Lin Xiao replied, sustainability is not a necessity. We can pivot and upgrade after earning profit for a couple of years. Xiaoshi pressed, what direction do you envision for this transformation in the future? Lin Xiao stated, social interaction. Xiaoshi questioned, in pure social networking, we cannot compete with Sohu or Tencent. Victory seems impossible. Lin Xiao scoffed at the mention of Sohu. Their social initiative is merely an alumni platform. They recently spent millions acquiring it, seemingly thriving in the realm of social websites. However, in a few years, they will realize their constructed social framework is utterly ineffective. Similar platforms like Renren have also failed, as their foundational approach was flawed from the onset. Tencent, with QQ, remains in a position of invincibility. One might assume that a revival cannot challenge it. Lin Xiao elaborated, to succeed in social networking, one must possess a superior entry point. Xiaoshi probed, what do you mean by social interaction? What is this entry point? Lin Xiao replied, it is a social form of interaction, euphemistically described as friendship. In less flattering terms, it is escapades. At this moment, the CAF owner reappeared, presenting a cup of milk tea. He remarked, young man, consuming too much coffee is not advisable. This time, I have brought you milk tea. If, and I emphasize if, the software you described comes to fruition, do ensure to invite me to register. I should not be here, but I genuinely believe in your potential. You are a genius. Chapter 31, Destiny Entrusted, a match made in heaven. Xiaoshi sipped her coffee, lost in thought. As an entrepreneur, she had heard countless stories, each more extravagant than the last. However, never before had she encountered one so grounded, so audacious as today's. Certainly, from a business perspective, this was the most pragmatic proposal she had ever received. Why me? Xiaoshi inquired. If I refuse to collaborate, will you pursue this on your own? Lin Xiao replied. Yes, but it would be considerably more arduous, especially since I still have my studies to attend to. We are indeed a match made in heaven. In truth, Lin Xiao's need for Xiaoxi at this moment was as profound as her need for him. He was the true professional, and even if the venture failed, he would remain an undeniable elite. Xiaoxi asked, "How much of the 200,000 can you allocate for the startup?" 150,000, Lin Xiao responded. "The remaining 50,000 is for my living expenses." Xiaoxi cautioned him, "I must inform you that I currently have no money, only debt. Should we embark on this venture, I would need to sell my apartment, and I could contribute at most a few 100,000. In reality, Xiaoxi's situation was even graver than she had conveyed. She faced a choice: comply with her family's wishes and marry a man she did not love, resigning herself to a life of complacency, or dare to chase her dreams anew, bearing the weight of her debts alone, thereby severing ties with her family. Ever since her mother's passing, she had effectively distanced herself from that household. The apartment was her sole asset and the keeper of her most cherished memories. Selling her home to fund a startup? For her, it felt like a desperate gamble. Others were raising millions, even billions, while their combined resources barely amounted to a few 100,000. It was a venture rooted in poverty. And investing such a modest sum in the capital-intensive internet industry would be nothing short of miraculous if successful. "Let me ask once more, why me?" Xiaoxi pressed. "If I said it was because you saved me in a past life, and I wish to repay that debt in this one, would you believe me?" Lin Xiao queried. "I do not believe that." At that moment, the CAF owner approached, placing a fruit platter before Lin Xiao. "Young man, among all the things you've said today, that last statement is the most implausible, too abstract." "Owner, you are quite theatrical," Xiaoxi remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao for a long while. "Please grant me some time. I will call you." "All right," Lin Xiao agreed. Xiaoxi then scribbled her phone number and a QQ account on a napkin, handing it to him. "Farewell." She stood, shouldered her bag, and made her way toward the exit. The CAF owner handed Lin Xiao a business card, saying, "This is my card. Be sure to inform me when your website launches. Also, as someone who has been through it, I advise you, while this woman is indeed beautiful, her style is androgynous, she eschews makeup, and her beauty is quite assertive. She embodies the archetype of a strong woman, not an ideal match." Instead of leaving, the owner took a seat before Lin Xiao. "Young brother, do you have any idea of the myriad rises and falls I have witnessed in this coffee shop in Zhongguancun? All within a mere span of 2 or 3 years. I am akin to the duck that senses the warming waters of spring, and presently, we find ourselves in the depths of an internet winter. I have listened to countless stories here. Though you are the youngest, you are also the most intriguing. An investment of several 100,000 may seem modest, yet the tales I have heard suggest that with just a few thousand, one could aspire to become the next Sohu or Baidu, with 3,721 being one of the more understated narratives among them." Lin Xiao remarked. "How many perish within the grandiose macro-narratives?" The coffee shop owner replied, "Indeed, it is much like starting a company. If one begins by flaunting extravagance, renting a lavish office, and hiring a beautiful secretary, who but you shall face bankruptcy." Lin Xiao concurred, "Right? Only the deceivers require grand narratives." He then inquired, "Are you truly a high school student?" Lin Xiao affirmed, "Yes, I am preparing for the college entrance examination next year." The owner, having studied in the United States or the United Kingdom, appeared taken aback. "You can discern that?" Lin Xiao explained, "The shop's decor is not ostentatious. The seating is haphazardly arranged. Yet, the coffee machine is quite expensive, embodying a quintessential European and American style. Nowadays, domestic coffee shops are emulating those across the strait, adopting a facade of false opulence, a mock European style, or a pretentious elite vibe akin to a conveyor belt Starbucks." The owner, impressed, gave a thumbs up and then asked, "Young brother, do you lack a mobile phone?" Lin Xiao was momentarily surprised, indeed. The owner responded, "I have an extra phone. Is there fate between us? It's an older model, worth less than 1,000 now. A Nokia, virtually indestructible." Lin Xiao replied, "How could I refuse?" In the end, the coffee shop owner genuinely gifted him a Nokia, a model from 2 years prior but still in good condition. With that, their momentary connection concluded, and there was no need to force a conversation. "Please, have a seat," the owner said. "I must attend to my duties." Lin Xiao utilized the shop's internet to log on to QQ under the moniker "Please Call Me Ergo," discovering a friend request from an individual with the nickname Bad Peach. "She actually added me?" Lin Xiao instinctively felt that she must be the intriguing young lady from Hangzhou he had encountered. A pitiable soul, most adept at sensing the presence of her kind. Though Lin Xiao possessed a strong mentality, he still retained this instinct. After accepting the request, He sent a message. Are you the young lady from Hangzhou? Could you guide me to Westlake? After a moment, she responded, yes. But why do you carry such a peculiar name? Shouldn't you be at work at this hour? He inquired. I no longer wish to continue, Bat Peach replied. I am unsure why I added you, yet there are some things I simply cannot express to anyone else. Lin Xiao probed. Is your reluctance due to being harmed or mistreated? Partially, she admitted, in our line of work, such occurrences are not uncommon. Has some rumor reached your hometown? He asked. What do you do that you can deduce this? She responded. Please call me Ergo. The thing you fear most is encountering a fellow villager at your workplace. Su Tao could hardly believe the words displayed above. How could you possibly know this? Are you a fortune teller? When she saw Lin Xiao, she was instantly reminded of her younger brother from high school, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Moreover, after the incident when he offered her a tissue, she felt an unexpected warmth. Thus, she added Lin Xiao on QQ, thinking they could at least converse. Little did she know this young brother was so remarkable online. Bad Peach. I do not know if he recognized me. I was so frightened that my soul nearly fled. Now, I dare not go to work at the shop and can only linger in the internet CAF to pass the time. Bad Peach. If he recognizes me and returns home to speak carelessly, letting my parents and the townsfolk know, I would be utterly finished. Please call me Ergo. Do you wish to pursue this line of work? Bad Peach. Which respectable woman would aspire to this? Do you look down on me? Please call me Ergo. You have a brother who performs well academically. Even you have done well in your studies. But due to the family's poverty and your parents' preference for sons, you were forced to drop out and seek work? Bad Peach, are you human or ghost? How do you know? Rural tragedies often bear a striking resemblance. Bad Peach seemed to have found a confidant, unveiling her story. She hailed from a village in Guizhou. Having dropped out of school in the 9th grade to work, lured to Hangzhou by fellow villagers. Initially, she engaged in regular shampooing, but it gradually escalated into massage. Witnessing others easily earning substantial sums, she succumbed to the allure. If she had never pursued an education, it might have been more tolerable, but she had studied. Even while engaged in this line of work, she sought to maintain her dignity by purchasing numerous books, believing that enriching her spiritual life would render her less despicable. However, she found that the more she read, the deeper her suffering became. Consequently, her service attitude deteriorated, and she faced increasing violence. Recently, after encountering another villager, she completely unraveled. Sinking into fear. She does not wish to remain in this profession for life. Once her brother graduates from university, she intends to seek a regular job and marry. Bad Peach. I have heard that staying in this industry for too long imbues one with an unshakable odor that cannot be washed away, easily discernible to others. Bad Peach. I truly fear that I too will acquire this scent, and if that happens, my life would be over. Bad Peach. I yearn to escape this industry and enter a factory, but the income is too low and the work too arduous. Having grown accustomed to quick money, returning to a humble wage feels impossible. Bad Peach. I genuinely do not know what to do, fearing disgrace in my hometown. I do not want to work. Yet I cannot afford to cease earning. My parents rely on me, and I must support my brother's education. Please call me Ergo. What is your monthly income now? Bad Peach. Approximately 6,000. Please call me Ergo. Are there many sisters like you who wish to leave this industry? Bad Peach. Certainly. There are many. All are earnest girls from the countryside. Who wishes to engage in this? This statement from 2001 remains credible. 20 years hence, the girls within the realm of commercial karaoke will no longer possess this narrative. They will instead assert, I am here for amusement, to earn some pocket money. And the truth of their words will be undeniable. Some may entertain 2 or 3 boyfriends simultaneously, one to cover rent, another for sustenance, inviting you to join their peculiar arrangement. Others embark on entrepreneurial ventures, running modest businesses, yet occasionally returning to the karaoke scene to supplement their income. Upon departing from this world, they may ascend to a lofty pedestal embodying the goddess archetype, indifferent to those who fawn over them. However, the pitiable souls from 2 decades past were, for the most part, genuine victims of circumstance. Please, call me Ergo. Would you be willing to work for me? The base salary is 3,000. With the majority of earnings derived from commissions, allowing for a monthly income that effortlessly surpasses 10,000, even reaching 20 or 30,000. Bad Peach, aren't you a student? Please, call me Ergo. Indeed, what of it? Bad Peach, can a student really run a brothel? Please, call me Ergo. Who said I am running a brothel? The internet, high technology, do you comprehend? Lin Xiao was seldom agitated, but today was an exception. Bad Peach, though I attended middle school and my grades were decent. Is it not a tad absurd for you to suggest I engage in high technology? Please, call me ergo. You need not work within high technology. Bad Peach, then what am I to do? Please, call me ergo. Model, sensual goddess, alternative star, radiant and resplendent. Bad Peach, humph. A charlatan. Bad Peach, just a ruse. A mere deception. I am a girl from the countryside, having barely completed middle school, yet a model and a sensual goddess? Bad Peach, if you possess the means, why not transfer 3,000 to me first? Please, call me ergo, provide me with your account details. In a fit of frustration, Peach sent over her bank card number. Having encountered numerous fraudsters before, she suspected that an actual transfer would be a miracle. Approximately 10 minutes later, please, call me ergo. The funds have been transferred. Check your account. Peach hurried downstairs to locate an ATM, and upon checking her balance, she was struck with disbelief. The bank account indeed reflected an increase of 3,000. Goodness, the money is real. I must be losing my mind. She rushed back to the internet CAF, inquiring, what on earth do you do? Please, call me ergo. I run an internet company. That Peach, are you serious about making me a model, a sensual goddess? Please, call me ergo. Absolutely. Please, call me ergo. Countless admirers will worship you while showering you with money. I will arrange for you to appear on major websites and television, transforming your destiny and enabling you to lead a life of distinction. Please, call me ergo. I will guide you through the gateway to another world. Bad Peach, a desperate woman like me is prone to madness. I might believe anything. If we truly seek you out later, it will be impossible to extricate ourselves. Lin Xiao retrieved a mobile SIM card purchased in Kuching and installed it in his phone. Please, call me ergo. This is my phone number. Make a note of it. Contact me when you wish to join me. Otherwise, do not call. Nor should I attempt to persuade you. Bad Peach, if I come, I will not be alone. I will bring a host of friends. Please, call me ergo. Call me before your arrival, or this will be the end of our connection. Chapter 32, The Beginning of Entrepreneurship, discovered by Lian Yi. Boss, I must take my leave now. Thank you for the coffee, the fruit platter, and the mobile phone. Lin Xiao said as he packed away his laptop and prepared to depart. The CAF owner replied, thank you for sharing your story. I hope to hear more of your tales in the future. After exiting the CAF, Lin Xiao embarked on a spree of shopping in the capital. He purchased an assortment of wigs, a multitude of garments, and even a suitcase. During his shopping excursion, he sent a text message to Xiaoxi, providing his phone number. The response was simply, MM. After that, there was no further correspondence. The following evening, Lin Xiao boarded a train heading south, returning to Linshan. Although the capital was splendid, it was not suited for someone like him, a mere pauper with only 200,000 to his name. This time, he was fortunate enough to avoid the hard seat. Yet he could not indulge in the luxury of a soft sleeper. The hard sleeper would suffice. The only slight inconvenience was that he was inundated with dog food, an overwhelming amount of coupledom. In his compartment, there was a young couple, likely fresh graduates from university, who boarded in Hebei, probably en route to Hangzhou for job hunting. The young man was somewhat handsome and tall, likely the type favored by many women during his college years, a minor celebrity among peers. The young woman was also quite attractive, particularly with her slender waist, exuding an alluring charm. They purchased 2 berths, but chose to squeeze into one. During the journey, they exchanged a few words with Lin Xiao, both hailing from Beiguang, now known as Communication University of China, a reputable institution. Upon learning that Lin Xiao was still in high school, the young man exhibited a hint of superiority, his tone slightly elevated. Meanwhile, the young woman occasionally cast glances at Lin Xiao, scrutinizing his features, not out of romantic interest, but rather instinctively. This was a quintessential scenario where the female was more mature than her male counterpart. As night fell and the lights in the sleeper car dimmed, whispers floated down from the upper bunk. Don't touch me. We're on a train, the girl said. My hands are just resting here. I'm not moving. The boy replied, your fingers are dirty. Don't reach in there. The girl admonished. Soon, the breaths from the upper bunk quickened. Yang, could you help me out? The boy pleaded softly. You're such a pervert, the girl retorted in a hushed tone. After a while, the young man stealthily descended from the upper bunk and made his way to the train's restroom. The other occupants in the compartment maintained a tacit understanding of silence. In the darkness, Lin Xiao revealed a tolerant smile. Only those in the throes of passion would exhibit such impulses. Perhaps this experience would strengthen their bond in the future, as most relationships are marked by only a few profound memories. In their own world, the The couple's playful teasing was hardly a matter of concern. After living several decades in his previous life, Lin Xiao had gleaned the invaluable lesson of tolerance, adopting a lenient stance towards the moral expectations of others, allowing for a certain breadth in their words and actions. The next day, he was awakened by the clamorous cries of vendors outside. Chicken legs, fresh from Raozhou. 3 yuan each, 3 yuan each. Lin Xiao rose, refreshed himself, and quietly awaited his stop. Junior, which university do you plan to attend? The girl inquired while preparing instant noodles, not only for herself but also for her boyfriend. Zhendong University, she replied. That's quite impressive, Lin Xiao remarked. Where do you intend to seek employment? He continued. Either Hangzhou or Guangzhou. I aspire to work for the Southern Metropolis Daily, she answered. Lin Xiao wished them good fortune. At this moment, the students from Beijing Broadcasting University felt a sense of pride, filled with aspirations for the future, as the media industry remained robust. However, with the rise of the internet, print media and television stations quickly fell into decline. Zhang Xiafeng once stated that if one does not come from a particularly privileged background, they should refrain from studying journalism. Observing the young couple, Lin Xiao could easily discern that their family background was decent, perhaps upper middle class, yet insufficient to support their lofty ambitions in journalism. Thus, they were likely to face challenges and setbacks ahead. The girl was already maturing, awakening to certain social realities, while the boy remained immersed in the idyllic university life, displaying a degree of naivety. Consequently, their relationship would soon weather turbulent times. Yu Yang. The girl reached out her hand toward Lin Xiao. He hesitated for a brief moment, uncertain of which hand she had used the previous day. Yu Yang's face flushed slightly. Lin Xiao extended his hand in return. Lin Xiao. Upon arriving at Lingshan Station, Lin Xiao disembarked with his backpack. At that moment, the handsome boyfriend expressed his discontent, saying, She's just a senior in high school. Why are you shaking hands? Your hand should only be for me, not for others. The girl retorted. But she is aiming for Zhendong. He dismissed her, saying, If she wants to go to Zhendong, then so be it. The handsome boyfriend scoffed slightly. Lingshan? I've never even heard of that small place. After studying in the capital for 4 years, he naturally felt a sense of superiority over these smaller towns. Harboring an inflated sense of control, believing that as someone from the capital, he could easily navigate these minor locales. Little did he know. These 3rd and 4th tier cities were the most challenging to conquer, as they were often dominated by powerful families. For instance, the Xiao family, with their extensive network of connections and numerous influential officials. Despite arriving in Lingshan in the morning, Lin Xiao did not head to school. Instead, he went straight to an internet CAF, diligently working on his website, striving to make every moment count. It was not until around 10 in the evening that he returned to his rental apartment, only to find Li Zhongtian unusually absent from his studies, sitting in his room waiting for him. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, Li Zhongtian abruptly stood up. But the sudden motion caused him to feel dizzy, and he had to steady himself by holding his forehead for a moment. Chronic malnutrition had led to anemia and low blood sugar, a common plight among children from impoverished families. Did you succeed? Did you succeed? Li Zhongtian asked anxiously. Lin Xiao replied, Yes, I succeeded. How much did you sell it for? Li Zhongtian inquired. Lin Xiao held up 2 fingers. 20,000? Such a large sum? Li Zhongtian exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiao exclaimed, 200,000. In an instant, Li Zhongtian was utterly stunned. 200,000, a figure so foreign to him. He could scarcely fathom that writing a virus could yield such a staggering sum. After a considerable pause, he let out a low growl, swinging his fists through the air in exhilaration. Yes, yes, yes. This was undoubtedly Li Zhongtian's rare moment of exuberance. To Lin Xiao, this display seemed rather uncouth. Yet for Li Zhongtian, it was undeniably stylish. I am overwhelmed with joy. I am overwhelmed with joy. I can't quite grasp the reason for my elation. Li Zhongtian excitedly paced within the room, feeling a twinge of jealousy, yet inexplicably, he felt none, only exhilaration. Only Lin Xiao understood the reason behind this. Over the past 2 years, Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian had forged a strong bond, initially due to their shared isolation and humble backgrounds, thus seeking warmth in each other as company. Introverted and sensitive individuals, they would eagerly draw closer at the slightest show of kindness, idealizing one another. Their enduring friendship stemmed from their mutual kindness. In the midst of Li Zhongtian's dreary existence, Lin Xiao's sudden success illuminated a glimmer of hope for his own future escape. After reveling in excitement for some time, Li Zhongtian could hardly contain his eagerness to plan the utilization of this newfound wealth. There was simply too much to spend. If it were up to me, I would set aside 50,000 for my university expenses over the next 4 years. The remaining 150,000 would go towards building a house for my family. Just imagine how splendidly we could decorate it. It would undoubtedly stand out in our village. I can hardly fathom how elated my parents would be to live in such a home. Lin Xiao. If only I could earn money. I can't even dream of 200,000, even 2,000 would suffice. Lin Xiao remained silent, quietly observing his friend, who was even more animated than himself. Lin Xiao, how do you plan to use this money? A somewhat calmed Li Zhongtian could not resist inquiring. Lin Xiao replied, I will reserve 30,000 for living expenses and allocate the remaining 170,000 for a business venture. 30,000 for living expenses? 170,000 for a startup? To Li Zhongtian, these notions felt abstract. What kind of life would require 30,000 for living? With such a substantial sum, should they not invest in a house? Could a high school student even embark on a business venture? There were risks involved, and instinctively, Li Zhongtian felt compelled to dissuade Lin Xiao from taking such a leap. Yet, the words remained unspoken. He instinctively chose silence. Uncertain of why he felt the need to do so. Lin Xiao, while I strive to excel in my studies, if there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to let me know, Li Zhongtian stated earnestly. Even if it's just moving furniture, I am willing to help. The following day, Lin Xiao chose not to attend class, instead heading directly to the commercial park on the western outskirts of the county to seek suitable office spaces. His actions were undeniably decisive. Lin Xiao wandered throughout the park, meticulously selecting an appropriate location. As I turned a corner, I suddenly stumbled upon a large gathering of individuals. Among them a familiar face, Lian Yi. At that moment, he was accompanied by county leaders, inspecting the industrial park he had once spearheaded. A throng of dozens surrounded him, akin to stars orbiting the moon, such as the nature of a prominent man. As the secretary of the district, his ascendance to the standing committee was already a foregone conclusion, effectively positioning him as a city leader in the eyes of Linshan County. Moreover, this industrial park was a testament to Lian Yi's visionary planning during his tenure as county magistrate. However, before the park was completed, he was reassigned to serve as the district head, resulting in the project being left in a state of incompleteness. Presently, after the government had constructed a portion of the buildings, the remainder of the land was sold to private entities, which proceeded to erect their own structures. The park lacked any notably scaled enterprises, with most operations revolving around wholesale beer, steel, and cement. Naturally, the few companies in the county were primarily situated within this park, alongside numerous residential households. In essence, it was an economic zone that defied clear categorization. This situation was undoubtedly a source of heartache for Lian Yi, a blemish on his political journey. At that moment, it seemed he had also noticed Lin Xiao, casting a glance in his direction. Lin Xiao quickly averted his gaze. After all, it was class time, and as a high school student, skipping class was ill-advised. 30 minutes later, feeling that the group of inspectors had dispersed, Lin Xiao continued on his way in search of housing. Yet, after walking less than 30 meters, he found Lian Yi right before him. At this point, the entourage had vanished, leaving only one companion by Lian Yi's side. He stood silently before a building, his expression grave, lost in contemplation. Lin Xiao hastily sought to evade him, but Lian Yi had already spotted him. After a moment's hesitation, Lian Yi waved his hand and called out, Lin Xiao, come here. Why are you skipping class? What brings you here? His tone was both serious and gentle. Chapter 33. The father-in-law's heartfelt concern given the vast disparity in their social standings. It would typically be inappropriate for Lian Yi to concern himself with a high school senior. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. The final year of high school is immensely significant, particularly for a rural student like Lin Xiao, for whom the Gaokao represents the sole opportunity to alter his destiny. The youth, in his innocence, did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, and as a fellow parent's obligation, Lian Yi felt compelled to intervene. Uncle Lian, I would like to take a look at the commercial property, Lin Xiao stated. What business do you have at your young age? Lian Yi inquired. I aspire to start a business, Lin Xiao replied. Initially, Lian Yi intended to depart, but at that moment, he felt it was imperative to stay. Once a course of action is initiated, one must see it through to completion, even if it is merely a matter of encouraging a classmate's academic pursuits. Lin Xiao. This commercial park was conceived and partially constructed under my direction before I was reassigned to the city. Regrettably, the project remains unfinished, Lian Yi expressed earnestly. The most heart-wrenching aspect of life is to abandon an endeavor mid-course. I heard from Lian Yi that you made significant progress in your last monthly exam, and there is great hope for your success in the Gaokao. Therefore, you must not falter now. Your primary responsibility is to study diligently and gain admission to a reputable university. If your family faces financial difficulties and you worry about affording college, do not fret. I can assist you. For rural youth, attending university is the best pathway forward, and for some, it may be the only avenue available. Cherish your talents and the limited time you have before the Gaokao. Of course, there were thoughts Lian Zheng refrained from voicing. You are but a high school student. What business do you intend to pursue? A small grocery store? A breakfast stall? What significance would that hold? Even adults struggle with commerce. What chance does a rural boy like you have, especially without any capital? You should return to school. With that, Lian Zheng continued to gaze at the rather unremarkable commercial park before him, his heart heavy. Although termed a commercial park, it lacked a single respectable enterprise and bore no trace of sophistication. In truth, Lin Xiao had already identified a suitable office space, the very building that stood before Lian Zheng. The previous owner had gone bankrupt, and the premises were now closed and available for lease, with the landlord's name, Ms. Su, prominently displayed. Lin Xiao quickly noted down the phone number. When Lian Zheng turned around and noticed Lin Xiao still lingering, he admonished, "Why are you still here? Hurry back to class, or I will call your homeroom teacher to escort you back personally." With that, Lin Xiao hurriedly left, returning to his studies. On his way, he dialed the landlord's number. But the calls either failed to connect or went unanswered due to either insufficient funds or lack of response. Later that afternoon, Lin Xiao returned to school and returned the laptop to Lian Yi, along with a sum of 2,800 yuan. Lian Yi accepted the laptop but declined the money. Why did you not seek treatment in the city's hospital when you fell ill? Why return to your town's clinic? Was it due to financial constraints? Do not repay me this money just yet. Return it when I request it, she said. Then, she turned her head with the laptop in hand and walked away with an air of defiance. During English class, when Xiao Momao spotted Lin Xiao at his desk, she smiled at him without uttering a word. However, in the evening, as Lin Xiao was about to go out for dinner, Xiao Momao appeared at the door. Lin Xiao, could you step out for a moment? Are you unwell? Why didn't you inform the teacher? Why return to the town clinic? You ought to have come to me. I would take you to the county hospital. Subsequently, Xiao Momao accompanied Lin Xiao to a local eatery and then, without further ado, led him to the county hospital. A middle-aged doctor on duty in the emergency room examined Lin Xiao, diagnosing him with mild malnutrition and anemia, resulting in susceptibility to low blood sugar and weakened immunity. The current academic pressures were taking a toll on his vitality. Upon hearing the doctor's assessments, Xiao Momao inquired, "Is there any quick way to replenish his nutrition?" "Increase your intake of milk and meat," the doctor replied. "Additionally, a few amino acid injections could help rejuvenate the mind." "Administer them now," Xiao Momao insisted. Thus, Lin Xiao received intravenous amino acids in the emergency department, while Xiao Momao quietly waited by his side. She was dressed in a fitted autumn dress made of fine wool, deliberately chosen to downplay her figure, yet her curvaceous form made the attire strikingly conspicuous. Even standing casually, her alluring silhouette captivated all gazes. Typically, she endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor in public, but when lost in thought, her lips would unconsciously pucker in a cute, almost playful manner, enchanting the doctors and patients around her. Her charm, appearance, and physique were unparalleled even in a bustling metropolis, let alone in a county town, making her irresistible. It was no wonder the mayor's son pursued her relentlessly, rallying his acquaintances to aid his efforts. Yet, she seemed to be preoccupied with her own troubles. Firstly, the 2 articles she submitted to the Beijing Film Journal had yet to elicit any response, neither acceptance nor rejection. Cinema was her passion, and she held immense hope for these submissions, which were collaborations with Ergo. After completing them, she felt an unwavering confidence in their quality, convinced they would be published. Yet, as days passed with no news, she began to doubt herself, questioning if her writing was, as always, subpar. Furthermore, she had not spoken to Ergo in several days. Their last conversation had hinted at a budding intimacy, which frightened her. As she felt it was inappropriate given her current relationship, she refrained from reaching out to Ergo, who, coincidentally, had also not contacted her. Several times, she had noticed him online but chose to remain hidden, afraid of him initiating a conversation that might stir her heart. However, each time Ergo came online, he never took the initiative to seek her out, leaving her feeling disheartened, despite knowing she ought not to. There were moments when she found herself irresistibly imagining what ergo truly looked like. For some inexplicable reason, her daydreaming demeanor was particularly enchanting. Teacher Xiao. The medication has been administered, Lin Xiao remarked. Oh, very well, Xiao Momao replied, hastily rising to summon the nurse. The sound of her exquisite high heels striking the floor, coupled with her alluring silhouette, rendered the noise almost sensuous. Upon returning to school, Xiao Momao spoke softly yet resolutely. Extend your hand. Lin Xiao involuntarily complied and stretched out his hand. Xiao Momao placed 800 yuan into his palm. Drink more milk, eat more meat, and do not refuse. You shall repay me after you start working. Now, off to class with you. The midterm examination is approaching, and it is of utmost importance for you. During the last monthly test, your results were met with skepticism by everyone, including all the teachers, though they did not voice their doubts. Thus, you must prove yourself in the upcoming midterm. Do you understand? Throughout her discourse, she maintained a demeanor befitting a teacher, serious and earnest. That evening, Lin Xiao dialed the landlord's number once more, yet the call remained unanswered. Subsequently, he took his computer to the internet CAF, diligently continuing his website work without a moment's delay. He also opened QQ, where a message promptly appeared. Falling bubble, ergo, why are you ignoring me? Please call me ergo, you are the one ignoring me. Falling bubble, it's always me who initiates contact. You have never reached out to me. Falling bubble, are you playing hard to get? Please call me ergo. No? Falling bubble, then do you wish to ignore me? Please call me ergo. Not at all. Falling bubble, then why do you not respond? Please call me ergo. If we continue this conversation, I fear it may lead to trouble. Falling bubble, don't you have a girl you like? The one with a large chest and a curvy figure? Please call me ergo. Indeed, that is the image of my ideal girlfriend. Ample bosom, voluptuous form, yet both alluring and innocent within. Xiao Momo's heart raced. She was quite sensitive and could likely anticipate what he would say next. Please call me ergo. However, as that person becomes more tangible, I find myself growing apprehensive. Falling bubble, are you so fearful because you believe yourself to be unattractive? Do you think she won't like you? Please call me ergo. Not at all. I am well aware of how handsome I am. Falling bubble, then what troubles you? Please call me ergo. I worry about disturbing her tranquility and beauty. Falling bubble, she may not be as tranquil and beautiful as you imagine. Falling bubble, ergo, what do you think love is? Please call me ergo. A sudden thrill upon first meeting, yet a steady excitement over time. In Shanghai, the editorial team for the new concept composition contest was monotonously reviewing submissions. The task was indeed exceedingly tedious, as the volume of manuscripts was truly overwhelming. Following the groundwork laid by the previous two editions, the allure of securing a first prize that guarantees admission into prestigious universities, alongside the remarkable prominence of the superstar Han Han, has propelled the new concept composition competition into a fervent spotlight, capturing national attention. Tens of thousands of submission emails inundated the review committee, comprised of merely a handful of individuals. On average, each reviewer was tasked with perusing thousands of essays, leading to a state of sheer numbness. Consequently, every reviewer mechanically opened emails, extracted the essays, and with a cursory glance, discarded them. Essays possess an intrinsic essence. One can readily discern whether they are overly juvenile, pretentiously contrived, or lamentably verbose. Any composition exhibiting such traits was promptly dismissed. Thus, the reviewers continued their task with a detached demeanor, resolutely discarding submissions. Despite the fact that these essays were the earnest creations of diligent students, their lack of quality rendered them unworthy. It was a harsh reality. Over 95% were outright rejected, with only those remaining on the table entering further evaluation by the committee, who would then cross-examine to determine their merit. Occasionally, a reviewer would stumble upon a noteworthy piece, prompting them to read it aloud, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire review committee. One such essay, titled Little Droplet, was particularly exquisite. Listen to the eloquence within its lines. As I walk in the rain, I shun the umbrella, for I possess my own sky, where it never rains. Counting the fallen leaves at my doorstep, I listen to the sound of rain outside. The noise of water crossing my path now resonates. Does your heart, drenched by the rain, still remain? Life cannot be devoid of rainy nights, those solitary, drizzling nights. In such moments, the heavens weep, candles weep. The tears of the sky possess sound, while the tears of the candle take form, yet what cascades silently and formlessly down the cheeks of a person is but a stream of unvoiced, poignant tears. This submission was penned by Lian Yi, personally handed in by the Vice Dean of Jinan University. It was truly remarkable. a stark contrast to the typical essays encountered during examinations. From Zhejiang Province, Ke City, Lin Xiao No. 1 High School, Lian Yi. One reviewer placed the manuscript upright on the central table. At that moment, another reviewer interjected, Lin Xiao No. 1 High School? What a coincidence, there is another submission from there. He opened the envelope and extracted the application form. Lin Xiao No. 1 High School, Guan 1. After a while, yet another reviewer remarked, here is another piece from Lin Xiao No. 1 High School, let me check the application form. Lin Xiao? He submitted 5 essays, yet another inexperienced student, unaware that such excessive submissions often prove counterproductive. Chapter 34. A new concept in writing dazzles the audience. Ergo and Pao Pao continued their conversation. The initial meeting was a delightful surprise, and prolonged interactions brought about a fluttering excitement. This phrase is truly beautiful. However, Xiao Momao found herself too intimidated to respond or delve deeper, for the atmosphere had become overly ambiguous. Beneath her feet lay a pool of spring water. Once she stepped into it, she would be destined to get soaked. Thus, she deftly shifted the topic. Pao Pao lamented, I have been feeling quite despondent these past few days, as I have received no news regarding my submissions. Perhaps the film is merely an unrealistic fantasy of mine, and I should resign myself to living in this small county, teaching English for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the chief editor of the Journal of Beijing Film Academy began to open his inbox. Professor Li, who was primarily responsible for teaching rather than serving as a full-time editor, found the review process for the Journal of Backview, which is more academic than commercially inclined, to be considerably slower than that of typical commercial film magazines. Upon opening his inbox, he was greeted with hundreds of emails, causing a flutter of anxiety within him. Many of these submissions would not warrant his attention. He began by scanning the titles. If a title did not possess an impressive angle, he dismissed it without a second thought. Mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. He furrowed his brow, incessantly clicking to the next page. The titles failed to evoke any sense of intrigue. He continued this rapid navigation through page after page. Suddenly, something caught his eye, prompting him to hastily return to the previous page. 2001, A Space Odyssey. This was a question mark, not a period. This title piqued his interest. Moving to the next title, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, The Forbidden Desires of Mu Bai and Yu Jiaolong. In an instant, he was filled with exhilaration. Now, this was a truly captivating angle. He first opened the article on 2001, A Space Odyssey. It was impressive, displaying a high level of discernment, worthy of publication in the magazine. He then clicked on the next piece, which was utterly astonishing due to its boldness and eye-catching nature. Sometimes, the correctness of an argument matters less than the presence of a viewpoint. Professor Li promptly replied to the emails. Meanwhile, Xiao Momao, as usual, checked her inbox every half hour. This time, she received a notification of new mail. Upon opening it, she discovered that the review of 2001, A Space Odyssey had been approved. The second article on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, The Forbidden Desires of Li Mu Bai and Yu Jiaolong received high praise from chief editor Professor Li, who expressed his desire to feature it as the lead article in the next issue, with its title prominently displayed on the magazine cover. In an instant, Xiao Momao was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of joy, as if all the clouds of despair had completely dissipated. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly messaged Ergo. Ergo, we did it. We got published. Brother Ergo, you are amazing. Pao Pao suggested, shall we publish these 2 articles under our names? Let our pseudonym be the bubble-blowing dog. Why not call it the dog blowing bubbles? Retorted Ergo. You scoundrel. Unable to contain her joy, she rose from her computer chair and flung herself into the embrace of her bed. The mattress was soft and wonderfully resilient, and her own body felt even more supple and elastic. Burying her face in the quilt, she emitted a series of jubilant sounds. Sweetheart, what's the matter? Came her mother's knock at the door. Nothing, just happy, replied Xiao Momao. Silly girl, making such a fuss, her mother remarked. Recently, their beloved daughter had been in low spirits, casting a shadow over the household atmosphere. The couple had tried various ways to cheer her up, but to no avail. Yet suddenly, she found herself inexplicably joyful, the cause unknown. But happiness was the essence. Their home could once again resonate with laughter. After rolling about in bed for a sufficient time, she returned to her seat and sent a message. Ergo, how about we meet? Your birthday is on the 11th of next month. Shall we see each other? Once she had sinned, regret washed over her. After all, she was in a relationship. How could she meet another man? But it was too late to retract the message. Please call me Ergo. No. Falling bubble, why not? Please call me Ergu. I have to work on an adult website. Falling bubble? Am I not as good as an adult site? Please call me Ergu. I create an adult website just to meet you better. Professor Bai Wanqing, a distinguished member of the Chinese department at Jindan University and a chief judge of the new concept composition competition, immediately stood up upon hearing the name Lin Xiao. She recalled a high school boy hurrying to catch a train while lugging his suitcase in Hangzhou. In just under a minute, he had penned a stunning line on solitude, particularly the last two lines. Better to disappoint the sun than to miss the stars. Rather than being part of the world, it is better to create one's own universe. This beautifully captured the essence of a lonely soul who found solace in the night. In her haste back then, she had forgotten to invite him to the competition and found herself regretting it. Little did she know, he had already entered. Is it Lin Xiao from Linshan? No. One high school? Bring me his essay. The expert from the judging panel, not overly concerned, promptly handed Professor Bai Wanqing 5 of Lin Xiao's essays while he himself reviewed other submissions. Another evaluator received an essay from Guanwen of Linshan No. 1 High School, the institution's top talent. After only 2 minutes, he found himself at a loss. To say it was poorly written would be unfair. Yet to assert it was excellent felt unjustifiable. Su, I am uncertain about this essay. Could you take a look? Su, the first to recognize Lin Xiao's work, received Guanwen's essay. He too finished reading in a mere 2 minutes and found himself equally perplexed. This piece was caught in a limbo of pass or fail. Such essays were plentiful. One could argue it merited a score of 59 or 60. In the spirit of accountability, they decided to set it aside for the time being. Thus, Guanwen's article was placed on another table, designated for pending submissions. While the number of entries for the competition appeared substantial, truly remarkable pieces were indeed scarce. So far, only Gue Jingming's script and Lian Yi's water droplet have left a lasting impression. Indeed, they exhibit considerable excellence. Yet they have not quite reached the pinnacle of brilliance that captivates the audience. After all, these are merely children, whether in terms of prose or thematic depth. Achieving a certain level of sophistication proves challenging. The emergence of a standout piece that astounds all remains a formidable task. Meanwhile, Bai Wanqing paid no heed to the chatter around her, focusing intently on Lin Xiao's submitted works. The first piece, The Cracks of Time, was quite commendable and would undoubtedly pass through the review, though it was merely satisfactory. The second Moon, showcased a more innovative concept and was better still, yet retained a certain naivety. The third piece, The Metaphor of the Sun, was already excellent, potentially meeting the criteria for an award. The fourth piece, Butterfly Dream, was truly breathtaking. Even in the semifinals, it could easily secure a first prize. These 4 submissions exhibited a progressive improvement. However, a flicker of disappointment lingered in Professor Bai Wanqing's heart, for although these pieces were commendable, they still fell short of that extraordinary brilliance capable of leaving one awestruck. It appeared they could not attain the level of self-contained universes, transcending the mundane. Bai Wanqing exhaled softly, finding solace in her thoughts. Poetry and prose are inherently different. Poetry, being brief, can astonish with just a line or 2 of brilliance. In contrast, articles, often spanning 2,000 to 3,000 words, are prone to faltering, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain a captivating narrative throughout. She then picked up Lin Xiao's final piece, Burning. The previous 4 had drawn inspiration from award-winning works of the past, 3 of which were directly based on first-prize concepts. Only Burning was Lin Xiao's original creation. It depicted the same individual across different timelines, one at 18, the other at 40. The 40-year-old struggles through life, enduring hardships, only to die alone and desolate. At 18, he attends his own funeral, witnessing the cremation of his 40-year-old self, watching as he is laid to rest in solitude beneath a lonely tree. The 18-year-old offers paper offerings to honor the 40-year-old and inquires about the meaning of life. The solitary spirit, lying in the coffin within the darkness of the grave, provides a silent response. As Bai Wanqing read the first half, an unsettling chill enveloped her. The writing was exquisite, utterly captivating, with a depth of meaning that belied the youth of its author. Crucially, this piece offered no answers regarding the meaning of life. It contained no platitudes, nor bitterness. Only an endless sigh. Is life devoid of meaning? Uncertain, it leaves merely a sigh and a hint of acceptance. Upon reaching the final few hundred words, she was overwhelmed with goosebumps and involuntarily read aloud. The assembly of individuals engaged in hushed exchanges while listening attentively to her recitation. We harbor a deep-seated fear of the graveyard, yet we relentlessly journey towards it, day and night. Beneath a solitary moon stands a lonesome tree. Beside a desolate tomb, this too embodies an unattainable allure. The vastness of distance turns my longing to ashes, and the chasm between life and death renders me tearless in my sorrow. Surrounding me is an impenetrable darkness. I possess nothing. My dear, forgive the disarray of my words. Forgive the fragments of my time. A hero may emerge without a defined origin, but he must possess a sanctuary. Yet here lies an unnamed soul. Upon the conclusion of the recitation, silence enveloped the gathering of dozens. Chapter 35, Special Recognition at a Critical Moment Subsequently. The entire panel of experts set aside their current manuscripts and began to circulate the piece titled Burning. The atmosphere was electrified with astonishment. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary article? In a realm where literary merit is often subjective, this work stood head and shoulders above the rest, exhibiting an unparalleled brilliance. Despite the phrase head and shoulders above being somewhat of a linguistic misstep, none dared to correct it. This piece was more than sufficient to compete in prestigious contests. The imagination and structure displayed within were of the highest caliber, but it was the profound exploration of life's meaning that truly resonated. By Wanqing remarked, it resembles a question mark punctuated by an exclamation point. Yes, yes, yes. Another professor interjected, one may never fully grasp the essence of existence, yet deep within the soul, there lies an elusive understanding, an ineffable expression. The author conveyed this sentiment not through direct language, but rather through an ambience and essence that permeated the text. In comparison, the works of Gu Jingming and Lian Yi appear juvenile and simplistic. Talent, indeed, can be overwhelmingly dominant. Following this, Guanwen's manuscript, initially destined for the trash bin, was reconsidered. Given your connection to Lin Xiao from Lin Xiao No. 1 High School, we shall allow your participation. Was this not a case of one individual's success elevating those around them? Once the preliminary results were announced, a letter would be composed in the name of the competition committee, addressed to the principal of Lin Xiao No. 1 High School, expressing gratitude for nurturing such exceptional talent as Lin Xiao and for their support of our new concept competition. We would extend a heartfelt invitation to Lin Xiao, Lian Yi, and Guanwen to attend the finals in Shanghai. Time swiftly passed, and a week went by without incident. Upon returning home, Lian Yi discovered that her computer had undergone a system reinstallation. She sought out Lin Xiao for clarification, who, blushing with embarrassment, confessed that his computer had been infected with a virus due to visiting inappropriate websites, necessitating the reinstallation. Lin Xiao, you are insufferable. I detest you. Lian Yi exclaimed in frustration, her anger so potent that she felt averse to her computer altogether. Friday arrived once more, and in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Ling Xiao, appeared before the class. There is an initiative underway to establish an enrichment class, with a total of 50 slots available. This class will convene daily from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, in addition to evening study sessions, held in various classrooms for supplementary courses. The most exceptional faculty from across the school will be assembled for this enrichment program, aimed at enhancing our students' performance in the college entrance examinations. For the past 13 years, we have maintained the top position in the city's exam results. However, the past 3 years have seen Peking No. 1 High School claim the top honor. Lian Yi's family resides within the city, making it most convenient for her to attend Peking No. 1 High School. Yet, during her first year, her father served as the county magistrate in Linshan, which compelled her to study here. Unexpectedly, last year he was reassigned back to Keqing, first as district head, and within 6 months, he ascended to party secretary. Nevertheless, Lian Yi remained committed to her studies here, and thus did not transfer back. For 3 consecutive years, the honor of top scorer has eluded us, primarily due to the scarcity of high-scoring students. To reclaim the glory belonging to Linshan No. 1 High School, the institution has resolved to establish this enrichment class. Assisting promising students to achieve high scores is paramount. Establishing this enhancement class has placed immense pressure on the entire school, rendering the available spots exceedingly precious. This statement holds true. Currently, a directive has been issued prohibiting the formation of specialized classes in key high schools. In fact, during the summer between the 2nd and 3rd years, the school had already allocated classes, designating 2 as specialized and the remaining 6 as parallel classes. However, before the results could be announced, someone reported the situation to the Municipal Education Bureau, causing the matter of specialized classes to fizzle out. Principal Zhang Kaheo was understandably infuriated. He had been in this position for several years and had aspirations of advancing to the Municipal Education Bureau. Yet, upon his appointment, the school lost its long-held title of top performer for 13 consecutive years in the college entrance examination. Without achievements, how could he expect a promotion? Thus, He resorted to alternative measures, seeking endorsements from several leaders to establish an enhancement class, aiming to reclaim that coveted top position in the examination. To achieve results, he devised numerous strategies. For instance, he considered the new concept writing competition, having heard that Guanwen had potential. He made inquiries to see if bringing in an expert to guide Guanwen could lead to accolades, even if it were just a second prize. The new concept writing competition is currently at its peak, representing a significant honor. If the school were to secure a second prize, it would undoubtedly bolster the principal's reputation. However, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 remarked that while Guanwen's writing skills are commendable within Lingshan No. 1 high school, they pale in comparison on a national scale. And merely advancing past the preliminary round would be a notable achievement. Consequently, Zhang Keheo had no choice but to abandon hopes for success in the new concept writing arena. Ultimately, with the support of 2 leaders, the enhancement class was approved. Surprisingly, the most influential figure in this process was Lian Yi's father, Lian Xiao, who made a call to the Municipal Education Bureau, solidifying the decision, especially since he is destined to become a standing committee member. The admission to this enhancement class hinged on the results of the upcoming midterm examination. With only 50 spots available, one must rank within the top 5 of the grade. There are 8 classes in the 3rd year, comprising 2 liberal arts classes and 6 science classes. Our class performs well. So as long as I rank within the top 10 of my class, I should secure a place in this enhancement class. The principal stated in the meeting that every student in this enhancement class must gain admission to a Project 985 university. Thus, the trajectory of your future steps has taken a small leap forward. With only days remaining before the midterms, it is time to make a concerted effort. Otherwise, missing this opportunity would be regrettable. Do not wait until it is too late to lament the harshness of reality. It is futile. Seize the moment, sweat it out, and strive for excellence in the midterm exams. Lin Xiao, please accompany me to the office. Upon arriving, Li Mingxiao said, Lin Xiao, first and foremost, I must apologize for my previous lack of concern regarding your progress. Furthermore, your score of 576 in the last monthly exam signifies a remarkable improvement. Yet I failed to acknowledge it. You are aware of the underlying reasons. There have been doubts regarding the authenticity of your scores, which were not openly expressed. I must candidly inform you that I too harbor doubts. The magnitude of improvement is indeed astonishing. However, whether as a teacher, as an individual, or as a parent, we are primarily concerned with the results, indifferent to the underlying causes. Thus, if your grades are genuine, the time has come for you to validate yourself in the upcoming midterm examinations. This examination will be conducted uniformly across the city, with the examination papers being delivered only 2 days prior. Therefore, as long as you achieve the requisite score, no one will question the authenticity of your results. Do not merely aspire to 576. If you can attain 530, I shall compensate for the praise and affirmation that you so rightfully deserve. Of course, do not burden yourself with thoughts of the enrichment class for now. Securing a position within the top 50 in the grade or the top 10 in the class is indeed a formidable challenge. However, should you truly score above 500, it would signify your exceptional talent, and come the next semester, I will ardently strive to secure you a place in the enrichment class. The teacher's energy is limited and can only be devoted to diligent students, yet any deserving student must not be overlooked. Prepare diligently for the forthcoming midterm exams. I hold great expectations for you, as does everyone else. Go forth. In a certain sense, Li Mingxiao exemplifies a commendable class teacher. Subsequently, the atmosphere throughout the entire senior year class was ignited, with all students fervently preparing for the midterm exams. The notion that entering the enrichment class guarantees a pathway to a prestigious university is sufficiently motivating. Moreover, students from esteemed high schools are inherently competitive, particularly those with commendable grades. Failure to gain entry would be a profound disgrace. At the very least, Li Zhangtian's envy was palpable, as he yearned to dedicate 20 hours a day to practice. On Friday night, at 1 o'clock, when Lin Xiao returned to his rental apartment with his laptop, he was still engrossed in solving problems. At 1:30 in the morning, Li Zhangtian unexpectedly appeared in Lin Xiao's room. Lin Xiao, I have a suggestion. Having earned such a substantial amount of money, you should return home this weekend. Although Li Zhangtian felt Lin Xiao ought to visit home, he could not articulate the precise reason. Yet, Lin Xiao was acutely aware of the motivation behind it, crafting a reason and taking some money home, not a large sum, merely enough to bring joy to his family, even instilling a sense of security within the household. Lin Xiao was all too familiar with the financial strain at home. Yes, I will return home tomorrow. Following the incident surrounding the 576-point score, the family experienced immense joy and security. Their hearts were finally at ease. The family took pride in Lin Xiao's genuine academic performance, free from anxiety. Since then, his grandfather particularly enjoyed visiting neighbors, and after finishing work and dinner, his father relished strolling along the village road, repeating the same tales that everyone in the village had heard ad nauseum. Alas, our Xiao did not perform well this time, only scoring 576. The teacher mentioned that there were quite a few mistakes that should not have occurred, and he truly deserved a better score. When they were previously anxious, they dared not boast about such accomplishments. Certainly, a score of 576 is evidently insufficient to alter the family's predicament. They wished to build a small room for Lin Xiao's sister, and the village secretary had consented to approve it. However, there was a stipulation. All outstanding agricultural taxes and various dues had to be settled. Lin Xiao's family owed a substantial amount, totaling 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, accumulated over the course of a decade. While many residents were in similar arrears, those seeking assistance from the village government were compelled to pay. The village secretary stated that a full repayment was not necessary at once. A sum of 3,000 yuan would suffice. According to their plan, constructing a modest 20-square-meter room on the opposite side of the house would not require much expenditure, as using cement bricks and old tiles would cost only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. The family, despite their embarrassment over the debt, had managed to save a few thousand yuan solely for this purpose. However, in order to obtain the village's approval, they now needed to pay the outstanding agricultural tax, leaving them with insufficient funds for the small room. The family was distressed over this financial burden, and ultimately, the mother suggested purchasing some canned goods, indicating that she would visit her brothers for a loan. This meant borrowing money again, despite not having repaid previous debts, which was quite shameful. Lin Xiao's father flatly refused, as he did not wish to owe too much to his brothers-in-law. If the mother went, she would undoubtedly secure the funds, but after the new year, they would have to comply with their demands. Although they would not speak harshly, they would still deliver veiled remarks. I can earn 2,000 yuan in 3 months working at the quarry, just in time for the new year, Lin Huili asserted resolutely. The quarry in the neighboring village was informal and conducted blasting haphazardly, posing certain dangers. The work was arduous and took a toll on one's health. Each stone slab weighed 100 to 200 pounds and was sharp, easily causing injuries. Even so, the daily wage was merely 20-some yuan. Lin Xiao's father, being of a frail stature, found such labor challenging. Nevertheless, he energetically set off to the quarry, buoyed by the hope that Lin Xiao's exceptional academic performance would lead to her admission to a prestigious university, thus promising a brighter future for the family. As the night descended, he finished a day of strenuous labor, gritting his teeth as he washed himself at the door. His body was bruised and battered from the rocks, and the water stung his wounds. Lin Xiao's monthly allowance of 200 yuan is meager. I'll ask Lian Yi if he is going to the county town soon to bring her an additional 300, Lin Huili mused while drying himself with a towel. Despite their financial struggles, Lin Xiao's allowance was relatively generous among her peers. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from outside. Xiao, why are you home at this hour? The family was not pleased but rather alarmed. Lin Xiao was supposed to return home only during the long holiday. Her unexpected weekend return could only mean one thing: something must have gone awry. Chapter 36, The Pride of the Family. The night of Xiao Momao's destiny in an instant. The family's hearts raced with anticipation. Almost everyone rushed to the door, and Lin Huili's face turned pale, fearing the arrival of bad news. Grandfather, who had been curled up in a chair, barely had time to put on his shoes and was the quickest to reach the entrance. Xiao, why are you home at this hour? What has happened? Lin Xiao replied, Grandfather, Dad, there's something I need to tell you, but please don't be angry. Go ahead, speak. Lin Huili urged anxiously. Is it that you've developed feelings for your classmate Lian Yi, and the teacher found out? At this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. How did you know about that? Lin Huili explained, I accidentally came across your diary. Old dang, you certainly hide things well. With your honest demeanor, who would suspect you'd peek at someone's diary? What kind of decent person does that? Lin Huili declared. I will go to your school tomorrow and plead with your homeroom teacher. Rest assured, your father does not blame you. In his mind, Lin Xiao's return home at this hour surely meant trouble had arisen. Without further ado, Lin Xiao pulled out a thick stack of cash from his backpack, approximately 8,000 yuan. This was the maximum amount he could muster. While he could have retrieved more, it was already a significant sum for the family. Any more would surely cause them distress. The family was momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao, where did you get so much money? Although it only amounted to 8,000 yuan, the family rarely saw such a substantial sum. Xiao, where did all this money come from? Upon seeing the stack of cash, their initial shock eclipsed any joy. Lin Xiao explained, "Grandfather, Dad, you know how I've always enjoyed writing?" He had a penchant for crafting sentimental prose, which was known not only to his teachers, but also to his grandfather and father. His father had even subtly advised him that academic performance was of greater importance than spending excessive energy on writing. Lin Xiao continued, "During the summer vacation, I accumulated numerous articles and submitted them to several newspapers and magazines. Most of them were accepted, and I earned a total of 8,900 yuan. I kept 900 for my living expenses and brought the remaining 8,000 home." In that moment, the family fell silent, staring blankly at the stack of money on the table. First, his mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, followed by his grandmother's. "Oh, how fortunate I am to have such a wonderful grandson. He excels in studies, is obedient and sensible, and can earn a substantial amount even before graduating high school." His grandmother even began to weep openly. Grandfather and father found it hard to digest this incredible news. 8,900 yuan. After a year of hard labor, they could barely earn that much. Yet, his son had managed to earn it simply by penning a few articles. "My Xiao, how have you achieved such success?" His father rubbed his eyes and said, I will go out and buy a couple of bottles of beer and some dried fish." With that, he stepped outside, and before he had even crossed the threshold, Lin Xiao could hear the sound of his father sniffing back tears. As mealtime approached, the family was enveloped in joyous laughter, their hearts brimming with happiness. Oh, how remarkable it was! In ancient times, scholars earned but a meager pittance writing letters and petitions. Yet here we have Xiao, whose literary pursuits yield such substantial rewards. In this vicinity, who could possibly compare? Grandfather was swept away by unprecedented excitement. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was the most illustrious figure, a scholar from the Qing dynasty. Now, it seemed that his grandson Lin Xiao's achievements might well surpass those of his forebear. The family basked in an extraordinary sense of pride. Xiao, do share with us the newspapers and magazines where your works have been published, they urged. Lin Xiao replied, "The Journal of Beijing Film Academy, Youth Digest, and The Voice of Knowledge." Grandfather diligently committed these 3 titles to memory, though he understood little of their content. Yet it provided him with fresh material to extol his grandson's virtues. Meanwhile, Father Lin Huili merely smiled, rarely interjecting. In the presence of grandfather, Lin Huili spoke little. But once outside, he would ardently sing Lin Xiao's praises from beginning to end, doing so in a more melodious and earnest manner. Though he had received little formal education, since Lin Xiao excelled academically, he often found himself perusing his son's various books, relishing the opportunity to quote them in conversations, thus cultivating an air of scholarly refinement. The family's laughter resonated so clearly that even the neighbors next door wondered what splendid fortune had befallen the Lin household, causing such exuberance. In the dead of night, Lin Xiao awoke and ventured to the living room for a drink of water. The rural night was so dark that one could scarcely see a hand in front of one's face, illuminated only by faint glimmers. In the living room, Lin Xiao discerned a shadow seated quietly in a chair, surrounded by darkness. It appeared to be his father, Lin Huili. "Dad, what's wrong? Still awake?" he inquired. Lin Huili, startled, wiped his eyes and replied, "No, nothing's wrong." Xiao, why are you awake? Is it the thin blanket that's made you cold? Or are you thirsty? Let me get you some water." He then rose to pour Lin Xiao a drink. The darkness remained unbroken by light as father and son sat across from one another, sipping their tea. Lin Huili suddenly spoke, "I'm sorry, Xiao. Your father lacks the ability to provide, and I regret that you must endure hardship." While he felt immense pride in his son's ability to earn such sums at a mere high school age, it was overshadowed by sorrow. He wished he could earn enough to allow his son to study in peace without the need to work. When children are exceptionally considerate, it is often the parents who bear the greatest heartache. Lin Xiao replied, his voice slightly choked, "Dad, I won't let my studies be affected. I will continue to write and earn money. Please, don't carry any burdens, all right?" After a long pause, Lin Huili finally responded, "Okay." Lin Xiao said, "Then I'll go back to sleep." The following morning, Lin Xiao departed for school, and thus, a new legend emerged in the village. The high school senior Lin Xiao had already penned numerous articles published in newspapers and magazines, earning several thousand in fees. On that day, an elderly man from a nearby household took his own life by hanging, driven to despair by the unfilial behavior and mistreatment from his son and daughter-in-law. Lin Xiao's grandfather and father set aside all their tasks to assist in the arrangements for the funeral. The grandfather could not help but remark, "I am fortunate indeed. Although my son lacks ability, he is ever so filial." He then cast a pointed glance at Lin Huili and said, "You are even more fortunate. Not only is your son filial, but he is also remarkably capable." Upon Lin Xiao's return to school, news of the remedial class had already spread like wildfire. Students with good grades began to eagerly prepare to showcase their skills in the upcoming midterm examinations, while the majority of students expressed their dissatisfaction. They questioned the fairness of establishing a remedial class, arguing that it effectively stratified students into various tiers. The rural students remained relatively subdued, voicing their complaints only in private. But the urban students' parents were far less accommodating. They first called the school's academic office to verify the authenticity of the claims. Once confirmed, they voiced their vehement opposition. The school insisted that this was merely an extracurricular tutoring class and not a means of creating a distinction among students. However, the parents of these students were undeterred. They began to lodge complaints with the Education Bureau, the county, and even the city. This time, Zhang Qijiao displayed remarkable firmness, not only standing his ground against the parents' scrutiny, but also fending off numerous inquiries, even from some city officials. In any endeavor, there will always be opposition. If you falter at the first sign of dissent, how can you achieve anything? He had been at Linshan No. 1 High School for 3 years. If he did not produce results soon, how could he expect to be transferred to the City Education Bureau? Approaching 50. This was his last opportunity to make such a leap, especially as his support was soon to retire. What mattered now was his performance. He even canceled the flag-raising ceremony on Monday to address the entire faculty and student body, emphasizing the significance of the remedial class. Amidst this atmosphere, the urgency of the upcoming midterm examinations for the third-year students became palpable. Previously, only a few, likely Zhangtian, had been burning the midnight oil in the classroom. Now, a dozen students were doing the same. The competition intensified. With the approach of the midterms, Lin Xiao found himself once again in the spotlight, becoming the second point of intrigue for this examination period. Both students and teachers speculated on his potential scores. Should he maintain his performance, he would truly become a small legend among this year's third-year cohort, as no one had ever made such significant progress in just a few months. However, if he were to regress, he would be infamous. While Lin Xiao remained largely unfazed, Li Zhongtian and Xiao Momao grew inexplicably anxious. Li Zhongtian hesitated repeatedly, struggling to articulate his thoughts, as he too was bewildered by the sudden improvement in Lin Xiao's grades. Meanwhile, Xiao Momao had taken Lin Xiao to the People's Hospital twice for amino acid injections to enhance his cognitive abilities. In this charged atmosphere, the midterm examinations for all third-year students in Kuching commenced on November 10th and 11th. This examination proved to be far more formal than the monthly assessments. The examination is scheduled for the weekend, with all candidates scattered across various examination halls, 30 individuals per room. The invigilators are no longer from the same class. Everything mimics the structure of the National College entrance examination. As they enter the examination hall, whispers about Lin Xiao circulate among the students. He is indeed Lin Xiao, rumored to have sneaked into the office to steal the test papers during the last monthly exam, which accounts for his remarkable score increase. Don't speak carelessly. He has diligently studied for several months for Lian Yi, which explains his significant progress. Another student interjects. The invigilators enter, sternly admonishing the students against whispering. 3 invigilators are present, one in front, one behind, and another patrolling the hall. Lin Xiao is evidently the focal point of this examination, as the invigilators frequently direct their gaze towards him, with the patrolling teacher occasionally passing by his side. The morning session features the Chinese language exam, followed by mathematics in the afternoon, with English and comprehensive subjects scheduled for the next day. On November 11th, as dusk falls, the midterm examinations conclude. Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian walk out of the school, arms linked, while Zhu Hongbin remains close to Lian Yi, seemingly discussing answers. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, Lian Yi instinctively quickens her pace, distancing herself from Zhu Hongbin, though she is unsure of her motives. Suddenly, the crowd exiting the school slows. Many boys, even male teachers, turn their heads repeatedly. Xiao Momao has arrived. Dressed in a fitted uniform skirt and long sheepskin boots, she stands at a mere 165 centimeters. Yet her attire accentuates her long, shapely legs, full and straight. The narrow skirt clings to her curves, presenting a particularly alluring silhouette. At the entrance, a handsome young man, holding a bouquet of roses, leans against his car, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Momao amidst the throng. even if she were considered his girlfriend. His eyes betray a sense of fascination, pride, and delight. Such a beautiful woman, walking along the streets of Lin Xiao, is nearly unmatched. Her allure encompasses charm, purity, and sensuality. Each trait scoring high marks, with all 4 attributes likely exceeding 90. Only the son of the county mayor could possibly win the heart of someone like Teacher Xiao. Li Zhongtian muses. The men and teachers present cast envious glances toward the county mayor's son, Shou Cheng, who revels in their jealousy. How did you fare, Lin Xiao? Xiao Momao hastens her steps toward him. Li Zhongtian quickly lowers his head, too intimidated to look up, as her swift movements create a captivating visual impact. I performed quite well, Lin Xiao feigns modesty. The mayor's son opens the car door, presenting the roses as he says, "Let us go. My grandmother's birthday banquet is about to commence." Lin Xiao narrows his eyes. Hadn't Xiao Momo promised Ergo that she would stay in tonight to celebrate his birthday online? Moreover, she planned to give him a surprise. Most crucially, in a previous life, Xiao Momo had faced calamity on this very night, suffering devastating consequences. This time, the tragedy must not be allowed to repeat itself. Chapter 37. A fatal blow to Momo. Are you celebrating your grandmother's birthday? Xiao Momo's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the other party had mentioned this matter. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had stated that he intended to formally introduce her to all his relatives and friends during his grandmother's birthday banquet, declaring her as his girlfriend. This was a significant rite of passage. To everyone, it represented a tremendous honor for Xiao Momo. The secretary was on the verge of retirement, and the county mayor was poised to take over, which meant that Xiao Momo was destined to become the most distinguished daughter-in-law in the entire Linshan region. However, she had already promised Ergo to celebrate his birthday tonight. They had even set a time, 7 o'clock in the evening, to chat online. Yet, the affair of celebrating her boyfriend's grandmother's birthday had truly slipped her mind. For reasons unknown, she found herself unwilling to remember this obligation. Additionally, a series of recent events had compelled her to reassess this relationship. The previous incident where she pleaded for Lin Xiao had starkly revealed her boyfriend's hypocrisy. Subsequently, the county mayor's wife had sought out Xiao Momo's mother, Li Fangfang, with words that carried a veiled reprimand. Strangely, when she conversed with Ergo, she felt an inexplicable joy. He had a way with words that could evoke anger, elation, and a racing heart within her. She even found herself repeatedly fantasizing about the true nature of this Ergo, a person capable of articulating such profound thoughts and conducting a thorough analysis of her feelings. Particularly, his 2 film critiques showcased his talents beautifully. In a moment, she found herself torn between 2 choices: to accompany Zhou Cheng to his grandmother's birthday banquet or to fulfill her commitment to Ergo. At that juncture, Lin Xiao unexpectedly approached her and said, "Are you Zhao's teacher's boyfriend? You are quite handsome." Zhou Cheng, the son of the county mayor, smiled modestly, choosing not to engage much. He recognized Lin Xiao as that audacious, impoverished student who had publicly declared his affection for both the secretary's daughter and Xiao Momo. Did he not know his own worth? One was the most esteemed campus beauty, and the other was the most beautiful teacher, destined to become Lin Xiao's premier daughter-in-law. How could he dare to profess his feelings, if it were not for the sake of decorum? He would not even deign to cast a glance at someone like Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao continued, "Your father is the county mayor. I have never encountered someone of such high rank. May I ask you for a favor? I am certain my grades in the upcoming midterm exams will be exceptional. Considering Zhao's teacher's reputation, could you possibly intercede with the principal to revoke my major demerit?" Xiao Momo was taken aback, not expecting Lin Xiao to bring up this matter so suddenly. Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over her. She believed Lin Xiao's major demerit was a consequence of her own actions. To address this issue, she had approached the dean, contacted the principal, and even had her mother call the principal, all to no avail. Now, hearing Lin Xiao mention it made her glance at Zhou Cheng and say, "A major demerit will remain in one's record for a lifetime." Zhou Cheng coldly replied, "I'm sorry, but I am unable to assist. Moreover, the organization has entrusted us with power, but it should not be wielded in such a manner, nor ought it to be. Would you not agree, Momo?" This statement was not only directed at Lin Xiao, but also intended for Xiao Momo. As the future daughter-in-law of a prominent figure, she must be particularly vigilant in this regard. Initially, Xiao Momo was reluctant to attend her boyfriend's grandmother's birthday celebration, but finding no valid excuse to decline, she promptly declared, "I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and shall not attend the celebration this evening. I wish her a happy birthday." For once she attended, her identity would be irrevocably established, leaving no room for alteration. Deep down, she harbored a desire to remain unbound. Shou Cheng's expression darkened as he remarked, "Mo. Do you comprehend the implications of your refusal?" Xiao Mo replied, "Of course I do." Without another glance, she departed, making her way home. Zhou Qing gazed longingly at her alluring silhouette, filled with both regret and fury. "Do you have any idea how many women in Lin Xiao aspire to marry me? How many have thrown themselves at me? Yet, I am forced to endure your whims daily? A woman should be cherished, but there must also be boundaries. Otherwise, she will take advantage of the situation." With that, he shot a venomous glare at Lin Xiao before entering his vehicle and driving away. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, resolving to keep Xiao Mo at home, away from the outside world. After dinner, Lin Xiao hurriedly took his laptop to a cyber CAF to chat with Xiao Mo. He activated a proxy IP and logged onto QQ. Indeed, Falling Bubble was online. "Falling Bubble, ergo, I am feeling rather down. Please call me ergo. What troubles you?" "Falling Bubble, my boyfriend's grandmother is celebrating her birthday tonight and has invited me, likely intending to publicly acknowledge my status as his girlfriend. I have declined. Just now, my boyfriend's mother called and berated my parents mercilessly. Please call me ergo. I am sorry to hear that." "Falling Bubble, you have merely helped me gain clarity about my own feelings." "Falling Bubble, are you handsome? Why do you ask that again?" "Please call me ergo. I am quite handsome." "Falling Bubble, I do not believe you. Let me see you on video." "Please call me ergo. Have you been drinking?" "Falling Bubble, how did you know?" "Please call me ergo. I can sense your aura." "Falling Bubble, show me on video." "Please call me ergo. No? That would diminish the surprise of our first meeting." "Falling Bubble, if you want to do video, then persuade me with your words and talent." "Please call me ergo. I have traversed the world, yet nothing compares to the first meeting in life. Through mountains and rivers, all for a fleeting glance that lasts a millennium." Xiao Mo remained silent for a while, relishing the sentiment expressed. Approximately a minute later, "Falling Bubble, you have convinced me. How annoying, you always seem to win." Then, unexpectedly, the other party initiated a voice chat, startling Lin Xiao, who quickly donned headphones and activated a voice changer. Soon, the headphones echoed with Xiao Mo's slightly tipsy, languid, husky, and seductive voice. Typically, her speech was quite flirtatious, but under the influence of alcohol, she appeared to possess a touch of maturity. "Fallen Bubble, ergo, please speak." "Please call me ergo." "Hello, Bubble." "Fallen Bubble, your voice is truly melodious, just as I had imagined, rich and alluring. You are gradually aligning with my mental image of you." "Ah, my apologies. That was a voice modulation." "Fallen Bubble, I find myself in quite a predicament. I long to end this relationship, yet I fear I cannot bear the repercussions of such a decision." "Please call me ergo." Fallen Bubble, you are so expressive in your writing, yet your spoken words are few." "Please call me ergo. The intimacy fostered through text does not translate to reality." "Fallen Bubble, indeed, while our written exchanges flow effortlessly, the spoken word feels somewhat awkward." "Fallen Bubble, what are you currently engaged in?" "Please call me ergo. I am working on an adult website." "Fallen Bubble, is that truly the case? I thought you were jesting. May I take a look?" "Please call me ergo. It is not yet completed." "Fallen Bubble, why have you ceased to utter cheeky remarks such as 'let us exchange favors'? "Please call me ergo. There is only one rogue among us." "Fallen Bubble, I have come to realize that you are quite the wordsmith, yet in person, you seem restrained." The conversation continued, with a casual ebb and flow. Most of the time, it was Xiao Momo speaking while Lin Xiao listened. Slightly tipsy, she appeared especially endearing and bold, throwing out flirtatious remarks one after another. However, as her audacity grew, ergo became increasingly bashful. Yet, Momo was not fond of this atmosphere. It was not the evening she had envisioned. She had declined her boyfriend's grandmother's birthday banquet, harboring greater expectations for this meeting. Unfortunately, ergo's demeanor was too bland. He failed to provide the emotional resonance she sought. Yet she could not articulate what was lacking. As the clock struck 10, Fallen Bubble expressed her disappointment. "Ergo, I feel somewhat let down this evening. The emotional climate between us is far too tepid. This is not what I desire. I wish to leave. Please call me ergo. I am sorry." Suddenly, Fallen Bubble inquired, "Ergo, can you sing?" "Please call me ergo." "Yes." "Fallen Bubble, would you sing a song for me? As a conclusion to our conversation tonight. Given your rather distant demeanor, I do not wish for this cool farewell. After all, I have offended my boyfriend just to celebrate your birthday. Please call me ergo. Please wait a moment." He exited the internet CAF and ventured to a nearby music store, only to find it closed. He then proceeded to Tianlong bookstore, which was still open, as the owner was both selling books and conducting music classes. "Owner, I would like to purchase a guitar." The owner asked, "Red cotton or Meisheng?" Lin Xiao, "Red cotton." 280. Lin Xiao acquired a red cotton guitar, suitable for folk music. While Meisheng is more apt for classical pieces, Lin Xiao could play, though not particularly well. He had learned for Lian Yi in his previous life but had never put it to use. With the guitar in hand, he returned to the internet CAF and once again connected with Xiao Momao via voice modulation. He began to find his rhythm, plucking the guitar strings to familiarize himself with the chords, and then adjusted the tuning. Xiao Momao was filled with anticipation as she listened to the melodious strumming of Lin Xiao's guitar. "Did you buy a guitar just for me?" asked the bubble that had fallen. "Indeed, I did. Now, I shall begin to sing," replied Ergo. Xiao Momao held her breath slightly, captivated by Ergo's performance. Suddenly, a resonant and emotive baritone voice enveloped the air. The bubbles glistening in the sunlight appeared vibrant and colorful, much like my deceived heart, which felt a sense of bliss. "Questioning right from wrong, your deceit remains, for you still love me." The beautiful bubbles, though fleeting like fireworks, carry the weight of your promises, fragile as they may be. Yet love, akin to these bubbles, if only one could see through it, what sorrow could remain? In that moment, Xiao Momao was utterly mesmerized, a tingling sensation surging from her toes to the crown of her head. The inadequacies of the night were instantaneously met with a profound sense of fulfillment. Chapter 38. The Nightfall. Saving Xiao Momao. Pao Pao viewed Ergo through a lens of admiration, perceiving him as an exceptionally intriguing and talented individual. Thus, she harbored great anticipation for his song, instinctively believing it would be melodious. However, she did not foresee it to be this enchanting, sung with such heartfelt emotion. What truly sent shivers through her soul were the lyrics of this song. Pao Momo. She had never encountered this song before. All the previous indifference culminated in this moment of resplendent climax. Every unfulfilled expectation was suddenly overwhelmed with fulfillment. After a full 4 minutes, Lin Xiao concluded his performance. Xiao Momao felt her entire being enveloped in a delightful tingling sensation. For quite some time, she remained silent, lost in this exquisite feeling. It was nearly 3 minutes later that she finally inquired, "What is the name of this song?" "Palemo," replied Ergo. In an instant, Xiao Momao felt as if she had been struck by those 2 words. Palemo. She had never heard of such a song. "Is this song written for me?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Ergo affirmed. "Ergo, are you handsome?" she queried, a question she had posed numerous times, indicating its significance to her. She had long stated that she valued a man's appearance and demeanor above all. "Yes, I am quite handsome," Ergo responded. After another 2 minutes of silence, even in her inebriated state, Momo seemed to require time to gather her thoughts. "Ergo, do you like me?" she finally voiced. This was indeed the most challenging of inquiries, a direct and unembellished proposition. Before Ergo could respond, she launched another unexpected declaration. "Ergo, let us meet. Shall we? My address is Linshan People S Avenue, Kashing City, Zhejiang Province, right at the foot of the Longshan Bridge. My name is Xiao Momo, and I am an English teacher at Linshan No. 1 High School. Will you come to see me?" In her intoxicated bravado, Xiao Momo delivered a relentless series of bold declarations. She remained audacious, leaving Lin Xiao utterly unprepared. "I am truly beautiful, with an exquisite figure, I assure you. I will not disappoint." Lin Xiao. Yet, at this moment, he felt he was not tall enough, not handsome enough, merely a youth still in his formative years. He had initially intended to meet again in a year or 2, by which time he would have fully matured and become sufficiently attractive. However, the fervor of his own talents and Xiao Momo's daring spirit accelerated everything. Then, abruptly, Xiao Momo exclaimed, "Today is your birthday, and you do not yet have a birthday cake. I shall go out to buy one for you. Then, I will sing you a birthday song, and you can blow out the candles and make a wish. I will video call you. You need not reciprocate. If you wish to preserve the surprise of our first encounter, I can remain unseen." And so it was settled. She would procure a cake from the renowned CC Bakery, known for its delectable confections. In the next moment, Lin Xiao heard the sound of Xiao Momo removing her headphones. Do not go, he implored. However, Xiao Momo had already dashed out of the room, oblivious to his words. With exuberance, she descended the stairs, donned a coat, slung a delicate little bag over her shoulder, and slipped into high-heeled boots. Even in the dead of night, when no one was watching, she felt compelled to adorn herself beautifully. With a joyful stride, she stepped outside, overwhelmed by a sense of elation akin to floating on clouds. In that fleeting moment, it was as if both of them underwent a transformation. when Ergo sang Bubble. She felt an electric jolt coursing through her body. Having indulged in a drink, the sensation intensified. She had never experienced such feelings before. And now she was determined to pursue them. She was not a rational being, never had been. She was like a bubble, swayed by the wind in her emotions, seeking brilliance and beauty. The twinkling stars above seemed to mock Ergo, as if to say, "Look, she is more authentic and braver than you." In the dimly lit internet CAF, Lin Xiao promptly took out his phone, intending to call Xiao Momao and dissuade her from going out to buy a cake. However, he suddenly realized he did not possess her phone number. Consequently, he yanked out the internet cable, tossed 20 yuan to the CAF owner, and, guitar on his back and computer in hand, sprinted back to his rented room. In a previous life, Xiao Momo's tragedy unfolded on this very night. Although many circumstances had shifted, and even Xiao Momo's route might have changed, the time and place were altered, perhaps preventing this tragedy from recurring. Yet, he could not afford the slightest risk. Thus, his initial plan was to keep Xiao Momao indoors. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he had made certain preparations. Acquiring items such as a stun baton, a taser, tear gas, and pepper spray, he swiftly changed into attire, donned a mask and a hat, obscuring his face entirely. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for a pair of height-increasing sneakers, rationalizing that they would not hinder his running speed. "I am not deceiving. I will grow to this height in the future, perhaps even taller. I am merely borrowing a glimpse of my future stature," he thought. Then, Lin Xiao burst out the door, his backpack filled with an array of weaponry. In this guise, he was uncertain who the true villain was. Typically, only robbers dressed in such a manner. The streets were sparsely populated at night, yet a few souls were present. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's appearance, they swiftly moved aside. In the stillness of the night, Lin Xiao sprinted through the silent streets. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air. This marked the first time someone had called him since acquiring his phone. While running, he answered the call. "Hello, young brother. This is Taozi. We have arrived. We're at Linshan Station. Come pick us up." Taozi, the young lady from Hangzhou who wished to distance herself from the unusual profession? Lin Xiao had previously mentioned that unless she came to Linshan seeking refuge, there would be no further contact. He never anticipated that she would actually come, and moreover, she spoke of we, indicating more than one person. At this very moment, Lin Xiao declared, "All right, wait for me an hour. I shall come to fetch you." Subsequently, he ended the call and resumed his fervent sprint towards Chanshan Patisserie. As Xiao Momao entered the patisserie, she was met with the astonished gazes of the staff. "I would like an 8-inch mousse cake, adorned with 2 chocolate figurines of puppies, 1 male and 1 female, she requested. The female attendant replied, "Miss, we are about to close." Without hesitation, Xiao Momao produced 500 yuan and placed it on the counter. The staff promptly began to decorate the cake. "Miss, how old is your boyfriend?" inquired the attendant. Boyfriend. The term flushed Xiao Momo's cheeks. It hardly qualified as a boyfriend, not even a proper online romance. Yet it stirred her heart so. 24, she responded, though she was uncertain of Ergo's age, as she herself was that same age. With the payment settled, the cake was soon ready. The 2 chocolate puppy figurines were particularly delightful. After admiring it for a moment, Xiao Momo said, "Please pack it up." Once packaged, she exited the bakery, cake in hand, and made her way home, her steps light and humming a little tune. She wondered if it was indeed the right melody for Bubble, but that was her personal song. However she hummed it, it was correct. She envisioned herself later video calling Ergo to sing him a birthday song and help him blow out the candles. The thought made her slightly bashful, feeling a tad cheesy. "Xiao Momo, how could you not come up with a song for Ergo?" Meanwhile, County Magistrate Zhou Cheng had endured a rather dismal night. He had initially announced his intention to bring his girlfriend along, only to find himself alone. His friends continued to jest at his expense during the banquet, and his mother maintained a sullen demeanor, privately expressing her dissatisfaction with Xiao Momo, insisting that she would never be welcomed into the Zhou family with such behavior. Thus, Zhou Cheng found himself increasingly irate. What kind of woman do I not have access to? How dare she scorn me? Even amidst the birthday celebration. Several women cast flirtatious glances his way, yet none could compare to Momo. None possessed her beauty, her allure, her innocence, nor her charm. The more he compared, the more reluctant he grew to let her go. Especially after a few drinks, his feelings of longing and nostalgia intensified, rendering him more sentimental. Consequently, he resolved to seek out Xiao Momo, leisurely making his way to her home, unable to drive due to his inebriation. With a shopping bag in hand, containing an LV handbag, he traversed the small county town of 2001, where only a few main roads existed. He passed the train station, instinctively covering his nose due to the usual unpleasant odors associated with such crowded places. Yet today, amidst the usual scents, there was a hint of fragrance wafting through the air, albeit not of the most sophisticated perfume. Suddenly, he noticed several beautiful girls standing in the square, dressed rather provocatively, shivering in the November wind. "Damn, when is he coming to pick us up? I'm freezing to death," he exclaimed. "He said an hour. Is he reliable? You brought us here directly. What if he is not trustworthy? We would not only have made a fruitless trip, but also quit our jobs in Hangzhou." "Peach, you can't possibly have been deceived, right? Such a good opportunity to model. Is it really for us?" A girl with purple hair, clad in a shimmering purple miniskirt, exposing her long legs, trembled fiercely while trying to warm herself with a cigarette. "And she claims she will help us get rich. She must be a con artist. I'm freezing to death." A girl with tousled hair, dressed in a leopard print skirt, squatted on the ground, shivering. "I forgot to use the restroom on the train. I can hardly hold it now." "Shoo," the purple-haired girl teased. "Just let it flow, like by Suzhou flooding Leifeng Pagoda, or Huang Yanji washing away Lin Xiao Station." Hearing such crude remarks, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but glance back at them again. Even at night, there were quite a few people in front of the train station, coming and going, unable to resist looking their way. "What are you staring at? What is so interesting?" The purple-haired girl shot back. 3 intoxicated men staggered out from a nearby salon, draped over one another. "Ah, that was exhilarating. I told you. The girls in that salon are definitely wild. Damn it, I was about to burst out of my pants, but now I'm cooled off. I've never feared anyone in my life, not even when I cursed the judge to his face or after entering the cell, I made the inmate submit," one boasted. "In this life, I'm all about action." Then the leader of the ruffians said, "Hey, do we still have that spray?" "Yes, boss. Do you want to grab some tonight?" "All the shops are closed now." The leader replied, "The girls in the salon must have money. After we're done, we can spray them, and they faint. We can then rob them." "Brilliant, boss. While others pay for pleasure, we profit from it. Haha." Meanwhile, on Luzhou Road, Xiao Momao was walking back with a cake in hand, illuminated by the streetlights. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered. "Momo, it's me. Look behind you." Turning around, she saw Shou Qing in a well-tailored suit, holding a shopping bag. Though he was not unattractive, he lacked the appeal she desired. Zhou Cheng hurried over, glancing at the cake in her hands. "You're so thoughtful. I've already explained to Grandma that you weren't feeling well. It's not yet midnight. The birthday celebration isn't over. Let us go deliver the cake to Grandma." Xiao Momo, feeling a slight buzz, found a newfound courage. "This cake isn't for your grandmother," she stated bluntly. Zhou Qing asked, "Who is that for?" "Stop sulking. I was in the wrong. Let me apologize to you, all right?" He stepped forward, attempting to embrace Xiao Momo. "Do not touch me." Xiao Momo retreated 2 steps, stating earnestly, "Zhou Cheng, let us break up." Zhou Cheng replied, "Xiao Momo, you are being capricious, and I am willing to tolerate you. However, such talk of breaking up should not be uttered, nor should it be a jest." Xiao Momo stated, "I am serious. I do not wish to be the so-called first daughter-in-law of Lin Xiao. I do not want to bask in the glory of your family during this time. I have not been happy at all. The crucial point is, I do not love you." Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent path. 3 inebriated ruffians, having just finished robbing a salon, emerged with a sense of satisfaction. Upon catching sight of Xiao Momo, their expressions turned to shock. "If I had known. We should not have gone to the salon. It was a waste of bullets. This girl is stunning. You do not understand. The second shot lasts longer. I have never seen anyone as beautiful as her in my life. Her figure is mesmerizing. It's intoxicating. None of you move. This girl is mine. Whoever dares to contest me, I will fight to the death." The 3 drunken ruffians then charged toward Xiao Momo. Zhou Qing immediately positioned himself in front of her, retrieving his phone while coldly stating, "Who are you?" "My father is the county magistrate. You should leave at once." "My father is the president." The leading ruffian retorted as he lunged forward and snatched Zhou Cheng's phone. Summoning all his courage, Zhou Cheng believed this was his chance. Throughout history, heroes rescue beauties, often winning their hearts in the process. Thus, he spread his arms to shield Xiao Momo behind him. However, before he could fully extend his arms, the knife wielded by another ruffian swung directly at him. In that moment, Zhou Cheng's heart raced with fear. He genuinely wished to play the hero, but now he was engulfed in terror. A cold breeze swept through as the knife was pressed against his neck, perilously close to his carotid artery. The ruffian was drunk, his hand trembling. A mere misstep could sever the artery, and Zhou Cheng's future would vanish. "I will count to 3. Either you leave, or I will stab you. 1, 2, 3. The ruffian's knife indeed slashed downward. In that instant, Zhou Cheng felt as though his life was slipping away. An unprecedented fear took over him, and his instinct for survival overwhelmed any thoughts of heroism. Are you not leaving? Zhou Cheng jolted, then disregarding everything, he ran with all his might. After sprinting for several dozen meters, he glanced back. One of the ruffians appeared to pursue him, prompting him to flee once more, vanishing completely into the night. Seeing Zhou Cheng flee, Xiao Momao immediately took off as well, calling for help as she ran. Yet she cherished beauty, adorned in high-heeled boots. Her pace hindered. The trio of ruffians swiftly closed in, encircling her. Help! Help! In her desperation, Xiao Momao cried out fervently. In her previous life, she had uttered the same pleas. Yet no savior had arrived. In her panic, she had seized a knife, flailing it wildly at her assailants. Ultimately, 3 stabs had pierced her abdomen, robbing her of the chance to become a mother. A slash across her face had necessitated numerous surgeries to minimize the scars. Most tragically, whispers circulated that she had been violated, leading to her reputation's ruin. Stumbling, she fell to the ground. This time, she could not grasp a knife. Instead, she wielded a plastic cake cutter, swinging it desperately. Stay back! Stay back! One of the ruffians brandished an ether spray, aiming directly at her face. They had just utilized it in a salon, finding it remarkably effective. Instantly, Xiao Momao felt lightheaded, the world around her beginning to distort. Her heart was engulfed in darkness and despair. At that moment, however, a figure dashed towards her from the opposite side of the street. Release her. Let her go. The man raced forward, wearing a hat and a mask. As he sprinted, he retrieved a high-voltage stun baton and pepper spray from his backpack, charging fearlessly towards the 3 ruffians. Chapter 39. You Are My Hero. 3 inebriated ruffians spotted Lin Xiao rushing towards them, donned in a mask and a hat. What is this? Have we encountered a rival in the midst of a robbery? You pursue your own mischief. Why disturb our good fortune? Are you not afraid for your life? The 3 ruffians charged directly at Lin Xiao, eclipsing his slender figure. In truth, he was not particularly tall. However, Xiao Momao lay on the ground, wearing height-enhancing shoes, and her vision was blurred, making him appear significantly taller in her eyes. Gradually, she began to lose consciousness. Who is this person coming to my rescue? If only it were ergo. Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with trepidation, yet also with fervor. His right hand frantically pressed the button of the high-voltage electric baton, sparks crackling wildly. With his left hand, he unleashed a torrent of pepper spray, demonstrating an explosive level of combat prowess. This electric baton was truly formidable. Crack! In no time, he incapacitated one ruffian. Crack, crack, crack! He swiftly took down a second. The last one, caught off guard by the pepper spray, began to cough uncontrollably. Yet, the electric baton could only emit its charge for a mere 10 seconds before it fell silent. He was left with only the pepper spray. It was not his fault. Facing armed assailants, maintaining complete composure was a daunting task. The remaining ruffian, revealing a menacing expression, sneered, "Out of juice, are we? Watch as I end you." He lunged at Lin Xiao with his knife, thrusting it repeatedly. Stab, stab, stab. Lin Xiao unleashed the remaining pepper spray and quickly distanced himself from the assailant. He feared the blade, while the ruffian feared the spray. As the ruffian pursued him, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to chase after him as he turned his attention towards Xiao Momao. The situation grew increasingly dire. At that moment, shadows began to flicker within the houses lining the street. Even at the nearby intersection, curious onlookers emerged. Lin Xiao shouted, "What are you all watching over there? Come help." His shout, rather than rallying aid, caused the bystanders to retreat. "Turn off the lights, turn off the lights." People inside the houses hastily extinguished their lights. Continuing to observe from the shadows, the 2 individuals at the intersection stepped back a few meters, concealing themselves in darkness, merely spectators. It was unlikely they would risk their safety to assist. Perhaps they would only call the police. Damn it! Lin Xiao continued to evade the remaining ruffian, maintaining distance and seeking opportunities to spray pepper. Remain calm, remain calm. In times of peril, one must not succumb to panic. Zhou Cheng, relying on instinct, ran and ran. He had covered considerable ground, losing track of time. At last, he spotted a police station and dashed inside. A police officer immediately stepped forward to intercept him, assuming he was up to no good. "I am Shou Qing, the county chief's son. Quickly, summon assistance. 3 armed ruffians are wreaking havoc on Luzhou Road. If we delay any longer, lives could be at stake." Originally, it was intended to follow protocol, but his very visage embodied the procedure itself. The on-duty officer promptly contacted the criminal investigation team, informing them of the precise location, and then bellowed, "All duty personnel, assemble immediately, don your gear, and prepare for departure." Zhou Cheng slumped in his chair, gasping heavily. "Momo, you must preserve your innocence. I hold such affection for you. Though our introductions may differ, I still yearn to be your savior." The group of young women at the train station square grew increasingly impatient. "Damn. Why hasn't he arrived yet? I'm freezing to death. He is a fraud, undoubtedly a charlatan. He has left us hanging, and he shall not escape our wrath." Taozi incessantly dialed Lin Xiao's phone, but no one answered. "Enough waiting, let us seek out a hotel ourselves." Thus, the 9 young ladies, laden with baggage, marched away from the train station square. In the November night, clad in alluring attire, they shivered as they traversed the streets of Linshan. They passed along Remin Road and arrived at the intersection of Liuzhou Road. There, they were taken aback by the scene before them. A woman lay on the ground, accompanied by 2 men. Notably, these 2 men appeared dazed yet were stirring, as if on the verge of awakening. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 men engaged in a chaotic altercation, one wielding a knife and the other a club, their techniques utterly disarrayed. "Don't just stand there. Those 3 are ruffians. Come and assist, or it may cost a life," Lin Xiao shouted. Taozi seemed petrified by the spectacle. "Damn, those long-legged, purple-haired fiends are the ones who threatened me at the train station. They mean to harm innocent girls." With that, she charged forth. The remaining girls, bewildered, followed suit. A throng of sensually dressed young women, adorned in high heels and revealing legs, rushed toward the scene. Even from a distance, they began hurling bottles and jars at the ruffians, though few found their mark, most striking Lin Xiao instead. Nevertheless, the sheer force of their assault left the remaining ruffian in a state of shock. Huang Yin'er, the girl in a leopard print skirt, displayed remarkable ferocity. Having toiled in the fields and carried timber back in her village, she raised her suitcase high and swung it fiercely at the ruffian's head. The suitcase, filled with belongings and weighing several dozen pounds, struck true. A resounding thud echoed as the ruffian was struck on the head. Instinctively, he flailed the knife in his hand, cursing, "What the?" before collapsing in a daze. The young women surged forward with renewed confidence, using their stiletto heels to stomp mercilessly upon his head, body, and groin. The ruffian emitted a series of anguished cries. "Over there! Over there!" they exclaimed, hastening to the location of the other 2 ruffians, who had just been incapacitated by a stun baton and were now in a confused state, seemingly on the brink of regaining consciousness. Suddenly, a group of sharp stilettos descended mercilessly upon their faces and between their legs. This scene was truly harrowing. A minute later, the 3 assailants were left battered and nearly silent. Meanwhile, the young women, exhausted from the ordeal, collapsed onto the ground. "Damn, I'm utterly drained. How exhilarating!" exclaimed one. Subsequently, the violet-haired girl lit a cigarette, proclaiming that a smoke after such an event was akin to divine bliss. She even offered one to Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped forward, hoisted Xiao Momao onto his back, and urged, "Let us go, quickly. The police are about to arrive." If they waited for the authorities to show up, the onlookers would grow bolder and gather to gawk, inevitably catching a glimpse of Xiao Momao's face. Although she was innocent, the rumors that might circulate the next day were unpredictable. Moreover, Lin Xiao wished to spare Xiao Momao the ordeal of entering the police station or filling out any reports. Her reputation was far more important than any accolades for heroism. In no time, Lin Xiao vanished into the alley, carrying Xiao Momao, while Taozi and the other girls hurriedly grabbed their belongings and followed suit. This was simply a matter of professional instinct. Running before encountering the police was undoubtedly wise. "Brother, well done. For a moment, I thought you were one of the ruffians," Taozi remarked as they ran. "What is your name?" As the unconscious Xiao Momao began to slide down, Lin Xiao supported her, lifting her slightly, and replied, "Just call me Ergo." In the distance, the sound of police sirens echoed. Time passed, though it felt uncertain. Xiao Momao gradually regained consciousness, finding herself in a private room at the county hospital, surrounded by her worried parents. Li Fangfang's eyes were swollen from tears, while her father, Deputy Director Xiao, had reddened eyes, veins bulging at his temples, his face twitching with tension. No words could adequately express the tumult of anger, fear, and relief they felt. "My darling, how are you? Do you feel unwell?" "You scared your mother to death," Li Fangfang cried, embracing her precious daughter, clutching her chest as pain surged through her. Xiao Wanli remained silent, gently stroking his wife's back to soothe her, while his other hand caressed their daughter's head. Although she had not sustained serious injuries, A violent impulse surged within Xiao Wanli. He envisioned himself charging in with a kitchen knife, mercilessly slaying those three ruffians, chopping them to pieces. Yet, he stifled this rage. For he was the head of the family, and his wife had already fainted once. She was now in a state of utter disarray. Dr. Li, will Momo's body be affected? He inquired. Dr. Li, the head of internal medicine, reassured him. Rest assured, Director Xiao. The amount of ether she inhaled was minimal. She may experience some dizziness, but it will not significantly impact her health. That is good to hear. Thank you, Dr. Li. Immediately thereafter, a gentle knock resonated from outside. Director Xiao, may I come in? Chapter 40, The Beautiful Abyss of MOMO. This is Captain Zhou Xiong of the Criminal Investigation Team, whose stature is comparable to that of Xiao Wanli. Moments later, the captain entered the room. Teacher Xiao, I need you to recall some details for me, Zhou Xiong said, holding a notebook. Xiao Wanli responded, Captain Zhou, there is something I need your assistance with. Could we keep this matter confidential? He was acutely aware of the nature of small towns. Any hint of disturbance would spread like wildfire. Zhou Xiong reassured him, rest assured, before I came, County Chief Zhou specifically instructed me to maintain utmost secrecy. Then, Xiao Momo began to recollect everything that had transpired. The assailant sprayed ether at you. Before you lost consciousness, a figure rushed in to save you and was subsequently beaten by 3 assailants. Did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? Zhou Xiong inquired. Xiao Momo shook her head. No. Can you venture a guess as to who he might be? Do you recall any physical traits, his voice, or other characteristics? Zhou Xiong pressed. Xiao Momo replied, not at all. According to an eyewitness from a building nearby, the man who came to your aid was of slender build. Approximately 1.75 meters tall, wearing a hat and a mask, and carrying a bag. Later, a group of stylishly dressed women, some even somewhat provocatively attired, rushed in to assist in subduing the assailants, ultimately bringing all 3 of them down. Does that ring a bell? Zhou Xiong asked. Xiao Momo shook her head again. The only image etched in her mind was of a figure rushing towards her at her most desperate and terrified moment, charging forward without hesitation, wielding a club against the 3 assailants. At that moment, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. One day, a heroic figure will appear before me, riding on a cloud of 7 colors. Teacher Xiao, please think harder. Is there anyone in your circle who resembles him? Zhou Xiong urged. Xiao Momo replied. I truly have no recollection. I am certain I do not know him. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. Please take care of yourself. Zhou Xiong concluded before exiting. Xiao Wanli rose, saying, I shall see you out. Once outside the ward, the 2 found themselves in a deserted corridor. Director Xiao, the courageous man who carried Teacher Xiao to the People's Hospital, paid 3,000 yuan and left without revealing his identity, Zhou Xiong stated. Moreover, the assailants confessed that this man was equipped with an electric baton and pepper spray, and he was also wearing a hat and mask, Zhou Xiong added. Is there a problem with that? Xiao Wanli questioned. Who would casually wear a mask and hat at night? Zhou Xiong replied. Perhaps he was afraid of being recognized by the assailants and facing retaliation later? Xiao Wanli suggested. Zhou Xiong continued. Then why would someone carry a high-voltage baton and pepper spray? Captain Zhou, what do you mean? Please, speak plainly, Xiao Wanli urged. I fear that this individual might also be a criminal. Perhaps he initially intended to commit a crime, but upon encountering the situation, rushed in to act heroically. The nature of many criminals is exceedingly complex, Zhou Xiong stated. Xiao Wanli's face twitched in agitation, his heart filled with unrestrained curses. What did it matter to me what kind of criminal he was? He saved my precious daughter. He is the benefactor of our family, a great benefactor. I yearn to find him and repay him handsomely. However, if he has chosen to remain hidden, there must be a reason for it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wanli spoke. Captain Zhou, I wonder if I should voice a thought. Zhou Xiong replied. We are old acquaintances. Do not hesitate to speak. Xiao Wanli continued. Is it meaningful to dwell on this? Has he truly committed a crime? The county is burdened with a multitude of unresolved cases. Why expend our energies on this one? Zhou Xiong replied. This is merely my professional habit. After all, he acted heroically. We cannot realistically deploy police forces throughout the county to search for him as if we were in some television drama. However, it is indeed perilous. One of the 3 assailants has just been released from incarceration. All 3 have criminal records, and just prior to this, they assaulted and robbed a salon worker, leaving her battered, and in a drunken stupor, vandalized 2 nearby shops. Just moments ago, they confessed to numerous crimes. Capturing these 3 provides us a moment of respite and a report to present to our superiors. Xiao Wanli interjected, once again. I request that my daughter's name not be mentioned in any reports. Zhou Xiang reassured him. Rest assured, County Chief Zhou has repeatedly instructed that this case be handled discreetly. The mention of County Chief Zhou made Xiao Wanli grit his teeth, yet he ultimately relented. Zhou Xiang continued, Director Xiao, in the face of life-threatening situations, anyone would feel fear. Fleeing is a natural response, and Shou Qing's decision to contact the authorities was timely. Xiao Wanli could not bring himself to utter a curse. Humph, what a ridiculous jest. He fled, abandoning his girlfriend to the three criminals. Fear? Who does not feel fear? That brave young man who rushed in to save her, did he not feel fear? A stranger, yet he dared to risk his life. Zhou Xiang patted Xiao Wanli on the shoulder, saying, We must look forward, mustn't we? After all, this is a pivotal moment for you. I shall take my leave now. Zhou Xiang shook off the smoke from his clothes, as if wishing to dispel the odor before returning home to avoid a scolding from his wife. When Xiao Wanli returned to the ward, he found Shou Qing standing outside, holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Uncle Xiao. Xiao Wanli wished to ignore him and simply lowered his head to enter the ward. Inside, he heard Xiao Momo's calm voice. Zhou Qing, please return home. I am feeling a bit dizzy. Can we speak when I am fully awake? Zhou Qing opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to explain something, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Momo, please rest well. I will visit you again tomorrow. Those three scoundrels will surely face severe punishment. Additionally, you need not worry. This matter will be kept confidential. He then waited quietly for Xiao Momo's response. After half a minute, when no sound came from within, his expression darkened. Subsequently, he returned in disappointment. After Zhou Qing departed, Xiao Wanli quietly asked, Darling, tell me, do you know the person who saved you? Li Fangfang replied, Yes, sweetheart. You can tell your father and mother that it doesn't matter who he is. Even if he is a fugitive, he is now our family's great benefactor. And we must find him and express our profound gratitude. Xiao Momo shook her head and said, I truly do not know him at all. Then she added, Mom, I want to go home. I have classes tomorrow. Li Fangfang responded, Sweetheart, after everything that has happened, what classes are you talking about? You should rest at home for a few days. We are not going home today. We will stay in the hospital. What if you feel unwell? Xiao Momo insisted. That's exactly why I want to stick to my routine. Xiao Wanli remarked, Momo has a point. After a moment's reflection, Li Fangfang understood completely. Given the significant incident that occurred last night, it would undoubtedly spread. If Xiao Momo did not attend work, it would raise suspicions. All right, let us return home. Subsequently, under the protection of a plainclothes officer, Xiao Wanli drove Xiao Momo back home. Suddenly, with so much transpiring, Lin Xiao felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, everything was progressing in the most favorable direction. Miss Tao unexpectedly brought 8 young women to seek refuge with him, which he had never anticipated. Of course, these young ladies were an indispensable part of Lin Xiao's entrepreneurial endeavors. Without them, his plans could not possibly succeed. He and Tao had only met once and had exchanged messages online, which hardly constituted trust. Yet, she had brought people to him in such a manner. They bore witness to each other's courage and fervor. Many of these young women had even resigned from their current jobs to join him. This was simply their nature, simple-minded. Inexplicably loyal, often traveling great distances for a mere word or small promise to meet someone. However, they could just as easily sever ties over an offhand remark that offended them. They made decisions impulsively, believing they could bear the consequences, when, in truth, they could not. Since they had come, our fates were intertwined. I would strive to create for them a future and life unlike any other. However, it was not the time for serious discussions in the dead of night. Lin Xiao arranged for them to stay at a guest house, and he did not even reveal himself. It was an informal family-run establishment where 2 or 3 people shared a room, scattered amongst one another. They would meet properly for the first time tomorrow. Then, he lay quietly in his rented room, staring at the ceiling, his mind consumed entirely by thoughts of Xiao Momo. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. Xiao Momo was a beautiful abyss. Upon returning home, Xiao Momo eagerly dashed to her room. Li Fangfang embraced her daughter and said, Sweetheart, can I stay with you tonight? Xiao Momo replied, I want to take a shower first, then play on the computer for a while before going to sleep. Li Fangfang felt a pang of concern. At such a time, how could one still be playing on the computer? However, Xiao Wanli gestured for her to be at ease. In moments like these, it is best not to overthink. The ability to distract oneself with the computer is indeed a blessing. All right, you carry on, Li Fangfang conceded. Upon returning to her room, Xiao Momo did not take a shower first. Instead, she rushed straight to the computer. She moved the mouse, illuminating the screen, and entered the password to unlock it. Meanwhile, the QQ avatar of Please Call Me Ergo had dimmed. Falling bubbles. Ergo, is that you? Are you the one who saved me? Falling bubbles. After I fell into a deep slumber, I faintly sensed someone carrying me forward. As if a voice from the heavens called to me, so let me be known as Ergo. Falling bubbles. I implore you to tell me. That was not merely a dream. It was real. Chapter 41. Breakup. The beginning of dreams. Momo sat before her computer, waiting for quite some time. Yet the icon of Ergo remained unlit. At this hour, being the early morning, Ergo was undoubtedly still asleep in his rented room. And it was clear he would not respond. Under her mother's urging, she went to take a shower and then to bed. However, she tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest, causing Li Fong considerable concern. The following morning, Lin Xiao had a sumptuous breakfast, his eyes bloodshot as he accompanied Li Zhongtian to school. Although Xiao Momao felt slightly dizzy and had not slept well, her beautiful, large eyes were tinged with red. Yet, there was a kind of haggard beauty about her, accentuated by her curvaceous figure and porcelain-like skin, evoking both pity and an impulse to cherish her. She resolutely insisted on attending work. Given the significant events of the previous night, had she chosen to stay home, rumors might have unjustly fallen upon her. The two met at the school gate. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gaze at Xiao Momo's face. She was truly beautiful, prompting him to momentarily stop in his tracks. Lin Xiao, while the midterm exams are important, there's no need to place such immense pressure on yourself. Strive to study hard, but do not neglect your rest. Do you understand? Xiao Momo spoke earnestly. I understand, Teacher Xiao, he replied, just as Zhou Cheng's voice resonated from behind. Momo. Xiao Momo turned to Lin Xiao, saying, you both may go inside. Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian entered the school first. Xiao Momo then turned to Zhou Cheng, who appeared to have lost the sharpness of his previously immaculate suit and seemed utterly dejected. His eyes were also red, hair disheveled, and his face bore clear signs of having been slapped, evidently self-inflicted. Shall we talk? Zhou Cheng proposed, opening the rear door of the car. Xiao Momo glanced around at the crowd before nodding in agreement. The two took their seats in the back of the car, but Xiao Momo did not fully close the door. I'm sorry, Momo. I am not human. I am not worthy. Please forgive me, can you? Zhou Cheng implored, desperately striking his own face. I offer no excuses. I was wrong, and wrongs cannot be undone. Alas, there are no second chances. If I could, I would charge forward without hesitation to shield you from harm. I swear I speak the truth. I was unprepared at that moment. I did not realize how deeply I loved you. Later, I discovered that my love for you surpassed my love for myself. So I would willingly sacrifice myself to protect you. With that, Zhou Cheng reached out to embrace Xiao Momo. She promptly pushed the car door open, preparing to leave. If we are to discuss this, let us do so earnestly. If you attempt to lay a hand on me, I will leave, Xiao Momo asserted firmly. Zhou Cheng replied softly, all right, you speak, and I shall listen. Whatever you say, I will hear. Xiao Momo declared, let us break up. Zhou Cheng protested, no, it cannot be. I will never give you up. Xiao Momo replied, I have made my decision. There is no possibility of reversal. Zhou Cheng exclaimed with a hoarse voice, is it because I failed to protect you last night? Xiao Mo replied, that is merely a part of the reason. That incident only solidified my convictions. Zhou Cheng retorted, in your eyes, does my failure to risk my life for you equate to cowardice? When one's life is threatened, who among us is devoid of fear? Can you truly claim to be unafraid? Xiao Mo countered. Yet, why was he willing to rush in and recklessly save me? Zhou Cheng bellowed in fury, because the value of human lives differs. That fool acted impulsively, risking his own life as if it were of little worth. His existence is as insignificant as weeds, while I have a promising future ahead of me. How can we be compared? Then, Zhou Cheng coldly inquired. If it were I in danger back then, would you willingly sacrifice yourself to save me? Xiao Mo shook her head. I would not, for I do not love you. At her words, Zhou Cheng's body trembled. Xiao Mo continued, Zhou Cheng, let us part ways. Our friendship was merely a result of our family's influence. I never truly liked you. Zhou Cheng scoffed. Why did you not express your disinterest sooner? Xiao Mo explained. I thought that by spending time together, feelings would blossom. But I found that affection simply would not arise. Her words pierced Zhou Cheng's heart like daggers. You should recall that before the incident yesterday, I had already mentioned my desire to break up. It was not said out of anger. Zhou Cheng fell into a heavy silence, and after a lengthy pause, he asked, you claim that last night's incident is not the reason. Thus, I require a justification for your decision to end our relationship. I know you too well. Something must have occurred to prompt this choice. Xiao Momao too became silent. After about a minute, she slowly confessed, I believe I have developed feelings for someone else. Zhou Cheng's eyes instantly blazed with rage, and he shouted, Who? Xiao Momao replied, I do not know. I have never met him. Zhou Cheng, in disbelief, asked, A virtual romance? Indeed, Xiao Momao confirmed. Zhou Cheng, in a fit of anger, laughed derisively. Xiao Momao, have you lost your mind? You are willing to forsake a promising young man for a mere figment of someone you met online? Xiao Momao explained, last night. I did not attend your grandmother's birthday celebration because I had promised to keep him company online for his birthday. The cake was not for your grandmother. It was for him. Zhou Cheng felt as if he were losing his sanity, his voice hoarse as he questioned, You bought him a cake? Will he even get to eat it? Xiao Momao replied, I intended to video call him, light the candles, make wishes, blow them out, and share the cake. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes in agony. If the reason for their breakup was his perceived lack of courage last night, he could almost come to terms with it. However, the true cause was another man, a man he had never even met. He felt utterly defeated by a virtual rival. Am I truly so inadequate? What has that online man offered you? What can he provide? A future? Glory? Status? Wealth? Zhou Cheng shouted in despair. Xiao Momao said, I don't know. I haven't thought that much about it. I just know that I really like him. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Momao. You are no longer a high school student, nor a university student. You have entered society and begun your career. Xiao Momao replied, Say what you will. I have made my decision. Goodbye. No, better yet, let us not meet again. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. Wait, Zhou Cheng exclaimed. Xiao Momao did not return to the car but stood outside. Xiao Momao, are you aware that the director of the Agricultural Bureau is about to retire? Your father and another deputy director, Wu Guodong, are competing for the position. This step is crucial for your father, if he succeeds this time. He may still have a chance for promotion to deputy county level. If he fails, he may never have another opportunity. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Your father is just one step away from the directorship. Can you really stand by and watch him squander his hard-earned efforts? Xiao Momao glared at Zhou Cheng coldly and said, You are truly shameless. But let me reiterate. We have broken up. With that, she turned and walked into the school. At noon, after school, Lin Xiao barely had time to eat. Purchasing only 2 buns and a bottle of milk before rushing to the internet CAF. The phone rang. I am the owner of Building B13 in the business park. Are you the one interested in renting my property? A woman inquired. Lin Xiao replied, Yes. Finally, the call he had long awaited had come. He had tried to reach her numerous times. Lin Xiao had circled the business park several times and found that Building B13 was the most suitable. It comprised 5 floors, approximately 600 square meters. The first floor would serve as an office, the second as a streaming room, and the third would be designated for storage, a kitchen, and living quarters. The 4th and 5th floors would accommodate staff and guests. Other properties were either surrounded by poor business environments, such as wholesale cement and steel rebar, or were already occupied by scattered tenants, making co-renting impractical for him. Logically, for a small-scale venture, he should have opted for a few office spaces. Leasing an entire building seemed extravagant. However, as it was a self-built residential property and reasonably priced, it was indeed the perfect fit. Lin Xiao had called the landlord several times, but she was either in Hangzhou or Shanghai, although she did not say it outright. Her implication was clear. This was merely a small part of her ventures, not worth a special trip to Linshan for a minor rental fee. This afternoon, I happen to be returning to Linshan for a government meeting, and I will have about an hour of free time around noon, the landlord said. Can you come to see the property now? Lin Xiao responded, I can. Then come over. I will arrive shortly. Lin Xiao immediately grabbed his computer and hurried to the business park. Before long, he arrived beneath Building B13. The more he looked at this property, the more suitable it appeared. The previous tenant was engaged in the wholesale fishing tackle business, which could be considered somewhat corporate in nature. There were still numerous office desks and similar furnishings left behind, perfectly suitable for Lin Xiao's needs. Moreover, the 9 young ladies, including Taozi, had already arrived. It would be unreasonable to have them continue residing in a hotel. Therefore, it was imperative to secure this house today. Lin Xiao was patiently waiting at the base of the building. After a while, 2 vehicles approached. One was a blue Nissan Bluebird, which, in 2001, could be regarded as a fine and relatively expensive car. The second was a Honda Accord. The Accord came to a halt first, and a tall man emerged. A familiar face, He was the owner of a commercial internet CAF, who monopolized a significant portion of the river sand business and operated the largest internet CAF in the county. A figure of some prominence, he promptly approached the Bluebird, eagerly and gentlemanly opening the door for his companion. From the vehicle stepped out a refined woman, approximately in her 30s, exuding a timeless allure that could only be described as mature beauty. She wore a subtly fitted dress, accented with a mink collar, and cradled a Persian cat in her arms. Her slender fingers adorned with a large diamond ring, characteristic of Tiffany's style, complemented the ruby necklace around her neck, embellished with a circle of small diamonds. Such a display was rarely seen in Lin Xiao. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's youthful appearance, she couldn't help but express mild astonishment. Is it you who wishes to rent my house? How old are you? What do you intend to use it for? Chapter 42. Ergo, let us date. This is Mr. Wu Yuan, who also intends to rent this building, the landlady announced. Lin Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly. What could a commercial internet CAF owner want with this property? Wu Yuan, clearly unfamiliar with Lin Xiao, would not associate him with the renowned hacker from Peking University. In fact, to him, Lin Xiao seemed almost non-existent. Hong Jia, regardless of his offer, I am willing to pay 20% more, Wu Yuan stated bluntly. The landlady inquired, what do you plan to do with my property? Wu Yuan replied, I intend to open an internet CAF. Nonsense. This location isn't on a main street and sees little foot traffic. You want to open a CAF here? There are many small internet CAFs in Lin Xiao, but they are all modest in scale. Lin Xiao quickly deduced Wu Yuan's true intentions. On the surface, it was an internet CAF, but beneath lay gambling machines. That was why multiple floors were necessary. With a little arrangement, one could quietly amass wealth. And you? The landlady asked. I plan to establish an internet company. Lin Xiao responded. Instantly, both individuals turned their skeptical gazes towards him. An internet company? You? In a small county like Lin Xiao? This industrial park already has businesses dealing in wholesale beer and rebar. The previous tenant was in the wholesale fishing tackle industry, which was considered a high-end endeavor. Yet, you wish to launch a high-tech internet company here? Moreover, judging by your attire, you hardly seem to hail from a wealthy family. Why should I believe you? The woman placed her Persian cat into her vehicle and retrieved a simple contract along with a signature pin. The rent is $6,000 a month. And there is no need for an additional 20%. I'm not interested. She directly signed her name at the bottom of the contract. A building for $6,000 a month is relatively inexpensive, but for a county town in 2001, especially one not located on a main street, it remains a significant expense for an ordinary person. Which of you intends to rent? The woman asked. Of course, it will be me, Wu Yuan asserted. Hongzhou knows that I have connections in Lin Xiao. While you have established your business in Hangzhou and Shanghai, your roots are still here. Should any matters arise, feel free to reach out. In this regard, Lin Xiao clearly could not compete with the local authority that was Wu Yuan. However, Lin Xiao focused on the signature pen in her hand and remarked, Hong Jie possesses exquisite taste. The Mont Blanc Mozart signature pen is indeed the perfect accessory for an elegant lady. The landlady was taken aback. You recognize it? In a county town of 2001. Few are familiar with brands like LV or Gucci, let alone a niche item such as a Mont Blanc signature pen. Lin Xiao even mentioned the Mozart series specifically. Continuing, he said, but the finest accessory you wear is not this pen, nor your Tiffany ring, nor your Breguet watch, but your glasses. This is the first Lindbergh I have seen in Lin Xiao, or indeed in the entire Keqing. It must have been custom-made in Shanghai, perhaps in Xinyiandi or on Huaihai Road. Lindbergh, a niche yet sophisticated eyewear brand, was a rarity even in Shanghai during the early 2000s. The landlady inquired, which family do you belong to? Lin Xiao replied, the secretary is my elder. The landlady remarked, Old County Chief Shu's birthday is next month, isn't it? Old County Chief Shu, who is the father-in-law of Lian Yi, has been retired for quite some time. Lin Xiao responded, oh, it was celebrated on September 19th. The landlady admitted, oh, I forgot. My apologies. In my previous life, he truly was my father-in-law, so I am quite familiar with his family's affairs. It's impressive that you're starting an internet company at such a young age. Only then did the landlady's gaze shift to one of equality as she handed over the contract, saying, please sign. The landlady made her decision with a sense of ease. There was no confrontation, only a gentle atmosphere. Lin Xiao took the pen and inscribed his name, along with his identification number and phone number, on the contract. You will pay half a year's rent in advance, and thereafter, transfer to this account every 6 months, the landlady instructed. Lin Xiao promptly produced an envelope containing 40,000 yuan, handing it over without extracting 4,000. The landlady did not bother to count it, simply placing it into her bag, then produced a set of keys, stating, "You are now responsible for the utilities. This property now belongs to you. I am genuinely curious about what your internet company will be like. I look forward to your venture and your progress," the landlady, Su Fei Hong, remarked as she handed the keys to Lin Xiao and presented him with copies of the property deed and land certificate for his review. Then, she turned to Wu Yuan and said, "I apologize, Mr. Wu." "No need for apologies," Wu Yuan chuckled politely. The landlady waved goodbye to Lin Xiao and promptly drove away from the commercial park, showing no intention to return to her own property, indicating her indifference towards the enterprise. This time, Wu Yuan did not open the door for her nor drove her away. Only Lin Xiao and Wu Yuan remained. Lin Xiao offered a shy smile to Wu Yuan, who responded with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, saying, "Heroes emerge from youth." Lin Xiao politely asked, "Mr. Wu, would you like to come in for a moment?" "No need," Wu Yuan replied, getting into his car and departing. Lin Xiao unlocked the door and stepped into the building, gently closing his eyes to absorb the atmosphere within. From this moment on, this 5-story building would temporarily belong to Lin Xiao. It marked the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, the beginning of his dreams. Lin Xiao could not help but feel a surge of excitement. In his previous life, confined to a hospital bed, he had envisioned countless scenarios of rebirth and entrepreneurship, often igniting a fervor within him, yearning to dive into action. Yet, that had merely been speculation, a game. But now, all of this had transformed into reality. How could one not feel exhilarated? At noon, Xiao Momao returned home. "Mom, Dad, I have broken up with Shou Qing." Xiao Wanli and Li Fangfang were taken aback, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Good. Breaking up is good." Xiao Momao raised her head and asked, "Father, are you competing for the position of director of the Agricultural Bureau? Is it at a crucial juncture?" Xiao Wanli replied, "How do you know?" Xiao Momao responded, "Zhou Cheng told me." Xiao Wanli's voice turned icy. "What else did he say?" Xiao Momao continued, "He mentioned that this promotion is pivotal for you. If you do not succeed this time, you may never have another opportunity. Therefore, if I were to break up with him, your promotion would be in vain." At that moment, Xiao Wanli slammed his chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "Break up? What does he think of our family? Are we to sell our daughter for glory?" Then, looking gently at his daughter, Xiao Wanli said, "The reason I encouraged you to date Shou Qing was primarily due to his excellent education and strong capabilities. He is not a worthless scion. Our foremost concern was your happiness. You are so innocent, and as we age, we cannot protect you. So we wish for you to find a mature and outstanding man to continue safeguarding you. However, I never anticipated that beneath his seemingly refined exterior lay such character flaws. Had I known he was this kind of person, your mother and I would never have permitted you to pursue a relationship with him." Xiao Momao, filled with concern, asked, "Father, will breaking up with him affect your promotion?" Xiao Wanli retorted angrily, "Does the Zhou family believe they can dominate in Linshan? There are higher authorities above them. Moreover, I, Xiao Wanli, have dedicated myself to the Agricultural Bureau, earning a stellar reputation in both the county and the city. The former director's health is poor, and for most of the time, he has been recuperating at home or in the hospital. I have been overseeing the work of the entire bureau. This promotion is based entirely on my capabilities, not the Zhou family's influence. You may break up with him without worry. My promotion is virtually assured." Upon hearing this, Xiao Momao felt a sense of relief wash over her. Li Fangfang had her eyes fixed on her daughter, even while eating, her chopsticks fidgeting restlessly. "Darling, let us not go to work this afternoon. How about you take the day off and rest at home?" Xiao Momao shook her head, saying, "I have classes this afternoon, and I'm not tired." In truth, she felt neither fatigued nor sleepy. Rather, she was slightly exhilarated. Of course, there was also a hint of anxiety, as she had not received any response from Ergo. The first thing she did upon returning home was to log onto her computer and check QQ. After dinner, she hurried back to the computer, waiting and waiting. Unfortunately, Ergo remained offline, and by around 1:30, it was almost too late to go to school. Linshan No. One high school had a strict rule. Once class began, the gates would be locked, and entrance or exit required the security guard's assistance. Ding ding ding, the school gates had closed. Lin Xiao was sprinting toward the school entrance when the security guard, with a cold laugh, hastened to close the gate even quicker. But in the next moment, a captivating figure dashed into view. It was Xiao Momao, clutching her chest as she ran. Her wavy, long hair danced gracefully in the wind, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Her figure was enchanting, with curves that caught the eye of every passerby. The elderly security guard swiftly halted the closing of the gate, calling out loudly, "Teacher Xiao, please do not rush. I shall not close the door. You old rascal." In that moment, Lin Xiao and Xiao Momao simultaneously entered the school grounds. Xiao Momao furrowed her brow and admonished, "Lin Xiao, why are you late? You haven't been at the internet CAF again, have you?" Lin Xiao replied earnestly, "I was not. I fell asleep while doing homework in my rented room." Xiao Momao retorted, "You must ensure you rest well, do you understand? Health is the foundation of all endeavors." She then inquired, "Do you feel confident about the upcoming midterm examination? The entire school is watching your scores closely. However, do not place too much pressure upon yourself. The difficulty has slightly increased this time. As long as you score around 530 points, no one will have anything to say." Lin Xiao asserted, "Teacher, I am confident I will surpass 530 points. That's reassuring. Keep it up," she encouraged, raising her small, delicate fist in solidarity. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xiao found himself utterly disengaged from the lessons throughout the afternoon. His mind was preoccupied, as he had yet to formally meet the 9 young ladies, and after hastily renting an apartment, he hadn't even had time to tidy up. However, the most significant distraction was indeed Momo. What would become of their relationship? Similarly, Xiao Momo struggled to concentrate during her lecture, her thoughts consumed by ergo. Why was he not online? What did it mean? Was he intentionally avoiding her? Or perhaps he was online but deliberately choosing not to respond to her messages. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Xiao Momo elegantly gathered her books and said with a serious tone, "Class is dismissed. Farewell, students." Instead of heading to the office, she exited the school with graceful poise. Yet, once outside, she pressed her hand to her chest and rushed home, eager to log on to QQ and see if ergo had replied. The hand over her chest was not out of modesty. The cold weather ensured she would not be exposed. It was merely the annoyance of her ample figure causing discomfort while she ran. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sprinted through the back gate of the school towards his rented apartment, swiftly grabbing his laptop before hastily making his way to the internet CAF. Upon arrival, he connected a cable to the computer and logged onto QQ, where he found that the bubbles indicating online presence were active. Moreover, he noticed 3 messages had already arrived. Falling bubble. Ergo, is that you? Are you the one who saved me? After I lost consciousness, I vaguely sensed someone carrying me forward. As if a voice from the heavens called out to me, let's call me Ergo. Please tell me this is not a dream. It's real. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. On the other side, Xiao Momo, seeing Ergo online, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She fervently hoped that the one who had rushed to her rescue was indeed Ergo, despite the fact that he should have been in the bustling metropolis at that moment. Nevertheless, she refrained from sending another message and chose instead to patiently await his response. Approximately 3 minutes later, a message appeared. "Please call me Ergo." Yes, the person was me. "Indeed, I have tasted your cake." And I swiftly devoured the 2 chocolate dog figurines atop it. In that moment, Xiao Momo was overwhelmed with joy, tears of ecstasy streaming down her face. It was unmistakably Ergo, the very person who had rushed out to rescue her. Otherwise, he would have had no knowledge of the cake's intricate details. However, while one mystery was resolved, a myriad of others arose. For instance, were you not in Shanghai? What brings you to Linshan? Moreover, why are you wearing a mask and a hat? After a considerable pause, she finally posed her first inquiry. Bubble, are you a wanted criminal? Ergo, no. Bubble, have you disfigured your face? Ergo, no. Bubble, then are you unattractive? Ergo, no, I'm quite handsome. Bubble, do you like me? The woman discovered her own charm and realized the potency of her straightforward approach, thus developing a fondness for directness. Well, you think your boldness is impressive, don't you? You charge forward with audacity. Bubble, you may only answer with like or dislike. A third option is not permissible. Ergo like. In that instant, Xiao Momo felt an overwhelming joy, as if her heart were about to burst. Her entire being tingled with warmth and a hint of shyness. Bubble, I like you too. Bubble, then let us embark on a romantic relationship. Chapter 43. Is this love? Once again, it was a straightforward exchange. Staring at the dialogue, Ergo found himself in a daze for quite some time. Instinctively, he stood up and made his way to the restroom of the internet CAF, where a mirror awaited him. He gazed at his reflection, lightly touching his youthful shoulders, as if sensing something profound. After a minute, he returned to the computer to respond. Please call me Ergo. All right. It seemed that the dynamics between them had shifted. Previously, Ergo had been the pursuer while Pow Pow played the role of the defender. Now, It was Pao Pao who boldly initiated the conversation, leaving Air go rather reticent. Pao Pao, so when can we meet? I am truly looking forward to seeing you. The police said you were 175 centimeters tall. I had always envisioned my ideal partner to be 178 centimeters, but now I have decided that my ideal height is indeed 175 centimeters. Pao Pao, moreover. I thought you looked so tall when you charged towards me with that stick. You were so handsome. Pao Pao, just the thought of that image makes me happy for a long time. Pao Pao, why are you so quiet? Please call me Ergo. I am reminiscing about your appearance. Pao Pao, and then, please call me Ergo. Then, I envisioned a charming little girl. In her kindergarten days. Pao Pao, is that girl me? Please call me Ergo. No, she is our daughter. Pao Pao, how embarrassing. Pao Pao, when will you let me truly see you? Please call me Ergo. Within a year, allow me to settle a few matters first. Pao Pao, all right. I will wait for you for a year. You must keep your word. Pao Pao, where shall we meet then? Please call me Ergo. At the bridge. Pao Pao, great. So, does this mean we are officially in a relationship? You must hurry and forget your ideal. Please call me Ergo. What ideal? Pao Pao, I'll let that slide. Please call me Ergo. I must head to the office to deal with a pressing issue. Pao Pao, ah. Pao Pao, we've just begun our romance, and you are already leaving? Pao Pao, is it something very important? Please call me Ergo. Yes. Pao Pao, fine. I'll let you off this time. Pao Pao, wait. Say something romantic to me before you go. From now on, let us end each conversation with a sweet line. That way, every day will feel romantic and sweet. Please call me Ergo. You and I stroll under the moonlight, casting two shadows. One is mine, and the other is also mine. Pao Pao, so beautiful, but I want something a bit more common and sweet. Please call me Ergo when I am with you. Even our farts under the covers are mine and still mine. Pao Pao, that's disgusting, but I like it. Pao Pao, well, you go ahead. I can still be happy on my own for a long time today. Once Ergo's QQ avatar faded to gray, Xiao Momao closed QQ. Then, she flopped back onto her bed, covering her face with her hands, releasing a sound that was both shy and joyous. So is this what love feels like? I, Xiao Momao, have made my decision. This is indeed my true first love. In the capital, at a certain community on Jichuan Road, in Building 301. Xiaoxi sits facing a man. He is a quintessential elite gentleman of the highest caliber. Two choices lay before her: to acquiesce to her family's arrangement and marry him, thus alleviating all her debts in the aftermath of her failed venture, with her name being added to the family foundation, allowing her to become the enviable Mrs. Qin, or to refuse, thereby assuming full responsibility for her entrepreneurial failure and all its debts, with no hope of future support from her family. Xiaoxi remarked, "Did you ever consider me family? Was he present when my mother passed away?" She then picked up a signature pen, ready to sign the thick stack of documents before her. Each page represented responsibility, each a burden of debt. Once signed, she would bear the weight of these debts alone, debts that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to repay. Have you truly thought this through? You wish to start a business in a remote county, investing hundreds of thousands into developing a new internet venture? The man asked. If you fail this time, you might never recover. Pointing to the door, Xiaoxi replied, "At least this is still my home. The exit is right there." The man shrugged. "The madness certainly runs in your genes. You're just like your mother." "Do not mention my mother," she warned, "or I might be compelled to retrieve a knife from the kitchen." Without another word, the man departed, leaving Xiaoxi to lower her head as she completed the signing of all debts, accepting the burdens alone. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside, despite the door being ajar. "Hello, Miss Xia. We are agents bringing clients to view the property. Is this a convenient time?" A pang of sorrow struck her heart. This was her home, the last inheritance from her mother, the very place where her mother once resided. Xiaoxi nodded and then retreated to the bathroom, dialing Lin Xiao's number. "Wait for me a few days. Once the house is sold, I will bring the money to find you in Linshan." "All right," replied Lin Xiao. And she hung up. Standing in her own house, she quietly watched the new owners point and discuss which furniture to replace, which lights to change. Discomfort washed over her, for everything had been arranged according to her own tastes and with exquisite style. Yet, the buyers were nouveau riche, intent on transforming the home into a garish display of wealth. Soon, it would no longer belong to her. Lin Xiao spoke with grandiloquence, but he was merely a high school student. "Xiaoxi, should you choose this path, you risk losing everything once more, plunging into debt from which you may never emerge." Yet, inexplicably, Each time she probed her innermost feelings, her intuition guided her toward this very path. Lin Xiao stood before Building B13. In that fleeting moment, he had taken upon himself the destinies of two women. Oh, such a declaration may seem arrogant. Perhaps it is more fitting to say they share this burden together. There are not merely two. Within the house ahead, there are still 9. The 9 young women, led by Taozi, have indeed resigned from their jobs to seek refuge with him. Perhaps they are naive and unaware, yet Lin Xiao cannot afford to feign innocence. Is this evening truly the genesis of my entrepreneurial journey? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao pushed the door open. Inside the somewhat vacant office, the 9 young ladies, like a chorus of songbirds, all turned their gazes towards him. Their eyes met in mutual astonishment. This was their first genuine encounter. These 8 women were evidently handpicked by Taozi, each possessing a certain charm and beauty. Lin Xiao felt quite pleased with these 9 young ladies, as they perfectly aligned with the venture he was about to embark upon. However, the 8 ladies were, to his dismay, less than impressed. They collectively looked towards Taozi, questioning whether this was truly the formidable boss they had been led to believe could elevate their fortunes and alter their destinies. Had he even reached adulthood? Had he graduated from high school? Just yesterday, with a mask, a hat, and elevated shoes, he managed to project a semblance of confidence. Yet now, standing shorter and revealing the face of a mere high school student, he had completely lost that persuasive aura. This young lad seemed hardly capable of sustaining himself, let alone guiding them to success. In an instant, the 8 young women contemplated making a hasty exit. Even Taozi, who had brought them, began to feel the weight of her impulsive decision and considered returning to her job in Hangzhou. She found herself questioning why she had so hastily resigned to seek out Lin Xiao, even convincing 8 of her friends to join her. Lin Xiao, with a mere glance, discerned their inner thoughts. Was entrepreneurship to commence with the conquest of these 9 young ladies? If he could not win them over within 2 hours, perhaps he should abandon this entrepreneurial path altogether. Entrepreneurship is not solely about business. It is fundamentally about people. Lin Xiao casually settled himself at the desk and smiled. Addressing the young ladies, I suspect that upon seeing my appearance, your thoughts have turned to a singular notion. How swiftly can you escape? Am I right? This is no fault of yours. Were I in your position, I would be contemplating an exit as well. Taozi, Lin Xiao suddenly called out. Qintao immediately stood up. Lin Xiao instructed, come up here. With a bewildered expression, Qintao approached, uncertain of Lin Xiao's intentions. From his bag, Lin Xiao produced an envelope containing 3,000 yuan. Inscribed in his own handwriting, Sister Taozi, may this mark the beginning of a transformative journey in your life. Signed, your brother, Lin Xiao. Today is November 12th. The very first day of our meeting. From this day forth, the company shall observe it as payday. Lin Xiao then picked up another envelope, directing his gaze towards a young lady with purple-dyed hair, who stood out as one of the most striking amongst them. She had been fierce in a confrontation yesterday and was known to indulge in post-incident smoking. Fei, Lin Xiao called. We plan to escape. And yet you are offering us a salary? She replied. Lin Xiao responded, if you intend to flee, you might as well take the money with you. I can't let you leave empty-handed. Consider it a gesture from your younger brother, providing you with a little something to buy a few outfits. Chapter 44. The greatest power lies in the heart. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, many of the young women present felt an inexplicable sting in their eyes, their hearts heavy with an unnameable sorrow. Most of them hailed from remote villages in lesser-known provinces, and indeed, each had a younger brother. Some brothers were obedient, while others were indifferent and looked down upon them. Nevertheless, the money they earned was genuinely sent home to support their families and their brother's education. What they yearned for most was acknowledgement from their parents, a heartfelt apology for the traditional preference for sons over daughters, and recognition of their substantial contributions to the family. Or perhaps they longed to hear their brothers express gratitude, saying, Sister, you have worked hard. When I am able, I will surely repay you. Yet, for whatever reason, they rarely heard such words. Lin Xiao's statement pierced through to their most sensitive emotions. Huang Yener, Lin Xiao continued, accurately calling out each of their names, personally handing the first paycheck to each individual. Once the salaries of the 9 were distributed, he had dispensed a total of 27,000 yuan. Finally, he produced an additional 5,000 yuan and handed it to Su Tao. Sister Tao, this rent has just been secured. The entire building is ours. It comes with basic furniture, but it certainly lacks some essentials. As a man, it is inconvenient for me to handle this. Please use this 5,000 yuan to procure daily necessities. I truly appreciate your efforts, Sister Tao. Receiving the 5,000 yuan, Su Tao felt an overwhelming sense of trust, and she sensed a transformation within herself. as if she had become the leader of these 9 young women. Lin Xiao explained, "We are an internet company, and this building will serve as both our office and living quarters. We need to install broadband and provide you with a dozen computers. Additionally, uniforms will be issued. So please relay your sizes to Sister Tao." He then opened his computer and showcased several images of various professional uniforms, all impeccably designed and dignified. These girls, engaged in the special services industry in Hangzhou, earned a considerable income but often felt a profound sense of inferiority. Each time they saw the polished professionals emerging from office buildings, they were overcome with self-doubt, fantasizing about what it would be like to work in such an esteemed environment. However, such positions typically required a university degree, and most of them came from rural origins with limited education. Moreover, contemporary dramas often portrayed elite professionals, further amplifying their insecurities. Yet now, Lin Xiao aimed to offer them a sense of spiritual fulfillment. Working in an internet company while donning dignified uniforms, would they not be considered professionals too? How delighted their parents would be if they could witness this transformation. There were 6 styles in total. Each girl was to select 2 sets, 1 skirt and 1 pair of trousers. In an instant, the 9 young women eagerly began to make their choices. Ultimately, they voted and decided on the first and third sets. Lin Xiao had anticipated their selections, knowing they would choose the most visually appealing, respectable, and exquisite options, styles that could even rival those worn by professionals in Hangzhou's office buildings. The 2 outfits were indeed chosen by him. Yet they appeared as if selected by the young ladies themselves. However, voting is the simplest means to foster cohesion and a sense of belonging. Subsequently, you may be required to provide your home addresses, as during the New Year and festive occasions. The company sends a small gift to your family as a token of goodwill. Of course, this is entirely voluntary and not compulsory. Taozi, the uniform sizes, along with all the sisters' home addresses, will be managed by you. Su Tao immediately stood up and said, "All right." For reasons unknown, this feeling was quite exhilarating, evoking a sense of leadership. Though it was a trivial matter, it felt as though she had been entrusted with a significant responsibility. "We also have an investor named Xiaoxi. I am unsure if you have heard of her. She holds a master's degree from Tsinghua University and a doctorate from Peking University's Guanghua School of Management. She is a recipient of the first prize in the National Olympic Competition and a second prize in the International Olympiad." Following this, Lin Xiao produced a stack of newspapers and laid them before the crowd. Within were accounts of Xiaoxi's accomplishments, showcasing her various honors. One even featured an article from the People's Daily detailing her achievement of the second prize in the International Olympiad alongside her photograph. At this moment, the young ladies were truly filled with awe. Their educational backgrounds were modest, thus they revered high academic qualifications and esteemed the prestige of renowned institutions. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Tao inquired, "Is this Xiaoxi our boss?" Lin Xiao replied, "No, she is my partner and assistant." The gazes directed towards Lin Xiao transformed immediately. "Such an accomplished individual serving as your assistant? How remarkable must you be?" The preceding remarks subtly conveyed an air of pride. Then, Lin Xiao altered her tone, softening her voice. "Dear sisters, like you, I hail from a rural background. My family was quite impoverished. My sister took on work to support my education, laboring in a factory. Thus, seeing you all feels incredibly familiar. And I often envision my sister holding my hand as we walked to elementary school. Yet, I also recall the moments when we would quarrel, and she would pin me down. What remains etched in my memory is the image of my sister, so young, venturing out to work. She had never even been to the county seat but was set to work in Guangdong, 1,000 miles away, at barely 17. She cried to her parents, expressing her reluctance to go. Yet, through her tears, she ultimately resolved to leave. Upon hearing this, many young ladies in attendance felt their eyes welling with tears, some already shedding them. This resonated deeply with them as they, too, had embarked on their journeys into the workforce at a similar age, filled with trepidation yet yearning for the world beyond. Subsequently, they encountered relentless hardships. Eventually, due to their inability to endure such trials, they transitioned into this line of work. While the financial rewards were greater, they faced a different kind of suffering, one even more arduous. To express a rather audacious sentiment, I consider myself a genius. Recently, I developed a software program, which I sold to Kingsoft. Lin Xiao inquired, "Are you familiar with Kingsoft?" Huang Yin'er raised her hand and exclaimed, I know. It is a colossal high-tech company." Lin Xiao responded, "Sister Yin'er is quite knowledgeable. Receiving public praise is an exhilarating experience, even for adults." Lin Xiao continued, This software sold for hundreds of thousands, and then I encountered Miss Xiao in a CAF. I presented my entrepreneurial plan to her, and she was so moved that she sold her house in the capital and brought the funds to embark on this venture with me. Human nature can be quite peculiar. Those who understand you do not require excessive words. Conversely, for those who do not comprehend you, even revealing your heart would be futile. Just like last night. When I witnessed those 3 thugs threatening that young woman, I rushed in without a moment's thought, never considering that they were armed with knives and that I might truly meet my demise. Similarly, when you all saw me battling with the thugs, you charged forward without hesitation. The blood coursing through our veins is warm. We possess chivalrous hearts, and perhaps we are all a bit foolish. The 9 young women recalled the events of the previous night once more, particularly the image of Lin Xiao bravely confronting the 3 thugs. It was truly heroic. Lin Xiao continued. I never anticipated our meeting to unfold in such a manner last night. Yet, perhaps this is a unique fate bestowed upon us by the heavens. While my several 100,000 is not substantial, even when combined with Miss Xiao's contribution, it remains modest. However, it is aimed at transforming the destinies of my family and myself. Then, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the faces of the 9 young women. And to alter your fates as well, I shall exert every effort. Your decision to leave your jobs and come to me may seem rash, and perhaps many of your choices have been made in haste. But for me, it is a weighty responsibility, as you have entrusted this chapter of your lives to me. Whether I can change your destinies is a matter of my capability. However, whether I wish to change them hinges upon my determination. Before I exhaust all my funds, I will resolutely shoulder this responsibility. Should we succeed, our families will be transformed, and we shall share in the prosperity. If we fail, then we part ways, having at least honored a few months of fate together. The world is a challenging place, and unity is essential. I long to share meals with you all, even if only for a brief few months. At this point, Lin Xiao paused for an extended moment, lasting over a minute. Now, whether to stay or leave is for you to deliberate. There is no need to inform me. If any sister wishes to depart, feel free to do so. Alternatively, you may choose to stay the night and leave in the morning, but please do not tell me, as it would cause me distress. I will give you 15 minutes to make your decision. I shall step outside for a brief walk and return in a quarter of an hour. With that, Lin Xiao exited, leaving space for the 9 young women to contemplate their choices. Chapter 45. Lin Xiao's Magic. It was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the teaching building of Lin Xiao No. 1 high school remained brilliantly illuminated. All the teachers from the senior class, and even some from the junior class, were diligently grading the midterm examination papers. The school enforced very strict regulations, requiring that scores be released within 2 days of the exams, along with rankings. After several hours of grading, fatigue was setting in. Yet they persevered. This midterm examination had significantly increased in difficulty, and it was anticipated that the average score would drop by more than 10 points. When examinations are challenging, intelligence becomes evident. Those with higher IQs would not only maintain their scores but might even see an increase, while some students, who typically performed well, could experience a drop of several dozen points. It was uncertain before, but now it could be stated with clarity. Once Lin Xiao's score was revealed, the suspense would be completely resolved. Whether it would be a miraculous triumph or a farcical act of cheating remained to be seen. A score of 500. Even if he achieved only that, would suffice for him to pass this hurdle. One female teacher remarked. The essay prompt for this Chinese language paper is quite intriguing, the moon's monologue. It is easy to write yet challenging at the same time. In the essays I've graded, not a single one possesses originality. They all echo sentiments like when will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to ask the heavens, or the moon waxes and wanes, just as people experience joy and sorrow. Whose work is this? Is it Guanwen's or Lian Yi's? Their essay hint of creativity. For countless years, the bright moon is not made complete by the presence of people, nor diminished by their absence. Yet, ultimately, it merely reiterates the moon's cycles, a testament to the vicissitudes of life, lacking genuine novelty. The head teacher of Class 7 stated, producing something original about the bright moon is exceedingly difficult. We are all language teachers. Can we create something new ourselves? It appears we cannot. We can only critique the works of others. Suddenly, a female teacher from the junior class exclaimed, wow, this essay is remarkably innovative and bold. I have never encountered anything like it. Allow me to read it to you. The moon's monologue. I have died. The universe has arranged a ghost marriage for me. Venus is too youthful, impetuously fiery. Mars is too old, on the brink of extinction. Only Earth is in its prime, exuding endless charm. First, We bow to the heavens and the earth as the tides surge. Second, we bow to the high hall as the solar eclipse looms above. The couple bows to each other as the celestial dog devours the moon. This seems like a cursed marriage, with rumors swirling throughout the universe. I am clearly birthed from the nebula, a wanderer of the skies, yet they slander me as the illegitimate child of Earth, accusing us of engaging in an illicit affair. Lin Xiao strolled beneath the celestial canopy. He had once stated that those who can articulate what resonates in your heart are often charlatans. Indeed, all the words and actions previously witnessed were manipulated by him. He had indeed employed psychology. However, more than anything, there was sincerity. Every utterance came from the depths of his heart. He understood the tricks of these charlatans, yet he found himself unable to replicate them. The young women engaged in these particular occupations displayed a remarkably simple yet pronounced personality trait. They were youthful, impulsive, insecure, and somewhat extreme. They reveled in self-deprecation while yearning for the respect of others. At present, they are still quite young. Having been in the industry for no more than 2 to 3 years, a period marked by the fragility and instability of their character. It is also a time when they are most susceptible to deception and manipulation. With regard to psychology, particularly the psychological tactics employed in pyramid schemes, Lin Xiao has meticulously analyzed them countless times during his previous life while lying on a hospital bed. He could easily deceive these young women to the point of leaving them with not a single penny. However, he would not. He understands that these young women have genuinely resigned from their jobs to seek refuge with him, entrusting this fragment of their lives into his hands. They have become the chips on Lin Xiao's table of life-esque gambles. Thus, he feels a profound responsibility to guide them further along their journey. To transform one's own destiny while simultaneously altering the fates of others, that is the pinnacle of success. A quarter of an hour later, when Lin Xiao re-entered the office, the 9 young women were seated neatly in rows. For reasons unknown, applause erupted inexplicably, followed by a unified clapping from all. Clearly, they had reached a consensus and made a decision. They chose to stay. This was their collective resolution. Should anyone wish to depart in the future, it would be deemed a betrayal of the group, a lack of loyalty. Once the applause subsided, Lin Xiao smiled and announced, "Next, we shall commence your first lesson in the company. The first lesson that will transform your lives." Upon hearing that there would be a lesson, the expressions of the young women visibly soured. They had ventured into this unique industry precisely because they disliked studying and attending classes. And now, they were being asked to attend lessons again? Merely staying out of loyalty would prove ineffective. They needed to be truly captivated. Lin Xiao declared, "The title of this lesson is, 'You are more beautiful and sophisticated than you can imagine.'" At the mention of this, the young women instantly became intrigued. Lin Xiao continued, "I have invited you here to become models, to become internet celebrities. What is an internet celebrity? You need not concern yourselves with for now. But do you know what a model is?" Huang Yin raised her hand. "Sister Yin, please share," Lin Xiao prompted, consistently addressing her by her stage name rather than her legal name. Huang Yin responded, "They're the tall, slender women on television, wearing peculiar clothing and strutting down the runway." Lin Xiao affirmed, "Indeed, that is what a model is. Do you find these models beautiful?" In that moment, the young women hesitated to answer. Internally, they felt that these models were unattractive, too tall and thin, with flat and sagging breasts, all wearing mournful expressions. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as the lavish stages on television highlighted the models' glamour. It surely was not that they lacked beauty, rather, they simply did not understand how to appreciate it. Lin Xiao opened his computer, and the screen displayed a photograph of Chuiying. "This is the renowned model Chuiying. Do you find her beautiful?" Half of those present nodded in agreement. Next, a picture of the international model LV Yin appeared on the screen. "This is the international model LV Yin. Do you find her beautiful?" No one in the room nodded. "She is not beautiful at all, and could even be considered unattractive. Each one of you present is more beautiful than she is. Huang Yin, please come up." Draped in a leopard print mini-skirt, Huang Yin approached, exuding an air of uncertainty. Standing tall at nearly 172 centimeters, she possessed a robust frame and slightly full lips. Her hair, styled in a choppy cut reminiscent of early Zhou Bichang, was adorned with a shimmering pink lip gloss, creating an impression that was almost painfully outdated. Among the 9 girls present, she appeared to be the least attractive. Yet, Lin Xiao discerned her remarkable potential for transformation, as she bore a striking resemblance to Xian Zhilei. While not the archetype of conventional beauty, with the right enhancements, she could embody a unique allure, radiating sophistication and sensuality. Unfortunately, her lack of understanding of personal grooming rendered her somewhat unappealing. Lin Xiao inquired, Huang Yanyan, do you believe you are more beautiful than Cui Ying? Do you consider yourself to possess her sophistication? His previous gentle demeanor had shifted to one of sternness, a stark contrast to the warmth he had exhibited moments before. Huang Yanyan quickly shook her head, acutely aware of her standing as the most unattractive and unrefined among her peers, with a larger frame to boot. Being singled out for critique in such a manner was deeply uncomfortable, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Subsequently, Lin Xiao's tone grew even more severe as he asserted with unwavering conviction, "No, you are more beautiful than Cui Ying. You possess greater elegance. However, you are unable to recognize this beauty, let alone unearth it. Today's lesson will demonstrate that your beauty extends far beyond what you perceive." He commanded, "Bring your makeup kit and follow me to the room. You all shall wait downstairs for half an hour to witness Huang Yanyan's transformation. I will reveal to you both the essence of magic and the phenomenon of miracles." The explosion of aesthetic appreciation in the country truly began after 2010, or even later. Specifically, it emerged following the proliferation of short videos, which gave rise to a multitude of beauty influencers, facilitating a widespread elevation in aesthetic standards for girls nationwide. Prior to that, particularly around 2001, the world of makeup aesthetics was at its nadir. It was not just the everyday individuals who suffered. Even female celebrities were not exempt from this trend. Many sported ruddy complexions, lips that glistened in pink, and unconventional hairstyles. A glance at the early supergirls, such as Zhang Liangyin and Shang Wenjie, reveals styles that were far from flattering and utterly outdated. In stark contrast, by 2020, Zhang Liangyin, with the same visage, had transformed into a paragon of beauty and sophistication. These past 2 decades have witnessed a remarkable evolution in makeup aesthetics. Makeup has become akin to a form of sorcery, capable of elevating a 6 out of 10 woman to an 8. Many have even humorously referred to this phenomenon as head-swapping. Lin Xiao was, in fact, applying this sorcery 2 decades ahead of its time. Amidst Huang Yanyan's anxious expression, he instructed her to remove her makeup and cleanse her face thoroughly. Following this, he applied a moisturizer and, after a brief pause, a delicate layer of foundation. Under the guidance of a high school boy, Huang Yanyan began to apply makeup before the mirror. During his own period of incapacitation, Lin Xiao had devoted considerable time to online makeup courses, even practicing on himself. With an approach inspired by Xian Jilei's cool and sensual aesthetic, he meticulously began to alter Huang Yanyan's appearance. In a world of vibrant hues, she adorned her lips with a deep crimson reminiscent of a cherished aunt's. As she painted her visage, she found herself momentarily entranced. Am I truly this enchanting? Am I of such refined elegance? After a meticulous half-hour of beautification, only the attire, accessories, and hairstyle remained. Her tousled hair was an unsightly distraction. Lin Xiao handed her a luxurious black wig, and in an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. Next, he presented her with crystal earrings, delicately placing them upon her ears. Finally, from a selection of garments, he chose an elegant black off-shoulder gown, formal yet not overly so, complemented by a golden Gucci belt cinched at her waist. Moments later, a completely transformed Huang Yanyan stood before Lin Xiao, as well as her own reflection. She gazed into the mirror for several minutes, her mind swirling with profound questions. Who am I? Where am I? Lin Xiao approached, guiding her expression. He instructed her to lift her chin slightly, arch her eyes with a hint of emptiness, and adopt a world-weary demeanor. What does it mean to be world-weary? It is the sentiment of believing that everyone else is foolish. Yes, that is precisely the sensation. A blend of restraint, allure, and a touch of despondency, with 25 of it being melancholic and 65 languid. Perfect. She bore a striking resemblance to Xian Jilei. Lin Xiao, wielding a rented camera, captured her transformed appearance fervently. Though Lin Xiao had requested a mere half-hour wait, the 8 other young women below had already endured nearly an hour, growing increasingly anxious. Could it be that the petite boss was taking liberties with Huang Yanyan? Given his slight stature, it seemed more plausible that she might dominate him instead. Suddenly, the lights in the office dimmed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Lin Xiao took Huang Yanyan's hand, guiding her down. Once more, he assisted her in managing her expression. Of course, it need not be as exaggerated as during the photo shoot, yet she still endeavored to convey an air of aloofness. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Xiao's voice resonated softly. This world is not devoid of beauty. Rather, it lacks the discerning eyes to perceive it, and even more so, the hands to unearth it. I have stated that Huang Yanyan surpasses Cui Ying in beauty and sophistication. Now, you shall bear witness. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xiao illuminated the room. Instantly, a transformed Huang Yin'er emerged before all. The assembled young women were utterly astonished. Is this truly Huang Yin'er? This transcends mere transformation. It is akin to a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 46. My boyfriend is truly unbelievable. Ding ding ding. The sound of the phone resonated. Is this Lin Xiao? I am Cheng Hai from Dubai. Lin Xiao, the one testing the panda burning incense? The other party replied helplessly. I remember now. What is it? Lin Xiao inquired. Cheng Hai said. The higher-ups have decided to secretly distribute panda burning incense. For 2 days, we have endeavored to obstruct it, but to no avail. I am quite disheartened. Clearly, Dubai finds it hard to resist the allure of market expansion. Have you lost your mind? How dare you call me about this? Lin Xiao exclaimed. If the company finds out, it will spell disaster for you. Cheng Hai responded, I understand my actions are foolish, but I felt it necessary to inform you. Lin Xiao replied, all right, I understand. Thank you for the heads up. After quite a while, the girls finally arrived, gasping in disbelief. You are still Huang Yin'er? It was as if she had transformed entirely. She had gone from a rustic girl to a refined lady. Stunning, alluring, and sophisticated. Among the 9 girls, originally, Chu Feifei was the most beautiful, while Su Tao was the gentlest and most graceful. Huang Yin'er had been at the bottom. Yet now, she had metamorphosed into the most enticing and sophisticated among them. Truly, it is the magic of East Asia. The 8 girls couldn't help but surround Huang Yin'er, expressing their awe. She maintained her aloof and austere demeanor. Yin'er, how did you achieve this? Su Tao asked, filled with envy. I have no idea. I'm just as shocked myself, Huang Yin'er exclaimed. Shut up. Lin Xiao interjected. Silence. The other girls echoed in unison. Huang Yin'er, when you refrain from speaking, you still exude an air of restraint and elegance. But once you open your mouth, the illusion shatters, revealing your true self, nonconformist and factory girl. Lin Xiao approached Huang Yin'er and said, Yin'er, remember this. Strive to maintain this expression. Avoid speaking as much as possible, even when performing sensually. Even if your poses are beguiling, maintain that aloof, austere demeanor with a gaze full of intensity. Elegance and restraint are your persona, your brand. Do you understand? Huang Yin'er replied, but what if I can't manage it? This expression is difficult. I'm inherently unrefined. Lin Xiao reassured her, this is simple. For the days to come, keep this sophisticated appearance. Walk through the shopping mall, stroll along the riverside street, but do not utter a word. If you must speak, limit it to 1 or 2 words. Yes, no, thank you, goodbye. Remember, in any situation, stick to these 4 phrases. Maintain this expression and aura, and you will attract many men's gaze, including those of respectable gentlemen, such as business people, civil servants, and teachers. When 3 distinguished gentlemen shower you with compliments, your confidence begins to blossom. When 10 respectable men express their admiration, you are enveloped in self-assurance. When 50 or even 100 men fawn over you, your aura transforms entirely. Men and women serve as mutual educators, yet they also stand as rivals. The more foes you conquer, the more pride you cultivate. As you encounter rejections from the opposite sex, a latent sensual energy begins to manifest within you. The young women before him were utterly astonished, eager to take out their notebooks and jot down every word. Lin Xiao continued, stating that he would create a new persona for each of them, tailored to their appearances, complete with exquisite, sophisticated makeup designs. Once their new identities emerged, he urged them to forget their former selves. For the personas he crafted would far surpass their original beings in elegance and allure. Suddenly, a hand timidly rose. It belonged to the most beautiful girl in the crowd. Chu Feifei. You speak, Lin Xiao prompted. Chu Feifei questioned, are you suggesting we pretend? Doesn't the book say we should be ourselves? Doubting me? Lin Xiao asserted, his tone grave and deliberate. Do you truly believe what the book claims? First, do you even know what your true self is? Second, are you content with who you are now? Third, can you even locate your authentic self? In this world, only 2 types of individuals can truly be themselves, the utter fool and the one who possesses everything and desires nothing. Are you either of these? As we navigate through life, each person must select a fade to present to society. Your persona is merely a second skin. Do you wish to wander through the masses in your raw, unadorned state? Is your true self not adequately revealed in the confines of your humble abode? Must you flaunt your mediocrity among the crowd? In a society that offers no foothold, trapped in a dark, lonely corner, ignored and entertaining yourself in vain, and then calling it authenticity? In this life, being able to choose a commendable fade to don is already a fortune. How many faces remain blurred and indistinct? drifting through life without ever capturing anyone's attention or leaving a lasting impression. Every word they utter goes unheard. With so many mediocre souls around, why would you want to blend in? Be yourself? Do not utter such extravagant words in my presence again. I am here to teach you the path to success, not to encourage you to embrace your true self. Once you achieve success, you may gradually reclaim your essence. Only then will you realize that the moment you no longer care about being yourself is when you can truly become who you are. This string of words struck the young women like a whip, inflicting a profound impact. They may not fully comprehend it, yet an inexplicable resonance washed over them, leading to a moment of awakening. Meanwhile, Chu Feifei felt a wave of emotion wash over her, sensing she had received a significant reprimand. However, Lin Xiao's tone shifted, becoming gentle. Of course, in my presence, you may express yourselves freely. After all, we share the same pot. Upon uttering these words, a warmth spread within the hearts of those present. Well, this concludes our first lesson for today, Lin Xiao said slowly. I hope you have gained something valuable. Applaud, applaud. Su Tao led the round of applause, and soon all the young women joined in, their claps genuine, for this lesson had indeed been astonishing and refreshingly enlightening. Once class was dismissed, Lin Xiao's expression transformed instantly. He shed his seriousness, adopting a more relaxed demeanor, as if he had reverted to his youthful self. During class, I am your teacher. In the workplace, I am your boss. Thus my demeanor must be stern. However, please remember that every word I speak is sincerely for your benefit. Of course, once class and work are over, I become your little brother. Xiao Feifei, who had almost been brought to tears earlier, asked, Is that true? Lin Xiao replied, Absolutely, Sister Feifei. Would you dare to bully me? Xiao Feifei then posed a question. Let me ask you something. Lin Xiao encouraged her. Go ahead. Are we beautiful? Am I beautiful? Lin Xiao recognized that this girl had a stubborn streak and was somewhat eager to reclaim her dignity, not out of rebellion but to restore her pride. Especially since she was the only one criticized today, despite being the most beautiful. Of course, you are stunning, exceedingly so, he affirmed. Then, when you see me, do you feel aroused? She asked, striking a provocative pose that accentuated her alluring curves. This question was indeed challenging to answer. The dynamic between men and women often felt adversarial. Should he respond affirmatively, it would come off as frivolous and lewd, subtly suggesting defeat. Conversely, a negative reply would seem insincere, dismissive of their allure. Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on Xiao Feifei's form, his expression a dramatic struggle as he exclaimed, Sister Feifei. That is unacceptable. We are siblings by different parents. This is taboo. In an instant, Xiao Feifei burst into laughter, casting a playful glare at Lin Xiao, prompting the other young women to chuckle as well. Navigating relationships with these young women was quite intricate. One must instill a sense of closeness, while simultaneously commanding a degree of respect. It was essential to win their hearts while also considering their self-esteem. At that moment, the first lesson had truly reached its successful conclusion. Just as Lin Xiao was about to exit, an uninvited guest entered, an individual with a crew cut, bearing scars and tattoos, unmistakably of a dubious nature. Are you Lin Xiao? Our boss Wu wishes to see you downstairs. Lin Xiao inquired, Your boss? Is it Wu Yuan? The proprietor of the Internet CAF, who also engaged in other significant enterprises, including gaming machines and monopolizing a portion of River Sand, a quintessential gang leader. Just be aware, and do not keep our boss waiting. Lin Xiao said, Please wait a moment, I will be there shortly. His expression was gentle, and his movements were neither hurried nor slow. Once the burly man stepped outside, he swiftly picked up a pen and scribbled a note on a piece of paper, which he then handed to Taozi, saying, Sister Taozi, exit from the back and deliver this note to Li Zhongtian at the address provided. Please be as quick as possible. Su Tao took the note, immediately removed her high heels, and changed into sneakers, declaring, I understand. She then hurriedly departed through the back door. Chu Feifei inquired, Little boss, is there any danger? Huang Yin'er replied, In a society governed by law, he wouldn't dare do anything too reckless. Lin Xiao instructed, You all return to your respective rooms and do not come out. Subsequently, Lin Xiao exited the office building. A Honda Accord was parked below, belonging to the local power broker, Wu Yuan. Get in, let us talk. Wu Yuan beckoned to Lin Xiao. All right, Lin Xiao responded as he entered the vehicle. The car drove forward, with Wu Yuan remaining silent, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. After a few minutes, the car came to a halt in a residential area. The rolling shutter door was pulled up, revealing an arcade inside. Wu Yuan gestured for Lin Xiao to enter, saying, Let us talk inside. The two men moved into a room behind the gaming machines. With a bang, The security door slammed shut. Wu Yuan remarked, "You're Lin Xiao, a student from Linshan No. 1 High School. You have no connection to Secretary Lian. You are merely a poor boy from the countryside who made a fool of himself by openly pursuing Secretary Lian's daughter and received disciplinary action from the school. When the contract was signed, it required an ID number, and anyone with connections could easily verify the information. That day, you deceived both me and Su Feihong. I had my eye on that house first, and you intervened and took it away from me. However, I still wish to befriend you. Transfer the house in building B13 to me. You have already paid 6 months' rent, totaling 36,000 yuan. I will give you 20,000 yuan for it. While you would incur a loss of over 10,000 yuan, gaining my friendship will ultimately be worthwhile. Of course, if you refuse, that would imply you look down on me, and I would be quite displeased, which could lead to serious consequences. This is the transfer contract. If there are no issues, please sign it." Wu Yuan forcefully slammed the pen onto the table. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Boss Wu, I did not lie. Although I am not related to Secretary Lian, I am his daughter's boyfriend." Wu Yuan scoffed, "Dream on. Do you think I would believe that?" Meanwhile, in a public telephone booth outside, Li Zhongtian was extremely nervous, repeatedly reciting the lines from the note he had memorized countless times. He then inserted an IC card and dialed a mobile number. "Who are you?" came a crisp voice from the other end. Li Zhongtian trembled slightly as he replied, "Lian Yi, this is Li Zhongtian." Lian Yi responded, "Li Zhongtian? Why are you calling me?" "Li Zhongtian, I must bring a grievance to your attention. Lin Xiao has once again succumbed to his vices, venturing out every night to indulge in internet browsing, occasionally even through the entire night. Just moments ago, he intended to spend another night at the internet CAF. Despite my fervent pleas, he remains unyielding and even engaged in a heated argument with me. Feeling utterly helpless, I resorted to calling you, as we cannot stand idly by and witness his self-destruction. Would you kindly give him a call and persuade him to return? His mobile number is..." Chapter 47. Revenge does not linger until night. Mr. Wu, I find myself perplexed. Your desire to rent that building seems to stem from an intention to establish an illicit internet CAF and perhaps a gambling den. Lin Xiao remarked, "There are plenty of properties in the county. You could easily acquire one. This matter does not concern you." Wu Yuan retorted with a cold smirk. The fundamental truth lies in the fact that a commercial park is hardly suitable for an internet CAF. However, as a venue for gambling, it is an exceptional location, offering a prime environment. Despite the presence of various inconspicuous businesses, it serves as the largest congregation of entrepreneurs in the small county. Small-scale wholesalers and truck drivers provide an ideal clientele for gaming establishments, making it unparalleled in the entire Linshan region. Moreover, Wu Yuan had already opened a modest gambling venue in the commercial park, merely as a trial. To his surprise, it was thriving, eclipsing other establishments by several folds. Thus, he eagerly sought to expand and had set his sights on Su Feihong's property. The B13 building was nearly perfect for his purposes. Unfortunately, Su Feihong had little interest in this line of business and was reluctant to return to finalize the contract. After a long wait, when Su Feihong finally returned, Wu Yuan had followed her to the commercial park, only to find that Lin Xiao had intercepted him. Initially, he was intimidated by Lin Xiao, suspecting him to be a privileged youth, and hesitated to act. However, after investigating further, he was eager to confront Lin Xiao, believing that a rural boy would yield easily to intimidation. Lin Xiao sighed, "Mr. Wu, to me, it matters not where I rent. If you desire B13, you may have it. However, I have no authority in this matter. I am merely facilitating the rental for someone else. You have uncovered the truth. I am merely a high school student, without the means to lease an entire building." Wu Yuan found this assertion credible. His investigations confirmed that Lin Xiao was indeed a financially strapped student, incapable of affording such a rental. "And who is the actual owner?" Wu Yuan inquired. "Xiaoxi, a doctoral student at Peking University's Guanghua School of Management," Lin Xiao replied, producing a newspaper from his pocket and placing it before Wu Yuan. The pages were filled with articles on Xiaoxi. After perusing the contents, Wu Yuan dismissed the papers with a wave. "That does not concern me. I only wish to know your answer. Will you sign or not?" "Mr. Wu, if you disregard my position, must you also disregard Secretary Lian's?" Lin Xiao countered. Wu Yuan scoffed. "Do not invoke Secretary Lian. He does not even know you. Have some dignity. Do you truly believe a rural student like you could pursue the daughter of a member of the standing committee?" Lin Xiao responded earnestly. "Why do you doubt me? I am indeed Lian Yi's boyfriend." At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone rang. revealing Lian Yi's number. He quickly switched to speaker mode. Lian Yi. What is the matter? Why are you calling me at this late hour? Lin Xiao, are you out surfing the internet? Hurry back and get some sleep. You have classes tomorrow. Lian Yi Dao, you must return immediately. Otherwise, I shall contact. Wu Yuan was taken aback. Could it truly be the daughter of Secretary Lian? Lin Xiao hastily disabled the speakerphone and retreated to a corner with his phone. All right, I shall return at once. I concede, I am indeed intimidated by you. You are merely my girlfriend, not my wife. Yet you exert such authority over me? Very well, I acknowledge my errors. I am sorry. I shall buy you breakfast tomorrow. Be good and sleep now. Subsequently, Lin Xiao ended the call and remarked to Wu Yuan. Women are indeed troublesome. He then handed his phone to Wu Yuan, saying, You may verify this number. It belongs to Secretary Lian's daughter. Wu Yuan stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Could this impoverished young man genuinely be courting the daughter of Secretary Lian? Lin Xiao continued, Boss Wu, how about this? I shall also persuade our employer to consider relocating, allowing you to take over this property. After all, I wish to cultivate a friendship with you. I will provide you with a response within 10 days, if that suits you. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Wu Yuan's expression flickered between uncertainty and contemplation, and he remained silent. Time slipped away, second by second. Suddenly, the ringtone echoed once more, but this time it was Wu Yuan's phone. He picked it up and stepped aside to answer. Brother Guodong. Wu Yuan's tone became exceedingly cordial. Rest assured. Everything is arranged and will not hinder your important matters. Do you doubt my capabilities? Lin Xiao's ears perked up. Brother Guodong? Wu Guodong? The deputy director of the Agricultural Bureau, competing with Xiao Wanli for the directorship? During a voice call with Lin Xiao, Pao Pao had mentioned this matter, primarily to criticize Zhou Cheng's despicable behavior. A few minutes later, Wu Yuan concluded the call, still unwilling to relent, eager to continue pressuring Lin Xiao. In his view, even if Lin Xiao were indeed Secretary Lian's boyfriend, what did it matter? High school romances were trivial. Should Secretary Lian become aware, she would likely erupt in fury and dismantle their relationship. Wu Yuan began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone once more. This time it was again his own device. He instinctively answered. What? The Internet CAF has contracted a virus? Panda burning incense? The entire system has crashed. And no one can access the Internet? What about the data? Is it lost as well? Lin Xiao was startled. It was all happening so swiftly and coincidentally. This time, he genuinely had no involvement. Today, he had received a call from Shanghai, mentioning that someone in the company had begun deploying panda burning incense. And now commercial Internet CAFs had been affected? Damn. Wu Yuan cursed vehemently. He then turned to Lin Xiao and declared, Very well, you persuade your employer. If she is willing to relinquish this office building within 10 days, I will pay you 5,000. He hurriedly donned his coat and rushed towards the commercial Internet CAF. Lin Xiao exited the gaming hall and promptly dialed a number to Taozi. Everything is fine on my end. You all can rest easy. Please try to stay indoors for the next few days. Peach exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Lin Xiao understood that the troubles surrounding Wu Yuan had not yet dissipated. The business park was an absolute treasure trove for him. Unless a more advantageous property were to present itself, he would never relinquish it. Moreover, such local strongmen are inherently proud and cannot afford to lose. Thus, it was imperative to devise a thorough solution to this predicament. In an instant, Lin Xiao conceived an ingenious plan. As he made his way to rent out the property, he called Xia Shi, who, as expected, had not yet succumbed to slumber. Lin Xiao briefly recounted the events of the day. Xia Shi asked, What are your thoughts? Lin Xiao replied, In truth, it matters little where we establish our office, but to capitulate so readily is rather ignoble. Xia Shi asserted, We must not yield. Entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. If we concede here and there, we may as well abandon our endeavors altogether. Lin Xiao urged, Hurry to Linshan, and we shall promptly register the company. You possess the aura of a prodigious talent, and having overseen projects worth millions, you will command sufficient respect in this modest locale. On the day we register, could you extend an invitation to municipal leaders for an inspection of our company? Is that feasible? According to their discussion, they devised a plan that appeared to be a faible of grandeur. The company would boast a lavish website under the guise of Southeast Information Harbor. The site would outline specific services, including the design and operation of official websites for various enterprises and even government departments, ensuring a veneer of legitimacy and seriousness. The official website would, in fact, surpass many genuine local portals in both professionalism and sophistication. Given her prestige, coupled with the impressive website, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of leaders for inspection. Once the officials visited, Wu Yuan's troubles would evaporate. As for how the company would function post-inspection, that would be of no concern to them. After all, it would be a closed-door operation, and the Southeast Information Harbor would continue to be updated. Even engaging in government website projects, albeit for minimal profit. Xiao affirmed, it will certainly work. Your design for the website is remarkably sophisticated, far surpassing local portals. The leaders will surely be impressed. Moreover, our operations will appear professional and legitimate, enhanced by my reputation, which will attract a city official or two for inspection. She added. This aligns perfectly with the local government's penchant for performance-oriented investments. Lin Xiao inquired, can we accomplish this within 7 days? Xiao replied, absolutely. I will bring 20 computers and several programmers to Lin Xiao. Our company will exude professionalism. Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Lian Yi to the opening ceremony. After all, this business park was a source of deep personal anguish for him. If an internet high-tech company were to emerge, it would surely astonish him. Moreover, upon witnessing the meticulously crafted website for the information harbor, Lian Yi would undoubtedly regard it with newfound respect. From every angle, Lian Yi was the most suitable candidate for this endeavor. Once Lian Yi made his appearance at Lin Xiao's company, the likes of Wu Yuan would likely be left with nothing but reverence, believing Lin Xiao to be his future son-in-law. Upon returning to the internet CAF, Wu Yuan discovered that all the computers had been infected by the panda burning incense virus. This time, the devastation was far more severe than before. Numerous files had been irrevocably destroyed, and the database had once again fallen victim to calamity. The losses were substantial. He could not help but erupt in fury, cursing vociferously. Damn it! Was it that bastard who carelessly browsed the internet and unleashed this virus? Wu Yuan bellowed. No. What are you all doing? The network administrator cautiously replied, Boss. The panda burning incense virus is spreading rapidly. Many computers have been compromised, and it's nearly impossible to defend against it. Wu Yuan hastily retreated to his office, opening his personal computer to contact a top expert from the University of Science and Technology of China for assistance. Thank goodness I know this top-tier expert, he thought. He proceeded to log into QQ. Suddenly, the network administrator recalled something and urgently warned, Boss, don't turn on your computer here. It could get infected with the virus. Wu Yuan retorted, this is my personal laptop, not a public CAF computer. It's not connected to the CAF's main system. The administrator replied, but it's still on the same local area network, and this virus infects the entire network. Wu Yuan, infuriated, exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? He hurried to shut down his computer, but it seemed he was already too late. Damn it, who on earth created this virus? His computer contained critically important information, vital to his very existence. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Lin Xiao found Li Zhongtian still awake, his complexion pale and his body trembling. Lin Xiao inquired, what's wrong? Have you been shaking ever since I asked you to call Lian Yi? Li Zhongtian, his lips quivering, confessed. Lin Xiao, I went to the internet CAF and inadvertently activated your panda burning incense virus, causing all the computers there to become infected and paralyzed. I'm so scared right now. Sister Taozi said you might have been detained by Wu Yuan. I wanted to save you, but didn't he know how? I thought if all the CAF's computers were infected and the system collapsed, he might not bother with you anymore. In a moment of impulsiveness, I acted. Have I made a grave mistake? Have I landed us in deep trouble? Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Zhongtian burst into tears. In that moment, Lin Xiao was utterly stunned. Li Zhongtian, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 48. Utterly exquisite and elegant. Some individuals possess the remarkable ability to be both timid and courageous simultaneously. In his previous life, the honest Li Zhongtian committed the shocking act of lurking near a women's restroom. However, under Lin Xiao's guidance in this life, he has shed the allure of women's bodies and refrained from such actions. Yet, unexpectedly, he still undertakes an equally brave endeavor, this time with the noble intention of rescuing Lin Xiao. Has anyone spotted you? Lin Xiao inquired. The weather was chilly, so I wrapped my face in a scarf and wore a hat, Li Zhongtian replied. Moreover, after being poisoned, I pretended to use the computer normally for a while, and there was only one network administrator present. What about the surveillance? Lin Xiao pressed. Surveillance? It seems there are no cameras in the internet CAF, Li Zhongtian replied. After all, this is not 2 decades later. A complete surveillance system is exceedingly expensive, far too lavish for a county internet CAF. Besides, if you had cameras, Patrons might choose not to frequent your establishment. Then there's nothing to worry about. Absolutely nothing. Just wait for me a moment. Lin Xiao responded. Yet, it was evident that Li Zhongtian would be plagued by fear and unable to sleep. Thus, Lin Xiao descended the stairs and knocked on the landlord's door. The male landlord was absent, likely out gallivanting. The one who answered was the female landlord, clad in sleepwear and somewhat unsteady. What's the matter, Lin Xiao? The young woman, Bai Xiaoping, inquired. Do you have any liquor? Baijiu, Lin Xiao requested, handing her 50 yuan. Why bother with money? You're still a student. You should drink less. Bai Xiaoping mumbled as she groggily fetched the liquor, feeling a slight itch on her leg. Without hesitation, she pulled down her sleep pants to scratch, revealing a glimpse of her fair, rounded dairy. Lin Xiao quickly averted his gaze. After acquiring the baijiu, Lin Xiao handed it to Li Zhongtian. Drink this, but don't get drunk. Just enough to feel a bit lightheaded, then go to sleep. After a good rest, all will be forgotten, he instructed. Li Zhongtian took the baijiu and gulped down a few swigs. After finishing, he asked Lin Xiao, would you like some? I suppose I will have a bit too, Lin Xiao replied. That night, both Li Zhongtian and Lin Xiao enjoyed a restful sleep. Lin Xiao awoke early to exercise and encouraged Li Zhongtian to join him. With ample nutritional intake and vigorous physical activity, the results were undeniably apparent. In less than 2 months since his rebirth, he had grown approximately 2 centimeters. Though still slender, he had improved significantly. The most notable difference being the transformation in his spirit and demeanor. He appeared revitalized, shedding the timidity of his former self. He had indeed become quite handsome, albeit still not tall enough. Furthermore, an essential aspect for men lies in their hairstyle and attire. A fine hairstyle can be equivalent to a complete metamorphosis. However, Lin Xiao chose not to focus on these details, opting instead to concentrate all his charm and release it upon the day he would meet Xiao Momao. At the very least, the young landlord occasionally cast lingering glances in Lin Xiao's direction. She too embraced the trend, joining Lin Xiao and Li Zhongtian in their morning exercises, often donning form-fitting athletic leggings. Li Zhongtian could not help but steal glances at her taut, rounded posterior, and upon being discovered, he averted his gaze to the ground, feeling as though he had met with social death. Bai Xiaoping, on the other hand, seemed indifferent to being observed. Instead, she made a conscious effort to accentuate her figure. A few months into their marriage, the novelty had long since faded, and her husband, a truck driver, embodied the unrefined nature typical of that era, leading to her considerable disappointment. After a vigorous workout, as they savored a sumptuous breakfast, Lin Xiao's phone chimed with a call from Sister Taozi. Boss, I just inquired around. And it seems that Boss Wu has opened an arcade gambling den in the commercial park, and business is booming, so much so that it's overcrowded. Our building is in the prime location, which is why they are eager to seize our property. Lin Xiao had already been aware of this, but replied nonetheless, thank you. Sister Taozi, please advise everyone to remain vigilant. Keep the doors locked and refrain from going out. Do not open the door for anyone. Understood, Taozi replied. However, I noticed someone lurking outside our property. Moreover, I've heard that this arcade gambling den is set to expand significantly, with several influential figures secretly investing. It's certain that there are hidden backers involved. Such a lucrative gray industry would undoubtedly require some form of protection. All right, I understand, Lin Xiao replied. Inform the sisters that we must resolve this matter within 7 days. Time was of the essence, and he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. Zhongtian, please excuse me from class today. I will not be attending. Li Zhongtian replied. But today is the day the midterm exam results are announced. Exactly. Which is why I feel emboldened to take this leave, Lin Xiao retorted. Fine, Li Zhongtian said. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that Li Zhongtian seemed to exhibit an inexplicable surge of confidence today. Perhaps it stemmed from the significant event of the previous night. Initially gripped by fear, he later felt a sense of bravery for having helped Lin Xiao, which bolstered his self-assurance. Men must indeed undergo trials. After breakfast, Lin Xiao promptly took his laptop to an internet CAF, calling Xia Shi on the way. Have your brothers log on to QQ. We must seize every moment to enhance the official website of our Southeast Information Port. Xia Shi replied, Isn't it already quite impressive? Not enough. It must be stunning, truly breathtaking. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiao felt compelled to present his finest self in front of Lian Yi. Curiously, despite having been his father-in-law in a past life, their time together had not been as extensive as it was in this lifetime. Their few encounters had allowed Lin Xiao to gain a deeper understanding of Lian Yi, a cultured official with a hint of idealism and a touch of obsession. Of course, he was also a good person. All right, I'll make sure they log on, Xiao assured him. Soon after, Lin Xiao arrived at the internet CAF, connecting to the network and convening a meeting with 3 programmers. Our Southeast information port is commendable, but there are still a few areas for improvement. Firstly, while the aesthetic design is impressive, it lacks dynamism. The related flash animations need further optimization to render the movements more fluid and natural. Secondly, the flickering effect of the labels upon mouse hover lacks the desired enchantment. It should possess a more ethereal quality, reminiscent of dandelions poised to disperse, yet still holding their form. Thirdly, the sophistication and elegance are insufficient. It is imperative to incorporate several dynamic codes to display real-time foreign exchange rates of major currencies, as well as the onshore and offshore prices of leading commodities, and freight rates from prominent ports, among other pertinent data. Fourthly, on either side of the web page, 4 dynamic codes should be added to exhibit real-time indices such as the Shanghai Composite Index, the Shenzhen Component Index, the Nasdaq Index, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Fifthly, at the far right of the top banner of the website, dynamic code must be inserted to present the weather forecast based on the IP location. Sixthly, beneath the top banner of the website, 2 search boxes should be integrated, one for querying train schedules and another for mainstream flight timetables. Seventhly, within the news section, it is vital to prominently feature news pertaining to relevant leaders in Zhejiang province, particularly that of the leaders in Ke City, ensuring that the coverage is positive and glorifying. Eighthly, a brief promotional video of a spokesperson should be added to the far right of the top banner, preferably featuring Lin Xiao, articulating the phrase Southeast Information Port, the harbor of billions. As the website currently cannot directly display videos, the frame should be stitched together using flash technology to create the illusion of a video. This 8th point is crucial, as the absence of direct video playback on the website would make our site remarkably striking, leaving readers astonished. Ninthly, an authentic English version is essential. At the very least, the primary page and major secondary pages must feature an English version. Momentarily, the 3 programmers were rendered speechless. But our official website is merely for show, lacking any practical utility. It's already sufficiently well-crafted. Following your suggestions would make it rival platforms like Sohu and Sina. Perhaps even appear more sophisticated. Isn't that going a bit overboard? Firstly, the page design must indeed be significantly improved, as the sole purpose of Lin Xiao's official website is to impress and capture the hearts of leaders. Boss. While the initial points you mentioned are troublesome and will require extensive overtime, they are achievable. However, regarding the 7th point, it is impossible for us to hire Lin Xiao as a spokesperson. He is a Hong Kong star, and we cannot afford his fee. Nor do we have time to negotiate. Lin Xiao replied, who said we need to hire him. We can simply use a high-quality video image of him. The programmers were momentarily stunned. Was this not akin to freeloading? Boss, what if he comes after us for this? Lin Xiao retorted, by the time he finds us, it will be ages from now. Did Jia Hui initially pay for advertising? Did Jin Sangzi pay Ronaldo for ads? Lin Xiao concluded, from this moment forth, we shall work diligently and tirelessly to ensure that within 4 to 5 days, the Southeast Information Port achieves the level of perfection I envision. It should be so impressive that not only city leaders but even provincial officials will find it remarkable. In recent days, the overtime pay has doubled, and I have chosen to work alongside you all. Programmer, boss, our official website is fake. Must we pursue such perfection? Lin Xiao, precisely because it is a FAAD. The exterior must be impeccable. The genuine does not require such effort. As long as we astonish the leaders and secure their favor, our company in Kaching will thereafter encounter no hindrances, and may even receive a certain degree of protection. The atmosphere in Class 8 of the senior year became increasingly tense. Even Li Zhangtian, who had previously been engulfed in anxiety, found himself drawn back to reality upon returning to the classroom. For the homeroom teacher was soon to announce the midterm exam results. This midterm was of paramount importance, determining eligibility for the advanced class. Many believed that without admission to the advanced class, attending a prestigious university like 985 would be unattainable. Moreover, a significant suspense lingered regarding Lin Xiao's score. Following the last monthly exam, after a brief period of astonishment, a torrent of skepticism ensued. Although few dared to voice their doubts in his presence, whispers circulated behind his back. The prevailing theory was that Lin Xiao had pilfered the exam papers from the office, much like another individual 2 years prior. Otherwise, there was no plausible explanation for his astonishing leap of over 200 points in mere months. Yet, Some speculated that it was the power of love propelling Lin Xiao to study fervently for Lian Yi, resulting in such remarkable improvement. Naturally, most of those entertained this notion were girls. This midterm exam, being a citywide assessment, had kept its papers confidential. Thus, Lin Xiao's true abilities would finally be revealed. Meanwhile, Lian Yi kept her gaze fixed on the doorway, awaiting Lin Xiao's entrance. She yearned to inquire about the meaning behind his last few words from the previous evening. Was he teasing her? However, only Li Zhongtian entered the classroom, prompting Lian Yi to ask, Li Zhongtian, where's Lin Xiao? Flushed, Li Zhongtian replied, He is unwell and has taken a leave today. Upon hearing this, the entire class exhibited expressions of realization. So, Lin Xiao's previous exam results were indeed the product of deceit? Lian Yi's heart sank slightly, tinged with a sense of reluctance. At that moment, Zhang Lianping laughed heartily. Although the scores have yet to be revealed, the truth is evident. Certain individuals' results from the last monthly exam were achieved through cheating. Knowing that the midterm results would bring them shame, they chose to take leave instead of facing the class. Ha ha ha. Chapter 49. Midterm Scores Explode. Lian Yi reached into the drawer and retrieved a book titled On Learning. This tome, filled with essays from renowned scholars throughout history advocating for the pursuit of knowledge, was taken from Lian Zheng's study. Hearing from Li Zhongtian that Lin Xiao had recently succumbed to the allure of internet cafes and had spent the night there, she resolved to gift the book to him as encouragement. Yet, to her dismay, he had chosen not to attend class today. The reason was all too apparent. Alongside her disappointment, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped her. Zhang Lianping continued to mock. The scores are about to be released this evening. I am genuinely curious to see how many points Lin Xiao can muster now that his true colors have been revealed. I hope he hasn't fallen below his previous score of 353. If that were the case, what face would he have left to show at this school? Perhaps he should just drop out early. Li Zhongtian, infuriated, was ready to retort, but his words failed him. Unexpectedly, another girl intervened, unable to tolerate Zhang Lianping's derision. Zhang Lianping, is your heart truly so dark? The scores have yet to be revealed. What gives you the right to speak of Lin Xiao in such a manner? It was none other than Xiao Lin, the third-ranking student in the class. Hailing from a humble background herself, she possessed a decent appearance but dressed plainly. Her sole focus on gaining admission to a prestigious university. In a previous life, Lin Xiao had pretended to be profound and brooding, failing to capture Lian Yi's interest, yet somehow managing to attract Xiao Lin, the academic prodigy. Of course, such sentiments were fleeting and soon vanished. In that past existence, Xiao Lin was accepted into Nanjing University and had once sent Lin Xiao a lengthy message on QQ. There was no hint of romantic implication, merely a sincere encouragement for him not to lose heart, urging him to study for another year and retake the college entrance examination. At that time, Lin Xiao surely could not comprehend her intentions. It was only in adulthood that he realized a girl, especially a shy one, would not send a long message without reason. In the face of Xiao Lin, Lin Xiao felt a thought brewing within him. Young lady, when did your vision fail you? This was, of course, a jest. He held nothing but gratitude and a desire to avoid entanglements with her. Zhang Lianping had initially intended to belittle Xiao Lin further, suggesting that her defense of Lin Xiao indicated a fondness for him. However, uttering such words would only serve to elevate Lin Xiao's standing. It was clear that Xiao Lin harbored no such feelings. Misrepresenting her intentions would be detrimental. Moreover, given Xiao Lin's status as a top student, Zhang Lianping refrained from provoking her. Those who are pure will remain so, while the corrupt will reveal their true nature. In a few hours, the homeroom teacher will announce the results, so let them await the spectacle. After saying this, he felt quite pleased with his choice of words and glanced at Yudingting. But she showed no reaction, nor did anyone else. His inner resentment grew, perceiving the group as lacking in culture. Thus, the class endured several agonizing hours filled with anxiety. Li Zhongtian, visibly distressed, had already pondered countless times the question, what will happen if I fail to enter the advanced class? During morning classes, the math, English, and chemistry teachers had inquired about Lin Xiao's absence. Li Zhongtian explained that Lin Xiao was unwell and had taken a leave of absence. The teachers simply acknowledged this with a murmured "oh," laden with unspoken implications. As afternoon approached, as the hours dwindled before the announcement of the scores, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Finally, the time arrived for the class taught by the homeroom teacher, Li Mingqiao. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's vacant seat, he inquired, Li Zhongtian, is Lin Xiao truly unwell? Li Zhongtian, struggling to speak the truth, replied, yes, indeed. A sigh escaped Li Mingqiao, laden with either regret or disappointment. He had previously promised that should Lin Xiao achieve a score of 530, he would publicly commend him for the accolades owed from before. Alas, was this promise destined to remain unfulfilled? Yet, he chose not to voice his thoughts and proceeded with the lesson. The second class of the afternoon was English, taught by Xiao Momao. Once again, she asked why Lin Xiao was absent, to which Li Zhongtian found himself once more fabricating an excuse. Suddenly, Wang Lei interjected, "Teacher Xiao. Lin Xiao must be hiding in an internet CAF. He is too afraid to face reality and is merely numbing himself online." Xiao Momao refrained from responding. Continuing with the lesson. At last, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Xiao Momao suddenly addressed Wang Lei, "Classmate Wang. Do you have any idea which internet CAF Lin Xiao might be in?" "I know, he frequents a few," came the reply. "Would you kindly lead me there?" she asked. She could not fathom that Lin Xiao's results were fabricated, nor could she accept the notion of him conceding defeat. Hence, she was determined to retrieve him. Turning her gaze toward the sports committee member, Su Dawei, and Lian Yi, she inquired, "Su Dawei, Lian Yi, would you accompany me in searching for Lin Xiao?" Su Dawei, whose academic performance was satisfactory and whose aspirations lay within a sports institution, had modest expectations for his scores. He was confident that he would not qualify for the advanced class, but believed he could gain admission to a reputable sports academy. Bringing Lian Yi along was primarily because Xiao Momao believed Lin Xiao harbored feelings for her, and her words might resonate with him. Lian Yi nodded in agreement, "All right," and picked up the book titled On Learning. Thus, the earnest and naive Xiao Momao, guided by Wang Lei, set forth with 3 companions to scour various internet CAFs in search of Lin Xiao. Li Zhongtian stood dumbfounded for a moment before hastening to Ji Hongbin. "Excuse me. May I borrow your phone?" For among the class, only Lian Yi and Ji Hongbin possessed mobile devices. Ji Hongbin, known for his amiable demeanor towards his classmates, readily agreed. After taking the phone, Li Zhongtian rushed to the restroom and dialed Lin Xiao's number. "Lin Xiao, where are you? That fool Wang Lei has brought Teacher Xiao, Lian Yi, and Su Dawei to seek you out." Lin Xiao responded, "All right, I understand. Has the homeroom teacher yet announced the scores?" "It should still be about an hour," replied Li Zhongtian. "Rest assured, you will definitely qualify for the advanced class," he added. "The crucial matter now is your score. Many classmates are waiting to revel in your misfortune. That fool Zhong Lianping has been inciting trouble, but there are girls speaking in your defense." Even Xiao Lin has stepped forward. Lin Xiao acknowledged, "Understood, do not worry." With that, he ended the call. Li Zhongtian clutched his phone as he exited the restroom, intending to return it to Zhu Hongbin. However, after a moment's hesitation, he deleted the call log and dialed his hometown number, only to hang up without waiting for an answer. In truth, he was quite astute and meticulous. When he still possessed his phone, he handed Zhu Hongbin 2 yuan. Zhu Hongbin replied, "If you consider me a classmate, you should take the money back." The afternoon classes had concluded, and it was time for dismissal. Yet everyone remained in their seats, awaiting the arrival of the homeroom teacher. What if I don't get into the advanced class? Li Zhongtian pondered for the 6th time, consumed by anxiety over his scores, while also fretting about Lin Xiao's internet usage and the potential repercussions from Teacher Xiao. His worries oscillated between various concerns, driving him to the brink of anxiety. After a lengthy 20 minutes, the homeroom teacher, Li Mingqiao, finally arrived. Everyone collectively held their breath. Li Mingqiao noted, "I see you are quite conscientious, all waiting here. I apologize for the delay. The teachers of the senior class were taken aback by the performance of certain students." He continued, "The difficulty of this exam has significantly increased, resulting in a general decline in scores, with a few exceptions." He proceeded to announce the rankings and scores. First place, Lian Yi, with 681 points. The room erupted in astonishment, given the evident rise in difficulty for this midterm exam. Lian Yi's score had not only remained intact, but had improved, showcasing her remarkable ability. Everyone instinctively turned to gaze at Lian Yi's desk, only to find it empty. She had accompanied Xiao Momao to search for Lin Xiao. Lian Yi was not only the top student in the class, but also the highest in the entire school. A commendable achievement. Second place, Zhu Hongbin, with 668 points, he declared, noting a drop of 5 points from the last exam, although he retained the second position. Zhu Hongbin's expression dimmed as he felt the growing distance from Lian Yi. Third place, Xiao Lin, with 630 points. Upon hearing her score had decreased, Xiao Lin instinctively lowered her head. She was a steady student, and Li Mingqiao, understanding her humble and introverted nature, still offered words of affirmation and praise despite the decline. Fourth place, Zhang Tianjiu, with 621 points, an improvement, he announced. Fifth place, Li Zhenjin, with 615 points. Do not be discouraged. 6th place, Li Zhongtian, with 613 points. Quite commendable. At that moment, Li Zhongtian exhaled deeply, relieved. His place in the advanced class was secure. Then, Li Xiao paused briefly before continuing with the scores. 7th place, Lin Xiao, with 606 points. The entire class fell into disbelief, enveloped in silence. Was there an issue with his hearing? Had he misheard? All eyes turned towards Lin Xiao's empty seat. Li Xiao's gaze fell upon the vacant desk and affirmed, "You have not misheard. I have not made an error. Lin Xiao is indeed 7th, with 606 points." Chapter 50. Lin Xiao, you are extraordinary. Li Xiao remarked. All of us are eagerly anticipating Lin Xiao's score, including the entire senior year faculty. When his total score was announced, the teachers were astounded. We meticulously reviewed his exam paper multiple times. Finding no errors whatsoever, he achieved a remarkable 606 points, which had delayed us by 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Xiao Momao had already located Lin Xiao at the luxurious internet CAF, accompanied by Lian Yi, Su Dawei, Wang Lei, and others. Upon receiving a call from Li Zhongtian, Lin Xiao promptly shifted his position, unwilling to reveal his true location. The entrance of Xiao Momao and Lian Yi immediately captivated everyone in the CAF. With her flowing hair and high-waisted jeans, Xiao Momao possessed an astonishing figure that was irresistibly alluring. Lian Yi's delicate features and flawless skin resembled that of a girl stepping straight out of a magazine. Even among the many girls online, some couldn't help but steal glances at them, as girls too appreciate beauty. The envious gazes directed at Xiao Momao were palpable, her curvaceous silhouette undeniably striking. However, when both Xiao Momao and Lian Yi appeared simultaneously, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, as though a battleground had descended upon him. He quickly reassured himself that he was overthinking it. At that moment, Wang Lei wore a smug expression. Lin Xiao, the midterm exam results are about to be released. Are you so afraid of facing reality that you've hidden away in this internet CAF? You've caused teacher Xiao to search for you, and now you're in trouble. After cheating in the last monthly exam, are you not afraid of being expelled for skipping class to surf the net? Xiao Momao gazed at Lin Xiao with a complex expression. In her eyes, Lin Xiao had shown considerable maturity. She would have preferred that he was resting at home due to illness rather than skipping class for the internet CAF. Yet, here he was. In this moment, with so many witnesses around, she felt it was inappropriate to scold him harshly. She understood that Lin Xiao was a sensitive soul. Lian Yi, however, approached directly, producing a book and earnestly saying to Lin Xiao, "This copy of On Learning was taken from my father's study. I want to give it to you. I was quite upset when you went out to the internet CAF all night and spoke oddly on the phone last night. But now, I won't hold it against you. I only wish to convey one thing. Lin Xiao, no matter the circumstances, you must never relinquish your own potential." Just then, Xiao Momo's phone rang. It was Li Xiao. "Teacher Xiao, have you found Lin Xiao?" Xiao Momo replied, "Yes." Yet, she refrained from disclosing that Lin Xiao was in the internet CAF, skipping class. Li Xiao continued. For the midterm exam, Lian Yi scored first in the entire school and in our class with 681 points. Xiao Momo quickly inquired, "What about Lin Xiao?" Li Xiao responded, "Lin Xiao scored 606 points, ranking 7th in the class." Instantly, Xiao Momo gasped in astonishment. 606 points. This is simply unbelievable. The difficulty of this examination has escalated, and everyone's expectations for him hover merely around 530 points. Even achieving 500 points would suffice. Yet, he has astonishingly scored 606 points. At this moment, Lian Yi, with her exquisitely beautiful face, maintains a serious demeanor as she lectures Lin Xiao. In comparison, she appears more like a teacher than Xiao Momo. Indeed, Lian Yi shares a striking resemblance to her father in temperament, possessing a penchant for educating others and an excess of righteousness. For instance, upon discovering the existence of inappropriate websites, Xiao Momo would express curiosity, exclaiming, "You are remarkable, creating such sites. Could I possibly see them?" Conversely, Lian Yi would sternly condemn, "How could you do such a thing? How can you create such explicit content?" Momo bases her judgments on individuals. If she admires someone, she perceives everything about them as commendable, including their flaws. On the other hand, Lian Yi possesses a robust sense of principles, with her beautiful mind bound by numerous constraints. However, in Xiao Momo's eyes, everything transforms. Initially, she viewed Lin Xiao's truant behavior and indulgence in the internet as a descent into depravity, and Lian Yi's admonitions felt like a whip. Yet, upon discovering Lin Xiao's score, Such reprimands morphed into a delightful interaction between young lovers. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Momao found herself shipping this couple, realizing they were quite a match. Lin Xiao, rather charming, had conjured such a remarkable feat for the sake of love, potentially leading both to the same prestigious institution. She felt a burgeoning desire to support their youthful romance. Nearby, Wang Lei remarked, Lian Yi, why are you lecturing Lin Xiao so extensively? He has little hope left, and he might even be expelled from school. Xiao Momao interjected lightly, Lian Yi, your performance was exceptional this time, ranking first in the class and the entire school with a score of 681. For this score, neither Wang Lei, Su Dawei, Lin Xiao, nor even Lian Yi herself were surprised. Subsequently, Xiao Momo's gaze fell upon Lin Xiao's face, stating, Lin Xiao ranked 7th in the class and 39th in the school, with a score of 606. At that moment, Lian Yi's scolding abruptly ceased. Wang Lei appeared choked, staring incredulously at Lin Xiao. 606 points. How is that possible? This exam was exceedingly challenging, yet you achieved 606 points? An improvement of 30 points from the last monthly test? This is rather astonishing. After the initial shock, Lian Yi pursed her lips, gazing at Lin Xiao with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. How could I have criticized you for your decline? Only to find out you scored 606 points? What a grand joke I have made. Did you already know of your good fortune, yet refrain from sharing it, just to witness my embarrassment? Lin Xiao, you are quite the scoundrel. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lian Yi felt her joy overshadowing her annoyance. Did he truly strive so hard for my sake? Had he created such a miracle solely to attend the same prestigious institution as I? Return my book, she said, extending her delicate hand. Lin Xiao placed the book behind him, replying, what has been given to me cannot be reclaimed. Lian Yi, you are indeed correct. I must engage in self-reflection, introspection, and atonement, for I can never relinquish my true self. Originally, Lin Xiao intended to craft some playful retorts. Yet with Xiao Momao nearby, he quickly abandoned that thought. You troublesome creature, Lian Yi exclaimed, tossing her ponytail with a haughty flick before striding away. Xiao Momao approached Lin Xiao and inquired, did you come out to surf the internet merely to avoid being praised by teacher Li Mingqiao in front of the entire class? Of course not. I have exceedingly important matters to attend to. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Lin Xiao simply nodded. You are indeed unique, Xiao Momao remarked. Come, return to the classroom with me. This is what you rightfully deserve. Upon their return, the rankings and scores of the entire class had been announced, and Li Mingqiao was still delivering a lecture on moral education. Our class performs quite well, with 12 students qualifying for the advanced program. Let us extend our congratulations to these 12 individuals. However, those who did not qualify should not lose heart. Strive even harder to demonstrate your capabilities, to prove yourselves to us and to everyone. Upon seeing Lian Yi, Lin Xiao, Su Dawei, and Wang Lei entering, all eyes in the room suddenly fell upon Lin Xiao, filled with astonishment and even a hint of reverence. This was due to the inexplicable yet undeniable aura he projected, which commanded respect. Lin Xiao's gaze settled on Zhang Lianping's face, who instinctively smiled at him. Yet, realizing this was inappropriate, he quickly suppressed his smile, attempting to adopt a facade of indifference. However, the abrupt shift in expression rendered his face quite peculiar. What does it matter how well he performs? He is still just a villager. I have no desire for his approval. Meanwhile, Li Mingqiao paid no heed to Lin Xiao's absence from class today. He turned his focus to him and said, Lin Xiao, the last time you scored 576 points, I failed to commend you. Today, I shall rectify that oversight. In this midterm examination, you have proven yourself. You are remarkable. All of us in the class should aspire to learn from Lin Xiao. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and achieve even higher scores. Then, Li Mingqiao initiated applause, and the entire class followed suit. At that moment, Lin Xiao's mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. His score control had failed. Where had he gone awry? He had endeavored to keep his score around 590, deliberately avoiding the top 10 to evade the advanced program. What had transpired? Why had he achieved an astonishing score of 606? Of course, it stemmed from his essay, which he had written with unrestrained creativity, diverging from the conventional exam style. He expected a deduction of roughly 10 points. Yet, the grading teacher had greatly appreciated it, deducting only half a point, which ultimately caused Lin Xiao's score control to backfire. However, Li Mingqiao was not yet finished and began a stern reprimand. Zhang Lianping, what was your score this time? 553 points, a decline of nearly 20 points from last time. and your ranking has dropped by 5 places. Do you still aspire to enter a prestigious university? Before I came, you were disparaging Lin Xiao, weren't you? Is there not a shred of camaraderie and benevolence left? Lin Xiao has achieved a score of 606, surpassing you by 50 points. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Subjected to such public admonishment, Zhong Lianping's complexion turned pale, tinged with green, as if he wished to bury his head in his trousers. Unlike Lin Xiao, he harbors a profound fear of the class teacher's rebuke. In the past, Li Mingxiao would never have chastised Zhong Lianping so sternly in front of others. However, he now feels it imperative to provide Lin Xiao with an explanation and impart a lesson to Zhong Lianping. Alas, the homeroom teacher is always so just, impartially favoring every diligent student. Zhong Lianping, after class, you shall publicly apologize to Lin Xiao, Li Mingxiao continued with a stern tone. At this moment, Zhong Lianping's mind was in a whirl, unable to process the situation. Li Mingxiao raised his voice. Zhong Lianping, do you hear me? I hear you, Zhong Lianping replied, his eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of breaking down. In Wang Lei, Li Mingxiao exclaimed, slapping the book. Wang Lei, seated, jolted upright, nearly leaping from his chair. With a score of 506, it seems you have no aspirations even for a second-tier university. All day long, you meddle in the affairs of others, spreading utterly unfounded rumors. Soon, you and Zhong Lianping will apologize to Lin Xiao together. Do you understand? Wang Lei stood trembling. I understand. Teacher Li, true to his word, Li Mingxiao ensured that Lin Xiao received all the due recognition that was owed to him, and thus, the class was dismissed. Chapter 51. The principal's expectations. Li Zhongtian gazed intently at Lin Xiao. What had transpired? Not only had Lin Xiao established a company and leased an office building, but he had also achieved a remarkable score of 606 on his examination. He claimed to be studying diligently every day. Yet I was acutely aware that his efforts were predominantly devoted to web development. How could he possibly attain such a score under these circumstances? What transformations had occurred in my good friend? At that moment, Zhong Lianping and Wang Lei approached Lin Xiao, their heads bowed, reluctantly making their way toward him. Although Li Mingxiao had exited the classroom, he lingered at the doorway, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon the two. Consequently, they hastened their steps and arrived before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I am sorry. I was wrong. Wang Lei implored, please forgive me. After offering his apology, Wang Lei felt an unexpected sense of relief. It was not as disheartening as he had envisioned. Perhaps it was due to his previous encounters with more daunting situations. Having once been surrounded and assaulted by a group of imposing figures in a confined space. Meanwhile, Zhong Lianping's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he were on the brink of explosion. This moment felt like the darkest, most humiliating period of his life. I will strive with all my might. I will fight hard. In the next examination, I shall surpass you, Lin Xiao. I vow to bring you down, he declared, convinced that this was the moment of his ascendance. Lin Xiao responded with remarkable composure. Very well, I accept. He even extended his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. Wang Lei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively reached out to shake Lin Xiao's hand, questioning why he had to bend down and use both hands in this exchange. Zhong Lianping, however, remained entrenched in his turbulent emotions, envisioning the dark transformations of protagonists in films, completely ignoring the hand extended by Lin Xiao. A cough from outside interrupted the tension. Li Mingxiao's stern gaze fell upon them. Startled, Zhong Lianping quickly extended his hand in a gesture of truce with Lin Xiao. Subsequently, Li Mingxiao turned and departed. Unable to contain his inner turmoil any longer, Zhong Lianping rushed out, seeking a solitary space to unleash his pin-up frustrations. Wang Lei, on the other hand, turned to Lin Xiao with a grin. Next time, let us visit an internet CAF together and engage in some multiplayer gaming. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing how shameless he sounded and understanding why Lin Xiao had thrived in previous times. Sounds good, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Li Zhongtian, observing from the sidelines, regarded Wang Lei with disdain. Wang Lei, feeling somewhat sheepish, hurried back to his seat, pretending to study diligently. He covertly glanced at Yudingting, wondering if his earlier behavior had left a negative impression on her. Upon catching his gaze, Yudingting smiled warmly and even winked at him. Wang Lei's heart soared. It was evident that she harbored feelings for him. Xiao Momao stood outside, occasionally peeking in with her enchanting visage, quickening the heartbeats of those who caught sight of her. Li Mingxiao, upon seeing Xiao Momao, immediately comprehended her intentions and could not help but sigh, uncertain whether to mock or admire her. After all, he could not muster the courage to do what she was about to. Once Li Mingxiao had completely left, Xiao Momo leaned in halfway, beckoning Lin Xiao to follow her. Lin Xiao walked behind her, and she, clad in high-waisted jeans, possessed a figure that was undeniably striking. Yet, Lin Xiao dared not gaze too long. It felt as if such scrutiny would betray ergo. He could sense that this woman exuded an intoxicating aura of romance, a delightful and effervescent charm. Although Xiao Momo was taken aback by Lin Xiao's impressive results, her astonishment lacked intensity, for she had fallen in love, her emotions now occupied by another. Suddenly, she turned to him with a smile and remarked, "Lin Xiao, the power of love is truly magnificent, isn't it?" She was gently teasing him, marveling at how he had exerted himself so fervently for Lian Yi, creating such a remarkable achievement. Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Teacher Xiao, I did not do it for her." "Oh, come now, don't be coy, the teacher won't reprimand you," Xiao Momo countered. "Sometimes, love inspires a person to be their best." Lin Xiao smiled on the outside, but internally he felt a sense of despair. "Teacher Momo, it would be best if you didn't think that way. Otherwise, my future may be quite bleak." Momo was continually restraining herself, wrestling with an urge to share her joy of love, yet found no one to confide in. Soon, Lin Xiao was directly ushered by Xiao Momo into the principal's office. At that moment, Zhang Qizhou was tidying up, preparing to leave for the day. Upon seeing Xiao Momo enter, his expression shifted slightly. He was already aware of her purpose for coming, which weighed heavily on his heart. She remained as determined as ever, insisting that the principal revoke Lin Xiao's severe demerit. Principal Zhang, Lin Xiao scored 606 points this time, which fully demonstrates his capabilities. If this trend continues, he has the potential to attend a prestigious school. Must he continue to bear the burden of a severe demerit? This will not only affect his future, but may also have repercussions on his admission to esteemed institutions. Thus, I once again request that the school rescind Lin Xiao's severe demerit. Principal Zhang Qizhou scrutinized Xiao Momo's face for some time before turning to Lin Xiao and instructing, "You may step outside for a moment." Lin Xiao exited the office, but did not wander far. Zhang Qizhou, with a hint of disbelief, asked, "Teacher Xiao, have you and Zhoucheng broken up?" "Indeed, in a small county, secrets are hard to keep. The circles are so close-knit that even the slightest whisper is known." "Yes, we have," Xiao Momo confirmed. Zhang Qizhou let out a faint sigh, unsure if it stemmed from regret or mere reflection. "Does my breakup with Zhoucheng relate to the cancellation of Lin Xiao's severe demerit?" Xiao Momo inquired. Zhang Qizhou replied slowly, "Teacher Xiao, under normal circumstances, Lin Xiao's score would have led me to revoke his severe demerit, but unfortunately, that is no longer possible." "Is it that if you rescind Lin Xiao's severe demerit, the Zhou family will hold a grudge against you?" Xiao Momo pressed. "Yes, typically, who would hold a grudge against a high school student?" Zhang Qizhou responded. However, the principal hesitated to be too explicit, yet he had already been quite candid. Everyone knew the reputation of County Chief Zhou's wife. She was notoriously narrow-minded. Previously, one had even made an irate call to Principal Zhang to express admiration for teacher Xiao on Lin Xiao's behalf. Ironically, Xiao Momo had also ended her relationship with Zhou Cheng, causing considerable embarrassment for the Zhou family. At this critical juncture, I have decided to rescind Lin Xiao's serious penalty. If this were to reach Madame Zhou's ears, would it not be akin to adding insult to injury? With reddened eyes, Xiao Momo implored, "Must we jeopardize a student's future for this? Is your compassion truly so cold?" Principal Zhang sighed and replied, "Teacher Xiao, your parents have shielded you too well. It would be best for you to return now." Once Xiao Momo exited, a look of guilt surfaced on Zhang Qizhou's face. Who wouldn't he wish to assist a diligent student? Yet, he was bound to weigh the consequences. Lin Xiao stood outside, overhearing the argument within, and soon witnessed Xiao Momo rushing out, tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, the teacher is powerless," she said earnestly. "You must strive harder and not become a mere fish on the chopping block." With that, she sobbed as she departed. Initially, Lin Xiao was indifferent to the serious penalty, but seeing Xiao Momo's repeated efforts and her palpable distress touched him deeply. Taking a deep breath, he approached the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Xiao pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, the principal was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Xiao, is there something you need?" Lin Xiao replied, "There is a matter I wish to report to you. I have participated in the new concept composition contest." Zhang Qizhou inquired, "And what of it?" Lin Xiao continued, "I am highly likely to advance past the preliminary round into the semifinals. Moreover, once there, I aim to vie for the first prize." At these words, Zhang Qizhou looked up, intrigued. "Is that so?" Lin Xiao affirmed, "Indeed." Zhang Qizhou remarked, "I shall await your good news." Thank you, Principal. Goodbye, Lin Xiao said as he exited. Principal Zhang paused, placing his pen down as he pondered. While a score of 606 was not particularly noteworthy, after all, it did not rival the likes of Peking University or Tsinghua University. Winning an award in the new concept composition contest would certainly carry weight. Of course, a second or third prize might lack sufficient prestige, yet it would still be worth mentioning, especially since the high schools in the entire city were largely silent on this front. A first prize, however, could create a significant impact, garnering recognition akin to that of a top scorer in the college entrance examination. After all, the new concept composition contest had recently produced a literary sensation like Han Han, thereby bringing great fame to Songjiang No. 2 High School. Compared to Songjiang No. 2, Linshan No. 1 High School could benefit even more from such a title. The same achievement might bestow only 2 or 3 points of honor at Songjiang No. 2, while at Linshan No. 1, it could yield 7 or 8. Should Lin Xiao indeed secure an award, it would not merely reflect on him but elevate the entire school's reputation. Moreover, with the current emphasis on quality education, this would serve as the perfect testament. After all, this would be the first of its kind in all of City, and with proper maneuvering, it would also be advantageous for Zhang Qijiao's promotion. However, one must ponder the veracity of his claims. With great enthusiasm, Principal Zhang Qijiao entered the office of the Senior Chinese Language Department, where he found Teacher Li Mingqiao tidying up his belongings in preparation for departure. Teacher Li, may I take a look at Lin Xiao's Chinese examination paper from this midterm? Ah, certainly. Zhang Qijiao took the paper and immediately flipped to the final essay. Wow, a mere 0. 5 points deducted from the essay. What an exceptionally rare high score. He meticulously read through the midterm essay, finding it quite commendable indeed. It was bold and innovative. However, it seemed to lack the quality that would guarantee a national award. Did Lin Xiao perhaps harbor an overly inflated sense of self-worth? Chapter 52. Teasing Lian Yi. Money and power. As Lin Xiao stepped out of the classroom building, the image of Xiao Momao, crying with her face buried in her hands, lingered in his mind. How many times had she wept merely for the sake of him rescinding the severe punishment? A resilient yet fragile bubble. She presented herself as a delicate waif before ergo, while embodying the role of a gentle yet serious elder sister in Lin Xiao's presence. She seemed to have perfected both personas, not as an act, but as an authentic reflection of her essence. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao retrieved his phone and dialed his elder sister Lin Yao. Even he himself was unsure why he chose to call her at this moment. The line connected swiftly. Hello, I'm looking for Lin Yao, resident of dormitory 302, he announced. Lin Yao worked in a factory and resided in a communal dormitory with only a shared phone. After a brief pause, a voice emerged from the other end. Hello? It's me, sister, Lin Xiao replied. Lin Yao expressed a mix of surprise and concern. Lin Xiao? What's wrong? Are you doing well over there in Puning? He inquired. Yes. Why? Do you wish to come home? Do you want to return to school? What do you mean? You know my academic performance is poor. Why would you say such things to mock me? Lin Yao retorted. Lin Xiao fell silent. Their relationship was somewhat awkward, marked by mutual concern yet a palpable distance. Their family harbored a bias towards males, and Lin Xiao had always excelled in his studies, earning him the affection of their grandparents and parents. In contrast, Lin Yao struggled academically and felt undervalued, which contributed to her somewhat extreme disposition. From elementary through middle school, Lin Xiao amassed a plethora of awards, adorning the walls of their home. One day, during a thorough cleaning, Lin Yao tore down those accolades, declaring to their grandfather that they had lost their significance after so many years. Yet, deep down, she cared for Lin Xiao. After starting to work, she had sent him money several times and had even bought him gifts during the new year. Lin Xiao pressed on. Sister, do you have enough money? If not, I can send you some. Immediately, Lin Yao became wary. What do you want? How much do you need? Then, without hesitation, she added, whatever it is. You should ask Dad for it. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. In an instant, Lin Xiao found himself staring blankly at his phone, bewildered by the silence. Had he miscommunicated? Was it a matter of cognitive bias? He intended to offer her money, yet she had interpreted it as a request for funds. In the presence of others, he possessed the eloquence to charm many, but with family, his words often faltered. After ending the call, Lin Yao returned to her dormitory, a troubled expression adorning her face as she sat on her bed. She rummaged through her box, retrieving some money, intending to send it home the following day. Deep down, she yearned to save more for herself, feeling that she had reached an age where she needed to plan for her future. In the mindset of many rural girls of that era, once married, one became an outsider. Thus, the time during which young girls contribute to their families is a mere handful of years, spanning from their junior high school graduation until they marry. Tragically, this notion is widely held within the village, including among the parents. Consequently, even those girls who possess a modicum of understanding tend to send money or goods back home, saving every penny. Yet, when her family is in need, Lin Xiao finds herself compelled to send money back. "What is the matter, Lin Xiao?" her close friend inquired. Lin Xiao replied, "My brother called asking for money." She subsequently succumbed to a wave of self-pity. However, after a brief moment, she realized she could not wait until tomorrow. She hurried to the post office to remit money to her family, unaware that the post office had already closed for the day. Upon returning home, Xiao Momao continuously encouraged herself. The words of Ergo echoed in her mind. "You possess a fragile courage. Xiao Momao, you must be braver. You need to rise above your vulnerability. Just because you haven't achieved your goal, does that mean you should give up?" After much hesitation, she dialed a phone number, the number of the director of the City Education Bureau. She had attended training organized by the Bureau and had met the director several times. Each time, she had been the most favored and notable participant in the training class. "Hello, Directorly, this is Xiao Momao from Lin Xiao No. 1 High School." A gentle voice responded warmly, "Teacher Xiao, I remember you. What can I do for you?" Xiao Momao explained the situation regarding Lin Xiao in its entirety. "Directorly, I believe that his confession to a female classmate does not warrant such grave consequences. Moreover, he has already received a public reprimand from the entire school and has made a public reflection on his actions. His academic performance is currently excellent, and he is certain to gain admission to a prestigious university next year. This major demerit will likely affect his admission prospects. I feel it is unjust to allow such a minor incident to hinder the future of a promising student." After a considerable pause, Director Li's voice emerged from the other end. "Xiao Momao, your report of this situation is commendable. I will contact Principal Zhang Qizhao about this matter." "Thank you, Director Li. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After hanging up, Xiao Momao could not help but clutch her heart, which was racing with anxiety. Yet, she had taken this decisive step, marking a newfound courage within her. After dinner, Lin Xiao had just returned to the classroom when Lian Yi instinctively glanced over. His gaze fell upon Lian Yi's exquisite and beautiful face, and Lian Yi widened her eyes to meet his stare. "What are you looking at?" Her captivating eyes seemed to convey a message. His deskmate, Zhang Shuqin, leaned in with a smile. "The power of love is truly remarkable. He must be determined to study hard and attend the same university as you." Meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, Lian Yi refused to back down. Yet Zhang Shuqin's words caused her to falter. Lin Xiao tidied his belongings and prepared to leave the classroom, heading to the Internet CAF to continue refining the website. Despite the impressive results of the Southeast Information Port, Lin Xiao remained committed to the pursuit of perfection. In just a day or two, it will be entirely accomplished. It is imperative that it astonishes even Zhang, ideally ensuring his career receives a measure of protection. Thus, Lin Xiao could not help but cast another glance at Lian Yi. Lian Yi, perceptive as ever, sensed his gaze. At that moment, she averted her eyes and feigned engagement with her studies. Yet, upon seeing Lin Xiao preparing to leave the classroom, she immediately stood and exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, where are you going? Are you planning to skip evening study again? Why do you concern yourself so much, dear sister?" Lin Xiao retorted. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lian Yi felt a sense of responsibility. With Lin Xiao's academic performance improving, she deemed it essential to encourage his continued progress, aiding him in gaining admission to a prestigious institution and altering his fate. One who travels 100 miles should not falter at the 90 mark. You cannot abandon your journey halfway, Lian Yi declared earnestly. Her delicate visage set in determination as she stepped directly in front of him, blocking his exit from the classroom. Lin Xiao could only respond sincerely. "I do not intend to give up. It is simply that I cannot concentrate in class. I need to study more effectively in my rented room." "I do not believe you. You must be heading online," Lian Yi countered. "In the classroom, every time I raise my head, there you are, making it impossible for me to focus," Lin Xiao replied. Caught off guard, Lian Yi's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, and she became flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao slipped past her and exited the classroom. "That's not how it is. I'm truly not trying to tease you." On his way to the company, Lin Xiao dialed Xia Shi's number. "How are things on your end? Is everything proceeding smoothly?" However, the sound of a heated argument echoed through the line. "Smoothly," Xia Shi replied. "I will arrive in Linshan on schedule and will not delay our important matters." Then, Lin Xiao heard her cold, steely voice. I will acknowledge the debts owed to you, but those 20 computers must be left for me. They are my capital for a comeback. If you take them all away, you will be leaving me no way to survive. Then, another male voice interjected, Miss Xiao, please put down the knife. Do you really dare to threaten us? I may not dare to harm you, but I can certainly harm myself and call for help. Lin Xiao was taken aback. You call this smooth sailing? His heart raced as he continued. Xiaoshi, are you all right? Do you need to call the police? No need. I'm busy. I'll hang up now. With that, she abruptly terminated the call. 20 minutes later, she sent a text. The computers are safe. Lin Xiao stood rooted to the spot, grappling with the stark contrast between the poised, regal Xiaoshi and their recent exchange. Is this truly a doctoral student from Peking University's Guanghua School of Management? Is this the prodigious young woman? Yet, perhaps this is precisely what will propel her to the pinnacle of success in the future. In the pursuit of carving out a space in society, mere academic excellence is insufficient. For instance, Lin Xiao's score of 606 on the midterm exam astonished many. Yet, the only ones who truly respected that score were his classmates and the teaching staff. The school, despite its apprehensions, dares not rescind his severe reprimand, fearing the potential ire of Madame Zhou. Once one steps beyond the ivory tower, grades become utterly irrelevant. Wealth, power, and reputation serve as the true passports in this society. The commercial internet CAF remains incapacitated, suffering significant losses this time. The local tyrant, Wu Yuan, is seething with rage, as several shareholders from the gambling arcade are pressing him for results. Aren't you omnipotent? How is it that you cannot manage a mere outsider? Who will fear you in the future? Where has the fervor of your previous violent incursions into the sand mining business gone? The gambling machines have already arrived. Delaying the opening by a day equates to a day's loss in profit. With a face filled with menace, he powered on his computer and opened QQ. Selecting the contact name Call Me Ergo, his expression softened, for this individual is a top-tier expert from the University of Science and Technology. Lone Wolf, Master. I urgently seek your assistance. My internet CAF has once again been rendered inoperative, and this time it is particularly severe. I must call upon your expertise. I offer 10,000 yuan, plus reimbursement for your travel expenses. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the highest office building of K-City, a meeting is underway. This place truly symbolizes power. Secretary Lian received a phone call from his friend and classmate, the Associate Dean of the College of Arts at the University of Zhendan. Shirin, Secretary Lian, I bring you good news. Xiao Shuidi has successfully advanced through the preliminary round of the new concept competition. An exceptionally stunning article emerged during this preliminary round, which I have sent to your email. Do take a moment to read it when you can. I assure you it will be a delightful surprise. Chapter 53. Talented and taking shortcuts in the evening, Lin Xiao prepared to deliver a lecture to 9 young women. Today, he was to focus on the most beautiful among them, Chu Feifei, along with Su Tao, who led a few others, in designing their image. Even though he spoke with eloquence about the entrepreneurial plan, as if success were within easy reach, he exerted himself wholeheartedly at every stage. Chu Feifei, what do you believe is your most distinctive feature? Lin Xiao inquired. Chu Feifei replied, long legs and beauty. Lin Xiao then turned to Su Tao and asked, and you? Sister Tao? Su Tao answered, I consider myself rather ordinary. Though Su Tao possessed a certain charm, she did not reach the level of breathtaking beauty. Her figure was voluptuous and mature, yet not extraordinarily striking. Unlike Chu Feifei, who had a stunning visage and a pair of long, slender legs. Indeed, there are many beautiful women and many with long legs. You are undeniably attractive, yet not to the extent that one would remember you at first glance. You must still define a label for yourself. I propose you embrace the label of wild. Wild as in a wildcat. Sensual and dangerous. You have a commendable physique, not overly endowed, nor exceptionally curvaceous, but your legs are long and straight. Henceforth, whenever you appear in public or before the camera, you shall don red clothing, preferably leather. Form-fitting leather outfits and skirts. Red is attention-grabbing and untamed, always showcasing your long legs. When men see you, it will be as if they have encountered a flame. You must evoke the essence of Qiu Shuzhen. Do you comprehend? Tomorrow, you must immediately dye your purple hair back to black. Purple evokes a mature, cold allure that does not suit you. Lin Xiao then shifted his gaze to Su Tao, stating, you claim to be ordinary, which is only partially accurate. More precisely, you resemble a respectable matron. Therefore, your label shall be young married woman. By Jia, you may not understand this term. It conveys an appearance that seems easily dominated, akin to a dutiful wife patiently awaiting her husband, possessing a hint of submissiveness, a touch of melancholy, a sprinkle of sweetness, and a dash of unfulfilled desires. One who inspires an instinct to conquer, innately embodying a victim's essence. Thus, the attire that befits you is white, particularly white dresses with delicate straps, gently revealing your shoulders. Yet not too much décolletage. The aim is to instill the impression that you possess a hint of flirtation, while still maintaining an air of propriety. An impression of being somewhat reserved. After the lesson concluded, Lin Xiao presented a large bundle of clothing. The company uniforms are still in production, but I have acquired several sets for you to wear in the meantime. Over the next few days, refrain from dressing extravagantly. Instead, embody the appearance of a proper corporate employee. If anyone inquires, simply state that our company is named Southeast Information Port, a high-tech internet enterprise. With Sister Tao at the front desk, Chu Fei in public relations, and the rest of you as clerical staff. Additionally, I have arranged for a short-term rental of another residence. Should the need arise, you will promptly relocate to the new abode. When Lin Xiao returned to the Cyber CAF, his voice was slightly hoarse. Today's class had been remarkably successful. After connecting via proxy IP, he logged on to QQ and discovered a message from a lone wolf, offering 10,000 yuan along with reimbursement for travel expenses to assist in repairing the CAF system and recovering data. While others might falter in the face of such a vicious virus, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly capable of resolving the issue. He replied succinctly, "Not available." Wu Yuan, feeling a surge of anger, dared not offend this expert from the University of Science and Technology of China and resorted to polite persuasion once more. But Lin Xiao had already chosen to ignore him. Subsequently, Wu Yuan sent another message. "I have a laptop that has also accidentally contracted a virus containing crucial data. Could you remotely assist in clearing the virus and recovering the data? The fee remains 10,000 yuan. However, after a moment of hesitation, he deleted this message without sending it. Frustrated by recent misfortunes, Wu Yuan's anger intensified. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Is it not resolved yet?" the other party inquired. Wu Yuan replied, "No, they are being uncooperative. Every day of delay costs us dearly." The other party remarked, "If they refuse to cooperate, I fear you might have to take matters into your own hands tomorrow." "Understood," Wu Yuan responded. Pao Pao had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Ergo online, she immediately sent a voice request. "Ergo, I might have made a significant mistake today. What happened? Our principal is detestable, fearing the county magistrate's wife, and still refuses to revoke Lin Xiao's serious demerit. I'm truly discontented, so I called the Municipal Education Bureau." Instantly, Ergo fell silent. Pao Pao, feeling anxious, asked, "Ergo, did I make a mistake? Have I caused trouble?" Ergo instinctively wanted to say yes, but upon reflection, he questioned why he should label her actions as wrong. If it were him, he indeed would not have acted that way, but Pao Pao is not him. She was her own person. Pao Pao continued, "You once mentioned that I possess a kind of fragile courage, so I aspire to grow stronger. I want to break free from my parents' life. I believe a good relationship transforms both individuals into better versions of themselves. I wish to improve and then meet you. I hope to live up to your expectations." Pao Pao anxiously asked, "Have I truly erred?" Ergo reassured her, "No." Pao Pao pressed, "Then why are you silent?" Ergo replied, "I cannot bear to interrupt you, for every word you speak is so endearing. Each word seems to take on a colorful form as it passes through your lips." Pao Pao exclaimed, "How annoying. You always know how to tease me." She continued, "So did I act rightly or wrongly?" Ergo stated, "As long as you remain true to yourself, that is the right path. I hope to become strong enough in the future to allow you to always be yourself." Pao Pao responded, I understand. When will your website be ready? I truly am curious to see it." Ergo playfully remarked, "A trade of chests for chests." Pao Pao retorted, "You rogue. The falling bubble, that day. Did you secretly touch my backside while carrying me to the hospital? Please call me Ergo. Yes. The falling bubble. You rogue, a great rogue. The falling bubble. Ergo, I truly miss you." Thus, Lin Xiao engaged in a casual conversation, all the while racing against time to develop the Southeast Information Port, ensuring it surpassed many contemporary websites and achieved stunning results. To earn Lian Zheng's admiration, he exerted tremendous effort, dedicating himself entirely. However, this preoccupation caused his chats with Bubble to lose their focus. Bubble sensed the shift and felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from placing blame. At 11:30. "The falling bubble. My mother has called me to sleep. Ergo, I know you are very busy and cannot focus on chatting with me. But I still feel a bit sad. The falling bubble. Just one last sentence. Can you end it with a line of love?" Let me drift into a joyful slumber all night. Please call me ergo. Knowing that simplicity is akin to water, one can remain sober after 1,000 cups. Your dimples hold no wine, yet I remain in a state of constant slumber. Beautifully penned, a wave of warmth surged through Bubble's heart, prompting her to reach out and caress the words on her computer screen. I forgive you. Annoying ergo. I adore your brilliant self, she murmured to herself. She then turned off the computer, dashed to the mirror to admire her adorable dimples, and obediently snuggled into her fragrant blanket to sleep. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that Lin Xiao, with a weary frame, returned to his rented apartment. After days of relentless overtime, the 4 of them had nearly completed the Southeast Information Port. A few more hours would render it perfect. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Director Li from the Municipal Education Bureau called Principal Zhang Qijiao. Upon hearing the news, Principal Zhang felt a mix of anger and admiration. Xiao Momao, your audacity is remarkable. To have reported directly to the Municipal Education Bureau? Do you truly think I would hesitate to discipline you? Qijiao. It would be wise not to waste the potential of a student from a prestigious school, Director Li remarked. Principal Zhang replied, Sir. Here's the matter. The boy who confessed is the daughter of Secretary Lian. Director Li responded, That is indeed bold. However, I know Secretary Lian well, and he possesses a very broad-minded nature. Principal Zhang continued, after being rejected by Secretary Lian's daughter. This young man actually regifted his present to teacher Xiao Momao and professed his feelings for her. What? The aging director was taken aback. Principal Zhang explained, Teacher Xiao Momao is the girlfriend of County Chief Zhou's son, Zhou Cheng. Upon learning this, Madame Zhou was furious and called me to express her wrath. She cannot stoop to the level of a child, yet took her anger out on me. The pivotal issue is that teacher Xiao Momao has had multiple conflicts with Zhou Qing and Madame Zhou due to her intervening to rescind Lin Xiao's major demerit. And they have recently broken up. Therefore, do you think I can revoke this major demerit? Director Li sighed. I understand. I am quite familiar with Madame Zhou. The commendation from the former director highlights the character and generosity of the county magistrate's wife. Zhang Qijiao inquired, Teacher, what does the higher authorities say regarding my transfer? Director Li responded, I am about to retire. My influence is waning. Moreover, you are the principal of Linshan County, and your promotion carries considerable weight there. I will certainly advocate for you, but I find myself lacking a compelling reason. Your achievements are not particularly outstanding, which hampers your chances of being selected for the meeting. Zhang Qijiao asked, Teacher, would winning an award in the new concept competition suffice? He truly held little hope and was merely probing. Director Li remarked, The new concept writing competition is highly regarded and has gained significant popularity. Furthermore, the current emphasis from above is on promoting quality education, which aligns perfectly. However, a second prize may not carry enough weight. A first prize would be ideal, as it is nationally recognized. If your school could indeed secure a first prize in this competition, I would then organize a symposium and invite all the high school principals from the city to visit your school for observation and learning. At that point, the atmosphere would be just right for me to promote you. Even the secretary would likely be willing to advocate for you, making your advancement at the Municipal Education Bureau almost certain. However, we must have achievements and honors to leverage our efforts. Zhang Qijiao, feeling touched, replied, Teacher, it is the inadequacy of the students that causes you such concern and disappointment. Director Li reassured him, You are not only my student, but also my nephew by marriage. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Now, I shall retire for the night. With that, Director Li ended the call. After hanging up, Zhang Qijiao lit a cigarette and approached the window. The impending retirement of the former director weighed heavily on his mind. If he missed this opportunity, he feared he would truly be unable to ascend the ranks. The inertia of college entrance examination results is formidable. After the first high school in the city claimed the top spot, it would be exceedingly challenging for Linshan High to regain that position, even if he organized a remedial class. The new concept writing competition indeed appeared to be a shortcut for him. Yet, securing a first prize seemed an insurmountable challenge. After all, how many first prizes are awarded nationwide? Alas, it is a source of great distress. Chapter 54. The new concept recognition letter has arrived. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao once again indulged in beef buns and downed a liter of milk. During this critical phase of growth, such substantial nutritional intake combined with vigorous exercise proved remarkably effective. However, he still appeared somewhat lean, a situation that seemed unavoidable as much of the nourishment was consumed by mental exertion and height development. Next, he planned to incorporate some strength training, such as push-ups. If time permitted, a visit to the gym was also on the agenda. Regardless of whether he frequented the gym, once this minor crisis had passed, he intended for Taozi and several other young ladies to join him in their fitness pursuits. In recent months, they had been occupied with studies and training, and it was imperative to keep them engaged. How could they embody the goddess persona without honing their slender waists and peach-shaped figures in pursuit of sustenance? Lin Xiao even brought milk, eggs, and buns to the classroom to eat around 10 o'clock. Just as he settled in, the nearby Xiao Lin hesitated, then approached Lin Xiao with a practice question, saying, "Lin Xiao, I'm having a bit of trouble understanding this question. Could you explain it to me?" "Well, is this young lady really that bold?" I hadn't noticed. Typically, when someone asks for help, it's in mathematics or physics, but yours is a language question? Oh, that makes sense. For the midterm exam, Xiao Lin had scored higher than Lin Xiao in both mathematics and comprehensive science, while only falling short in language. Does one need to consider the rationale behind such an approach? Moreover, Lin Xiao caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance from her, not perfume, but perhaps floral water. Young men often act foolishly, with many behaviors lacking explanation. Young women, however, are perceptive, and their actions are often laden with meaning. Lin Xiao gently elucidated, "The essence of Mi's statement is that one should prefer to supply the enemy with provisions rather than deprive the common people. Such an approach fosters a mentality of entitlement, the repercussions of which could last generations." In truth, Xiaolin's mind was in disarray. She hardly comprehended Lin Xiao's words. Regret washed over her the moment she approached with the practice question, and by the time Lin Xiao finished explaining, her face flushed crimson, prompting her to flee at lightning speed. At that moment, several curious glances were directed toward Xiaolin. Without delay, Lin Xiao approached her with a math problem, stating, "Perfect. I'm struggling with this question as well. Could you assist me?" Xiaolin was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Sure." With honest determination, she diligently explained the complex math problem to Lin Xiao. His actions were intended to portray a normal student interaction, discouraging any ridicule aimed at Xiaolin. However, he also sought to subtly dispel her earlier impulse without harming her pride. Moments later, Lian Yi entered the room, followed closely by Zhu Hongbin. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the buns and milk tucked away in his drawer, letting out a silent sigh. He then stepped in front of Lian Yi, blocking her path. "What is this?" "This is your breakfast." Lin Xiao offered her the beef buns and milk. Lian Yi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. "Thank you, but I am already full." Lin Xiao replied, "No, I believe you have not yet had enough." He then took Lian Yi's hand and placed the bun and milk into it. Lian Yi's delicate face wore a look of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongbin, witnessing this scene, felt as if his eyes might burst. "Lin Xiao, how dare you casually grasp Lian Yi's hand?" he exclaimed. "Lian Yi said she does not need it, but I, on the other hand, am still hungry. May I have it?" Zhu Hongbin feigned nonchalance as he reached for the bun and milk in Lian Yi's hand. Lin Xiao swiftly intervened. "No, League Secretary, I believe you are already full." At that moment, Lian Yi unexpectedly withdrew her hand, taking Lin Xiao's bun and milk back to her own seat. Instantly, Zhu Hongbin's expression turned a deep shade of purple. Upon returning to her seat, Lian Yi looked at the beef bun and milk, her small face falling. She truly could not eat anymore, but it would be a shame to waste food. Her desk mate, Zhang Shuqin, gazed at her enviously and remarked, "Wow, how romantic. He brought you breakfast." Lian Yi replied, "Humph. So childish." Zhang Shuqin continued, "Lian Yi, I think you should try to eat less for breakfast from now on, since Lin Xiao will bring you food every day." Lin Xiao perked up his ears at this. Lian Yi retorted, "I would advise you not to think that way." At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone rang, and he hurried to the restroom to check it. It was a call from Wu Yuan. He quickly made his way to the topmost floor of the teaching building, into an empty storage room. Just then, the phone rang again. "Why are you only answering now?" Wu Yuan's voice came through the line. "What have you decided?" Lin Xiao replied, "Boss Wu, didn't we agree on 10 days? It has only been 3. Cut the small talk. I want to know your decision." Wu Yuan's tone was harsh. Lin Xiao responded, "I will try to persuade my boss again." Wu Yuan coldly replied, "You're inviting trouble. It seems I have been too lenient, allowing you outsiders to feel unafraid." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lin Xiao stared at his phone, his expression shifting between uncertainty and apprehension. What was the other party planning? What methods would they employ? Would they send thugs to seize property or resort to even more ruthless tactics? In an instant, Lin Xiao envisioned the worst possible scenarios. He immediately dialed Taozi's number. It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and most people had yet to rise, including her, who was still in a groggy state. Sister Taozi, do you remember the address of the short-term rental I gave you? You must leave building B13 immediately. Do not pack. Be swift. Right now? Taozi jolted awake, instantly alert, and replied, Understood. Lin Xiao, what is happening? She inquired. Nothing much, just being cautious. I hope it's all a false alarm, he reassured her. An hour later, Taozi sent a message. We have successfully relocated to the new residence, but the sisters are feeling quite uneasy. Lin Xiao replied, I understand. In the principal's office, Zhang Qizhou was furious. Xiao Momao, how remarkable you are to have reported directly to Director Li in the city. I received a scolding from the old director last night because of you. I don't mind being reprimanded, but are you aware that the old director suffers from mental exhaustion? He called me at 11 last night. Is it all about you? Does the entire world revolve around your whims? How long do you intend to create such a ruckus over this trivial matter? Where will it end? Just then, the voice of the director of education, Wang Tianhua, rang out from outside. Principal, there's something. Zhang Qizhou replied, We'll discuss it later. Faced with Xiao Momao, Zhang Qizhou felt utterly powerless. He could only scold her, as any further disciplinary action seemed futile. Despite her breakup with Zhou Cheng, her parents were formidable figures, deeply entrenched in a complex web of connections. Most importantly, he felt a pang of compassion. After her split from Zhou Cheng, Xiao Momo's reputation soared. While people expressed sympathy, they secretly admired her. Deep down, even Zhang Qizhou recognized the admirable qualities she possessed. However, he feared that this beautiful young woman would persist in her defiance, escalating the situation to the education department, which would lead to a significant embarrassment. Unsatisfied, what more do you want? Should I, as your principal, cater to your demands? Is there no sense of collectivism left? Is there no organizational discipline? Wang Tianhua called from outside. The organizing committee of the new concept composition contest has sent a letter. Zhang Qizhou was taken aback. For whom? Wang Tianhua replied, For you. Zhang Qizhou hurriedly opened the door, received the letter, and then turned to Xiao Momao, saying, Go reflect on your actions. If you cannot come to terms with this, I will call your parents and inform them that I can no longer manage you. Watching Xiao Momo's graceful departure, Zhang Qizhou couldn't help but admire her. If only she were my daughter. Reflecting on his own daughter's appearance, he sighed as he glanced at himself in the glass. He then opened the letter, which was surprisingly handwritten rather than printed. The contents were straightforward, informing Lin Xiao, Lian Yi, and Guan Wan of Linshan one high school that they had passed the preliminary round of the new concept composition contest and were welcomed to Shanghai for the finals. The committee expressed gratitude for the school's substantial support in nurturing 3 outstanding students. The letter, of course, could only convey this much to avoid any appearance of favoritism. Additionally, there was a phone number at the end of the letter. Zhang Qizhou promptly picked up the phone and dialed the number. After a moment, someone answered. Hello. Is this the organizing committee of the new concept composition contest? Yes. Where are you calling from? I am Zhang Qizhou, the principal of Linshan No. 1 High School. May I inquire about the nature of this correspondence? Is this recognition universal, or is it reserved for a select few? Soon, Professor Bai Wanqing answered the phone. Hello. Principal Zhang, this is Bai Wanqing from the organizing committee. This commendation letter was actually my own initiative, and we have sent out approximately 3 copies. Zhang Qizhou's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a rare honor. There had only been 3 in total. Bai Wanqing continued. The primary reason is that Lin Xiao's essay is exceptional. We are concerned that he may not attend the semifinals, so we specifically drafted this commendation letter, requesting your support to ensure his participation. Zhang Qizhou inquired, Is it not about Lian Yi, but rather Lin Xiao? Bai Wanqing responded, Lian Yi is indeed impressive. But Lin Xiao has left all of us in awe, even disbelief. Zhang Qizhou felt a thrill. He understood the weight of her words. Then, Bai Wanqing asked, May I inquire about Lin Xiao's academic performance? Zhang Qizhou replied, It is outstanding. He is exceptionally talented and morally upright. Bai Wanqing remarked, Just as we had imagined. Zhang Qizhou expressed, It is a great honor to receive the organizing committee's commendation letter. We will do our utmost to support the 3 students in attending the semifinals in Shanghai, striving for even greater honors. Bai Wanqing replied, Thank you for your school's support. We eagerly await the arrival of the 3 students. She then courteously ended the call. Zhang Qizhou remained rooted in place, the phone still in his hand. He was struck by a delightful surprise. Perhaps there truly was a way to forge a new path to achieve the goal? After a moment, he stated decisively, Go find Li Xiao and have him bring Lin Xiao to my office, quickly. Chapter 55, completely shattered, commendation from the entire school. After issuing his instructions, Principal Zhang Qizhe began to ponder the situation. Holding the letter from Bai Wanqing, he examined it meticulously, cross-referencing it with the phone call she had made earlier. He formed a rough judgment. In truth, the new concept committee's primary focus was on one individual, Lin Xiao. This signified that Lin Xiao's chances of winning were exceedingly high. If this were the case, the path he envisioned might indeed be attainable. Consequently, he once more dialed the number of the director of the Municipal Education Bureau. "Sir, I would like to report a situation." Zhang Qizhao recounted the entire matter in detail. "A splendid development, indeed." Zhang Qizhao inquired, "Based on your analysis, what are Lin Xiao's chances of securing first prize in the semifinals?" Director Li responded, "Given the committee's disposition, as long as he performs adequately, the likelihood of winning is very promising. However, it is essential to assess the student in person. Furthermore, if you are determined to pursue this path, preparations must commence immediately. We cannot wait until he has one to scramble for arrangements. By then, it would be too late to create the necessary momentum." Zhang Qizhao replied, "Please advise." Director Li continued, "Once you ascertain his genuine talent, the entire school should rally behind him. Bestow upon him honors and publicity. Select 2 or 3 municipal-level competitions, particularly those of high prestige that attract leadership attention, allowing him to participate and achieve remarkable results. This will ensure that the leaders remember his face and name, and that the entire educational community of Kuching recognizes him. The goal is to make him renowned throughout all high schools in Kuching before participating in the new concept semifinals, giving the impression that he has always been exceptional, rather than a sudden emergence in the competition. We must consistently highlight his achievements. Should he indeed secure first prize in the new concept competition, it would serve as a grand culmination. At that point, the groundwork and accumulated energy will be sufficient. I will organize a seminar involving all primary and secondary school principals in Kuching to specifically discuss the educational approach of Lin Xiao No. 1 High School. Subsequently, we will arrange for all principals to visit Lin Xiao No. 1 High School for further learning. Finally, I will endorse you to the city. It is only fitting. With adequate preparation, we can smoothly navigate the currents." Zhang Qizhao remarked, "Your wisdom is truly commendable, as always." The former director replied, in summary, "Grant him honor and create the right conditions. However, it is crucial that he possesses genuine talent, is prepared to perform, and can withstand scrutiny." Zhang Qizhao acknowledged, "I understand, sir." After hanging up, he opened his office door and called out, "Teacher Su, please have Teacher Xiao Momao come to my office." Moments later, Xiao Momao entered, her lovely face filled with apprehension, fearing another reprimand. Zhang Qizhao smiled and said, "Teacher Xiao, I still must critique your attitude, but I must commend your work." Xiao Momao was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Zhang Qizhao continued, "You remain true to your original intention in teaching, which is commendable. Your unwavering dedication to your students is even more admirable. However, in the future, pay attention to your methods and, more importantly, your attitude. Now, you may leave." During class, Lin Xiao's phone vibrated. Stealthily, he took it out to check and saw an unfamiliar number. Given that it was during class, he promptly hung up. Yet, the call came again, and the phone vibrated once more. Staring at the number for a prolonged moment, Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplated, and decided to hang up again. Shortly thereafter, the classroom door swung open, and Li Mingxiao greeted the math teacher. "Lin Xiao, step outside for a moment." Everyone was taken aback. Why would the homeroom teacher call Lin Xiao out at this time? Lin Xiao stood up to leave, and his phone vibrated again in his pocket. He glanced at it, still the same number. Taking a deep breath, he hung up once more. "Lin Xiao, accompany me to the principal's office," Li Mingxiao instructed. "Mr. Li, do you know what this is about?" Li Mingxiao replied, "I do not know. You will find out when we arrive." Thus, amidst the curiosity of the entire class, Lin Xiao was once again called away. Following Li Mingxiao into the principal's office, he was about to exit when Zhang Qizhao said, "Mr. Li, you should stay as well. This matter pertains to you too. A wonderful event has occurred. Lin Xiao, congratulations. You have advanced past the preliminary round of the new concept writing competition." Li Mingxiao was taken aback. "Is that so?" "Oh, indeed it is. I recall that after a brief ceremony conducted by the senior Chinese teachers for Guan, Lin Xiao came to the office with his manuscript, expressing his intent to participate in the new concept writing competition and seeking Mr. Li's assistance in reviewing his work. However, I was in a foul mood at the time and did not look at it, merely instructing him to leave the manuscript on my desk, and afterward, I was unaware if he did so. In any case, I did not review it. Our school has 3 students who passed the preliminary round, Lin Xiao, Lian Yi, and Guan. This is an honor for the entire school and reflects well on you, Mr. Li, as 2 students from your class have succeeded. Li Xiao humbly replied. Not at all. It is entirely due to the principal's exceptional leadership, Zhang Qijiao said. Then Mr. Li, you may return to your duties. Li Xiao exited. Closing the door behind him, Zhang Qijiao turned to Lin Xiao. The organizing committee of the new concept writing competition holds you in very high regard, praising you profusely. I would like to inquire, do you feel confident about the semifinals? He was eager to discern how far Lin Xiao could progress in the upcoming round. Lin Xiao responded candidly, I will strive for first place. Excellent. Teachers appreciate such confidence in their students. Zhang Qijiao opened his drawer and retrieved Lin Xiao's file. First, please believe that every teacher yearns for the success of their students. Not a single teacher wishes to obstruct the future of their pupils. Upon the conclusion of your midterm examination, it is anticipated that the serious disciplinary record against you will be rescinded. However, your situation is indeed quite unique. I wonder if you are aware of this? Lin Xiao, fully cognizant, feigned ignorance, responding, I am not particularly aware. Zhang Qijiao hesitated momentarily before revealing. The wife of County Head Zhou has previously inquired about your circumstances. He chose to remain discreet. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that your illustrious life should not bear such a blemish. I shall take it upon myself to annul your disciplinary record. With that, he extracted the record from the archives and, in Lin Xiao's presence, tore it asunder. The once formidable mark of disciplinary action was effortlessly shredded. Lin Xiao, he continued, I hope you will henceforth cast aside any burdens of the mind, approach your endeavors with lightness, and strive for greater honors for yourself and your alma mater. Lin Xiao bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. I will not let you down. Zhang Qijiao then announced. We shall forego the physical exercises today to conduct a brief commendation for you 3 students. Additionally, prepare for a public speech before the entire faculty and student body. The duration must not exceed 10 minutes, and the topic is hope and despair, success and failure. All teachers and students will be present to hear your address. I am confident that you will not disappoint us. With a mere 10 minutes remaining until your speech, make haste to prepare. This serves as Zhang Qijiao's test for Lin Xiao, presenting a rather commonplace, even trite subject. Yet, the more ordinary the topic, the more challenging it becomes to dazzle. Especially in the presence of hundreds of discerning educators. If Lin Xiao can still manage to captivate and astonish within such a brief time frame and on such a mundane theme, it will undoubtedly attest to his remarkable talent. During the interval for physical exercises, thousands of faculty and students gathered on the grand playground. We shall not engage in exercises today. I have an important announcement to make. We have just received a commendation letter from the organizing committee of the new concept competition, notifying us that our students Lian Yi, Lin Xiao, and Guan have officially advanced past the preliminary round and have been invited to Shanghai for the semifinals. While also expressing gratitude and praise for Linshan No. 1 High School, I have inquired, and though many students from K-City participated in the new concept competition, only these 3 have succeeded in advancing. This is a proud honor for our entire school, and on behalf of all faculty and students, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to these 3 individuals. I hope they will continue to strive for excellence and achieve even greater results. With that, Zhang Qijiao led the applause. Guan appeared to reach the pinnacle of his existence, imbued with a sense of euphoria, as if intoxicated. He felt the gaze of every individual upon him, including all the female classmates. Guan, I always knew you were the best. He had only just learned of this news, as his homeroom teacher from Class 7 had informed him, advising him to prepare for a potential speech before the entire school during the interval. Although the time was brief, Guan had already prepared a fervent and impassioned speech. He even harbored a bold notion. Could Lin Xiao's advancement to the preliminary round be attributed to her prestigious background? Perhaps Lin Xiao's success was a favor granted by the organizing committee in light of Guan's influence. After all, his own work was of such exceptional quality that it might have endeared the judges to Lin Xiao as well, allowing her to progress. Otherwise, Guan was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's capabilities, as were the faculty members throughout the school. Her submissions to the school journal had consistently been rejected. He couldn't help but glance towards Lin Xiao's classroom, contemplating, Lin Xiao, you have claimed the honor that rightfully belonged to me, but I forgive you. However, in the ensuing round, your role will be insignificant. The entire school's glory shall belong to me, Guan. This had always been the case, had it not? Guan, am the foremost talent of Lin Xiao #1 high school. Even if Lian Yi excels academically, she cannot surpass me in the realm of literature. How many articles has she published in the school journal or in the newspapers? I, Guan, have been featured in every issue of the school journal, appearing in various newspapers and magazines no fewer than 10 times. As Guan gazed at the principal, a swell of excitement coursed through him, and he repeatedly recited the speech he had meticulously prepared in his mind, his feet eager to take the stage. After a brief commendation, Principal Zhang Qixiao declared loudly, "Now, I invite Lin Xiao to the stage to deliver a speech for the faculty and students. The topic is hope and despair, success and failure. Let us give her a warm welcome." With that, Principal Zhang stepped aside and dialed the old director's phone number, inviting him to listen in and assist in ensuring the quality of the presentation. Chapter 56. Captivating the audience. The director's praise after the principal concluded his speech. Guan strode confidently toward the podium, his demeanor carefully managed with a poised and modest smile. However, before he could take more than 3 steps, his homeroom teacher abruptly pulled him back. Not you, it's Lin Xiao." Instantly, Guan felt as if he might shatter. Amidst the applause, Lin Xiao gracefully approached the stage from the opposite side. Thousands of eyes were riveted upon him, the room enveloped in silence, yet resonating with a low hum. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. In despair, hope is born. The audience listened intently. Meanwhile, at the business park, a police car screeched to a halt. Deputy Chief Li Hu of the Tiger Mountain Police Station, accompanied by 4 officers, alighted and proceeded to the entrance of Building B13. Their steps were slow, yet carried an air of authority. "Hello, open the door." Li Hu knocked firmly. "Open up. We are here to conduct an investigation." After a considerable time of knocking, there was still no response. "Unlock it." One officer stepped forward to force the lock open, and soon they entered the B13 office building. Everyone come out and submit to the investigation. Yet, the entirety of Building B13 was eerily vacant. Back at the podium, Lin Xiao reiterated softly into the microphone, "Failure is the mother of success." In that instant, murmurs of surprise rippled through the audience. Even the teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Denying a well-known adage? Lin Xiao's bold opening was undeniably provocative, elevating the complexity of his speech significantly. It required a formidable command of language to support such a stance. Otherwise, he risked exposing his own shortcomings. Lin Xiao continued, "At least for the majority present here, this saying is erroneous. It is success that begets success. Only through success can hope be nurtured. Failure merely cultivates despair. As students, our goal is clear. It is our scores. The path is evident. It involves rigorous practice. Thus, we can take pride in our efforts. However, once we enter society, the goals become nebulous and the pathways even more bewildering. You may find yourself lost, unsure of the right course to take, and often lacking any clear objectives. Stepping into society feels akin to navigating through a thick fog. Where lies the future? Where lies the goal? To the east, to the south, to the west, to the north? Believe me, most remain in ignorance. A lucid goal and a promising future are indeed luxuries. Amidst this haze, only success can transform into a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. A single failure thickens the fog, plunging the surroundings into deeper darkness. Only through a succession of successes can one sequentially light the way forward. All confidence and excellence must be validated by success. Otherwise, they devolve into mere foolish self-indulgence. It is only through 1 success, 2 successes, 3 successes, where 3 points align to form a straight line, that a precise path to success can be established, forming a methodology for achievement. Therefore, it is advisable to strive for multiple victories. All confidence and all conviction stem invariably from success. The true horror of failure lies not in its very existence, but in the confusion and self-doubt it engenders. You find yourself at a loss, akin to a headless fly, ultimately crashing against the invisible walls of the air. How many failures can you endure? 1, 2, 3? How much can your foundation withstand? Trust me, for the vast majority present, a genuine failure is one that you cannot bear even once. Time slips away, hair turns gray. Upon reflection, half a lifetime has passed. Perhaps you have encountered numerous motivational anecdotes and celebrated examples. Countless entrepreneurial heroes have faced repeated failures, only to rise once more. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly ascended in pitch. You are mistaken. They did not rise on their own, but were uplifted by a formidable force. The bards may tell you that they triumphed through their own efforts. You may also recognize many parables where heroes rise anew from the brink of death. But have you noticed the countless bones beneath their feet and behind them? They are merely survivors. You are not the protagonist. You are not the hero. You are merely an onlooker. In fact, there are no heroes in this world, only wayfarers. Do not place yourself in a situation where you are driven to the brink of annihilation. Such a path could lead to your demise. For the majority of us present today hold but a single card, the college entrance examination. This is nearly your sole ticket to entry, your first beacon of success. While university represents your only respectable attire for society, do not squander this opportunity. Do not venture forth unprepared. Trust me, you cannot afford such a cost, regardless of your belief in your resilience. His voice grew slightly hoarse, for you stand empty-handed, bewildered, adrift in the torrent of society. Do not reduce yourself to a mere shell of mediocrity. Thrown into the tumultuous waves, do not wager your corporeal existence on the brutal battles of life. Such folly will render you a stepping stone for others, a mere beast of burden, constructing opulent palaces for them. You must have a destination. Do not become the bones lining the roadside, nor a signpost of failure. Strive to succeed from the outset, rather than becoming the carrion that fuels another's triumph. Long live the college entrance examination. Long life success. As Lin Xiao concluded his speech, the hall remained enveloped in silence. Many students from impoverished backgrounds had tears welling in their eyes, their bodies ablaze with fervor. The principal, Zhang Qijiao, exchanged glances with other teachers, sharing astonishment and subtle shock. It was not just the students below. Even many teachers present felt an overwhelming heat. Indeed, the students may not grasp the depth of this sentiment, while numerous teachers, having experienced their own trials, resonated even more profoundly with the haunting fear of failure and the fervent desire for success. Thus, Lin Xiao's speech resonated deeply with every listener, striking a chord within their hearts. They became acutely aware that quotes merely serve to educate, yet do not necessarily embody the truth. The success Lin Xiao articulated is, in fact, the mother of success. It is the essence of reality. Zhang Qijiao inquired over the phone to the old director. Did you understand clearly? The director affirmed, indeed. I anticipated it might be commendable, yet I did not foresee it would be this extraordinary, this astonishing. Zhang Qijiao pondered, has Lin Xiao always possessed such depth, such authenticity? How is it that you have only now discovered such a person? You ought to feel ashamed. Zhang Qijiao then asked, Teacher, may I promote him? The director responded, certainly. He is not Han Han. Not only is he immensely talented, but his academic performance surpasses expectations, devoid of controversy, a wholly positive role model. Not to mention, even Zhang Qijiao himself was profoundly moved by one or two of Lin Xiao's remarks. Time has slipped away, and he finds himself with graying temples. Upon reflection, he realizes that he himself is the one being described. After the call, Zhang Qijiao led the applause, and the entire assembly of teachers and students erupted into enthusiastic clapping. Amidst the throng returning to the classroom, Lin Xiao found himself the center of attention. He commenced with a leisurely pace, even acknowledging greetings with a courteous smile. However, he gradually quickened his steps, swiftly escaping the crowd to a secluded area of the school. In fact, during his speech, his phone had vibrated persistently from the same number. Immediately, Lin Xiao felt a surge of alertness. Finding a quiet corner, he checked his phone. 6 missed calls, all from the same number. He dialed Xiaxi's number. When will you arrive at Linshan? Xiaxi replied, as per our agreed date. I can arrive 24 hours early. Lin Xiao responded, there is no time. Drop everything immediately. Come to Linshan with your team and the computer as swiftly as possible. Xiaxi inquired, what is the matter? Lin Xiao replied, Wu Yuan just called me. His tone was unsettling. The caller has likely taken action. I have been receiving calls from this number persistently. Xiaxi asserted, regardless of who instructs you to go. Do not comply. Lin Xiao acknowledged, I understand, but the plan must be expedited. You must come to Linshan immediately. I will seek out Secretary Lian now. Understood. Xiaxi affirmed. Then, she reassured him, moreover, after relentless overtime, the Southeast Information Port has just wrapped up. I have reviewed it. It is stunning, sophisticated, and impressive. Coupled with my influence, it will certainly delight Secretary Lian. This is precisely the high-tech investment achievement that local authorities cherish. You are likely to gain his admiration. Have you considered how to present this to Secretary Lian? She asked. Lin Xiao replied, I have a plan. Xiaxi encouraged, that is good. Yet, I would advise you to not only astonish him, but also to move him. Then, her voice came through the phone. All right, everyone get in the car. It's time to depart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao immediately rushed to the classroom in search of Lian Yi to connect with Lian Zheng. Chapter 57, Secretary Lian. The origin the phone rang once more, the same number appearing on the screen. Lin Xiao pressed the answer button. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? I've called you numerous times. Why haven't you answered? The forceful tone from the other end was unmistakable. And Lin Xiao immediately sensed the weight of the pressure behind those words. I apologize. I was occupied with something. May I ask who this is? Lin Xiao inquired. This is Li Hu from the Tiger Mountain Police Station. Is the B13 building in the business park under your lease? Lin Xiao refrained from confirming and instead asked. What seems to be the issue? Someone has reported that illegal activities involving women are being organized in B13. You need to come here immediately for an investigation. Where have the women in the house gone? Have them come to the station as well. Don't even think about running. That would only exacerbate matters. Lin Xiao replied. I'm sorry, sir, but I am not the owner. I am merely helping someone with the lease. I have classes to attend and cannot take leave. Enough with the excuses. Arrive by 7 this evening. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The line went dead. Lin Xiao hurried to class. What happened? Lian Yi asked. Lin Xiao said, I know this request is rather abrupt, but could you please call your father? I have something of great importance to discuss. Lian Yi replied. What is going on? Lin Xiao explained, Our house has been taken from us. Such a serious matter? It sounds as if your residence has been seized. Lian Yi's sense of justice ignited instantly. Without delay, she dialed Lian Zheng's number. After a short while, Lian Zheng's gentle voice came through, little water drop. What is the matter? Lian Yi responded, Dad, first I have good news. The organizing committee for the new concept competition has sent a letter confirming that I passed the preliminary round. Lian Zheng chuckled, I already knew. Uncle sure called me earlier. Lian Yi continued, Additionally, my classmate Lin Xiao has something significant he wishes to discuss with you. So, I decided to call you. It was uncommon for even a teacher to reach out to Lian Zheng through Lian Yi, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Lian Zheng was taken aback. Lin Xiao was calling him? Was that a bit presumptuous? What could a high school student possibly want from him? Nevertheless, since his daughter had made the call, Lian Zheng resolved to listen for a moment. Please hand the phone to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the phone and stepped into a corner. Hello, Uncle Lian. The last time you saw me at the business park, I was actually looking for a place to start a business. I have already paid a substantial deposit and purchased equipment worth hundreds of thousands. Now, local bullies are attempting to forcibly seize the property. And I would like to report this to you in person. Lian Zheng was even more astonished. A high school student investing in a business? Purchasing equipment worth hundreds of thousands? While there certainly were high school entrepreneurs, those stories were typically from America, not China. After a pause, Lian Zheng replied, I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, but I have a meeting coming up and likely won't have the time. Please hand the phone back to Lian Yi. Understood, Uncle Lian, Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao handed his phone to Lian Yi. Dad, Lian Yi's voice softened, devoid of reproach towards his daughter. Instead, he said, I am currently at work. I shall call you this evening. All right. Lian Yi ended the call and turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, Did my father not agree? Lin Xiao nodded, retrieving his own phone to dial Lian Yi's number. This is my phone number. Should Uncle Lian change his mind, please contact me immediately. With that, Lin Xiao departed without delay. Despite Lian Zheng's refusal, Lin Xiao intended to travel directly to Keqing, deeming it necessary for Lian Yi to assist in arranging a meeting. Moreover, during the phone conversation, Lin Xiao could surmise the likelihood of a rejection. However, given Lian Zheng's character, once Lin Xiao stood before him, he would likely spare 10 minutes of his time. He was not the type of leader to be unapproachable. Subsequently, Lin Xiao wasted no time. Shouldering his laptop and boarding a train to Keqing, Lian Zheng was indeed occupied with an important meeting. Upon its conclusion, he returned to his office. At that moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain how to respond to his daughter's call. Initially, Lin Xiao's request to meet was rather presumptuous, considering their distant relationship. Yet, Lian Zheng held a somewhat vivid impression of Lin Xiao. After all, he had just spoken with Lian Yi the previous day, who had achieved an impressive score of 606 in her midterm examination. Given this trend, she was likely to gain admission to a prestigious university. Of course, for someone of his stature, a mere university student held little significance. However, Lin Xiao was slightly exceptional, as he had harbored a deep affection for his daughter for over 2 years, even exerting himself in secret to improve his own academic prowess. Although it seemed unlikely for the two to be fated, it was nonetheless somewhat touching, was it not? Yet, should not a high school student focus on their studies? Discussing entrepreneurship with him felt rather distant. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his old classmate, Shireen, prompting Lian Zheng to slap his forehead, realizing he had forgotten something. Old classmate, is your literary dream still alive? Upon answering, he heard Shireen's nostalgic voice. This single phrase transported Lian Zheng back to his youthful days. During his university years, which coincided with the 1980s, literature was at its zenith, flourishing in an era of high prestige. Lian Zheng pursued his literary aspirations, gaining admission to the Chinese department of Zhenduan University. After graduation, he continued to nurture his literary dream, diligently writing articles and submitting them to various journals, achieving considerable publication success. However, within the realm of his career, such endeavors proved of little utility. Ultimately, it was his wife who bolstered his professional journey. Lian Yi's maternal grandfather was the former county head of Lin Xiao. The phrase literary dream felt like a distant memory, yet remained vividly etched in his mind. Shireen continued. Why have you yet to reply to the email I sent to your inbox? 2 days prior, Shireen called to inform him that Lian Yi had successfully passed the preliminary round of the new concept competition. He also mentioned that he had sent an email containing a delightful surprise. Lian Zheng, overwhelmed with busyness, momentarily forgot to check the email. My apologies, he said. I've been so swamped that I haven't had the chance to look. Shireen replied, I knew you hadn't checked it yet. So you must do so immediately. There is an astonishing piece in there that left all the judges in awe. Lian Zheng retorted, you are all seasoned critics. Can a child's writing truly astonish you? Shireen chuckled. Professor by wonking from our department can't stop praising him. Go have a look. Did you possess such skill in your youth? Hurry up. With that, Shireen ended the call. Lian Zheng opened his email and indeed found Shireen's message. Upon opening it, he discovered a poem about solitude. Instantly, he was captivated, especially the final 2 lines, rather than coexist in this world. It is better to create one's own universe. A truly profound statement. The writing was exquisite, striking in its brilliance at first glance. Additionally, there was the original piece titled Burning. Lian Zheng read it with utmost seriousness, even going through it 2 or 3 times. This did not seem like the work of a youth. It felt as if it were crafted by an adult. Remarkable, remarkable indeed. The interpretation of life was astoundingly precise. No wonder Professor Bai praised it so highly. No wonder Shireen took the time to email him. Who at Lin Xiao No. 1 High School possesses such talent and eloquence? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lian Zheng called Shireen once more. So, how does it compare to your work back in the day? Shireen laughed. Lian Zheng replied. It pales in comparison. This is a level of talent far beyond what I had. This is true genius. He then inquired, is this student from Lin Xiao No. 1 High School? Who is it? Shireen responded, a student named Lin Xiao. I believe you mentioned his name in my presence before. Lian Zheng was taken aback. Lin Xiao? Could it be him? After ending the call, Lian Zheng pondered for a moment before dialing his daughter's number. Xiao Shuidi, is Lin Xiao still with you? Lian Yi responded, he is not here. He hurried away right after our call, looking quite anxious. Lian Zheng instructed. Call him and ask him to meet me at the Paradise restaurant in Peking City. We frequent that place. Lian Yi replied, all right, Dad. After hanging up, Lian Yi promptly called Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, my father wants you to wait for him at the Paradise restaurant in Peking City. I'll text you the address. Do you need me to accompany you? Lian Yi asked. No need. He replied earnestly. Thank you, Lian Yi. You're welcome. Lian Yi said before sending the address and the restaurant's phone number to Lin Xiao. Once Lin Xiao disembarked from the train, he immediately hailed a taxi to the Paradise restaurant. Upon entering, he directly reserved a private room and inquired with the restaurant owner if they had internet access. At this moment, it was highly unlikely that most restaurants would possess internet connectivity. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. How could other establishments possibly have wired connections? Yet, fortuitously, our family restaurant does, as the internet CAF next door is also under my ownership. Lin Xiao handed over 800 yuan and said, please proceed with the meal. He then hurriedly took his computer to the private room equipped with a wired connection, opening the Southeast Information Port to conduct final checks and enhancements. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao accessed several websites, including Ningbo Online, Wenzhou Online, and Kuching Online. In stark contrast to their primitive state in 2001, these local sites now appeared remarkably polished. It seemed everything was in order. The professionalism was truly astonishing. Subsequently, he requested a pot of tea and quietly awaited the arrival of Lian Zheng in the private room. Chapter 58. The father-in-law's praise. Lian Zheng was indeed quite busy with work, though it was not to the extent of being overwhelmed. He was not fond of socializing or attending banquets. It was a rarity for someone of his rank to return home every evening to share dinner with his wife. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, he entered a private room at Paradise Restaurant. Lin Xiao was already there, waiting for him. Have the dishes been ordered? Lian Yi inquired. Yes, Lin Xiao replied. I ordered dishes that you enjoy, as per Lian Yi's suggestions. Lian Yi smiled and said, let us not only order my favorites. Please include some of yours as well. I have done that, Lin Xiao assured him. Then, Lin Xiao continued, regarding the matters at hand. I would like to report to you. May I have a quarter of an hour? Lian Yi responded with a smile. I am not as busy as you might think. Now that we are seated for dinner, there is no rush. Very well. Soon, the dishes began to arrive one by one. Lian Yi commenced his meal. Clearly famished from a hectic day at work. You should eat as well. After approximately half an hour, the two finished their meal, and the restaurant brought a pot of tea. Concerning your declaration of affection to Lian Yi, Lin Xiao said, my wife has significant reservations. She insists that Lian Yi should not pursue a rural boy, suggesting that it would be better for her to wait until after university. Ideally to seek someone from a major city. She believes that such individuals may possess broader perspectives, higher starting points, and more open-mindedness. She argues that boys from rural backgrounds, accustomed to poverty, may easily fall into self-pity and become limited in their outlook, thus confining both themselves and their partners. Therefore, do not feel that you have been subjected to any humiliation or unfair treatment. Lin Xiao shook his head. No, not at all. In fact, the one lacking dignity is I am the selfish one. My public confession to Lian Yi resembled a form of moral coercion. Lian Yi smiled, refraining from passing judgment on Lin Xiao's words. I have read your poem and that piece titled Burning. They have profoundly impacted many people over there, and I was truly astonished. Lian Yi continued. An old classmate asked me if I had ever possessed such talent. Upon reflection, I realized that I certainly did not, and my abilities fell far short. Do you plan to pursue a career in literature? Lin Xiao shook his head. Not at all. Why not? Lian Yi inquired. Such a remarkable gift wasted on a path not pursued seems a pity. Lin Xiao remarked. I feel that our current society does not seem to have a pressing need for literature. Why do you say that? Lian Yi asked. In times of darkness, literature serves as a beacon of light. When one is hungry, it provides sustenance for the soul. When one is overly satiated, it offers nourishment for the spirit. Otherwise, one may feel emptiness. Currently, as everyone strives to secure their basic needs, despite some shadows, the overall landscape remains bright. Thus, it appears that contemporary society and its people do not seem to require so-called literature. He hesitated slightly, uncertain whether to delve into literary references, but decided to express his thoughts. The temporary dilution of thought by wealth leads to the revelry of the commonplace. Everyone is striving forward, and no one is there to heed your lament. Lian Yi asked, do you consider such a society to be good? Yes, there is nothing inherently wrong with it. Lin Xiao replied. Lian Yi remarked, some say that a society obsessed with GDP lacks romance. Lin Xiao replied, the Mosey school has thrived for countless years, and the literary elite has flourished for millennia. The society that follows can still be romantic, though it may no longer be the romance of scholars. Rather, it will be the romance of the engineering and technology fields. It manifests in towering skyscrapers, ByteDance, rockets, and the vastness of the cosmos. In an instant, Lian Yi's gaze radiated admiration. Well said, exquisitely expressed, he acknowledged. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Such words should not emanate from the lips of a high school student. Displaying an overly mature demeanor in front of elders is seldom endearing. Thus, Lin Xiao prudently curtailed his exuberance and reverted to the demeanor of a dutiful student. Lian Yi then inquired, now, tell me about the incident involving the theft of your house. Lin Xiao replied, Uncle Lian, I have partnered with others to establish an internet company. Lian Yi set down his cup, confirming that Lin Xiao was not jesting. The term internet carries a prestigious connotation. Such ventures are typically found in Shanghai, Beijing, or even Hangzhou, let alone in Kuching. You are merely 18 years old, Lian Yi said, scrutinizing Lin Xiao for a moment. Are you certain your internet entrepreneurship does not merely involve creating a personal website? Lin Xiao clarified, no, we intend to develop a local portal. Lian Yi, well aware of the term local portal, recognized that the current internet trend still revolves around portal websites, which are thriving. Even local portal websites remain a focal point. Yet such notions should not be articulated by an 18-year-old boy. After a prolonged silence, Lian Yi queried, Lin Xiao, do you comprehend the financial requirements for establishing a local portal website? If memory serves me right, your family's circumstances are rather modest. Lin Xiao responded. We anticipate an investment of around 7 to 800,000. Lian Zheng pressed on. Where did you acquire such funds? Lin Xiao explained. I developed a software application and sold it to Kingsoft for 200,000. Lian Zheng was once again struck by astonishment. At such a tender age, he had earned 200,000 from a software sale? Lin Xiao opened his laptop and displayed a screenshot of his online banking, revealing his name, account number, and a balance of 200,010. I also have another partner who has invested even more, Lin Xiao added. Lian Zheng furrowed his brow, struggling to fathom who could possibly be Lin Xiao's collaborator. Lin Xiao continued. My partner, I wonder if you might know her? Lian Zheng looked puzzled. Lin Xiao elaborated. Her name is Xiao Shi, from Peking University's Guanghua School of Management. Lian Zheng exclaimed. That prodigious girl who won the National Olympiad gold medal and an international silver? She is your partner? Xiao Shi was indeed well known, and Lian Zheng recognized her. If my memory serves me correctly, Lian Zheng continued. She previously attempted to start a business focused on a local portal, and even tens of millions were insufficient for its expenses. Are you attempting to establish a local portal with less than $1 million? Lin Xiao replied, Secretary Lian, that was because her previous ambitions were too grand, and she failed to identify a profitable model. Oh, Lian Zheng queried, have you found a profitable model? Lin Xiao stated, our investment is modest, and our company is small. We do not require an overwhelming volume of business to sustain ourselves. Lian Zheng pressed, you have yet to reveal your profit model. Lin Xiao stated, we undertake the creation, hosting, and operation of official websites for local governments and enterprises. The private sector in Zhejiang province is thriving, presenting a vast market. Just a handful of projects would suffice to sustain us. Lian Zheng replied, but why would they choose you? Lin Xiao responded, because we are the most professional. Our websites are not only exceptional, but also offer the highest cost-effectiveness. Lian Zheng countered, claims without evidence are insufficient. Lin Xiao asserted, our official website is already completed, entirely designed under my guidance. You may take a look. He entered the URL and opened the official site of Southeast Information Port. He then turned the computer towards Lian Zheng. At first glance, Lian Zheng was astonished, for it was indeed visually stunning. Having been among the earliest to engage with the internet, his office computer had long been equipped with online access. He had visited numerous websites, including Sohu, Sina, Yahoo, and various local sites in Zhejiang province, and had grown accustomed to the crude, flickering visuals. In contrast, the official website of Southeast Information Port, designed by Lin Xiao, exuded a remarkable aesthetic appeal. The evolution of website aesthetics requires considerable time, and many contemporary sites lack elegance. However, Lin Xiao's Southeast Information Port prioritized beauty and sophistication, with all other elements subordinated to this ideal. Every detail, from color schemes to modules and even individual labels, was infused with artistic flair, all while maintaining a formal appearance. It also featured a weather forecast, alongside the Shanghai Composite Index and the Shenzhen Component Index, although the latter had already closed for the day. Yet, the Nasdaq and Dow Jones indices displayed real-time fluctuations. Furthermore, it included the prices of crude oil, gold, and major commodity futures markets, astonishingly even real-time exchange rates. He then discovered options to check train schedules and flight itineraries. Upon casually entering the train route from Cushing to the capital, he was presented with a complete list of trains, including their times and stopovers, all clearly displayed. Admittedly, this feature was not exhaustive, covering only major cities and the train schedules within Zhejiang province due to the vast amount of data involved. The flight information was even less comprehensive. However, Lian Zheng only intended to check flights from Cushing to Shanghai and the capital, or perhaps from Hangzhou to the capital, making it difficult to uncover any flaws in a short span of time. Then Lian Zheng noticed that the website even had an English version. Clicking through several pages, he confirmed that the translations were indeed accurate and of high quality. Previously, he had heard from Lian Yi that Lin Xiao often skipped evening study sessions to work on websites at internet cafes. He had assumed it was merely a personal project, but he never anticipated it would be so professional and sophisticated. Raising his gaze once more to Lin Xiao, he was filled with incredulity. The Cushing government had recently launched an official website, having spent over 100,000 in a competitive bid to create Cushing online. Lian Zheng had visited it a few times, finding it rather rudimentary and unimpressive. However, in comparison to Lin Xiao's Southeast Information Port, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Lian Zheng could not help but visit Kuching online once more, only to find it even more disheartening than before. Lin Xiao, is this website a product of your leadership? Lian Zheng inquired. Lin Xiao replied, Indeed, I have taken full charge of everything from design to production. Lian Zheng sighed. Very well, quite impressive. Chapter 59. Deepening fate. I had contemplated the possibility of a favorable outcome, yet I did not anticipate it would be this remarkable. So, your visit. What do you wish from me? Lian Zheng's eagerness for love is palpable. His intention is clear. The struggle for territory among local factions is a trivial matter. Since you have made the effort to meet with me, you might as well propose more ambitious requests. For instance, seeking official projects, securing contracts for government-related websites, or even corporate ventures. The websites created by Lin Xiao and Xiao are indeed exceptional, standing out in their excellence. Therefore, Lian Zheng is inclined to extend such an opportunity. Lin Xiao stated, Our company is located within the business park you oversee, and currently, there is no high-tech industry present, which is a stark contrast to your original vision. I understand your disappointment. We aspire to become the first technology-related enterprise in this commercial zone. Lian Zheng felt a surge of joy within. Although this enterprise is modest, it is genuinely a technology-driven firm. Lin Xiao continued, Thus, we would like to invite you to inspect our company and attend our opening ceremony. Lian Zheng replied, Is it such a trivial matter? Lin Xiao affirmed, Indeed, it is a small matter. Lian Zheng remarked, Your ambitions seem rather modest. One should not shy away from familial connections nor avoid potential conflicts of interest. Your business is so outstanding that you could certainly participate in numerous website construction bids. I would be more than willing to assist you in this regard. Furthermore, I would be delighted to attend your company's opening ceremony. And I shall bring along my colleagues as well. Lin Xiao expressed gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Lian. My partner, Xiao, wishes to speak with you over the phone. Would that be acceptable? Of course, I have heard much about her, Lian Zheng replied. Moments later, Lin Xiao's phone rang. It was Xiao calling. Lin Xiao handed the phone to Lian Zheng, who took the call, and the two engaged in a courteous and warm exchange. Secretary Lian, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon. See you tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Lian Zheng remained in high spirits, clearly delighted. Lin Xiao, you should have contacted me sooner. The opening is tomorrow afternoon, and you come to me today. It is rather late for such good news and important matters. I am genuinely surprised and thrilled. I initially wanted to say that seeing you is akin to seeing my younger self, but I must retract that statement. You are far more remarkable than I was at that age. Moreover, there are a few more words I feel compelled to share with you. Lin Xiao replied, Please do. Lian Zheng stated, Entrepreneurship is pursued for a better life, and university represents a significant part of that life. Once that aspect is lost, it is irretrievably gone. Perhaps for some prodigies, university may not hold great importance, yet it is indeed an indispensable fragment of youth. From the perspective of an elder, I sincerely hope you find a balance between your entrepreneurial endeavors and academic pursuits. I trust your parents share this hope as well. You are exceptionally talented, and I believe you will go far, yet I also wish for you to not rush so swiftly that you overlook the beauty along the journey. Lin Xiao fell into silence, for Lian Zheng's words struck directly at the core of his heart. In their previous life, although they were father-in-law and son-in-law, their communication was regrettably sparse. During that time, Lin Xiao had been consumed by his failures, relentlessly pursuing wealth and resorting to unscrupulous methods. Lian Zheng's phone rang again, seemingly a reminder from his wife. Ha ha ha. Lian Zheng chuckled. Young man, I understand that you may not relish the lectures from your elders. Tomorrow, I shall bring along several colleagues of equal rank to inspect your company. Additionally, I will include a few department heads and relevant enterprises in the hope of facilitating collaboration. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the unexpected nature of this father-in-law. It was no wonder he had such a high starting point. Yet he only achieved a senior position upon retirement in his previous life. As they prepared to part, Lian Zheng patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, I traversed many winding paths in my youth, both in my career and in matters of the heart. I hope your journey is smoother than mine. In that instant, Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion, a pivotal choice before him. Should he seek temporary assistance or cultivate a lasting bond? Opportunities often come but once. If missed, they're gone forever. Can sincerity truly be exchanged for sincerity? Despite the rational voice in his mind warning him against revealing the truth, another force urged him to speak out. The failures of his past had rendered him excessively pragmatic, yet this was not solely his fault. However, such pragmatism would inevitably lead to significant losses. Could he bear the consequences of a failed persuasion? Yes, he could endure it. At worst, He could abandon building B13 or concede to Wu Yuan. Perhaps the genuine connection with Lian Zheng was of greater importance. Thus, Lin Xiao slowly said, I apologize, Uncle Lian, but I have not disclosed the entire truth to you. Lian Zheng looked astonished and asked, What do you mean? More than half an hour later, Lian Zheng gazed at Lin Xiao in utter shock. So, you are engaging in false pretenses? Lin Xiao affirmed, Yes. Xiaoxi contributes the most capital. Yet you are the major shareholder? Indeed, Lin Xiao confirmed. After a prolonged silence, Lian Zheng inquired, But why? Your Southeast Information Port seems to be thriving. Lin Xiao explained. Uncle Lian, local portals have no future, nor do even the larger portals. The future of the internet is undoubtedly vertical and specialized. While managing and operating websites for local government departments may yield some profit, it is not a venture suitable for someone of my standing, even with your support. Moreover, this business lacks narrative appeal and will never achieve substantial growth. It is devoid of prospects. Lian Zheng asked, And that live streaming software you mentioned, does it hold promise? Lin Xiao replied, Indeed, it represents an entirely new business model, unprecedented in the current internet landscape. Lian Zheng continued. You intend to develop a brand new model with less than 1 million? Lin Xiao confirmed. Yes. Lian Zheng remarked, This is entirely your imagination. It has not been substantiated in any way. Lin Xiao responded, Indeed. Lian Zheng continued. Have you considered that the absence of this business model may be due to the timing not being right? Having an excessively far-reaching vision is not necessarily advantageous. Lin Xiao replied, Thus, I wish to validate it. Lian Zheng questioned, And you intend to embark on a grand gamble with Xiaoxi and 9 other young women? Lin Xiao affirmed, Precisely. This group of youngsters is utterly reckless. Lian Zheng added, If I am not mistaken, your business model possesses certain ambiguous characteristics. Lin Xiao admitted, Yes. Lian Zheng inquired, You could easily refrain from revealing the truth to me, as you have already achieved your objective. Why choose to be honest? After a brief silence, Lin Xiao confessed, I could not help myself. In the presence of someone like you, my emotions have triumphed over reason. My elders depend on me. And in a sense, my spirit lacks their support. In that fleeting moment, you assumed the role of my elder. Therefore, I cannot lie to an elder regarding significant matters. Lian Zheng scrutinized Lin Xiao for a moment, his gaze intricate. Suddenly, the sound of a ring-on pierced the air. It was a message from his wife. Lian Zheng stated, I will arrange for a car to take you home. Lin Xiao replied, No need. I will take the train myself. Lian Zheng insisted. You may travel by train during the day, but at night, I must ensure your safety. Lin Xiao relented. All right. Thank you, Uncle Lian. Lian Zheng added. I will respond to you by 7 a.m. tomorrow. That evening, upon returning home, Lian Zheng found his wife immersed in writing a thesis. Suddenly, Shuwan inquired. What is it? What has happened? Even with her back turned to her husband, she could sense his contemplation. Lian Zheng suddenly asked, Warner, if given another chance, would you still choose me? Shuwan turned to him and said, Have you done something to betray me? Lian Zheng was taken aback. Why would you think that? Shuwan replied, You hold a high position and possess such looks. How many women are drawn to you? Do you think I am unaware? The beauty of having a husband so handsome and accomplished brings both joy and distress. Lian Zheng countered, You speak of nonsense. I am being serious. If you already knew everything that would transpire, would you still choose me? You have repeatedly encouraged Lian Yi to select a man from a big city. One with advantageous conditions, as he would have a higher starting point, broader horizons, and an open mind, rather than confining himself. Yet, I was once that sensitive and self-conscious boy from a poor rural background. Shuwan exclaimed, thinking back to that time incenses me. I must have been blind. So many well-suited suitors were not to my liking, yet I chose to pursue you, a poor lad from the countryside. I am the daughter of a county magistrate. Beautiful to boot, and I had to chase after you, while you seemed to bear an immense grievance. After years of a tumultuous relationship, you instigated a breakup and then abandoned your job to embark on a teaching mission in XC, opting to languish in obscurity at the border as a form of self-punishment. I traversed thousands of miles to bring you back. Those years were indeed a torment for me. In a moment of overwhelming shame, I pleaded for mercy, saying, Stop. Please stop. He then sighed, reflecting, in truth, my father-in-law was the authentic mentor of my life. Although his education was limited, coming from a background of labor and agriculture, he imparted to me a sense of openness. Shuwan remarked, thus, Lian Yi must not tread the same path as I did. She must never engage in a romance with a rural boy. Lian Jing responded, You have yet to answer my question. Shuwan returned to her desk, resuming her thesis writing, and blandly stated, Indeed, I was once captivated by your desperate demeanor, penning numerous sentimental essays to win a woman's heart. Can a middle-aged man express the most candid declarations of love in the most mundane tone? What is amiss? Xiao inquired. Lian Yi replied. I encountered a young man who sought my assistance, a remarkably talented individual, albeit with a wild and somewhat perilous path. Xiao asked, will this affect you? Will it pose any risks? Lian Yi replied, not in the slightest. The disparity is too great. Xiao continued, might he become successful in the future? Could he potentially repay us? Lian Yi countered, why think so far ahead? It is merely a matter of cherishing talent. Xiao pressed, then what is it that concerns you? Lian Yi replied, once I agree to help, a bond will form. Once the bond is established, entanglements and ties will ensue. Should I assist? That audacious lad may very well become a son-in-law. Xiao remarked, then simply refuse. After all, you should have learned to say no by now, right? Upon saying this, she gazed playfully at her handsome husband. Lian Yi, resigned, replied, you're being ridiculous. He then noticed a particularly prominent white hair amidst Xiao's lustrous dark locks and gently reached out to pluck it away. After doing so, he looked at her face. Despite being in her 40s, she remained strikingly beautiful. He couldn't resist tenderly caressing her forehead. Xiao sighed. I shall conclude my writing here for today. She then took Lian Yi's hand, leading him toward their bedroom. Lian Yi hurriedly expressed, I didn't mean it in that way. Xiao replied earnestly, I meant precisely that. Chapter 60. The matter is settled upon returning to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao received a phone call from Li Hu, the deputy director of the Tiger Mountain Station. Considering your status as a high school student, I am granting you an opportunity to report to me before 7 o'clock this evening. However, I waited until 8:30. Are you jesting with me? Lin Xiao replied, I apologize, Uncle Li. I was reporting to Secretary Lian in the city at that time. I attempted to call you, but you did not answer, so I sent you a text to explain. I will come to report to you tomorrow morning. Li Hu retorted coldly, there's no need for that. We will come to find you directly tomorrow. The other party's intentions became apparent. Dad, I can't solve this problem, a girl's voice transmitted through the phone line. Moments later, the call was abruptly ended. Li Hu suppressed his expression and entered his study to assist his daughter with her mathematics homework. Although his daughter was in the humanities, the sophomore math problems posed a challenge for Li Hu as well. Wenwen, do you know Lin Xiao? Li Hu inquired. Of course, I do. He is a senior and currently the most legendary figure at Lin Xiao No. 1 High School. Dad, did you know? He raised his score from over 300 to over 600 in just a few months to pursue Lian Yi. It's simply miraculous. Li Hu responded, oh, is that so? Wenwen then asked, how do you solve this problem? Li Hu awkwardly admitted, Dad doesn't know how to do it. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before continuing toward Commercial Park B13, entering through the back door. The interior was enveloped in silence. Taozi and several young ladies had already relocated to a safer location. Lin Xiao ascended to the highest point. Suddenly, he heard a sound of weeping and, under the starlight, glimpsed a silhouette. Chu Feifei? What are you doing here at this hour? He asked. Who? Chu Feifei responded cautiously. It's me, Lin Xiao replied. Didn't I tell you to stay in a safe place? What brings you here? What if danger arises? Chu Feifei was smoking, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts. The atmosphere over there is tense. I couldn't stay. I wanted to come here and see for myself. Damn it. Encountering such unfairness everywhere makes me want to set them all ablaze, Chu Feifei said, fiddling with her lighter. Lin Xiao stepped forward and gently confiscated the cigarette from her lips, which had already begun to blister. You come from the city. Your family must be well off. Lin Xiao suddenly asked, are your parents divorced? Living with your mother? Chu Feifei looked over and remarked, Sister Taozi said you were a ghost. I didn't believe it. But now it seems to be true. I had a quarrel with my dad, then with my mom, and eventually ran away. With no money. I started working in a nightclub, accompanying people for drinks and singing. Chu Feifei asserted, I have never sold my body. Do you believe me? Lin Xiao nodded. Chu Feifei self-deprecatingly continued, but a person like me, if I don't find something legitimate to do, will surely end up rotting by the roadside. She was pure yet rebellious. Disillusioned. Deep down, she sensed her own decline and recognized the need for change, yet she was lost, unable to find the right direction. Chu Feifei, with red-rimmed eyes, lamented, is it truly so difficult to undertake a serious endeavor? Must our company be doomed before it even commences? I have finally found something I genuinely wish to pursue. Damn it, there will come a day when I confront them. This world is rife with malevolence. Tears marred Chu Feifei's makeup as she lit a cigarette. Thus, the two sat in silence atop the building, gazing at the shifting heavens. Unbeknownst to them, several hours slipped away. Dingling. Lin Xiao's phone rang once more. Upon checking, he saw it was from Xiao. After connecting, a terse yet weary voice emerged. I'm on my way. Lin Xiao inquired. Where are you? In front of building B13, Xiao replied. So soon? I fear you must have driven for over 10 hours without rest, he remarked. Have you resolved matters with the secretary? She asked. I'm awaiting his response. Lin Xiao replied. Should we unload the computers from the car? Do we need to move them inside? She questioned. This situation posed significant risks. If the authorities from Zheng did not grant their approval and the inspection team arrived tomorrow, the computers would likely be confiscated upon entry. Lin Xiao replied slowly. Let us wait. All right. She agreed, then reversed the car to park in a shadowy corner, quietly waiting alongside Lin Xiao. However, while Lin Xiao and Chu Feifei lingered on the rooftop, Xiaoxi remained inside her vehicle. It was a Jinbei van, packed to the brim with 20 computers, a fax machine, and even a printer. Additionally, 4 men were cramped in their corners, each clutching a host computer. 3 of them were Xiaoxi's entrepreneurial companions, while the 4th was Chung Hai from Kingsoft Antivirus. Meanwhile, at Xiao Momo's home, the atmosphere was also laden with despair. The entire family felt disheartened, even enraged. With the director poised for promotion, Xiao Wanli believed his success was all but assured. He had been the one to handle all the work, while Wu Guodong merely socialized, usurping credit and ingratiating himself with superiors. He spent half his time away from the office, yet now, such a person was to be promoted, although not yet finalized. It was nearly a certainty. In their circle, secrets were scarce, and news had already circulated. Most critically, this morning, Xiao Wanli had received a reprimand from above regarding an engineering issue at a subordinate grain company's warehouse, which had resulted in water damage and the loss of a substantial quantity of grain. Yet, this was not Xiao Wanli's responsibility. When the warehouse faced numerous issues, he had acted as the fireman, rectifying many problems. Now, however, he was unfairly burdened with the blame. Xiao Wanli felt a deep sense of injustice and outrage. He is a person who shuns social interactions and rarely smiles, dedicating himself solely to his work. He holds others to high standards, which often leads to offending them. As a result, despite holding the highest degree and possessing exceptional abilities within the organization, he remains stagnant in his position. Just when it seemed he might ascend, he was abruptly thwarted. Not only did he fail to advance, but he also received a formal reprimand. In that moment, Xiao Momo seemed to mature significantly, realizing that formal reprimands are not exclusive to students but also apply to adults. Dad, is it because of my breakup with Shou Chang? Xiao Momo suddenly inquired. Xiao Wanli. His eyes reddened, shook his head, and replied, Pow pow, it has nothing to do with you. It is my failure to navigate relationships and social dynamics at work. I believe that as long as I dedicated myself to my tasks and impressed those above me, it would suffice. How much work have I accomplished in the bureau alone? And yet, this is the outcome? Despite his words, it was evident that the situation was indeed related to Xiao Momo's breakup. If not for the connections between Xiao Wanli and Li Fangfang's families in Linshan, the repercussions would likely have been far more severe. Li Fangfang glanced at her striking yet somewhat aloof daughter, sighing internally. They had exerted every effort to protect such a daughter, hoping to find a remarkable man who would love her sufficiently to continue that protection. The disappointment in Shou Qing weighed heavily on her. She couldn't help but lament that exceptionally beautiful girls are better off not being born into ordinary families. Even with their family's resources, safeguarding her was a challenge, confining her within their own sphere. Even so, today had starkly revealed to Xiao Momo her parents' helplessness. In the early hours of the morning, Shu Wan awoke and intended to go to the bathroom, only to find her husband still awake, clearly having woken up during the night. She knew her husband's character well. He was indulgent towards others, but often critical of himself. When faced with challenges, he found it difficult to sleep peacefully. What's wrong? Shu Wan approached him and enveloped him in her arms, her voice soft and intimate. Did I disturb you? Lian Zheng replied gently. No, I just need to get up. Shu Wan pressed her face against his back and asked, Are you still thinking about that matter? He replied. Shu Wan remained silent, recalling her father's assessment of Lian Zheng. He had remarked that Lian Zheng possessed great ability and admirable character, and once he overcame his internal hurdles, his future achievements would be remarkable. However, this literary soul often found himself at odds with his own convictions. I need to make a call, Lian Zheng suddenly announced. All right. Put on some clothes, Shu Wan advised. Lian Zheng rose, casually draping a thick garment over himself before stepping outside. He then dialed Lin Xiao's phone number. Initially, he intended to call around 6 or 7 the following morning, but he deemed the agonizing wait for a judgment too cruel for the 18-year-old. Thus, he made the call at 4 o'clock in the morning. Almost instantly, the call was answered. "Uncle Lian, hello," Lin Xiao greeted from the rooftop. Lian Zheng's warm yet serious voice resonated through the phone. "Lin Xiao, regarding your entrepreneurial endeavors and your business logic. While I do not agree, I can understand. Your initial position may be modest, and your resources limited, thus you have chosen to explore alternative paths, which I can understand. However, it is imperative that you do not cross any lines. I will be keeping a vigilant watch over your actions. Furthermore, the Southeast Information Port should not merely serve as a FAAD. It is essential to approach it with earnestness and diligence, for if you succeed, both the county and the city will reap the benefits. There exists a dynamic of balance between righteousness and malfeasance, ensuring that neither strays too far from the path. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be visiting your company alongside Minister Li to partake in your grand opening ceremony. 2 standing committee members? That carries significant weight. In an instant, the sky seemed to brighten. Lin Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, and after a considerable pause, he managed to respond with a slight quiver in his voice. "Thank you, Uncle Lian." "No need for thanks," and additionally, Lian Zheng smiled and added, "At school, do not allow anyone to bully Lian Yi.